Chapter 86. I am tired. The hero, unfazed by the trials of adversity, may yet succumb to the insidious allure of sweet temptations. As he gazed upon the tear-streaked face of Wuan, a sly smirk crept onto Xiao Yan's lips, betraying his cunning triumph. Call me master, but the candy. First, you must address me as master. I wish to have the candy first. A vein of annoyance pulsed on Xiao Yan's forehead. This girl might simply be an innocent glutton. However, adhering to the philosophy of better to mistakenly slay 1,000 than to let one escape, he turned to the other three and stated nonchalantly, "Come by tomorrow morning to collect 10,000 gold coins each. Thank you, young master. Thank you." The faces of the trio lit up with unrestrained joy. For them, 10,000 gold coins represented a fortune that felt almost unattainable. Witnessing this scene, a barely perceptible smile graced Xiao Yan's face. There are times when acquiring an abundance of wealth may not be a boon. Money can bestow a life of comfort, yet it also has the power to corrode one's will and spirit. In his previous life, Xiao Yan had encountered a few friends who, after experiencing a downturn, suddenly struck it rich through lotteries or gambling, amassing fortunes overnight. Yet, the fate that awaited them was invariably one of crippling debt and relentless struggle. When an individual receives wealth beyond their capacity to manage, it often heralds the onset of calamity. As for the destiny of these individuals upon receiving their 10,000 gold coins, whether they would rise or merely fade away into greater despair, Xiao Yan had little concern. Those who could rise would forge a bond of goodwill, while those who could not would find themselves mercilessly snuffed out by a subtle blade. He was, after all, a villain. The benefits bestowed by a villain are never easily acquired. Once the trio departed, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the small figure barely reaching his thigh. "Patriarch Jayli, please arrange for someone to escort this child home." Xiao Yan glanced at Jayli Bai. Understood. Jayli Bai dutifully instructed two subordinates to accompany Wuan. What about the lollipops? Wuan gazed eagerly at her newly acquainted master. Purchase 100 lollipops for her, then return to collect your reward, Xiao Yan instructed, eyeing the two servants of the Jayli clan. Yes, of course. The two servants nodded vigorously. This youth was someone even the patriarch dared not provoke. At the mention of 100 lollipops, Wuan's eyes sparkled like bright bulbs. If there were a true cosmic shimmer, it would now be reflected in her gaze. "Thank you, master," the little one beamed sweetly. "This hardly seems fitting for a protagonist," Xiao Yan sighed, rubbing his forehead. Once Wuan departed, he slowly returned to his seat. "Mr. Xiao Yan, the sum you have promised these individuals exceeds 100,000 gold coins. This amount must be provided by our mitre auction house. You certainly know how to play your cards right." Beside her, Yafei cast a helpless glance at Xiao Yan. 100,000 gold coins. If she could somehow win Xiao Yan over, it might not be impossible. Yet, given his rogue demeanor, the likelihood of recouping her investment seemed rather bleak. Xiao Yan remained silent, tossing the gathering essence powder into Yafei's hands as if it were a mere stone. "Sell this at auction, surely. It can fetch at least 100,000 gold coins." "That should suffice," Yafei replied, falling silent, though a faint sense of disappointment lingered within her. Under her management, a single gathering essence pill could potentially auction for as high as 200,000, yielding nearly 100,000 gold coins in profit. However, such a sum paled in comparison to the goodwill of a Dou Wang powerhouse. As a true merchant, she understood deeply that fleeting wealth meant little. It was the powerful connections and relationships that generated a continuous flow of riches. "Here, everyone get a share, one for each of you," Xiao Yan said, glancing at the eager leaders of the three prominent families, as he discarded 3 small jade vials into their hands like refuse. The 3 men were taken aback, quickly opening the vials, and moments later, uncontainable smiles spread across their aged faces. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao Yan, your generosity is truly commendable." The sale of a single gathering essence pill equated to nearly a year's pure profit for their families. "Unless there's something else, you may leave," Xiao Yan waved his hand. "Tomorrow, go to the Wuan family and bring her to me. Ensure your approach is amiable. I don't care what methods you employ, you must persuade her parents to willingly entrust their child to my care. If the funds are insufficient, increase them 10,000, 100,000, even 1,000,000. The task must be accomplished, do you understand?" "Rest assured, sir, our 3 families will see to it," Galaby replied, almost eager to fawn over Xiao Yan. What it meant to be a benefactor, what it meant to be generous, Xiao Yan embodied that entirely. Once the 3 departed, Xiao Yan turned to Yafei, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied?" Xiao Yan inquired with a smile. Yafei forced a smile in return. With a wave of his hand, 10 small jade vials appeared on the table beside them. Become my concubine, all these gathering essence powders are yours. Yafei's smile faltered, and she shook her head resolutely. Indeed, wealth is precious, but if it costs me my very self, I cannot accept it. Her lips parted slightly, revealing her unwillingness to sacrifice her soul for riches. Xiao Yan chuckled softly. The woman before him was a businesswoman driven by profit and ambition, but that did not mean she lacked her own principles. This, in fact, garnered Xiao Yan's admiration. Yet, could she truly refuse what he proposed? I've heard you've faced considerable hardships within the Mittel family over the years. Xiao Yan gestured for her to sit beside him. Without hesitation, Yafei took a seat. Despite the awe-inspiring power of the youth before her, for someone who had weathered many storms, it was merely his strength that commanded her respect. We have only known each other for a day. How could you possibly know these things? A faint smile still lingered on her exquisite face, radiating both opulence and allure. Xiao Yan chose not to respond to her inquiry. Instead, he slowly articulated, I can assist you in becoming the head of the Mittel family, transforming you into the Empress of Commerce in the Gamma Empire, and perhaps even across the northwestern continent. Upon hearing this, the once calm and composed Yafei felt her pupils dilate, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yan. The anguish and obsessions she had long suppressed surged forth at that moment. With her parents having passed away early and her kin oppressing her, had it not been for the clan leader's remembrance of her father's past merits and kindness, her current plight might have been unfathomably dire. While others perceived her merely as a wealthy businesswoman, they remained oblivious to the arduous journey she had traversed from a tender adolescent to her present self, filled with countless trials and tribulations. For years, reclaiming the inheritance left by her parents and ascending to power within the Mittel family had become an indelible fixation in her heart. To live is to cling to a certain thought. You speak the truth, she murmured, her crimson lips parting as her captivating eyes remained locked on Xiao Yan, her voice betraying her rising emotions. It is indeed true, and through our mutual cultivation, your advancement in fighting spirit will accelerate significantly. Becoming a Dou Huang may not be an impossibility, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. A Dou Huang, you say? A blush graced Yafei's delicate cheeks, clearly indicating her understanding of Xiao Yan's concept of mutual cultivation. Yet this was no longer of paramount importance. Often, for the sake of a deep-seated obsession, one is willing to sacrifice everything. If progress and strength could be achieved, that would be even more advantageous. Her years in commerce were ultimately but a means to enhance her own value. True dignity stemmed from formidable power. Through her extensive business experience, she understood clearly that strength was the foundation of all things. Thus, why do you hesitate? Embrace me swiftly, Xiao Yan chuckled, opening his arms wide. Yafei hesitated for only a moment before gently resting her head on Xiao Yan's shoulder, her enchanting eyes closing as she sighed in resignation. I am weary. Chapter 87. The Rogue and the Temptress. Whenever you feel weary, it is wise to take a moment to rest, Xiao Yan remarked with a gentle pat on the beautiful woman's fragrant shoulder. Yafei responded with a soft hum, remaining silent. In this quietude, their relationship subtly advanced to a deeper level. In the following days, Xiao Yan refrained from imposing any unreasonable demands upon Yafei. He understood that such a shrewd woman would not genuinely trust the alluring promises painted by others without witnessing tangible results. Thus, he granted Yafei a span of 3 days, after which their group would journey to the imperial capital. Oh, Mom and Dad, how I long for you, came the lament from a young child. On the back of a lion eagle, there rested a dwelling crafted through extraordinary means, shielding its occupants from the raging winds outside. Considering that Yafei and Han Xian were nearly akin to ordinary individuals, Xiao Yan opted against soaring through the skies with his battle aura. Instead, he rented a lion eagle for their passage to the capital. Upon arrival, Han Xian burst into inconsolable tears, her cries laden with yearning for her parents and nostalgia for her hometown. Her tears and snot inadvertently staining Yafei's exquisite qipao. This sight prompted Xiao Yan to intervene. Sweetheart, please don't cry, he coaxed, finding himself somewhat flustered in the presence of a child. Humph, he cast a disdainful glance at Han Xian, retrieving a lollipop from his storage ring and placing it in his mouth. As she caught sight of the candy, Han Xian's sobs diminished significantly, her tears trickling from her eyes to her lips. Look at you, so unrefined, Xiao Yan chided as he tossed her a lollipop. Upon receiving it, Han Xian ceased her crying. Her tears and snot quickly retracted as she tore open the wrapper. The moment the lollipop touched her lips, a radiant smile illuminated her face, and she beamed at Xiao Yan, saying, "Thank you, master. With such a demeanor, you hardly embody any of my grace. If we venture out in the future, do refrain from mentioning that I am your master," Xiao Yan remarked, somewhat dismissively, as he savored the lollipop. Hee. The little girl paid no heed to his words, joyfully indulging in her treat. Such a child, Yafei sighed, rubbing her forehead before casting a glance at Xiao Yan. I dare say this little one bears quite the resemblance to you. Resemble me? In what way? Xiao Yan retorted, languidly chewing on his lollipop while admiring the charming beauty before him. Your audacity is quite similar, Yafei chuckled lightly. With a swift motion, Xiao Yan playfully slapped her forehead, exclaiming, how dare you tease your own man? Despite her open demeanor, Yafei remained somewhat innocent in this regard, finding herself thoroughly subdued by Xiao Yan's roguish antics. A blush crept onto her porcelain-like face. Xiao Yan grinned, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and drawing her close. Xiao Yan, she mused, resting quietly against his shoulder. Do you think I am a bad woman? Why do you say that? Xiao Yan inquired, gazing at her exquisitely alluring visage. In pursuit of my aspirations, I have yielded to your conditions, relinquishing the steadfastness expected of a woman. Is this not a manifestation of a morally reprehensible character? Indeed, it is quite disreputable. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Is it not so? Yafei replied with a sorrowful smile. If I were to utter a few more words, I fear I would be struck down by those ancient masters from my past life. Xiao Yan recalled the formidable masters of his former existence, whose single blow could bring even a Dou Emperor to his knees. At that moment, he unexpectedly reached out to clasp Yafei's delicate hand, saying, why concern ourselves with worldly judgments? In truth, I hold great admiration for women like you. You have a knack for offering comfort. Yafei smiled. It is not mere comfort. I respect every individual who strives for their dreams and beliefs. Gazing into her beautiful eyes, Xiao Yan responded, were I a woman, I would make the same choices as you, perhaps even with fewer reservations. The concept of moral boundaries is something I can adjust flexibly. In his previous life, he had lived by the rules for over 20 years, never escaping the clutches of poverty, perpetually trapped in the opinions of others. Until one fateful day, driven to desperation, he relinquished his fear of death and all else, ceasing to care about societal perceptions, thus discovering his true self. On that day, he told himself, if someone could enable me to earn $1 million a year, I would swallow my pride, even if it meant enduring the most distasteful of circumstances. It was from that moment onward that his fate began to change. He no longer cared for others' judgments. When he encountered something he desired, he was determined to obtain it by any means necessary. Seizing opportunities without hesitation, in just a few short years, he found a girlfriend, amassed wealth. And all of this emerged from the moment he cast aside societal prejudices and broke free from constraints. Of course, only Xiao Yan knew the extent of the grievances he had swallowed and the bitterness he had endured along the way. Thus, he understood women like Yafei profoundly, for in many respects, their experiences mirrored one another. Such shared experiences allowed him to view others without prejudice. He did not look down upon women who worked the streets nor disdain the idle vagabonds. Similarly, he did not regard high-ranking officials as untouchable. In his heart, he recognized that all must face the inevitability of death, whether one be a lowly creature or a deity. Yafei, Xiao Yan said, smiling at the enchanting figure before him. In this life, why should we concern ourselves with the opinions of others? At the very least, you are about to embark on the path you desire. Let others say what they will. They can wallow in their own judgments. Even if you are deemed a bad woman, so be it. I am merely a rogue who finds himself drawn to women like you. Suddenly, Yafei lifted her gaze to meet the youthful visage before her. It was a countenance marked by a blend of elegance and a hint of mischief, undeniably handsome. Yet what truly stirred her heart was the depth of those dark, profound eyes. Strangely, her heart, which had endured numerous trials, experienced an unexpected flutter. Indeed, what do the opinions of the mundane world matter? The individual before her is, in fact, rather intriguing. She gazed at Xiao Yan and softly inquired, could you kindly remove your hand from my person? It is quite comfortable, yet we have children present. Do not concern yourself with the gazes of these common folk. Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Nearby, Hun Xian quietly savored her lollipop, oblivious to the fact that a certain and scrupulous master had just labeled her as one of the mundane. The enormous lion-shaped creature soared for 3 continuous days, ultimately revealing a city far grander and more prosperous than Wutan City in the distance. The holy city of Jama, the imperial capital of the Jama Empire, finally appeared before Xiao Yan. Standing atop the lion's head and surveying the thriving city below, a smile graced his lips. At last, Nalan Yunran, Yunlan Sect, and the Mittel family, are you prepared? As the lion descended, a young man, a young woman, and a little girl with drool trickling from her mouth arrived at the most prosperous city of the Jama Empire. Their presence immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Although the young man in black exuded an extraordinary aura, he was still quite youthful. While some young ladies blushed and whispered about him, he did not garner a particularly high rate of admiration. However, The woman beside him, clad in a red qipao, successfully captured the attention of the men in the capital. Goodness, she is stunning. Her figure is exquisite. I would gladly pay any price for a moment with her. Look at your meager aspirations. One glance is sufficient for me. As a mature and beautiful top-tier goddess, Yafei's beauty, figure, and grace were enough to drive men wild. The little girl behind them, happily indulging in her lollipop, was largely overlooked despite her cuteness. Fortunately, she was too engrossed in her treat to notice the gazes of others. At that moment, a sharp-eyed young master from a noble family suddenly recognized the identity of the woman in the qipao. It's Yafei. She belongs to the Mittel family. Wasn't she sent out by the Mittel family for training? How could she return in just a year? Who knows? But her figure is indeed remarkable. She truly deserves her reputation as the flower of the capital, renowned alongside Princess Yao Yi. Amidst the murmurs, Xiao Yan glanced at the serene Yafei and mischievously took her delicate hand. I didn't realize you were so famous here. The surrounding crowd stared. Caught in the public eye, Yafei's cheeks flushed, and though she struggled briefly, she could not break free from Xiao Yan's firm grasp. One of my purposes for coming here is to ensure the Mittel family knows of my existence. What are you afraid of? Xiao Yan tightened his grip further. Upon hearing this, Yafei ceased her struggles and even leaned closer to Xiao Yan. This young man was always so domineering, yet his strength permitted such audacity. The 3 days spent together inexplicably granted Yafei a semblance of security in his presence. How astonishing! Who is this young man that he dares to hold Yafei's hand? Oh, how envious I am. This wretched fellow truly deserves my ire. Do not restrain me. I am resolute in my intent to confront him. A young man exuded a fierce determination to charge forward. His companion, bewildered, gazed at the tightly grasped sleeve of his garment and remarked, I am not holding you back. The Mittel family, having risen through commerce, boasts a lineage steeped in history, ranking among the 3 great families of the empire for over a century. To say their accumulated wealth rivals that of nations would not be an exaggeration. In the Gamma Empire, there is nothing the Mittel family cannot procure. If it does not exist, it simply means such an item is absent from the empire. This is the impression this formidable family has etched in the hearts of the empire's populace. Of course, this grandeur is relative. In comparison to the Xiao clan, the Mittel family might not even rival a single village of their descendants in strength. Just moments before Xiao Yan set foot into the Mittel family estate, they remained unaware of the monumental entity they were about to encounter. Before them lay the vast family estate. Yafei gazed upon the sprawling manor. The estate was expansive, with a small portion situated within the imperial capital, accommodating high-ranking dignitaries, while the larger segment resided on the outskirts, housing ordinary clansmen. Moreover, numerous properties within the capital are registered under this family's name. It is quite impressive, Xiao Yan remarked, nodding appreciatively. The manor before him was adorned with understated luxury. Exquisite, yet not ostentatious, exuding an air of nobility. Come, let me introduce you to the Grand Elder, Yafei said, smiling as she linked her arm with Xiao Yan's. Stop. Outsiders cannot enter without Miss Yafei's permission. The 2 guards at the entrance were about to usher them away when they were taken aback to recognize the stunning young woman before them, Yafei, who had been sent out for training a year prior. I have matters to discuss with the Grand Elder, Yafei stated, casting a glance at the guards. Please enter. Miss, one guard stammered. They exchanged bewildered looks before scrutinizing Xiao Yan. This young man is my esteemed guest, whose presence will significantly impact the family. Please allow us to enter. The guards offered a slight bow to Xiao Yan, revealing that despite Yafei enduring considerable exclusion within her family, she nonetheless commanded respect among the servants. Do not let them in. Just as they were about to step into the estate, a faint voice rang out. Yafei's expression darkened instantly, while Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A young man, whose presence emerged seemingly from nowhere, approached with a sinister grin directed at Yafei. He appeared to be of similar age, his pallid complexion indicating a life of excess, though not particularly robust in physique. The aura emanating from him suggested he had attained the rank of a 9-star fighter. Ryler, this is my esteemed guest. Do not hinder the family's important affairs. Yafei clearly harbored an intense disdain for the individual before her, coldly remarking, Yafei, it is one thing to indulge in a dalliance with a pretty boy outside, but to brazenly bring him into the family and audaciously proclaim him a distinguished guest is quite another. Ryler's gaze lingered greedily on Yafei, and upon witnessing her delicate hand resting upon Xiao Yan's arm, jealousy unmistakably marred his expression. Ah, finally, someone perceives me as a mere pretty face. Xiao Yan mused with a satisfied smile. Oh, you certainly possess a thick skin, young man. Yet, you are unworthy of becoming a son-in-law of the Mittel family, Ryler scoffed. Neither you nor that wretched woman shall enter today. With that, as soon as the words left his lips, Xiao Yan swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The speed was so astonishing that Ryler barely had time to react before he collapsed, blood spewing forth, accompanied by several of his teeth. "You bastard!" Ryler spat out venomously from the ground, his eyes filled with malice as he struggled to articulate. "Daring to strike me within the Mittel family, you must die today. Call upon all your allies, or face your demise." Xiao Yan regarded him impassively, as though observing an insignificant insect. "Why are you not hastening to summon assistance?" Ryler demanded, casting a glance at the two guards by the entrance. One guard, with a complex expression, glanced at Yafei, only to find her composed demeanor unwavering. He gritted his teeth and proceeded to the elder's quarters. This youth truly does not understand the gravity of his actions, daring to assault someone in the Mittel family. Surely, even Miss Yafei cannot protect him now, he pondered. After a brief interval, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, leading with a frigid-faced elder. He strode swiftly from the courtyard to the entrance of the residence, and upon seeing his grandson's severely swollen visage, his expression turned icy. Pointing a finger at Xiao Yan, he coldly declared, "Where did this little wretch come from, daring to lay hands on me?" Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, a bizarre red beam of light erupted from the space behind Xiao Yan. The beam, robust and imbued with terrifying energy and searing heat, swept over the elder, who was instantly consumed by flames, leaving nothing but an unfathomable black hole scorched into the ground, devoid of any other traces. Space rippled slightly, and the two hidden figures, the martial and literary saints, emerged from behind Xiao Yan. Chapter 89. Who approves, who opposes? Young master, the audacity of the Mittel family to show such disrespect warrants their extermination, Xiao Wu remarked with a grim expression. Since becoming Xiao Yan's protector, he had witnessed how everyone treated the young master with utmost courtesy. To insult the young master of the Xiao clan as a wretch, even those at the sage level dared not do so. This was not merely an insult to Xiao Yan, it was a direct affront to the Xiao family. Moreover, even if Xiao Yan were not the young master of the Xiao clan, he was the grandson of a sage and the son of a Dozuan. If such words reached the ears of the Shaolin lineage, tomorrow, the city of Jama would vanish from the map of the Northwest continent. Although the Xiao clan seldom involves itself in external affairs, it does not imply that it can be trifled with by insignificant beings. Xiao Yan shook his head, his expression devoid of emotion. However, beside him, Yafei wore a face of astonishment, while the two guards nearby exhibited palpable fear. The once imperious elder Lei Ao had vanished in an instant. Perhaps the brief surge of power from the luminous column had been too overwhelming, awakening the various auras within the Mittel family. In mere moments, an elder, wielding wings of fighting spirit, arrived at the scene. Upon noticing Xiao Yan and the two venerable elders beside Yafei, the elder's pupils constricted sharply. What business could these three have in our Mittel family? Mittel Tingshan displayed a benign smile, seemingly oblivious to the profound abyss at his feet. The three individuals before him were evidently more formidable than himself. Even the strength of this young man eluded his comprehension. He could only vaguely surmise that the youth's power far surpassed his own. As for the two elders, he could not detect their auras at all. A mere exchange of glances instilled within him the sensation of an ordinary person gazing up at a dragon. This feeling had never been bestowed upon him, even by those of the Dozong rank. Observing the two elders' demeanor, they appeared to serve as bodyguards for the young man. What manner of identity does this youth possess? Mittel Tingshan swallowed hard. He sensed that the illustrious Mittel family, regarded as unattainable by the empire's populace, had encountered a terrifying force that seemed equally beyond his reach. The strength of this force exceeded his knowledge and imagination. After all, how many had witnessed a Dou Huang at such a tender age on the northwestern continent? Indeed, there was a matter to address. Xiao Yan grasped Yafei, who was still recovering from her shock, and addressed Mittel Tingshan. Yafei is now my woman, and it seems the Mittel family's leadership ought to be reconsidered. At these words, Mittel Tingshan was momentarily taken aback. Was this person not a tad too forthright? Yet, he dared not voice any objections, simply managing a forced smile. Xiao Yan's directness left the seasoned elder momentarily flummoxed, and it was only when Yafei regained her composure that she resumed her usual demeanor. "Elder, this is Xiao Yan," she began, pausing before adding, "a man." Xiao Yan emphasized. Yafei remained silent, her cheeks slightly flushed as she glanced at Tingshan. "Elder, would you not invite our esteemed guest for a cup of tea?" With her words, Tingshan finally found a way to navigate the situation. He promptly replied with respect. "Esteemed guests have traveled far. Let us first proceed to the VIP lounge for tea." Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. "Come, Mr. Xiao Yan, and savor the delicacies of our Gamma Empire." After a while, within a splendid dining hall, Mittel Tingshan's face was nearly radiant with joy. Following a brief exchange, he finally grasped the full context of the situation. "Before us stands a youth named Xiao Yan, the heir of a prominent family from the Central Plains. Mitre Tingshan is unaware of the full extent of the power behind this young man's lineage. Yet he can vaguely sense that at least one Dou Zun expert resides within his family. It is entirely plausible that the two elders accompanying him are high-ranking Dou Zong or even Dou Zun practitioners. The magnitude of the force behind him, capable of attracting such formidable guardians, is beyond Tingshan's imagination. He knows only that any elder in Xiao Yan's retinue could effortlessly annihilate the Gamma Empire. Even Xiao Yan himself is a figure who could roam freely within the Gamma Empire. This realization solidifies a singular thought in Tingshan's mind, to curry favor. If he can win this young man's approval, the Mitre family will rise to prominence. As for the elder Lei Ao, who has just been reduced to nothingness, he met a just end. Were it not for the ambiguous relationship between Yafei and this young master Xiao Yan, the Mitre family might have faced obliteration today. Xiao Yan nodded, satisfied with Tingshan's demeanor. He smiled and reached for a dish, only to have a pudgy little hand intercept him. Xiao Yan's expression darkened as he looked at the greasy-faced Hun Xian and coldly remarked, "You want tea, have your lollipop tomorrow." The little girl froze for a moment before bursting into tears. "What are you doing?" Yafei chided, casting a reproachful glance at Xiao Yan as she gathered Hun Xian in her arms. "Stop crying, Xian. Tomorrow, I'll take you out for some delicious food, all right?" Hun Xian's sobs ceased abruptly, and she beamed at Yafei, saying, "Thank you, Auntie." Yafei's expression darkened as she set Hun Xian back in her place. Why is this child so infuriating? Disregarding the neglected Hun Xian, Xiao Yan turned his attention back to Tingshan, taking a gentle sip of wine, and remarked, "Elder Tingshan, I believe I have conveyed everything necessary, so you should now understand who the future leader of the Mitre family will be." I understand, Tingshan replied. His gaze fixed on Xiao Yan, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Yafei's business acumen is already impressive, and with the support of Mr. Xiao Yan, she must undoubtedly be the leader of our Mitre family. For him, it mattered little who took on the mantle of leadership. He would support whoever could lead the Mitre family to greater heights. This elder's passion and commitment to the family are commendable. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction, and Yafei's gaze towards him softened further. The following morning, in the Mitre family's conference hall, Tingshan no longer exhibited the respect he had shown Xiao Yan the previous day. Instead, his demeanor was stern and icy, radiating the true authority of the elder. "Elder, why have you summoned us so early?" Someone yawned. "Indeed, Elder, what urgent matter necessitates a meeting at this hour?" Tingshan slowly rose, surveying the assembly of elders before him. The weakest among them were 7-star Dou masters, the elite of the Mitre family. However, today, should anyone falter in alignment, they risked expulsion from the family's core. He spoke in a calm and measured tone. "Yesterday, Yafei returned." Upon hearing these words, nearly half of the elders' expressions shifted dramatically. Why has she returned? Was she not supposed to be training below? Indeed, her return before the 3-year term is a violation of clan law, and she must face the consequences. One elder scoffed, only to feel a chilling gaze fixate upon him. Looking up, he found the Grand Elder staring intently at him, and he could distinctly sense a hint of murderous intent in the elder's eyes. Esteemed members, Tingshan disregarded the cacophony around him, his powerful presence commanding silence throughout the hall. The moment that will determine the rise or fall of the Mittel family has arrived, and at its crux stands Yafei. From this day forth, I shall lend my full support to Yafei in her quest to become the matriarch of the Mittel family. I have spoken. Who is in favor and who is against? As his words echoed, a wave of murmurs swept through the hall. Yafei's father had once been the prospective patriarch of the Mittel family, but an unfortunate incident during a mission had claimed both his and his wife's lives. Leaving behind their teenage daughter, orphaned and adrift, the girl became the target of the family's vast wealth and power, which others coveted. To make matters worse, the young lady lacked remarkable talent and combat training, further igniting the greed of those around her. Fortunately, the Grand Elder Tingshan had been relatively just, adhering to clan regulations to safeguard Yafei's inheritance while discreetly looking after her. However, today, the Grand Elder had openly declared his support. "I oppose." An elder rose to his feet. Over the years, he and several others, including Leo, had actively sidelined Yafei. Should she ascend to the position of matriarch, their comfortable lives would undoubtedly be upended. "You oppose?" Tingshan's icy gaze fell upon the elder. A shiver coursed through the elder's heart as he stammered, "Grand Elder, I believe." Before he could finish, Tingshan's figure suddenly appeared before him. With a resounding slap, Tingshan sent the elder, who had reached the level of a combat spirit, flying like a cannonball, crashing into the wall of the meeting hall and leaving a sizable hole. "I have stated before, this matter concerns the prosperity and decline of our family." Tingshan coldly surveyed the assembly. "I shall ask once more, who is in favor and who is against?" An eerie silence enveloped the room. Who would have anticipated that the Grand Elder, who held clan rules in such high regard, would resort to violence? Finally, an elder who maintained a good rapport with Tingshan tentatively inquired, "Grand Elder, we are in support of you, but surely you must provide a rationale. While Yifei possesses some ability, is she truly strong enough to impact the family's fate?" Tingshan nodded slightly, without concealing anything, and replied directly. Yifei has recently befriended a young master from a prominent family in Zhongzhou, whose strength could easily slay me. At this proclamation, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Ignoring the astonishment etched upon their faces, Tingshan continued. The two guardians accompanying the young master possessed the formidable capability to effortlessly annihilate the Gamma Empire. I deduced that their prowess is at least that of a high-ranking Dozone. Upon hearing this, the crowd was rendered utterly speechless. The concept of a high-ranking Dozone was foreign to most of them, as none had ever encountered such a formidable figure. In fact, there was not a single Dozone practitioner publicly acknowledged within the entire Gamma Empire. This represented a power so overwhelming that it could obliterate the Mittel family through sheer force, rendering all else insignificant. Observing the dazed expressions of the crowd, Tingshan couldn't help but smile inwardly, recalling that he too had been similarly stunned just yesterday. Taijia, Lei Ming, and Vincent, you should voluntarily relinquish everything from your clan and seek a place to hide. He cast a glance at the elders who had once been the most vehement in ostracizing Yifei. The Grand Elder and several others visibly paled. Leo was reduced to ashes yesterday, and Lei Lu was also slain by my hand. Do you wish to follow in their footsteps? Tingshan's gaze turned cold as he scrutinized them. The once arrogant elders turned ashen, realizing that retreating now might allow them to preserve their lives, while delaying could endanger even their families. Tingshan spoke with a detached tone. You elders have all crossed paths with Yifei in the past. Consider whether these grievances can be reconciled. After years of collaboration, I advise you not to sacrifice your lives for fleeting power. With that, he strode away, leaving behind a group of elders exchanging uneasy glances. Among them, several bore expressions akin to death, having been the most ruthless in their treatment of Yifei. Others appeared anxious, likely having had their own minor conflicts with her. Yet, a few bore expressions of delight. These were the elders who had once lent support to Yifei. Perhaps their kindness had only been a fleeting gesture or a small act of assistance in light of their previous ties to her parents. Nevertheless, today, that mere kindness might yield rewards 1,000-fold. The room fell into a tranquil silence, yet a monumental transformation poised to upheave the Mittel family was already underway. The courtyard assigned to Xiao Yan by Tingshan was none other than the former residence of Yifei's parents. Although modest, it covered an expanse of over 10 acres, featuring not only pavilions and towers, but also a small artificial lake and a gazebo. At this moment, the last rays of the setting sun bathed the lake in a crimson glow, where graceful, plump koi surfaced to breathe, reminiscent of the beauty beside Xiao Yan. I never anticipated this, Yifei mused, her gaze reflecting a complex emotion as she watched the koi gasping for air. Throughout the afternoon, elders from the family had approached her one after another, much like grandchildren seeking her favor. The oppressive presence of those antiquated figures almost compelled her to bow her head in submission. The others, too, displayed an exaggerated reverence, their faces adorned with feigned politeness. All of this transformation stemmed from the presence of the youth before her, who was significantly her junior. Her spirits had undeniably lifted. Xiao Yan scattered a handful of fish food, observing the fish in the lake as they danced amidst the waves. Much improved, indeed. Yifei gently pressed her red lips together, her delicate head resting lightly on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Thank you. Over the years, she had transitioned from a mere teenager to the woman she was today, attracting admiration for her formidable business acumen and social finesse. Yet, few realized that. Much like the vibrant koi in the water, she struggled for survival beneath her seemingly beautiful exterior. It was only with the arrival of this young man that she finally felt she could breathe again. Shouldn't you show some sincerity in expressing your gratitude? Xiao Yan tossed another handful of fish food before turning to glance mischievously at the enchanting flower of the imperial capital before him. In terms of maturity and allure, Yifei undoubtedly ranked among the most exquisite beauties he had encountered since arriving in this world. He couldn't help but wonder if the queen of the Serpent People might surpass her. The thought ignited a flicker of longing within him. Yifei's cheeks flushed, yet her enchanting gaze held an innate charm as she slightly parted her red lips. Then, how would Lord Xiao Yan prefer me to repay you? The impish glint in her eyes stirred a primal fire within him. Without hesitation, he swept her into his arms, intending to carry her to his chamber. It's still too early. Yifei shyly buried her face in his embrace. The advantages of her mature demeanor became evident in their unspoken understanding and seamless interaction. A stark contrast to the clumsiness of a naive girl. Very well, we can start with a camel at dinner. Xiao Yan smiled gently. Though he was a man of appetites, He held a deep appreciation for the journey and quality of the experience, as these elements lingered in Wuan's memory. The ambience was akin to the translucent veils draped upon a beauty, indirect, yet infinitely alluring. After a sumptuous feast accompanied by fine wine, Xiao Yan indulged in a refreshing hot bath and approached the grand bed, his gaze burning with desire as it fell upon the beauty swathed in a bathrobe. A wicked smile escaped his lips as he prepared to discuss the sacred legacy with Yafei, only to be interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Who dares to disturb us at such an hour? Irritation welled within him as he strode to the door, only to find a diminutive figure standing before him. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? He scowled. I wet the bed, the small one replied unabashedly. Chapter 91. The Withdrawal of Engagement. Unlike the Mittel family, which rose through commerce, the Nalan family, along with the Mu family, was established through military might. Additionally, they commanded several mercenary groups specifically dedicated to hunting magical beasts. Within the family, the regulations are as stringent as military discipline, and in recent years, this family has begun to create a greater distance from the Yuan sect. This shift is attributed to the emergence of a prodigious young woman among the new generation of the family. However, today, the atmosphere within the Nalan family is rather peculiar. Under the introduction of Yafei, Xiao Yan effortlessly meets the head of the Nalan family, Nalan Jia. This alone demonstrates the extensive, albeit subtle, network Yafei possesses in the imperial capital. Nalan Jia is a remarkably capable elder. This is evident from his ashen complexion. Yet his aged eyes still gleam with a sharp light. You are Xiao Lin's grandson, Xiao Yan? In the grand hall, Nalan Jia, cradling his teacup, gazes with a smile at the youth seated to his right. The young man before him possesses a somewhat handsome visage and an extraordinary demeanor. However, what truly captivates Nalan Jia is the aura of danger that emanates from him. This indicates that this youth, who is merely a few days older than Nalan Yanran, is at least a Dou Wang level powerhouse. A 15 or 16-year-old Dou Wang is an inconceivable entity within the Gamma Empire. Yet recalling the Xiao Lin of his youth brings Nalan Jia a measure of ease. When he saved the severely injured Xiao Lin all those years ago, he was unaware of the latter's true capabilities. It was only later, when Xiao Lin had somewhat recovered and effortlessly crushed a Dou Huang powerhouse before him, that Nalan Jia comprehended the terrifying nature of this peer. At that time, Nalan Jia was merely a lowly great Dou Shi. How has brother Xiao Lin fared over the years? Nalan Jia inquires with a smile. Grandfather is well, and he has always remembered your kindness. Xiao Yan replies with a grin. I merely lent a hand. Nalan Jia chuckles, looking at Xiao Yan with a sense of approval. Should this young man become a son-in-law of the Nalan family, Nalan Jia would find peace even in death. Moreover, with his backing, Yanran's future prospects would surely transcend what a mere Yunlan sect could offer. Yet, upon noticing Yafei accompanying Xiao Yan, a frown creases his brow. Their relationship seems somewhat ambiguous, stirring an uneasy premonition within Nalan Jia. My dear grandson, your visit to the Nalan family is not solely to pay respects to this old man, is it? After a moment's contemplation, Nalan Jia speaks. Indeed, old sir, I wish to meet my fiancée, Nalan Yanran. Xiao Yan nods slightly. Yafei cast a glance at Nalan Jia, then at Xiao Yan, her heart a tumult of emotions. If the grand elder were to witness this scene, he would likely be deeply troubled. Since coming to know Xiao Yan, this is the first time she has seen him show such deference to an elder. Even being addressed as my dear grandson, he merely smiles in response. What complicates her feelings further is the revelation that Nalan Yanran is, in fact, Xiao Yan's fiancée, and the purpose of Xiao Yan's visit is to annul their engagement. Despite Xiao Yan having briefly recounted the events, Yafei still felt a twinge of melancholy. The magnitude of the forces behind Xiao Yan surpassed the imagination of everyone in the imperial capital. It was only natural that she and Nalan Yanran were unworthy of being the principal wife. If she were to be a concubine, so be it. She was willing to accept her fate. Yet, what intrigued her was the nature of the woman who would be deemed worthy of being Xiao Yan's primary consort. Such a woman, whether through innate talent or the power at her back, must surely stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Grandfather, I have returned. A cool voice echoed, causing Nalan Jia to abruptly turn his gaze toward the entrance of the living room. Xiao Yan and Yafei also directed their attention there. A young girl clad in a moon-white brocade robe stepped gracefully into the room. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yan could not help but admire her beauty. Among the young women he knew, only Gu Suner could rival Nalan Yanran. No one else could quite compare. Even Xiao Ying and Dan Shun could only hold a candle to her. As Nalan Yanran entered the living room, she scanned the room and lightly nodded at Yafei. Sister Yafei. Though they were not intimately acquainted, they had crossed paths a few times, both being outstanding representatives of the young elite in the imperial capital. Yanran, it has been a while. You have grown even more beautiful, Yafei replied with a smile, nodding back at Nalan Yinran. For some reason, Nalan Yinran felt a hint of pity in Yafei's gaze. When her eyes fell upon the young man in black beside Yafei, her pupils involuntarily constricted. With her cultivation at the level of a one-star Dou master, she could not perceive any aura emanating from him. This situation could only arise from two possibilities. Either his strength vastly exceeded her own, or he was merely an ordinary person. However, the latter seemed far less likely, even if she was reluctant to believe the former. Grandfather, who is this? Nalan Yinran glanced at Nalan Jia. Hee, Yinran, this is the fiancé I mentioned to you. The one I designated for you long ago, Nalan Jia said with a smile, looking at Nalan Yinran. Fiancé? Nalan Yinran was momentarily taken aback, only to see the young man in black rise to his feet. You must be Yinran, right? Greetings, I am Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stood and nodded, a hint of regret stirring within him. It was a pity that such a remarkable girl could not be included in his harem. However, having just publicly annulled their engagement, it would be inappropriate to propose that she become a concubine. If it were anyone else, it might have been acceptable, but Nalan Jia was the savior of his grandfather. Hello, Nalan Yinran managed a constrained smile. The sudden revelation of her fiancé left her feeling somewhat unsettled. As a proud young woman accustomed to a smooth path, she was naturally resistant to having her marital affairs dictated by others. Marrying someone she had never met would hardly bring joy to anyone. Even though this individual's strength and talent may surpass my own, as the esteemed grandson of Xiao Yan, now that Yin Ran has returned, please feel free to express your thoughts. Nalan Jia said with a smile, a hint of anticipation flickering within him. Should Xiao Yan be here to fulfill the marriage contract, then my precious granddaughter would truly ascend to great heights. Xiao Yan remained silent for a moment, surveying his surroundings. Upon confirming the absence of others, he casually unleashed a powerful surge of Dou Qi, enveloping the entire room. This spectacle caused Nalan Jia's pupils to constrict. It was evident that he sensed from Xiao Yan's display that the youth before him was not merely a Dou Wang, but rather a Dou Huang. Meanwhile, Nalan Yinran wore a look of bewilderment. The aura that Xiao Yan had just exuded made her surmise that his strength likely exceeded that of her mentor. However, how could this be possible? He appeared to be of a similar age, yet possessed such formidable power. If Xiao Yan were merely a great Dou master, she might have been shocked, but could have accepted it. Yet, if he truly held the strength of a Dou Huang, it left the typically proud young woman feeling slightly dizzy. After sealing the room, Xiao Yan cast an apologetic glance at Nalan Jia. Elder Nalan, I apologize. My visit today is not only to check on you for my grandfather, but also to formally annul the engagement. Chapter 92, Do Not Underestimate a Young Woman, Part 1. The room fell into silence. Both the elder and the young woman paused, their expressions momentarily frozen, as if struggling to comprehend the youth's declaration. It was not until a moment later that Nalan Jia finally reacted, his brows furrowing. Crack. The exquisite white jade cup in his hand was instantly reduced to powder. Young friend Xiao Yan, are you speaking in earnest? Nalan Jia's voice trembled slightly, clearly wrestling with intense emotions. Even the tone shifted. Beside him, Nalan Yinran appeared confused and helpless. She had entertained thoughts of altering the engagement herself. Yet she had not anticipated the overwhelming sense of loss and humiliation that surged within her upon hearing those words. This caused her usually proud demeanor to pale slightly. It is true, Xiao Yan sighed. Old sir, I have my reasons for this course of action. I hope you can understand. Nalan Jia scoffed, abruptly closing his eyes, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Does brother Xiao Lin share this sentiment as well? My grandfather initially had no intention of calling off the engagement, but our clan's ancestor has arranged another marriage for me, and the elder's command is one my grandfather cannot oppose. Feigning helplessness, Xiao Yan replied. Xiao Lin is indeed a man of commitment. However, when the matter is decreed by Xiao Xian, there is naturally no thought of resistance. In the Xiao clan, Xiao Xian was akin to heaven, a deity. Nalan Jia's expression softened slightly with disappointment. I am aware that this request may be somewhat rude, so I have brought a few gifts as a token of apology, and I hope you will accept them. Xiao Yan produced 2 spatial rings from his bosom and rose to present them. There is no need for this. If that is the case, let the marriage be annulled. Nalan Jia replied, shaking his head. However, when his spiritual energy swept over the rings, his expression froze. Within one ring lay 3 spirit pills, a Dou Ling pill, and an Emperor's pill. The treasures and various materials contained within these rings were sufficient for the Nalan family to cultivate 4 or 5 Dou Emperor powerhouses or even a dozen Dou Wang experts. With astute management, the possibility of nurturing a Dou Zong powerhouse was entirely feasible, Xiao Yan indicated, pointing to one of the rings. Nalan Jia fell silent, while Nalan Yinran, upon hearing the names of these pills, initially wore a look of confusion, which soon transformed into astonishment. Beside them, the elegant Yafei, brought along by Xiao Yan, also changed countenance upon hearing the names of these pills. As an auctioneer, she was acutely aware of the immense value of these elixirs. Even the most basic 3-pattern spirit pill could fetch nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. This represented a fortune that could drive the Gamma Empire and its neighboring factions into a frenzy. Furthermore, the other spatial ring contained a set of mid-tier Earth-level cultivation techniques along with some 6th-grade pills, which my grandfather specifically instructed me to deliver to you as a token of gratitude for your past life-saving grace, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Mid-tier Earth-level techniques. The shock this young man brought forth was becoming almost numbing to Yafei. The power backing Xiao Yan was beyond the imagination of anyone from the Gamma Empire. While casually tossing around energy-gathering pills like candy was one thing, disregarding 6th-grade pills and Earth-level techniques was another matter entirely. Nalan Jie fell into deeper silence. A set of Earth-level techniques could indeed alter the destiny of a family. His complexion shifted between shades of green and white, regretting his earlier words, though fortunately. Xiao Yan feigned ignorance. The most potent techniques of the Yunlan sect were merely mid-tier Earth-level as well. The gifts Xiao Yan presented were sufficient to elevate the Nalan family to the status of a power akin to the Yunlan sect within a century. Alas, Yanran, do you wish to annul the engagement? Nalan Jie sighed heavily. The offerings from this grandson of an old acquaintance were exceedingly generous. These treasures could propel the Nalan family to unprecedented heights, becoming a true behemoth, in comparison to the rise and fall of the family. What significance did personal honor or disgrace hold? Nalan Yanran bit her red lip, her delicate hands clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with indignation and humiliation. Despite recognizing the decency of his actions, her pride made it difficult to accept this reality. To have someone come to annul the engagement was an incredible disgrace. Yet, the power behind this young man was unfathomable. Even her prized Yunlan sect would seem insignificant in the face of such strength. Moreover, what he offered was simply too substantial. I see that old Nalan appears gravely poisoned. Master Wu, please assist him in treatment, Xiao Yan commanded confidently. Yes, young master. Suddenly, a wave of spatial fluctuation emerged behind Xiao Yan, and the figure of Xiao Wu materialized. He nodded slightly at Xiao Yan, and a crimson fire attribute, Dou Qi, shot forth from his fingertips, swiftly entering Nalan Jie's body. Initially, Nalan Jie's complexion turned crimson, but shortly thereafter, he expelled a mouthful of black blood. The dark liquid splattered onto the floor, causing the hardened stone tiles to emit a hissing sound. Grandfather! Nalan Yanran exclaimed in alarm. It's nothing. Nalan Jie waved his hand dismissively, rising to his feet and bowing respectfully to Xiao Wu. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. This scene once again shocked both Nalan Yanran and Yafei. The ailment that had rendered the entire Gamma Empire helpless was effortlessly cured by a mere stroke of Dou Qi from the other party. Hee, old Master Nalan. It seems Xiao Yan has something to say, he remarked. Sighing, Nalan Jie replied, since matters have reached this point, let us proceed according to your wishes. Thank you for your understanding, Old Master Nalan, Xiao Yan said, bowing again. He then turned to Nalan Yanran and inquired, Miss Nalan, if you have any remaining grievances, please voice them. I shall endeavor to fulfill them within my capabilities. None, Nalan Yanran replied. Her expression dazed as she cast a weak glance at Xiao Yan, her once vibrant complexion now pale and drained. Throughout her life, she had always looked down upon others. In the younger generation of the Gamma Empire, few could match her. Yet today, she found herself diminished by a youth of similar age. In terms of talent and cultivation, he had already reached the rank of Dou Huang, while she had only just broken through to Dou Shi. In terms of status and background, the power behind him could be deemed as one of the apex forces across the Dou Qi continent, rendering the Nalan family mere ants in his eyes. The disparity this black-clad youth presented her with was a realization she would remember for a lifetime. Very well, Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Wu, who nodded slightly in affirmation. In the next moment, a colossal Dou Qi avatar, towering nearly 1,000 feet, appeared above the Gamma Imperial capital. Gamma Empire, Nalan family. Under the protection of the Xiao clan for a century, should anyone dare to act against the Nalan family, they shall face death, without mercy. This booming voice resonated like apocalyptic thunder, echoing throughout the entire imperial capital and beyond. Chapter 93. Do not underestimate the poverty of a young girl. Part 2. What a magnificent sight it was to witness a Dou Qi avatar soaring 1,000 feet high. The entire imperial capital bore witness to it. As the voice reverberated, the populace trembled in fear, both commoners and Dou Wang or Dou Huang alike, feeling as insignificant as ants before such a towering phenomenon. What level of powerful being is this? Within the royal family, Xing Tian's face was marked by terror as he gazed at the gargantuan figure that had abruptly emerged from the Nalan residence. Within the Nalan estate, Tung Shan also looked on in astonishment, his thoughts racing as he recalled Xiao Yan's arrival, a flicker of suspicion igniting in his heart. Deep within the Yunlan sect, there lay a secluded cavern, which had become a forbidden ground for many years, rumored to be the retreat of the previous sect master. Within the cavern, an elderly man, resembling a withered corpse, abruptly opened his murky eyes, his gaze fixated intently on the extraordinary phenomenon outside. A Douzun powerhouse. No, this aura surpasses even that of a Douzun. A fervent light ignited in the old man's eyes. If I could secure the aid of such a formidable being, perhaps I could ascend to Douzun before my time runs out. My time is limited, Yunshan murmured softly, anxiety lacing his voice. Not far from his cave, a beautiful woman, also in seclusion, was similarly astonished as she opened her eyes wide. What realm of power does such a being belong to? Just as she was about to step outside to investigate, she sensed a surge of spiritual energy. Yin'er, come here. Teacher. Yun paused momentarily, then swiftly flew towards the cave nearby. This majestic spectacle not only astonished the entire Jiama imperial city, but also sent ripples of shock through several neighboring empires. Given the average strength on the northwestern continent, a Douzun is already a pinnacle existence, and many have never even encountered one. They only know that the power of that shadow is sufficient to crush all. Relay the message. Immediately investigate any mysterious powerful beings that have recently arrived in the imperial city, and remember, do not provoke them. Various commands emanated from the major factions, and in an instant, the entire Jiama imperial city was enveloped in an undercurrent of tension. Following the utterance of that statement, the colossal avatar of Dou Qi swiftly vanished, yet all eyes were drawn towards the Nalan residence. Old man, I have completed the task entrusted by grandfather. The Nalan family can now develop its influence freely for the next century. However, I despise anyone who would exploit my family's name for nefarious deeds. Xiao Yan smiled at Nalan Jie and added, in the future, should I return to the Xiao clan, you are welcome to accompany me to meet my grandfather. Miss Nalan, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Xiao Yan offered a slight smile to the young woman, preparing to depart with Yafei and the two elders, Wuan and Wu. Xiao Yan, a cold voice rang out from behind. He turned his head. One day, I shall challenge you, even if you seem unattainable. I will defeat you. The glow of the setting sun painted the young woman's pale face in hues of crimson. 30 years in the west, 30 years in the east. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. Goodness, I thought you were a remnant of the Soul Clan. A smile broke across Xiao Yan's handsome face. I shall give you time to catch up until you can no longer see me. With that, he left behind an unforgettable silhouette for Nalan Yanran under the sunset's embrace. After Xiao Yan departed, Nalan Yanran suddenly felt her legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground. Yanran. Nalan Jie approached with concern, glancing at his granddaughter. Grandfather, I am fine. Nalan Yanran shook her head despondently. Please, let me be alone. Sigh. Nalan Jie exhaled deeply. Although he felt disheartened, he ultimately could not place blame on Xiao Yan and his grandfather any longer. From Xiao Yan's conversation, it became apparent that he was likely entangled in a union between two formidable forces, the magnitude of which was beyond imagination. Such a union often signifies a labyrinthine relationship between the two powers, and the energy emanating from them could easily obliterate the insignificant Nalan clan over a mere ripple of interest. Furthermore, Xiao Yan had handled the matter with remarkable finesse. Take a good rest. Do not take it too seriously, Nalan Jie said, patting his granddaughter's shoulder before turning to depart. As soon as Nalan Jie left, tears began to cascade uncontrollably from Nalan Yanran's eyes. It was not that she felt humiliated by Xiao Yan, but rather that her heart, which had sailed smoothly for over a decade, had encountered an indescribable blow for the very first time. In truth, whether in the Dou Qi continent or on Earth, there are always prodigies who traverse their paths with ease. Such an environment has fostered their immense pride and self-esteem, serving as a driving force for their relentless pursuit. However, at times, rigidity can lead to fragility. Once subjected to profound setbacks, these individuals may succumb to despair and psychological collapse, ensnared within the confines of their own making, potentially spiraling into depression. Conversely, someone like Xiao Yan, who perseveres through repeated failures and struggles, often develops an independent perspective on life through the myriad of adversities faced. Such individuals, after weathering the storms of time, are typically able to discern their true desires. What, then, does Xiao Yan truly seek? As night fell, the silver moonlight cast a shimmering glow over the entire imperial capital. Yafei leaned against the edge of the bathtub, her face flushed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had already assumed the role of the man standing behind her. The cheerful sound of splashing water resonated within the tub. Despite being confronted, this chief auctioneer of the Mittel clan, the flower of the imperial capital, gritted her teeth and bore it. This was precisely what Xiao Yan desired. All along, he had been an exceedingly mundane man, Born into the mundane world, why must he strive to transcend it? In a grand hall of the Cloud Sect, Nalan Yinran gazed at the woman before her. Clad in a white robe, the woman's demeanor bore a subtle resemblance to Nalan Yinran's. Yet she appeared as a beautifully crafted jade, fully formed compared to the still-growing Nalan Yinran. Her beauty was neither alluring nor innocent, but rather exuded a regal and intelligent charm. A visage that could inspire many a man to wish to take her home as his bride. Yinran, you mean to say that the master of that Dou Qi incarnation summoned today is the protector of your former fiancé? The only person who could be referred to was Yun, the sect leader of the Cloud Sect. Indeed, master, he is no longer my fiancé. Nalan Yinran's expression became vacant, prompting Yun to feel a pang of sympathy. Yet, thinking of her ailing teacher, she finally spoke. May I introduce this Xiao Yan to you, master? Master. Nalan Yinran suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with emotion. Yinran. Yun gently embraced the young girl, helplessly resting her snow-white chin atop the girl's head, and with a tone tinged with despair, she said, the teacher's teacher is on the verge of death. No matter the cost, the teacher wishes to attempt this. Can you understand the teacher? After a moment of contemplation, Nalan Yinran returned to her solitary peak, quietly seated on the large stone where she usually practiced, gazing at the moon in the sky. A wave of powerlessness surged within her heart once more. Surpassing Xiao Yan seemed an utterly impossible feat, contemplating Xiao Yan's formidable strength and those two terrifying protectors. Despair welled up within Nalan Yinran. Jia, little girl, you seem quite troubled, a sinister voice echoed in her ear. What person? Nalan Yinran tensed, her sharp gaze scanning her surroundings. The Cloud Sect was known for its tight security. How could someone infiltrate it? Jia, no need to search. I am right beneath you. An aged voice emanated from beneath Nalan Yinran, causing her to leap up like a startled kitten, landing on the ground with a wary gaze directed at the large stone before her. Moments later, an ancient visage emerged from the stone's surface. It was the face of a crone, adorned with peculiar runes and deep creases, unmistakably the face of someone sinister. Little girl, you appear to be in distress. The crone remarked with an eerie smile, her eyes glinting as they fixed on Nalan Yinran. You seem to have encountered an insurmountable peer, and your relationship with him appears quite profound, which causes you considerable distress and even grievance. Am I not correct? A smirk danced upon the crone's lips. What does it matter to you? Nalan Yinran retorted, her gaze remaining icy as she regarded the crone. What does it matter? As long as you can help me escape, I shall impart to you all that I have learned throughout my life. In doing so, you will have the opportunity to surpass the youth you speak of. The crone's eyes sparkled with a cunning light. Such grandiose claims. How could you possibly assist me? My opponent is a prodigy of despairing strength, Nalan Yinran replied, shaking her head. With ample resources at her disposal, she was not swayed by such trivial temptations. Jia, how powerful could a genius from this backwater place truly be? Without the guidance of a true master and adequate resources, no matter how talented you are, Douzong would be your ultimate limit. Little girl, simply agree to my proposal, and Douzong shall no longer be your limit, but merely your starting point. What say you? The crone's face bore an enticing smile. Such bravado. What rank of power do you possess to make such boasts? Nalan Yinran remained unmoved. I was once the elder of the Soul Clan, Hun Chun, merely a step away from becoming a half-saint. Alas, discussing this with you is futile. I am a 9-star Douzong. Do you comprehend? The crone fixed her gaze upon Nalan Yinran. 9-star Douzong. A look of astonishment finally flickered across Nalan Yinran's face. What was happening to her lately? Encountering such formidable beings repeatedly? What do you think? Should you rescue me, I shall take you as my disciple, impart to you the techniques of the earth tier, enabling you to surpass the peer you deem unattainable. The crone's voice dripped with temptation. Nalan Yinran's expression shifted, and ultimately, she refrained from giving an answer, instead murmuring, I will consider it. Thereafter, she quietly departed. Once she was gone, a cold smirk emerged on the old woman's face. The little girl is indeed quite vigilant. However, can you truly resist such allure? Sooner or later, you will succumb to my possession. Haha. Since Xiao Wu's manifestation of fighting spirit astonished the entire imperial city, various factions have focused their attention on the guest from the Nalan family. Yet, after persistent inquiries and subtle probing, they discovered that this guest's true residence was, surprisingly, within the Mittel family. According to your account, this young man not only shares a profound connection with the Nalan family, but also has an ambiguous relationship with Yafei of the Mittel family. Moreover, the formidable figure who manifested the fighting spirit was merely his protector? Deep within the palace, the royal ancestor, Jia Xingtian, gazed upon the enchanting beauty before him. The woman, tall and statuesque, donned exquisite light armor that accentuated her alluring figure. Her bright eyes sparkled with vitality, revealing a hint of ambition. Jia Yi, the imperial grand princess, had already ascended to the spirit fighter realm before turning 30, and now held significant influence within the imperial military. Favored by Jia Xingtian, she seemed poised to become one of the few female sovereigns in the history of the Gamma Empire. Indeed, ancestor, she replied with a slight nod. My subordinates have gathered intelligence confirming that a few days ago, the youth named Xiao Yan accompanied Yafei to the imperial capital and subsequently entered the Mittel family. Shortly after his arrival, the elder council of the Mittel family underwent a dramatic transformation, with many who had previously offended Yafei voluntarily relinquishing power and retiring. The guards of the Mittel family witnessed Elder Lei Ao being effortlessly reduced to nothingness by an elderly man. Furthermore, numerous individuals have seen Yafei escorting the young man into the Mittel family. Jia Ye's voice carried a faint undertone of authority. Jia Xingtian nodded slightly. While he could easily eliminate a spirit fighter, rendering an opponent oblivious to their demise was still beyond his current capability. Given the young man's recent actions, it was almost certain that he was the individual they sought. This youth had completely transformed the destinies of two families within mere days of arriving in the imperial capital. Jia Xingtian sighed softly, contemplating his highly valued descendant. Is there a way to cultivate a rapport with this young man? With his arrival, the Mittel family and the Nalan family are likely to soon overshadow the royal family. If that occurs, it may not be long before the Gamma Empire undergoes a change in leadership. Jia Yi pondered for a moment, then, biting her crimson lip, remarked, that young man appears to possess a certain fondness for the fairer sex. Jia Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, then cast a resigned glance at Yao Yi. Child, what are your thoughts? We should first invite him for a conversation to discern what manner of person he truly is, and then proceed cautiously. Yao Yi replied with an impassive demeanor. What if this young man is indeed a libertine? Jia Xingtian regarded the promising descendant before him. If that is the case, then Yafei can handle him, and I too shall do so. Yao Yi's complexion flushed slightly, yet her expression remained resolute. Child, act within your means. Sometimes one should not be overly attached to power, for strength is paramount. Jia Xingtian sighed softly. Beyond the royal family, various factions within the imperial city, as well as powers from other empires, were all diligently seeking information about Xiao Yan, with numerous invitations arriving at the Mittel family. In the courtyard of the Mittel family, Xiao Yan sat in a small pavilion, holding a fishing rod. Beside him, Yafei had rarely donned a loose-fitting white robe, preparing tea beside him. At this moment, she exuded none of her usual alluring charm. Her long hair was neatly tied up, with a single strand cascading over her forehead, presenting a unique allure. Yet, regardless of her attire, her innate beauty was undeniable. Look, these are the invitations that have been sent to you, Yafei remarked, eyeing the thick stack of exquisite envelopes on the table with a hint of exasperation. Her combat energy had grown increasingly robust, having ascended from a 3-star fighter to a 1-star master in just 2 nights. However, after reaching the master level, the speed of her dual cultivation was no longer as swift as before. Nonetheless, she was quite satisfied, as she merely needed to recline, lie down, or sit to feel her combat energy rapidly rising. Then you should host a banquet under the name of the Mittel family. That way, I need not attend each one individually, Xiao Yan suggested with a gentle smile. Yafei suddenly paused, her gaze toward him softening considerably. Chapter 95, A Gathering of Beauties. Xiao Yan's willingness to organize the banquet under the Mittel family's name was a clear declaration of his support for her among all the factions in the imperial city. Thank you, she said, a charming smile gracing her exquisite face, momentarily enhancing the beauty of the entire courtyard. For what? I am but the man standing behind you. Xiao Yan replied with a characteristic mischievous grin. You're insufferable, Yafei remarked, her jade-like face flushing as she recalled the intimate moments from the previous night. Insufferable? What do you mean? Xiao Yan chuckled, playfully lifting her. I feel as if I am a mere vase, relying entirely on you, she said, her gaze distant. Lost in thought. If you are a vase, then you are the finest of your kind, a divine artifact bestowed upon me, Xiao Yan said, looking at her with a smile, his hands wandering restlessly. I truly cannot fathom how, at your age, your cultivation is so extraordinary, yet your thoughts are so seasoned. How many young maidens have you deceived with your charm? Yafei twisted her body slightly. What is the meaning of deceiving young girls? Perhaps it is far more gratifying to deceive a mature lady such as yourself. A day later, an extravagant banquet, unseen in the capital for many years, unfolded at a manor belonging to the Mittel family. Beneath the night sky, the estate was ablaze with light as the servants meticulously arranged the venue. Those gathered were the most distinguished figures of the empire. Should they harbor even a modicum of displeasure, the consequences would be dire. Conversely, should they be well attended to, The rewards from a single evening could surpass an entire year's worth of effort. Amidst the festivities, Xiao Yan donned a striking white robe reminiscent of his flamboyant days at the Dan Tower, instantly transforming into a charming young gentleman whose mere presence stirred the hearts of countless maidens. Dressed like that tonight, you must be prepared to attract quite a few admirers, Yafei remarked, casting him a knowing glance. Could a paragon of virtue like myself engage in such behavior? Xiao Yan replied with an air of seriousness. Then why do you keep your gaze fixed on others? Yafei rolled her eyes, observing a nearby married woman. I merely believe her figure pales in comparison to yours. Xiao Yan whispered. I truly have no recourse against you, Yafei sighed, feeling utterly at a loss in the face of his roguish charm. Yet, witnessing his ease and poise brought a sparkle to her beautiful eyes. How delightful, she mused, gazing up at the youth who towered over her. What do you mean by delightful? Having you around is truly wonderful. Seizing the moment before the crowd fully gathered, she gently embraced Xiao Yan. I understand you cannot be tied to just one woman, but I hope, regardless of what happens, you will not forget me. Rest assured, you are a treasure I pursued at great expense. How could I ever forget you? Xiao Yan tenderly caressed her hair. Soon, guests began to trickle into the banquet hall. Many greeted Yafei with utmost courtesy before respectfully acknowledging Xiao Yan. He merely responded with a light nod, offering no further words. In the circles of the Xiao clan, or even the Dan Tower, these individuals held no standing to be acquainted with him. Today, he was merely a figurehead. In truth, courting a woman can sometimes resemble the art of sales. To gain a woman's or a client's approval, the most straightforward approach is to provide them with what they desire. Some women are drawn to beauty, others to wealth and power. Yet, these are merely external attributes. The true essence lies in offering emotional value. Emotion is the linchpin for deepening mutual affection. For a strong woman like Yafei, men possessing both looks and wealth are hardly a rarity. However, what Xiao Yan offers her is a solution to her genuine struggles. This is an irresistible proposition. And the emotional value cultivated through their time together, coupled with the gradual blossoming of feelings, is what will truly lead her to love him. Xiao Yan initially intended to be a mere ornament at the banquet, yet it unexpectedly promised him delightful surprises. An elderly man clad in a linen robe entered the banquet, and the previously vibrant atmosphere abruptly stilled. The heads of various families, trembling with reverence, simultaneously bowed towards the old man. Master Jia, you have arrived. This marked the first instance of such deference shown to anyone outside of Xiao Yan. The elder in gray merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before making his way towards Xiao Yan. This old man must be the revered Jia Xingtian of the royal family. Xiao Yan quickly deduced, though his gaze was not fixed on the elder, but rather on the enchanting figure behind him. This lady exuded an impressive stature and striking beauty, rivaling that of Yafei. Yet, their charms differed. One was alluringly seductive, while the other radiated a valiant grace. Master Jia, I did not expect you to grace us with your presence, Yafei remarked, her voice tinged with respect. After all, this was a remnant of the ancient lineage of the Gamma royal family, rumored to be on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of Dou Emperor. Had Xiao Yan not appeared, this elder would have undoubtedly been the most prominent figure in the Gamma Empire. Haha. I heard that a distinguished guest has arrived in our Gamma Empire, so I, an old man, naturally had to come and show my support. Jia Xingtian nodded toward Yafei and then turned his attention to the youth before him. This young man, around 15 or 16, emanated an aura that even made Jia Xingtian feel a twinge of danger. However, being the cunning fox that he was, he concealed his astonishment and extended his hand, saying, Mr. Xiao Yan, an honor to meet you. Master Jia, the pleasure is mine, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, shaking hands with the elder. This is the most outstanding descendant of our Gamma royal family, Princess Yao Yi. Jia Xingtian gestured to the woman behind him. Oh, Princess Yao Yi, greetings, Xiao Yan said as he shook hands with the enchanting lady. I recently heard tales of Mr. Xiao Yan's youthful heroism. It is indeed a pleasure to witness such charisma firsthand, Yao Yi remarked with a gentle laugh. I wonder if there might be an opportunity to learn from you, Mr. Xiao Yan. Certainly, Xiao Yan nodded enthusiastically. How dare you entice this young master? Let us see how I can fulfill your desires. Sister Yao Yi, there will always be time for learning. You are welcome to visit the Mittel family whenever you wish. Yafei suddenly chimed in with a beaming smile. She fully understood Yao Yi's intentions. Sister Yafei seems a tad jealous. Yao Yi chuckled lightly, offering a graceful bow to Xiao Yan before departing with Jia Xingtian. Are you taken with this princess as well? Yafei inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, her slender eyes betraying a hint of jealousy. Oh, our formidable woman has her moments of jealousy too, Xiao Yan responded with a faint smile. Who is jealous of you? Before Yafei could finish her retort, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted towards the entrance once more. Under the interplay of moonlight and lantern glow, A pair of stunning masters, dressed in moon-white robes, approached slowly, causing even the moonlight to appear somewhat dimmed in their presence. Chapter 96. Save me. Before them stood two beauties, one older and one younger. The elder exuded an air of regal elegance, her long, dark hair styled into an exquisite phoenix headdress, her serene and captivating visage radiating tranquility. Even a loose, moon-white robe could not conceal her exquisite figure. The younger one appeared somewhat aloof, her hair cascading unadorned to her waist. Compared to the teacher beside her, she resembled a budding flower poised to bloom, already hinting at an extraordinary beauty. The appearance of such a stunning pair of master and disciple seemed to dim even the radiant moonlight. Notably, many distinguished individuals from the imperial capital were captivated by the scene before them. It was hard to imagine the fortune of anyone who could possess both of them simultaneously. Your eyes might just pop out. A voice tinged with jealousy broke the silence, bringing Xiao Yan back to his senses. At that moment, the master and disciple approached him. Xiao Yan, it's good to see you again. Nalan Yinran spoke with a somewhat unnatural tone, after a brief moment of hesitation, opting for this form of address. Although the annulment of their engagement was somewhat awkward, Xiao Yan had managed to minimize any tension, ensuring that their meeting would not be devoid of pleasantries. Sister Yinran, it's delightful to see you too, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, his current demeanor and charm undeniably capable of stirring feelings in many young women. Even in Nalan Yinran, who felt an inexplicable sensation. Humanity cannot help but appreciate beauty. This is my teacher. Nalan Yinran gestured towards the regal beauty beside her. Mr. Xiao Yan, greetings. I am Yun, the current leader of the Yunlan sect. A graceful smile adorned Yun's delicate face. So you are the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect. I did not expect such remarkable beauty, Xiao Yan remarked, shaking hands with Yun, feeling a warm and gentle touch. Although he harbored some curiosity about this sect leader, he maintained a composed demeanor in the public eye. I have heard of your impressive cultivation at such a young age, Mr. Xiao Yan, yet I did not anticipate your strength to be of this caliber. I hope you can visit the Yunlan sect sometime, Yun said, her smile exuding elegance and an indescribable beauty. Certainly, I will make it a point to visit the Yunlan sect when time permits, Xiao Yan responded with a nod. I believe there is no time like the present. How about you come tomorrow? Yun suggested with a gentle smile, though a hint of anxiety flickered in her beautiful eyes. Something feels amiss, Xiao Yan mused, slightly taken aback. According to the original storyline, this beautiful sect leader should not exhibit such behavior, and her demeanor suggested an underlying concern. However, since Yun was one of his objectives, Xiao Yan pondered briefly before agreeing. Very well, I shall visit your sect tomorrow. I shall await your favorable news, Mr. Xiao Yan, Yun said with a light laugh, concealing her anxiety as she departed with Nalan Yinran. Something is not right. There is something off about Yun. Yafei remarked, a hint of confusion on her face after the pair had left. What do you mean? Xiao Yan inquired, glancing at her. The sovereign of the Yun sect is quite different from that of the Yao Yi. She is not a person driven by a strong sense of ambition. In my understanding, it is unlikely that she would seek to curry favor with you solely based on your status. Yafei shook her head. Perhaps she has encountered some troubles. Xiao Yan nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Troubles can be fortuitous. Without them, how could one hope to win over such a beautiful sect leader? Are you feeling stirred? Yafei glanced at him. He merely smiled, choosing silence. A flicker of melancholy passed through Yafei's eyes, yet she chose not to elaborate further. She is a clever woman, aware of her desires and what is best left unattained. Noticing her expression, Xiao Yan remained quiet, gently clasping her hand. Teacher, will you invite him to the Yunlan sect tomorrow? At the banquet, Nalan Yinran observed Xiao Yan, who was jesting with Yafei. Her expression a tapestry of complexities. Indeed, Yun replied, a hint of weariness etched on her brow. This was their first encounter, and asking for assistance was no small feat for someone of her serene disposition. Yet, recalling her teacher's life, akin to a waning candle, she knew she must undertake this task. It was perplexing how this young man possessed such formidable strength. What terrifying forces lurked behind him? Yun gazed at the youth clad in white from a distance, a glimmer of curiosity surfacing in her beautiful eyes. This lad, no more than 15 or 16, emanated an aura that even she found perilous. If only I possessed sufficient strength or other means to assist my teacher, Nalan Yinran sighed inwardly, her thoughts abruptly drifting to the massive stone on her training peak. Esteemed guests, please indulge in the feast. In 10 days, I shall organize an auction. I invite all to grace us with your presence, as the treasures will surely satisfy your desires. At the gathering, Xiao Yan smiled as he clinked glasses with several prominent figures from various empires. Each of them possessed a cultivation level no less than that of a Dou Wan. Anyone less significant was not worth his time unless they were exceptionally beautiful. However, even if he refrained from toasting them, none dared to voice their discontent. As even Jia Xingtian was respectfully honoring Xiao Yan with a toast. Witnessing a royal ancestor toasting a mere youth signified that this banquet was indeed worthwhile. Simultaneously, they grasped a crucial realization. This youth, brimming with formidable energy, was indeed backing the Mittel family, specifically supporting Yafei. Moreover, the Nalan family undeniably shared a connection with this young man. Everyone understood that the dynamics of the Jiamar Empire were poised to shift at the whim of this youth. As the banquet, laden with veiled information, concluded, Nalan Yan ran accompanied Yun back to the Yunlan sect. The bright moon and gentle breeze dispersed the lingering mist that enveloped the sect, stirring the forested mountains to emit a soft, rustling sound. Moonlight cascaded over the mountains, akin to a delicate layer of cool silver. Nalan Yanran glided gracefully to her usual stone for meditation. Yet today, she found herself hesitant to sit upon it. Hee, little girl, you have returned, a sinister laugh echoed, as the visage of an old crone materialized atop the stone. Why should I place my trust in you? Nalan Yanran's expression remained vigilant. There is no reason. If you desire greater power, do you have a more advantageous option than me? The crone's face broke into a sly smile. And how might I rescue you? Nalan Yanran inquired. You need only seek out a soul stone, the crone replied, observing Nalan's flicker of interest with a glint of triumph in her eyes. However, in the next moment, her expression darkened. Do not heed her, a similarly aged voice interjected ominously. Damn it! After all these centuries, why have you not perished? The crone cursed, seemingly attempting to summon her soul's power to silence the voice. I am Yunpatian, save me. The ancient voice echoed briefly before fading, as if it were merely an illusion. Yet Nalan Yanran sensed that it was anything but. A chill surged from the depths of her heart, causing her scalp to tingle. Yunpatian is the founding patriarch of the Yunlan sect. Nalan Yanran's body stiffened, her mind spiraling into confusion, caught between the instinct to flee and the urge to remain. Her intuition warned her of the immense peril lurking here. Do not mind that madman. He has lost his wits, the crone smiled. Is it truly appropriate to speak of our esteemed patriarch before me? Despite the looming danger posed by the crone, Nalan could not suppress her inner critique. It appears you still wish to rescue this old wretch, the crone observed, her tone shifting as she continued to entice. If you cleave this stone, you shall free him. Nalan Yanran found herself momentarily torn. Do not believe her words. Seek assistance, at least a Dou zone, a feeble voice urged, sending a shudder through her body. With that, she resolved to act, leaping away from the spot. As she watched Nalan Yanran depart, the crone's smile vanished, replaced by a sinister scowl. Seeking aid, are we? The strongest in this minor sect is but a Dou Huang. Hee, as long as they are not a high-ranking Dou zone, the moment he breaks free, I shall seize control, she sneered. Old fool, your time is limited. Within 3 years, I shall completely refine you. Her aged face twisted into a cold smirk before she vanished from the stone. The gentle breeze rustled the grass and trees, as if nothing had transpired. However, upon returning to her chamber, Nalan Yanran found her back drenched in sweat. Wiping the perspiration from her brow, a flicker of dread appeared in her eyes. A Dou zone. Where might I find such a powerful ally? Nalan Yanran's delicate brows revealed a hint of sorrow. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. It seemed that Xiao Yan was to arrive at Yunlan's sect the following day. With the prowess of the 2 elders by his side, he undoubtedly possessed the requisite strength. As long as Xiao Yan was willing to lend a hand, this matter should pose no issue. Nalan Yanran exhaled in relief, her gaze subsequently shifting to the resplendent moonlight outside the window, a complex expression crossing her face. Reflecting on the absurdity of the remarks she had made to Xiao Yan just days prior, she found it amusing that, barely a few days later, she would need to solicit his assistance not once, but twice. That night, Nalan Yanran found it impossible to settle her mind for cultivation, each time she closed her eyes. The image of the handsome youth clad in white robes lingered in her thoughts. The following morning, Xiao Yan awoke from his meditation, roused by a cacophony of noise. The incessant clamor of that mischievous child was quite bothersome. With a frown, Xiao Yan exited his room, noting that Yafei was still deep in slumber, evidently fatigued from the previous night's practice. The tranquil courtyard was enveloped in a light mist as sunlight streamed down, casting a golden hue across the morning. Dewdrops clung delicately to the grass and plants. Hey roar! Hey roar! In the thicket beside the pavilion, the diminutive figure of Hun Xian stood in a horse stance, diligently throwing tiny punches, her small face adorned with a serious expression. Witnessing her earnestness, Xiao Yan, as her mentor, felt a swell of pride and quietly approached her from behind, delivering a gentle kick. Smack! Hun Xian lost her balance and tumbled onto the grass. Moments later, She scrambled to her feet, wiping the dew and dirt from her face, her expression fierce as she turned to confront her master, who was smiling at her. Master, why did you kick me? Xian furrowed her little brows. What are you practicing? Did I not provide you with a method to cultivate your fighting spirit? Why are you not using it? Xiao Yan inquired, gazing at the tiny figure before him. Because I cannot read. Xian declared with righteous indignation. Xiao Chui, you have been teaching her to read recently, have you not? How much has she learned? Xiao Yan turned his attention to the maid responsible for Xian's care. Xiao Chui's complexion paled, her body trembling slightly. Just tell me how much she has learned. I will not hold it against you. Xiao Yan reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. In response to Lord Xiao Yan, Miss Xian has learned a total of 5 characters over these days. She replied, her voice quivering. At this, Xiao Yan's expression stiffened. Which 5 characters? They are red, burn, meat, stick, and sugar, Xiao Chui obediently recounted. Xiao Yan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. How impressive. In just 7 days, I have memorized 5 characters. Xian proclaimed, her arms crossed, pride radiating from her. Indeed, impressive, Xiao Yan conceded with a resigned nod. Then can master treat me to braised pork and lollipops? Xian gazed at him with eager anticipation, even saliva pooling at the corner of her mouth. If you consume so many sweets, you shall risk developing diabetes, Xiao Yan remarked, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. What is diabetes? It sounds sweet, doesn't it? Is it delicious? Xian curiously gazed at Xiao Yan. Have you ever tasted it, master? I have not. Xiao Yan's forehead twitched slightly. Disciple, can you please apply yourself a bit more? Apply myself? What do you mean? Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Xiao Yan clenched and then relaxed his fists repeatedly, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Oh well, this might be for the best. At least it confirms that this girl poses no real threat, he reassured himself. Xiao Chui, for the next 3 days, aside from staple foods and water, do not give this girl anything to eat, Xiao Yan instructed Xiao Chui. Yes, Lord Xiao Yan. Xiao Chui promptly nodded. Sister Xiao Chui, what did master just say? Xian inquired. Lord Xiao Yan said. Xiao Chui revealed a hint of mischievous joy on her face and leaned in to whisper to Xian. Wow, how can there be such a heartless teacher in the world? Moments later, the cries of the mischievous child echoed throughout half of the Mitre Manor. At this moment, Xiao Yan could no longer hear Xian's anguished wails. He was already soaring through the billowing clouds, propelled by his fighting spirit, heading towards the Yunlan sect. He did not bring Yafei along this time, as his intentions were not entirely pure. At this juncture, Yafei's understanding and maturity shone through. She exhibited no signs of jealousy and even thoughtfully prepared a map to the Yunlan sect for him. This ancient sect, with a history spanning nearly a millennium, is located in the northwestern direction of the imperial capital on Yunlan Mountain. This mountain range is a small extension of the Beast Mountain range, yet it is devoid of high-level magical beasts, allowing for both offense and defense. Furthermore, the Yunlan sect possesses a certain earthly formation, with energy significantly denser than that of the outside world, making it one of the rare paradises in the Jiamat Empire. Once a first-rate power in the northwestern continent, the Yunlan sect has since fallen to the lower echelons of second-rate powers, accompanied by the passage of time and the loss of numerous secret techniques following the demise of its founding master, Yun Patian. The entire sect lacks even a single Dozong expert. Gazing at the ethereal, picturesque mountains beneath him, Xiao Yan couldn't help but recall the enchanting pair of master and disciple from the previous night. A sly smile crept across his lips when suddenly, an aged voice interrupted his thoughts. Stop. This is the sacred ground of the Yunlan sect. Who dares to intrude? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, locking eyes with the elderly figure that emerged before him. Chapter 98. Sect Leader Yun, you surely do not wish. I am Xiao Yan, he declared, casting a glance at the elder blocking his path. I have not heard of you. The old man shook his head. I am here to see Yun. Xiao Yan explained. Our sect leader is not someone you can just meet, the elder began, but upon seeing the youthful face of the boy and the wings behind him, he hesitated and withheld his words. Allow me to report to the sect leader, the elder began, and just as he spoke, the surrounding mist suddenly parted, revealing a stunning woman with azure fighting spirit wings soaring forth. Mr. Xiao Yan, I sincerely apologize. I returned yesterday and forgot to inform the Grand Elder. Yun's face bore a hint of regret. It's of no consequence, Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. If there is something to discuss, let us proceed. Very well. Yun nodded. By the way, what is the name of the Grand Elder? Xiao Yan inquired without forethought, sensing that there was something unresolved regarding this Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's name is Yun Ling. Yun replied softly. Yun Ling? That name sounds remarkably familiar. In my previous existence, I would have surely faced persecution at the hands of this old man, Xiao Yan mused, and in an instant, His figure vanished from Yun Yun's side. Mr. Xiao Yan, do you sense the fluctuations of Dou Qi around us? A jolt of surprise coursed through Yun Yun's heart. As she turned her head, she saw Xiao Yan's form materializing before Yunling. Before Yunling could utter a word, the youth waved his arm, and the next moment, a searing pain struck Yunling's face, leaving his mind blank as he was sent hurtling to a distant mountain peak like a cannonball. Bang! His figure crashed against the cliffside, stirring up a cloud of dust before falling silent, likely rendered unconscious. Mr. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Yun Yun's countenance shifted, tinged with a hint of coldness. Xiao Yan's actions had undeniably slapped the face of the Yunlan sect. It's nothing. I suddenly recalled having some grievances with this individual, Xiao Yan said, dusting off his hands as he swiftly reappeared beside Yun Yun. Such speed left Yun Yun secretly astonished, yet her expression remained frosty. Mr. Xiao Yan, aren't you going to provide me with an explanation? An explanation? Xiao Yan glanced at Yun Yun. If I were to provide an explanation, that old man would surely meet his demise today. Are you certain you wish for me to offer one? A tremor coursed through Yun Yun's heart as she recalled the immense power backing Xiao Yan, a force capable of obliterating the Yunlan sect with ease. Despite this, a flicker of anger still lingered within her. Do not be upset. My actions are driven by my own motives, and in time, you shall come to understand. Xiao Yan's voice softened unexpectedly. I hope that is the case. Yun Yun inhaled deeply, recalling her ailing mentor, ultimately swallowing her indignation. The two took to the skies, their Dou Qi wings unfurling as they flew, unaware that atop a distant peak, Nalan Yinran was observing them. I still need to seek his assistance, Nalan Yinran reflected, a trace of sorrow crossing her delicate features as she recalled the events of the previous night. Mr. Xiao Yan, in truth, my invitation to you to the Yunlan sect was not solely for the sake of hospitality. There is also a matter on which I wish to request your aid. In the skies above, Yun Yun hesitated for a considerable time before finally speaking. Just moments ago, she had been coldly confronting Xiao Yan, yet in the next instant, she was compelled to plead. For someone with Yun Yun's pride, it was indeed a challenging task. I am aware, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, nodding. You are aware? A look of astonishment flitted across Yun Yun's face. Master Yun, although you are a formidable Dou Huang, it must be said that your control over your emotional expressions may not surpass that of Yufei. Xiao Yan smiled softly and continued, however, I have always possessed an appreciation for beauty, and I am inclined to assist those who appeal to me. Haha, if that is the case, might I request that you accompany me for a brief visit, Mr. Xiao Yan? Yun Yun offered a forced smile, sensing a subtle undertone in Xiao Yan's words. Not a problem, Xiao Yan nodded, and the two continued their flight for a while before gently descending at the entrance of a cave overgrown with weeds. This is where my master is in seclusion, Yun Yun said, casting a complex glance at the cave before leading Xiao Yan inside. Could it be that the master she speaks of is Yin Shan? A thought flickered through Xiao Yan's mind. He pondered whether there might be remnants of the Soul Palace lurking here. If so, how delightful. Old masters, please observe whether there are any remnants of the Soul Clan in this vicinity. Xiao Yan silently conveyed his message to the concealed spirits of the two elders nearby. Rest assured, young master, they replied. Xiao Yan nodded and followed Yun Yun into the depths of the cave. The path was dark and profound, yet it ultimately led to an expansive chamber. Within this chamber sat a weary old man, exuding an aura of peak Dou Huang, though his life force flickered like a dying flame. Yin heir, is this young man Xiao Yan? Yun Shan's murky eyes opened as he gazed at the lad before him. Despite having received news, he was still taken aback by the youth's age. A Dou Huang at the tender age of 15 or 16 was indeed a legend in the Northwest continent. Yes, master, Yun Yun affirmed gently. Mr. Xiao Yan, my time is limited. I have heard that you hail from a prominent family in Zhongzhou. I, Yin Shan, dare to request a method to break through to Dou Zone. For this, I am willing to offer everything I possess, even the entirety of the Yunlan sect. Before Xiao Yan, Yun Shan displayed no pretense, laying bare his desires. To him, life was but a flickering candle, and Xiao Yan represented his last glimmer of hope. Without seizing this opportunity, he was but waiting for death. Master. Yun Yun gazed at the elder, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions and sorrow. Once, he was full of vigor and ambition, yet now, he seemed like a man driven to madness, desperately seeking a way to attain Dou Zone. Mr. Xiao Yan, I implore you to assist my master. I am aware that this request may be excessive, but if it could save him, I, Yun Yun, would willingly pay any price. Even if it means shattering myself to pieces. She bowed deeply to Xiao Yan. There's no need for that, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. He glanced at Yin Shan, then at Yun Yun, and suddenly broke into a charming grin. Let us find a place to speak privately. Yun Yun stiffened momentarily, but ultimately nodded. Deep within, she harbored an unsettling premonition. Disregarding Yin Shan, Xiao Yan followed Yun Yun out of the cave. Behind them, Yunshan observed this scene with murky old eyes that suddenly sparkled with a mysterious light. After exiting the cave, the two soared towards another hidden hall of the Cloud Sect. Elder, are there any remnants of the Soul Clan within Yunshan's abode? Xiao Yan inquired quietly during their flight. Rest assured, young master, we have found none, came the telepathic response from Xiao Yan. That is reassuring, Xiao Yan nodded, continuing to follow Yun Yun. Unbeknownst to them, Nalan Yinran's figure swiftly pursued them in the same direction. Mr. Xiao Yan, I am willing to fulfill any request you have. As long as it pertains to saving my master, Yun Yun declared within the hall, where fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air as she poured a cup of tea for Xiao Yan. Anything at all? Xiao Yan asked, holding the specially crafted fragrant tea of the Cloud Sect, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Upon receiving his gaze, Yun Yun was almost certain of Xiao Yan's intentions. Unexpectedly, Yinran's fiancé was quite the lecherous character. Must it be this way, Mr. Xiao Yan? Yun Yun's voice trembled slightly as she regarded the mischievous young man before her. Indeed, Sect Master Yun Yun, at this juncture, I must candidly express that you are a woman I must possess. If you wish to save your master, you must pledge yourself to me. Xiao Yan finally laid bare his thoughts, straightforward and unadorned. As an ardent admirer of the original work, many harbored regrets regarding the exquisite beauty before him. Regardless of whether viewed through the lens of a past reader or as a roguish wanderer, Yun Yun was a woman he was determined to claim. Even without the matter of Yunshan, he would have sought her out. Is there truly no other way? Yun Yun's voice quavered. Apart from you. Is there anything else in the Cloud Sect that piques my interest? Xiao Yan chuckled. Wealth, elixirs, or perhaps martial techniques. Yun Yun's complexion paled slightly. In truth, the method to break through to the Dou Zone realm is quite simple. Xiao Yan gently brushed his fingers against the spatial ring, producing a palm-sized cold jade box. I possess a ready-made breakthrough pill. If Yunshan fails to succeed this time, I can provide another. Gazing at the woman before him, her flowing azure hair adorned with a phoenix crown exuded nobility and grace. Even the loose white robe could not conceal her alluring figure. Her face, captivating yet neither overly seductive nor purely innocent, possessed a unique charm. Despite her evidently noble demeanor, there lingered an almost imperceptible softness that made her irresistibly attractive to men, surpassing even the allure of Yafei. Sect Master Yun Yun, you wouldn't wish for your master to wither away slowly, would you? Xiao Yan whispered mischievously in her ear. I understand. Yun Yun, in a state of despair, closed her eyes, only to reopen them moments later, her beautiful gaze now imbued with a hint of determination. At that moment, Nalan Yinran had already arrived at the threshold of the side hall. If that is the case, I shall comply with your wishes, hoping you will honor your promise and assist my master in breaking through to the Dou Zone. Tears glistened in Yun Yun's exquisite eyes, yet she resolutely untied her belt. In the next instant, her outer garment gently slipped away. However, before the fabric could touch the ground, it was caught by Xiao Yan's hand and delicately returned. Truly, if I were to beseech Xiao Yan for assistance again, I would never be able to hold my head high before him for the rest of my life. Outside the door, Nalan Yinran's delicate face was fraught with distress, but recalling the secret concerning the entire Yunlan sect hidden within the Great Stone, she ultimately steeled herself and pushed open the door. As the door creaked open, Nalan Yinran's charming visage froze upon witnessing the scene inside. There, within the hall, her master had already shed half of her outer garment, which was now resting in the hands of her former fiancé. Thunder. A bolt of lightning struck her consciousness. Nalan Yinran felt as if her entire worldview was collapsing. Teacher? She gazed at the disheveled beauty before her, her mind a cacophony of chaos. The sight was something she could never have conjured in her wildest dreams. Yet, here it was, miraculously unfolding before her, with her former fiancé grasping her master's clothing. Have I been dreaming these past few days? Nalan Yinran slapped herself fiercely. The resounding smack left a crimson imprint on her fair cheek, a testament to the severity of her self-infliction. Nevertheless, the scene before her remained unchanged, and in her confusion, she collapsed to the ground. These recent days had inundated her spirit with overwhelming stimuli. First, her betrothed, who had been bound to her by a childhood promise, sought to annul their engagement. Having achieved the rank of Dou Huang at a mere age akin to her own, backed by a terrifying force. Then, she discovered that beneath the great stone she had long cultivated lay two ancient souls. And finally, her teacher had entangled herself with her former fiancé. All of this left her heart devoid of joy or sorrow, only a profound bewilderment. What on earth has been happening these days? It feels as though I am in a dream. Yinran, upon seeing her beloved disciple, Yun Yun's tear-streaked beauty instantly turned to stone. Being witnessed by her disciple in this compromising situation, she feared that even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse her name. Yanran would surely misconstrue her actions as an attempt to seduce her former fiancé. In that moment, Yun wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Only Xiao Yan remained, smiling as he observed the unfolding drama. Nalan Yanran had trailed behind, initially unaware of the circumstances, but thanks to the reminders from the two elders. He had discreetly used his soul power to observe from the shadows. Cloudy Yun, burdened by psychological stress, overlooked the sounds outside. As Nalan Yanran approached the doorway, Xiao Yan, though unaware of her intentions, harbored no thoughts of obstruction. In his heart, he believed that the relationship between the master and disciple would evolve beyond such encounters. Although the situation was somewhat awkward, it served to facilitate their early acclimatization. Ignoring Yun's rigid demeanor, Xiao Yan gently draped her discarded garments back over her, even thoughtfully securing the sash for her. "There's no need to rush. I not only wish to possess your form, but also your heart," he murmured, tenderly caressing Yun's delicate visage. It was at this moment that Yun snapped out of her stupor, glancing at Xiao Yan's flushed face and then at the bewildered Nalan Yanran, finally processing the sudden awkwardness. Soon, crystalline tears began to cascade from her eyes. "Why are you crying?" Xiao Yan asked, momentarily taken aback. "I fear my image in the eyes of my disciple may undergo a profound transformation," Yun replied with a sorrowful smile. "Do not fret. I shall clarify everything for you." Xiao Yan reassured her, gently patting her jade-like hand before leading her in front of Nalan Yanran. "Yanran, do you have something to discuss?" he inquired, one hand holding his master's delicate hand while the other caressed his disciple's charming face. "Look at how startled she is. Such a severe shock for a child," he thought, as his energy flowed through his palm, gradually mending the slight injury on Nalan Yanran's face. Xiao Yan, "Master." Nalan Yanran stared blankly at the pair before her. "What are you doing?" Noticing her gaze, Yun withdrew her hand from Xiao Yan's grasp, poised to explain when she was interrupted by Xiao Yan's voice. "We are doing precisely what you see," he replied with a faint smile. "And you are?" Nalan Yanran's expression regained a flicker of awareness, though she still gazed at Xiao Yan in confusion. "I covet your master's beauty, and, using your ancestor's life as leverage, I have persuaded her to become my concubine. Do you comprehend this?" Xiao Yan stated earnestly. Nalan Yanran's mind momentarily short-circuited once more. How could one articulate such shamelessness with such righteous fervor? Yun, beside her, experienced a similar thought, but felt gratitude towards Xiao Yan at that moment. Had he not intervened to clarify the situation, a chasm might have forever lingered between herself and her disciple. Observing Nalan Yanran's lingering confusion, Xiao Yan helplessly took her small hand and guided her to the table, pouring her a cup of tea. "Take this broken sect pill, if it is insufficient. Do not hesitate to ask for more," he said, handing Yun the cold jade box from the table. "But I have yet to," Yun began, but was interrupted. "This is the broken sect pill, a rarity that cannot be found throughout the entirety of the Gamma Empire. Yet, Xiao Yan so casually offered it to me. And the transaction has not even been finalized. How is it that you are so willing to surrender yourself to me?" Xiao Yan inquired with a mischievous smile, gazing at Yun. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she replied, "I await your heartfelt submission. I desire not only your body but your heart as well. Are you not afraid that such a day may never arrive?" Yun bit her rosy lip, her expression a mixture of complexity as she regarded Xiao Yan. By the time you uttered that question, that day may not be far off," Xiao Yan retorted with a smirk. "A mere handful of broken zongdan is a trivial price to pay for a smile from a fair maiden, for reasons unknown." Despite being aware that the man before her was a notorious rogue, Yun felt an involuntary shiver within her heart. At that moment, the tea had cooled, and Nalan Yanran finally emerged from her daze. Though her emotions remained in disarray, she had regained her composure. "I remember now why I came here," she declared, shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to dispel the confusion. Yet, upon seeing her mentor and former fiancé seated together, a peculiar discomfort lingered in her heart. "Teacher." Nalan Yanran broke the silence after a brief moment. "Yanran," came the simultaneous response from both individuals, plunging the atmosphere back into awkwardness. Nalan Yanran felt as though she might burst. She gave her unblemished right cheek a light slap, and fortunately, she did not exert too much force. Finally, she managed to articulate her thoughts. "Teacher, there has been an anomaly with the stone I have been cultivating. I heard the cry for help from the founder of our sect, Yun Patian." A sudden jolt coursed through Yun, her expression momentarily stunned. "The sect founder? Yanran, do you comprehend what you are saying? The founder perished 500 years ago. I understand this may sound absurd, but have there not been countless absurdities occurring lately?" Nalan Yanran glanced at her mentor and fiancé. Yun's cheeks reddened, but she saw Nalan Yanran address Xiao Yan once more. "Xiao Yan, it seems there is also a remnant soul of a 9-star Dou Zun within that stone," whose power appears to surpass even that of the ancient ancestor. It is said to be from the Soul Clan. The last message the ancestor left for me was to seek assistance from someone who has at least attained the Dou realm, after exhausting all other avenues. You are my only hope. As she spoke, her face flushed, though it was partially concealed by her own palms. What she did not anticipate was that the usually composed Xiao Yan would spring to his feet upon hearing the mention of the Soul Clan. From now on, address me as Brother Xiao Yan, or simply Xiao Yan. I dislike the term Xiao Yanji, he declared, grasping Nalan Yinran's delicate hand. Take me there at once. Chapter 100, Remnants of the Soul Clan. The expansive wings of Dou Qi unfurled, tearing through the tranquil currents of the sky, while the fierce winds tousled Nalan Yinran's hair, jolting her back to clarity. Could you possibly relocate your hand? Nalan Yinran blushed as she looked at Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan was embracing her slender waist as they soared through the air, their bodies nearly entwined. The proximity to a member of the opposite sex for the first time left her feeling quite disconcerted. Moreover, the actions of her former fiancé were anything but proper. What did you say? The wind is too strong. I cannot hear you. Xiao Yan called out loudly. Nalan Yinran gazed at the handsome, yet infuriating face before her, suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to bite him fiercely. Channeling her energy to her throat, she exerted all her strength to shout. Could you please refrain from placing your hand on my backside? What did you say? I can't hear you. Xiao Yan responded boisterously once more. Nalan Yinran, now at a loss for words, had endured too much psychological strain lately to care about Xiao Yan's inappropriate touch any longer. Behind them, Yun was also soaring through the skies. Should they manage to revive the venerable ancestor of the Cloud Sect, its power would be immensely bolstered. However, upon hearing Nalan Yinran's shout, a faint shadow of displeasure crossed Yun's delicate features. Soon, the trio descended upon the mountain peak where Nalan Yinran typically practiced. That's the large stone. Nalan Yinran pointed to the massive rock where she often meditated. This stone, having withstood the elements over the years, inexplicably harbored a denser energy than elsewhere. Generally, only the most exceptional disciples of the Cloud Sect were permitted to cultivate here. Nalan Yinran's cheeks flushed slightly as she regarded Xiao Yan. It was indeed richer in energy, yet the stone seemed devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Xiao Yan, with a carefree demeanor, approached the large stone. Be careful, Nalan Yinran softly cautioned. What? You actually care about me? Xiao Yan replied with a cheeky grin. In that moment, both master and disciple fell silent, having just playfully teased one another. Their gazes met, revealing a hint of awkwardness and shyness, and they turned their heads away. Their faces flushed. Observing the charming scene before him, Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly before shifting his attention to the stone before him. His formidable soul power emanated from within, beginning to scan the large rock. After a thorough examination, he finally discerned what made this stone unique. Deep within its core, there appeared to be a smaller stone, one that intriguingly seemed to obstruct the detection of soul power. Indeed, this was rather peculiar. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he waved his hand. Wen Lao Wu Lao. As his voice echoed, the space behind him rippled, and two elderly figures materialized. Not far off, Yun's pupils constricted, clearly sensing the formidable presence of the two elders. Yinran, the commotion from the Nalan family earlier must have originated from one of these two elders, Yun remarked, glancing at her disciple. Indeed, Master, Nalan Yinran, who had encountered the two elders once before, responded with a hint of composure. The appearance of these two old men was far less shocking than the earlier scene in the side hall. Young master, there is indeed something peculiar about this stone. Allow me to break it open, Xiao Yan chuckled. That is precisely my intention. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. At that moment, everyone noticed the large stone before them tremble slightly of its own accord. Observing this scene, a hint of amusement flickered in Xiao Wen's eyes. The next instant, a hand blade formed from crystalline blue water energy materialized in his grasp. Stepping forward, Xiao Wen waved the hand blade gently a few times, causing the massive stone to crumble before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, disintegrating into a heap of rubble. As the stone shattered, a fist-sized black jade-like stone emerged before them. It was, astonishingly, a boundary soul stone. A look of surprise crossed Xiao Wen's face. What exactly is a boundary soul stone? Xiao Yan inquired, a hint of confusion evident on his features. Though he possessed considerable authority within the Xiao clan, his limited lifespan had resulted in a significant knowledge gap compared to Xiao Wen. The boundary soul stone is a precious and mystical stone that originated from the soul realm long ago. This stone harbors extraordinary powers that contain souls. Indeed, there are other substances on the continent capable of housing souls, but the boundary soul stone serves another purpose. It conceals souls. As long as the soul's power has not reached the heavenly realm, once trapped within, it cannot escape unless forcibly broken free from the stone. Thus, The Boundary Soul Stone was a formidable tool for the Soul Clan in their collection of souls, Xiao Yan explained eloquently. Furthermore, the Boundary Soul Stone also possesses a certain degree of shielding effect against soul power. Even a heavenly realm soul cannot easily perceive its presence unless in close proximity. I see, Xiao Yan nodded. The dual saints of literature and martial arts had meticulously searched the cave of Yinshan, barely glancing at the Yunlan sect. They had not anticipated that such a significant find lay hidden here, a remnant of a 9-star Dou Zun from the Soul Clan. A smile graced the faces of the dual saints. In this peaceful era, achieving merit for their clan was no simple feat. Capturing a remnant soul of such caliber would indeed be a considerable accomplishment for the two of them. Who would have thought that this seemingly modest Yunlan sect harbors such a lucrative treasure? Xiao Yan mused. Young master, if that is the case, I shall proceed to unlock this Boundary Soul Stone. A rare glimmer of anticipation lit his usually calm eyes. Go ahead. But be cautious not to harm the remnant soul of Yun Pation within, Xiao Yan advised, casting a glance at the beautiful master-student duo nearby. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the two turned their gazes towards him, their expressions softening involuntarily. As Xiao Yan's hand blade drew near, the fist-sized Boundary Soul Stone trembled subtly. Xiao Yan chuckled, and with a swift motion, he brought down his hand. Crack! Countless fissures appeared on the surface of the Boundary Soul Stone, which soon crumbled into fragments. As the Soul Stone shattered, a dense, dark fog raced towards Xiao Yan with lightning speed, while a dim white light helplessly fell upon the fragments of the Soul Stone. Hold! How dare you ambush the prince of my clan? Xiao Wu snorted coldly, his palm infused with a rich fire attribute energy, swiftly grasping the black mist, encasing it within a palm-sized energy shield. Inside the shield, the black mist flailed about in a frenzy, yet it was utterly incapable of breaching the protective barrier. Impossible. How could there be a half-saint in such a remote place? I refuse to accept this. The black mist transformed into the visage of an old crone, emitting a furious shriek. Upon hearing this, a wicked smile crept across Xiao Yan's face. Not only are we half-saints, but we are also half-saints of the Xiao clan. At this declaration, the old crone's expression faltered, followed by an even more desperate wail. Impossible. Why is this happening? Is it the heavens that seek to annihilate my Soul Clan? How could the insignificant Soul Clan escape the grasp of my Xiao clan? Xiao Wu cackled. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan joined in laughter. Chapter 101. He did not harm you? Scream all you want. It will be of no use. Your Soul Clan is already doomed. Xiao Wu sneered as he retrieved a pitch-black jade vial from his spatial ring. Behold, this is the technique your Soul Clan once employed to collect souls. Now it belongs to the Xiao clan. The sight of the black jade vial brought a glimmer of despair to the old crone's face. Ignoring her pitiful expression, Xiao Wu cackled again as he captured her within the vial. In the distance, Yun and her disciples shivered at the scene before them. The soul of a 9-star Dou Zun was effortlessly collected by the burly elder beside Xiao Yan, and they had clearly heard the old crone's words. Half-saints. The two elders behind Xiao Yan were indeed formidable beings of the half-saint level. The pinnacle of the Jiamar Empire's strength was merely at the Dou Huang level, which was nearly 3 major tiers below half-saint. Although neither of the two was a true Dou saint, it was evident that they stood atop the continent's power hierarchy. Even more chilling was the realization that these two were merely guardians of Xiao Yan. This implied that a genuine Dou saint-level powerhouse must be backing Xiao Yan. It seemed that in this lifetime, I would never surpass him. A sense of despair rose within Nalan Yinran. No wonder he could so effortlessly produce the breaking sect pill. Beside her, Yun wore a bitter smile. Disregarding the captivating expressions of the two beauties, Xiao Yan approached the pile of shattered soulstone fragments, picking up the dim white light that lay scattered on the ground. Save me, a weak voice emanated from the white light. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan took out a drop of crystal-clear liquid from his spatial ring. This is a unique, soul-nourishing liquid found only in the sacred grounds of the Xiao clan. It's worth rivaling that of a 6th-grade elixir. The moment the crystalline liquid emerged, those around felt a wave of comfort enveloping their souls, as the white orb subtly emanated a pulsation of desire. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan let a drop of the liquid fall into the white orb. As the crystalline essence touched the orb, its dim glow brightened slightly. Gratitude resonated from the weakened soul fluctuations, and the white orb ceased its pulsations, evidently beginning to slowly refine the drop of soul-nourishing liquid. Yin, do you still have a rainbow illusion nectar at home? Xiao Yan glanced at Nalan Yin. Yes. Nalan Yin nodded slightly. 3 days from now, bring the rainbow illusion nectar to the Mittel family to find me. Ah, okay, Nalan Yin replied, somewhat dazed. Xiao Yan then looked at the enchanting Yun. After I have made some preliminary repairs to this soul, I will have Yin bring it back. Thank you. Yun cast a complex glance at Xiao Yan, understanding that she owed this young man an unquantifiable debt. No need for such formality. Xiao Yan suddenly flashed his signature mischievous grin. I await the day you willingly pledge yourself to me. You. Yun Yun's initial gratitude swiftly turned to indignation. Especially feeling teased in front of Nalan Yin, her fair face blushing a delicate hue. 2 breaking the sect pills should suffice for Yun Shan to break through to the Dou zone. If not, feel free to come find me again, Xiao Yan said, a warm smile illuminating his face. Upon recalling the 2 breaking the sect pills in his possession, a trace of melancholy crossed Yun Yun's features. Repaying this debt seems near impossible. Offering yourself would suffice, Xiao Yan chuckled. How about a kiss to pay some interest? Yun Yun glanced at her treasured disciple. Was it appropriate to speak such words in front of Yin Yan? Oh, then Yin Yan should also give a kiss? Xiao Yan teased, looking at Nalan Yin Yan. Get lost. Both teacher and disciple retorted in unison. Sigh. Women. Xiao Yan shook his head and genuinely turned to leave. As Xiao Yan departed, the 2 saints of literature and martial arts abruptly vanished into the ether. Watching the young man take flight with his wings, the 2 women felt a wave of wistfulness wash over their delicate faces. Teacher, what is it? What do you think of Xiao Yan as a person? I don't know. Yun Yun replied, perplexed. Yet the image of the boy's mischievous smile lingered in her mind. Beside her, Nalan Yin noticed a hint of bittersweetness in her teacher's expression. Unbeknownst to her, the shadow of that young man had indelibly etched itself in her heart. Nalan Yin was uncertain if she harbored feelings for him. Yet it seemed nearly impossible to forget. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a warm golden-red light illuminated the overgrown cave entrance, where Yun Yun's figure appeared. She cast a fleeting glance at the exquisite cold jade box in her hand before gently stepping into the cave dwelling. Yunner, how did the negotiations proceed? An aged voice resonated. Yun Yun observed the frail old man before her, who no longer bore the spirited demeanor of the former master of Cloud Sect. In his murky eyes, only a profound yearning for life remained. Gazing at her mentor, who had nurtured her from a young age, Yun Yun felt a wave of bittersweet emotion wash over her. Time, like a relentless blade, had severed countless heroes from existence. Even the formidable Dou Di had gradually faded from this continent over the ages. Master, I have procured a breaking sect pill from Xiao Yan, Yun Yun said, suppressing her emotions as she retrieved the jade box and gently opened it. Upon lifting the lid, an alluring aroma of elixir permeated the cave. As she presented the pill, the size of a dragon's eye, a glimmer of hope sparkled in the old man's dim eyes. The breaking sect pill could enhance the probability of breaking through to Dou zone by 10%, and even if the attempt failed, it would preserve the former strength. For Yun Shan, whose vitality had waned, this was akin to a lifeline. Good, very good. He managed a weak smile, casting a satisfied glance at his disciple. It must have been quite a hardship for you. Master has bestowed upon me profound kindness. It is my fortune to repay even a fraction of that gratitude. Yun Yun replied, shaking her head. That young man did not impose upon you? Yun Shan suddenly furrowed his brow. He was a cunning old fox. Yet from Yun Yun's expression, he discerned that she seemed unscathed. Master, let us not dwell on such matters, Yun Yun said, her face revealing a complex expression. You should consume the breaking sect pill and strive for a breakthrough. With that, she handed the pill to Yun Shan, bowed respectfully, and departed. The young master of the great clan did not take advantage of Yunner, as he watched Yun Yun's retreating figure. A flicker of doubt and discontent flickered in Yun Shan's eyes. This was untenable. Without forging a connection with this young master, how could he aspire to greater heights? And how could Yunlan's sect flourish? He shook his head, then turned his gaze back to the dragon eye-sized breaking sect pill, a fervent glimmer igniting in his murky eyes. A smile crept across his lips, gradually expanding. Heaven has not forsaken me. Heaven has not forsaken me, he murmured softly, extending his aged hand to grasp the breaking sect pill and bringing it to his lips. Chapter 102, Enemies. How bothersome. I am currently reviewing the accounts. As night fell, a flickering red candle illuminated Yafei's chamber. You review your accounts, and I shall watch you. It makes no difference, Xiao Yan said, cradling her in his lap. Then please refrain from moving. Yafei shot him a glance. Very well. Xiao Yan indeed remained still, merely holding her waist and gently inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from her. How was your harvest at Yunlan's sect today? Did you not manage to sway your sect master? Yafei inquired while perusing her accounts. Alas, she is the master of a sect. One cannot simply dive into the subject upon first meeting. When you first met me, did you not get straight to the point? Yafei let out a soft huff. What did that Yun sect master want from you? The old master of the Yunlan sect, Yun Shan, is on the brink of death. She has asked for my assistance. And how did you assist her? It was a matter easily resolved with a single broken sect pill. What more could I do? Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. A broken sect pill. The previously composed Yafei suddenly turned around. The value of such a pill is immensely significant for a Dou Huang practitioner. At an auction, its price would undoubtedly exceed 10 million gold coins, and yet it remains rare and sought after. If it were to be cast into the capital of the Jiama Empire, it could incite turmoil. You truly spare no expense in your pursuits for romance, do you? Yafei bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of jealousy. Hee. In truth, I gave her two. I feared one would not suffice. Xiao Yan chuckled. Yafei abruptly ceased her response. Are you angry? Xiao Yan leaned closer to her face. No, Lord Xiao Yan, you have done remarkably well. Perhaps you should also take that Nalan Yanran into your harem, allowing us to revel in the bliss of shared companionship. Yafei did not turn back. Indeed, you understand my intentions well, Xiao Yan chuckled. Yafei fell silent entirely. The auction is to be held the day after tomorrow. How have you prepared? Xiao Yan playfully patted her backside. Upon hearing about the auction, the astute businesswoman Yafei promptly answered Xiao Yan, clearly valuing the matter of commerce. Everything is arranged. Invitations have been sent not only to all the dignitaries in the capital, but also to several families from nearby empires. This upcoming auction can be deemed the grandest event held in years among these neighboring empires. Yafei glanced back at Xiao Yan. What exactly are you auctioning that warrants such grandeur? Surely, there must be a few noteworthy items. There isn't much, Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile. Looking at Yafei calmly, merely 3 royal extreme pills. Yafei's pen paused in her hand. And 10 Douling pills. The pen slipped from Yafei's grasp, ink splattering across the ledger. There are also some unused advanced Xiantier techniques and skills. Xiao Yan gazed at her with warmth. Once these items are sold, all proceeds will be entrusted to you for management. You shall be my little secretary. What do you think? A delicate, vibrant lip unexpectedly brushed against his. What are you doing? Secretaries shouldn't be so forward with their bosses, Xiao Yan mumbled. Yafei remained silent, but responded with fervent enthusiasm. On another peak of the Yunlan sect, shrouded in neither mist nor fog, a plethora of rare herbs flourished. Apart from the various extraordinary plants, dozens of uniquely shaped alchemical cauldrons were stored there, with occasional alchemists refining pills. Among these practitioners, the highest rank had reached the 4th tier, while the lowest was at the 2nd tier, representing one of the most valuable assets of the Yunlan sect. On this night, accompanied by the crisp sound of the medicinal cauldron, dozens of alchemists atop the mountain raised their gazes towards the summit, their eyes ignited with fervor. For that was the sanctum where their idol was sequestered. As the echoes faded, a middle-aged man with a stern countenance emerged from the grand hall at the peak. This individual was none other than Gu He, the most illustrious master alchemist of the Jiama Empire, known as the Pill King. This marks the 2nd imperial essence pill I have concocted, Gu He mused, gazing at the golden elixir floating in his palm under the moonlight, a smile gracing his lips. Soon, grant me 5 more years, and perhaps I shall be able to refine the fabled breaking sect pill. Once I present it to the venerable patriarch of Yinshan, every member of the Yunlan sect will bask in my favor. At that point, I shall pursue Yun, and she shall have no reason to decline my advances. As he recalled the ethereal figure clad in white, a flicker of warmth ignited within Gu He's otherwise placid heart. Congratulations, master, on your successful emergence from seclusion. A voice resonated. Gu He turned to see a handsome young man approaching with a smile. Lu Ling, during my seclusion, have you been remiss in your studies? Gu He inquired. Reporting to you, master, I have diligently practiced my alchemy, and I am but a step away from becoming a 4th-tier alchemist, eagerly awaiting your guidance. Lu Ling replied with reverence. Well done, Gu He responded, a hint of a smile illuminating his face. If you can attain the rank of 4th tier within a year, your potential will rival my own. Before you reach 40, you may indeed aspire to achieve the 6th tier. You flatter me, master. By the time I achieve the 6th tier, I am certain you will have ascended to the 7th. Lu Ling jested lightly. Without acknowledging his disciple's flattery, Gu He chuckled softly. I shall step out for a moment. Please organize a gathering for the idle alchemists at Yaofeng in the days to come. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and departed from the mountain. Master is likely off to seek the patriarch again, Lu Ling mused inwardly. His heart as clear as a mirror, yet within it flickered the visage of a youthful, yet equally enchanting, face. Yan, Lu Ling whispered, his eyes reflecting a fervor akin to that of his master. Within the side chamber of the patriarch's hall, Yun sat upon her bed, her mind persistently drifting to the mischievous smile of a certain young man. I saved my master and the founding patriarch. This debt of gratitude may prove difficult to repay, she thought, a complex glimmer flashing in her beautiful eyes. Yet, how could I possibly offer myself in such a manner? A hint of worry creased Yun's serene and lovely features. Just then, she sensed a presence descending outside the hall. Who goes there? Yun's cool voice rang out. It is I, came the voice of a middle-aged man. My chances of refining the Imperial Essence pill have significantly increased. Within 5 years, I shall be able to concoct the Breaking Sect pill. At that time, I shall assist both the Venerable Patriarch and you in transcending to the Dozong realm. Guhi's voice echoed from beyond the threshold. Elder Guha, I am grateful for your kindness and the contributions you have made to our sect over the years. However, I have already resolved the matter concerning the disbanding pill. The issue with the disbanding pill has been addressed. A hint of astonishment appeared on Guha's face as he stood outside the hall. The disbanding pill is exceedingly precious. How did Yun manage to solve this dilemma? Elder Guha, I find myself rather fatigued this evening and shall not greet you. Another day, I will lead the elders of the sect in celebrating your efforts. I sincerely apologize. Please take your leave. Yun's voice conveyed her weariness. Very well, Sectmaster, do take care of yourself. Guha nodded with disappointment and returned, helplessly. Alas! Detecting Guha's departure, Yun could not help but let out a sigh. She had long sensed Guha's affections towards her. However, despite his admirable qualities, her heart remained unmoved. As the leader of the sect, she could not avoid frequent interactions with him. As she felt Guha's retreat, the mischievous smile of a youth floated into her mind. A nemesis. A soft sigh echoed throughout the grand hall. Chapter 103. The Auction, Part 1. Teacher, why have you returned? In the medicinal peak, Lu Ling looked at his instructor. It is nothing. Guha shook his head, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment in his eyes. Teacher, it seems you have encountered a setback. Lu Ling understood what had transpired, having returned from Nalan Yanran in a similarly disheveled state. Though he could not fly, the proximity allowed him to glean the events. Lu Ling, has anything significant occurred in the Gamma Empire recently? Guha cast a glance at his disciple. Indeed, several noteworthy events have transpired. Lu Ling nodded and replied. A few days ago, a young powerhouse arrived in the Empire, not yet 16 years old, yet already possessing the strength of a battle emperor. At this revelation, Guha's previously indifferent expression suddenly stiffened. A 16-year-old battle emperor? Surely you jest. Teacher, how could I possibly jest with you? Lu Ling let out a wry smile and continued. Moreover, it seems this youth is accompanied by 2 guardians, both of whom possess cultivation levels surpassing that of a battle sovereign. I merely closed myself off for a time. And such significant occurrences took place in the capital? Guha's expression reflected his confusion. Indeed, this youth also visited the Yunlong sect. Guha paused, suddenly grasping how Yun's disbanding pill came to be. A 16-year-old youth, no matter how exceptional, would hardly stir Yun's heart, he pondered, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. You say he will be selling items at the Mittel auction house the day after tomorrow? He glanced at his disciple. Lu Ling nodded slightly, stating, all alchemists of 3rd rank and above in the capital have received invitations. In that case, let us also attend the auction the day after tomorrow, Guha mused, suddenly intrigued. On the 3rd day at dawn, as sunlight bathed the earth, the most grand and bustling auction house in the capital slowly unveiled its curtains. Indeed, the Mittel family is truly deserving of their commercial reputation. This auction house is remarkably impressive. In a luxurious VIP lounge, Xiao Yan gazed upon the expansive auction hall before him. This grand arena spanned the size of half a football field, capable of accommodating thousands, with multiple private boxes on the 2nd floor. Notably, this was an indoor auction house, and one could only imagine the cost of its construction. Throughout the venue, crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling, while opulent furs and leathers decorated lavish private rooms. Has the young master from a prominent family in Zhongzhou never encountered such a modest auction house before? Yafei teased softly, though her heart brimmed with joy. For the exquisite architectural elegance was of her own design. I have seen grander edifices, but only in St. Dan City. The Xiao clan lacks such auction venues, as they are simply unnecessary, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Shortly, I shall ascend the auction stage, Yafei announced quietly. Go ahead. Let me witness the moment my little secretary dazzles the crowd, Xiao Yan encouraged with a grin. I feel rather nervous, Yafei admitted, grasping Xiao Yan's hand. What is there to be nervous about? He inquired, noticing a bead of sweat on her palm. Isn't it the precious items you're presenting? Each one rivals half the wealth of our Mittel family, she retorted playfully, her eyes sparkling with charm. Shall I take my leave then? Xiao Yan chuckled. Leaving is not an option, she replied with a playful huff. Just focus on the auction. Losing these items is inconsequential, as they are merely for your capital accumulation. Xiao Yan playfully patted her backside. I would feel quite distressed if that were to happen. She shot him a teasing glance before rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. I shall prepare now, she declared, swaying her alluring figure as she departed. Women, after all, require nurturing, Xiao Yan mused as he watched her leave, a smile gracing his features. At that moment, guests began to fill the hall. The esteemed figures of the imperial capital, who once occupied the VIP lounges, now obediently settled into the ordinary audience seats. Today, those allowed in the private boxes were primarily formidable warriors of the Dou Wang rank, and even many fourth-grade alchemists lacked the privilege to enter. In both the Jiamar Empire and across the Douqi continent, the Dou Wang rank marked a significant threshold of strength. Only upon reaching this status could one truly be deemed powerful. Even within the Xiao clan, the minimum requirement for inclusion in the family lineage was the Dou Wang rank. Master, why aren't the sect leader and her disciples joining us? Lu Ling lamented, glancing at Gu He with concern. Alas, I am uncertain, Gu He replied. Equally troubled as he raked his fingers through his thinning hair, the pursuit of alchemical mastery came with its own costs. Master, I haven't seen Xiao Yan. Nalan Yan remarked, scanning the other private box, but finding him absent. I do not know, Yin shook her head in response. Teacher, do you not wish to see him? Nalan Yanran blinked her beautiful eyes. Yanran, the Yunlan sect owes Xiao Yan far too much, and it is I who must repay it, Yin sighed. So, teacher, would you be willing to become his concubine? You little rascal. Yun's face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed that her teacher was not entirely averse to Xiao Yan after all. A bittersweet feeling surged within Nalan Yanran, one she could not articulate. Yet it felt undeniably real. If he hadn't broken off the engagement, perhaps things would be different. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, only to be quickly dismissed. Even if he hadn't ended the engagement, he was nothing but a promiscuous scoundrel, daring to covet her teacher. Should they marry? Who knows what outrageous deeds this rogue might commit? Countless thoughts flashed through Nalan Yanran's mind. Yanran, why do you keep shaking your head? Did you encounter a problem during your training? Yun looked at her disciple with curiosity. It's nothing, I'm fine. Nalan Yanran replied just as the originally brilliant crystal chandelier dimmed abruptly, transitioning to a gentle glow. Accompanying this change in lighting, a spotlight shone brightly upon the auction stage at the center of the venue. As the lights shifted, an internal passage slowly opened, revealing a stunning beauty clad in a red qipao gracefully stepping out. Her qipao, elegant and dignified, was embroidered with golden threads, adding an exquisite touch to the attire. Of course, even the most beautiful garments require a fitting figure for enhancement, and the woman before them perfectly embodied the essence of this qipao. She walked elegantly to the auction stage, her flawless legs and alluring figure causing many men to swallow hard. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mittel auction house. This is our grandest auction in a century, and I assure you, it will not disappoint. The beauty, Yafei, spoke with a sultry, magnetic voice as her red lips parted. Now, I declare the auction to commence. As her words resonated, another young woman in a qipao, carrying a silver platter, approached from the internal passage, placing it on the auction stage. This is the first item of today's auction, Yafei said, her graceful figure and captivating gaze compelling everyone present. One could not deny that her charm, accentuated by the qipao, was enough to enthrall any man. However, only Xiao Yan had truly experienced the nuances of such allure. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Xiao Yan quietly observed the enchanting woman on the auction stage. A bold idea suddenly materialized in his mind. Tonight could be a night of playful uniforms. Unbeknownst to Yafei, she was the subject of Xiao Yan's mischievous thoughts as she gently lifted the red cloth to reveal a delicate cold jade box. As the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, a resplendent golden elixir emerged before the gaze of the assembly. The sixth grade elixir, the Imperial Extreme Pill. Accompanied by her alluring, mature voice, the crowd erupted in fervor. This spectacle even caused the ancient royal figure, Jia Xingtian, to narrow his eyes in astonishment. The Imperial Extreme Pill possesses the remarkable ability to directly elevate the prowess of a Dou Huang warrior by 1 or even 2 stars, in addition to fortifying their bones and muscles. Though it can only be consumed once in a lifetime, for a Dou Huang practitioner, it remains a fortuitous opportunity. The starting bid for the Imperial Extreme Pill was set at 3 million gold coins, with increments no less than 10,000. With elegance, Yafei raised her delicate hand and struck the wooden table with a small hammer. 6 million. I bid 6 million. 6 million for the Imperial Extreme Pill? I bid 8 million. The atmosphere became frenzied. This auction was perhaps the most grandiose event held by the Mittel family in over a decade, attracting not only individuals from the Gamma Empire, but also formidable figures from neighboring nations. The auction hall was filled with no fewer than 10 Dou Huang warriors. Initially, they had come merely to observe, but the very first item for bid sent them into a frenzy. At their level, unless one possesses exceptional talent, advancing a single star requires a decade or even several decades of arduous cultivation. The appearance of an Imperial Extreme Pill could save them years of grueling effort. 13 million gold coins. An aged voice resonated, prompting the crowd to quiet. The speaker was none other than Jia Xingtian, the host of the event and a peak Dou Huang powerhouse. Although the other warriors felt a twinge of reluctance, they had no choice but to temper their enthusiasm. What need could this old man have for an imperial extreme pill at his peak? Several Dou Huang warriors internally scorned, yet through this experience, they grasped that this auction indeed held many treasures. Typically, auctions showcase rare and precious items as a gimmick for the opening bid. But to use an imperial extreme pill as bait was something many had never encountered in their lifetime. Do not be hasty. There is not just one imperial extreme pill. Yafei maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips, though she took a deep breath amidst a moment of uncertainty. 13 million gold coins represented a staggering sum, nearly equivalent to the annual revenue of the Gamma Empire, not profit, but total income. And this was merely an appetizer. She could not help but glance towards Xiao Yan's private box, though regrettably, she could not see the smiling figure within. The next auction item, a 6th-grade elixir. The Dou Ling pill. As the second item was presented, Yafei's hammer struck once more. The starting price was set at 2 million, with increments no less than 10,000. The crowd erupted anew, this time the Dou Huang warriors fidgeting with anticipation. The allure of the Dou Ling pill for them was no less potent than that of the Imperial Extreme pill for the Dou Huang. 3 million. For million. In the luxurious VIP box, the formidable experts of the Dou Huang realm were fervently placing their bids, ultimately culminating in a staggering price of 6,500,000. At that moment, the distinguished figures of the former imperial capital seated in the grand hall exchanged glances, as if they had finally grasped the reality of their situation. This auction was not intended for the likes of them, the impoverished. Any single item on offer could lead to their family's ruin. Following the Dou Ling Dan, the appearance of martial arts techniques was finally unveiled. Yet the caliber of these techniques stirred an undeniable excitement within them. The mid-tier Xian class combat technique, 13 Blades of Cloud Ascendance, fetched a price of 800,000 gold coins. As the auctioneer, Yafei, announced the sale, a smile broke across the face of a man from the first floor, who wielded some influence in both the political and commercial realms of the Gamma Empire. At last, those of the first floor felt a semblance of involvement. However, the subsequent auction of a third Dou Ling Dan rendered them speechless once more. Upon careful scrutiny, they discovered that the lowest grade of the medicinal pills auctioned thus far was, astonishingly, a 3-pattern Xing Ling Dan. This revelation sent shivers down their spines. Since the commencement of the auction, 3 Huang Ji Dan and 10 Dou Ling Dan had already been sold, accumulating an unfathomable wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, Yafei's voice rose with the escalating excitement of the auction. Next, we present the pièce d'arrestance of this event. A hint of exhilaration flushed her typically composed face, as it was evident that an auctioneer derives immense satisfaction from transacting such valuable treasures. With a delicate motion, she lifted the silk-red cloth from a silver platter, revealing a jade box, and proclaimed, the final medicinal pill, a 6th-tier Dan, the Pazong Dan. As her words resonated, the auction hall fell into a brief silence, quickly followed by a tidal wave of fervent discussion. The Pazong Dan was deemed an invaluable treasure for those at the pinnacle of the Dou Huang realm. Indeed, while the Huang Ji Dan was commendable, it paled in comparison to the Pazong Dan. Consuming this pill could potentially enable one to break through to the Dou Zong level. In the various VIP boxes, a throng of Dou Huang experts began to breathe more rapidly. Without the Huang Ji Dan, they believed that with sufficient time and perseverance, they could eventually reach the Dou Huang pinnacle. However, absent the Pazong Dan, no one could ascertain whether they would ever have the opportunity to transcend into the Dou Zong realm. Despite the seemingly narrow divide between Dou Huang and Dou Zong, that gap was far more substantial than that between Dou Huang and Dou Ling. The starting bid for the Pazong Dan was set at 8 million gold coins, with a minimum increment of no less than 10,000. As soon as Yafei finished speaking, voices from the various boxes of Dou Huang experts began to rise. 10 million. 15 million. The price continued to soar, while within the royal box, the expression of the esteemed Xingtian shifted dramatically. He suddenly felt a pang of regret for purchasing the Imperial Essence pill. If he were to insist on acquiring this broken sect pill, it would undoubtedly deplete the royal family's years of savings. Yet, if he refrained from making the purchase, he would miss a golden opportunity. Just as he found himself in a state of indecision, a wave of spiritual energy unexpectedly reached his ears. His complexion shifted dramatically, quickly replaced by an expression of ecstatic joy. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao Yan," he said, bowing respectfully in a certain direction. 18 million. He remained unfazed by the escalating bids from the various private boxes. At that moment, a surge of intense lightning attribute fighting energy erupted from one of the boxes. Haha. This broken sect pill is far too precious. The Miter family cannot handle it. As the words fell, a flash of lightning shot towards Yafei on the auction stage. Chapter 105. You're playing quite ruthlessly. It was the Thunder Sound Emperor. Observing the streak of lightning, a peculiar expression crossed the face of a powerful figure from the Gamma Empire. The other formidable beings from various empires also wore expressions of eager anticipation. The Thunder Sound Emperor, originally a Dou Huang powerhouse active within the Thunder Empire, had appeared in the Gamma Empire, nearly 10,000 miles away, for reasons unknown. However, this was of little concern. His intervention could reveal whether the Mittel family had a significant figure backing them. They were also keen to witness the extent of this powerful figure's capabilities. After all, those from the surrounding empires had merely heard rumors of an unparalleled strongman emerging in the Gamma imperial capital, yet they remained unaware of just how formidable this individual truly was. With the Thunder Sound Emperor arriving to probe the situation, they were quite pleased. Ideally, the Mittel family would have a super strong backer. Otherwise, these pills and treasures might be handed over without a fight. Faced with the oncoming streak of lightning, Yafei's delicate face paled slightly, yet she maintained her composure. Seeking death, an ancient cold snort echoed from an unknown source. The space where the lightning resided suddenly froze, revealing its true form, a middle-aged, gaunt man clad in silver armor. At that moment, he wore a look of sheer terror. Yet he remained immobilized as if caught in time. In the next instant, a scorching red light emanated from the Thunder Sound Emperor, and those with keen eyes could sense the terrifying fire attribute energy contained within. The fear on the Thunder Sound Emperor's face transformed into agony. Before he could even let out a scream, his eyes lost their luster. The space unthawed, a gentle breeze wafted from an unknown direction, and the once mighty Thunder Sound Emperor was reduced to ashes, swept away by the wind, with not a single speck of dust landing on Yafei. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva resonated repeatedly, as a Dou Huang powerhouse, capable of standing at the pinnacle among the great empires, silently turned to dust. They scarcely perceived how their adversary struck, as a chilling sense of dread surged from the depths of the hearts of numerous Dou Emperor powerhouses, instilling within them an inexplicable fear of this unknown figure. Upon the auction stage, Yafei's complexion turned slightly pale, yet she swiftly regained her composure, a graceful smile returning to her visage. Do not be alarmed, everyone. This was merely an inadvertent interruption. Let us proceed with the auction. Observing her demeanor, those who were initially captivated solely by her beauty now elevated this seemingly delicate woman in their esteem. To remain so composed in the face of an assault from a Dou Emperor was, in itself, commendable. Meanwhile, within the private box, Xiao Yan smiled with satisfaction at the unfolding scene. He harbored no disdain for women enamored with wealth, yet he abhorred those who lost themselves over trivial gains. Indeed, when confronted with the allure of riches, men and women alike are similarly tempted. The distinction lies only in their methods of acquisition. Regardless of gender, when one discards superficial attributes such as appearance and wealth, what ultimately retains the company of others is the essence of an independent self. A woman devoid of such independence, no matter how striking her beauty, is ultimately soulless. Such a fade grows tiresome with repeated encounters. The same holds true for men, who must first cultivate their independent selves to attain status and wealth, which is why self-made men often find themselves surrounded by devoted admirers. 23 million, 25 million, 28 million. With a deep voice resonating through the hall, no further bids were placed. 28 million once, 28 million twice, 28 million thrice. Congratulations to Mr. Wei Lu for acquiring the Breaking Sect pill. Yafei's voice carried a hint of excitement. This auction, which showcased quantities that even she, accustomed to substantial sums, found dreamlike. The terrifying support behind the Mittel family was truly formidable. After this auction, attendees began to realize that the Mittel family was on the verge of a significant rise. Were such precious items as the Breaking Sect pill and the Emperor's pill so readily offered? Within the private box, Gui gazed at the scene with a glimmer of reverence. The young man discreetly backing the Mittel and Nalan families possessed overwhelming power. Even a casual toss from him yielded exceedingly rare treasures. Even he had secured a 5th-tier pill formula and insights from a 7th-tier alchemist during this auction. For the young man, these acquisitions seemed trivial. Master, this Xiao Yan is truly extravagant. Counting this Breaking Sect pill, it is already his 3rd, alongside so many 6th-tier pills. In the presence of her teacher, Nalan Yanran could not suppress a soft sigh, remarking, previously, when he came to my home to annul our engagement, he presented me with a substantial amount of medicinal pills, likely exceeding the value of what is to be auctioned today, perhaps even more. That gesture of compensation, after all, signifies an apology from a Dou Sheng. Although Nalan Yanran was unaware of this, Xiao Yan would never withhold such gifts. Would he? Yunyan managed a strained smile. Indeed, this scoundrel possesses quite the wealth. He is willing to invest so much just to woo a graceful lady. Nalan Yanran curled her lip, a hint of vexation lacing her voice. Is that so? Upon hearing of the numerous treasures in the possession of her apprentice and the graceful lady, Yuan felt a twinge of bitterness in her heart. It seems I am only worth 2 meager zongdan. She quickly dismissed that thought from her mind. How could I think such a thing? I am worth far more than 2 zongdan. With a bitter smile, her thoughts drifted back to the mischievous grin of that youth. Scoundrel, she muttered under her breath. As the grand auction, unprecedented in years, concluded near the Monster Mountain Range, both the Mittel family and the Jamma Empire ascended to become the most prominent nations among their peers. The ability to discreetly dissolve a Dou Huang powerhouse into ashes in the air indicates the presence of a Dou Zun master within the mysterious forces residing in the Jamma Empire. Such a master is undoubtedly among the most formidable on the entire northwestern continent. Can you guess the total amount these items fetched at auction? In a room illuminated by flickering candlelight, Yafei wore a fatigued yet exhilarated expression. I have no idea, Xiao Yan replied with a shake of his head. An astonishing 230 million gold coins. Enough to purchase 10 Mittel families. Why do you appear so unperturbed? Yafei was uncharacteristically excited, akin to a child. 200 million gold coins hold little allure for me, Xiao Yan remarked with a smile. In an instant, Yafei's face blossomed like a peach flower as she pressed his hand, resting on her lap. Wait, I need to take a bath. You need not bathe. You look stunning as you are, he said. Boss, your sense of humor is rather twisted, Yafei replied, her face flushed. Chapter 106, 8-Star Dou Huang. The following morning, Nalan Yanran arrived at the Mittel family, clad in a flowing azure gown. Miss Nalan, this is the residence of Lord Xiao Yan and the Patriarch. A maid respectfully gestured towards the tranquil courtyard before her. Thank you. Nalan Yanran nodded slightly, recalling Xiao Yan's instructions to bring her grandfather's colorful illusory spirit nectar to him. Nothing else to attend to. I shall take my leave. The maid smiled and bowed to Nalan Yanran. Xiao Yan and Yafei's residence? Nalan Yanran furrowed her brows. No wonder he was so eager to annul the engagement at the Nalan residence. Such a scoundrel. It's better this way. He flits about with others. And I would end up with hair dyed green from jealousy. Nalan Yanran snorted coldly. Reflecting on it, one might consider that Xiao Yan's new fiancé is rather unfortunate. Suppressing the various frustrations within her heart, Nalan Yanran traversed a small path paved with large blue stones, making her way to the main bedroom. Just as she was about to call out Xiao Yan's name, an unusual sound reached her ears. What could that be? Furrowing her brows, she advanced cautiously to listen more intently. Initially intending to return home, she hesitated, recalling the purpose of her visit, and decided to wait a while longer. Perhaps it would be prudent to linger here for a bit. With this thought, she found a wooden stump at the doorway and sat down, continuing her silent vigil. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the sweltering heat compelled her to summon her Dou Qi for protection. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. It was the voice of Yafei. Accompanying that scream, an overwhelming aura surged from within the room, causing Nalan Yanran to sense a stirring of energy throughout the cosmos. A formidable soul force, capable of shaking her very essence, spread across the entire Mittel family before swiftly enveloping the imperial capital. She could discern that this soul power belonged to Xiao Yan. To her astonishment, this rogue not only possessed remarkable Dou Qi cultivation, but also harbored terrifying soul strength. As Xiao Yan's soul energy radiated throughout the imperial capital, the energies of the world converged towards this location, ultimately forming a colossal vortex of power. Is Xiao Yan on the verge of a breakthrough? A look of astonishment crossed Nalan Yanran's face, quickly replaced by a sense of disbelief. Could it be that such actions could lead to a breakthrough? This thought brought a tinge of sadness to her countenance. Over the past few days, every time she encountered Yafei, she had sensed the latter's rapid progression in strength. Although Yafei was older than her, she had previously been weaker. Yet, during yesterday's auction, Nalan Yanran had distinctly felt that Yafei's prowess had surpassed her own. Was Yafei's swift advancement in cultivation achieved through such means? What kind of sinister techniques were these two indulging in? Nalan Yanran pouted her rosy lips in discontent. At that moment, she noticed 2 fiery dragons, one black and one white, erupting from the ceiling. These dragons emanated a terrifying heat and a sense of the natural order. They opened their mouths wide, voraciously consuming the vast energies in the sky, which were then refined and transformed into pure energy flowing into the room. Is this? Nalan Yanran suddenly felt that anything could transpire concerning her former fiancé. A moment later, a column of Dou Qi shot skyward, breaking through the roof, followed by a powerful aura that blanketed a significant portion of the imperial capital. Where this presence passed, both fighters and spirits trembled involuntarily. Even the Dou Wang experts wore strained expressions. Though this fellow was undeniably insufferable, his strength was undeniably formidable. As Nalan Yanran helplessly absorbed the weight of this immense aura, a sense of resignation washed over her. After approximately 3 breaths, the imposing aura gradually receded like a tide, returning entirely to the small courtyard before them. Nalan Yinran understood that Xiao Yan had successfully broken through. She chose not to speak, instead waiting in silence. After about a quarter of an hour, Xiao Yan's voice drifted from the room. "Is that you, Yinran? Come in." Nalan Yinran felt a fleeting urge to leave, but remembering that the ancestor of the Yunlan sect was still in Xiao Yan's possession, she approached and pushed the door open. Inside the room, there were several pieces of antique yet elegant furniture, a testament to Ye Fei's meticulous decor. Following her gaze, Nalan Yinran discovered Xiao Yan seated at the edge of the bed. "Bare-chested, you rogue," she exclaimed, hastily covering her eyes. "Put on your clothes at once." As she urged him, she allowed a subtle gap between her fingers. Xiao Yan's physique was indeed remarkable. His well-defined body boasted perfectly proportioned muscles, exuding an explosive strength. "You will eventually see it," he thought, rising to don his garments. "Stop covering your eyes. Your fingers are wider than your eyes," he teased. Only then did Nalan Yinran lower her delicate hand. "Xiao Yan, brother, I have brought grandfather's 7-colored illusory essence." After a moment's contemplation, she decided to address him as he wished. "Understood, let us depart." Xiao Yan nodded. "Where to?" she inquired. "Outside, of course. Do you intend to remain in the room?" He playfully tapped her on the head. "You scoundrel," Nalan Yinran silently cursed, yet obediently followed him outside. "Where is Sister Ye Fei?" Her beautiful eyes glanced around. "She was too exhausted and has fallen asleep." "What were you two doing? How could she be so tired?" Nalan Yinran herself was puzzled by her sudden curiosity. "We were engaged in what you might be imagining." Xiao Yan's face drew near, mere inches from hers. "Rogue." She blushed and turned her head away, yet her thoughts wandered. Would her teacher also engage in such activities with this scoundrel? Given her teacher's prowess, surely she would not be overwhelmed. For some reason, a wave of bittersweetness washed over her, leaving her uncertain whether her heart ached for her teacher or for herself. "Stop overthinking and present the 7-colored illusory essence." Xiao Yan suddenly halted at the edge of the small lake, nearly colliding with him. "Understood," she replied. Her cheeks flushed as her delicate hand gently tapped her storage ring. A 1-foot-long cold jade box materialized in her grasp. Chapter 107, Resurrection. Upon opening the jade box, a flower resembling a rose with petals of various colors lay quietly within. Even the faintest whiff of its fragrance was enough to invigorate one's spirit. "Indeed, this 7-colored illusory essence is quite pure," Xiao Yan affirmed with a nod. Even within the Xiao clan, such a treasure, a soul-type artifact, is quite rare and challenging to cultivate. Even the current soul-nurturing ground of the Xiao clan was constructed using techniques from the ancient Soul clan. "Please take a step back," Xiao Yan gently instructed as he retrieved the 7-colored illusionary nectar. "Oh," Nalan Yinran obediently stepped back 2 paces. Xiao Yan slowly raised his right hand, and a flame of black and white erupted from his palm. "Is this?" Nalan Yinran gazed curiously at the marvelous flame before her. Beyond exuding a terrifyingly high temperature, it also carried a certain natural elegance of the universe, appearing utterly enchanting. "Indeed," Xiao Yan replied with patience, especially towards the fair maiden. "This is known as the Yin-Yang twin flames." "Truly marvelous." Nalan Yinran blinked in wonder. "Xiao Yan, are you still an alchemist?" "Of course," he smiled, tossing the 7-colored illusionary nectar into the. Once the radiant blossom entered the flames, it emitted a glow to resist the searing heat. However, it was evidently insufficient against the might of the Yin-Yang sacred flames. "Your alchemical skills seem quite impressive." Nalan Yinran inquired softly. "It's just average, merely a 7th tier." Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly as he continued to roast the 7-colored illusionary nectar with the Yin-Yang sacred flames while conversing with Nalan Yinran. "7th tier?" A look of disbelief crossed Nalan Yinran's delicate face. "How could you possibly be a 7th-tier alchemist at your age?" Her mind seemed to enter a state of shock. Having interacted frequently with alchemists at the Yunlan sect, she understood that the advancement in alchemical ranks was far more arduous than the cultivation of. While cultivation could rapidly progress with sufficient talent, alchemy necessitated extensive accumulation of knowledge. "Nothing is impossible." "Haven't you encountered numerous impossibilities these days?" Xiao Yan replied with a light-hearted smile. "How vexing." I have fallen for his words again. Nalan Yinran pouted, a hint of despair crossing her features. "It seems I will never be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. My family's ancestral legacy spans millennia. Do you think you can surpass it after just 10 years of diligent study?" Xiao Yan chuckled inwardly, tempting her. "Actually, it's not entirely impossible. Am I supposed to catch up to your cultivation level?" Nalan Yinran appeared listless. "There is a method that could hasten your approach to my level." "What method?" Nalan Yinran asked with curiosity. "Dual cultivation with me." "You wish for me to perish?" Her fair cheeks flushed. "You have already called off the engagement." "What dual cultivation are you speaking of? Without the status of a main wife, can you settle for being a concubine?" "Yinran, although your cultivation is low, Your looks are average, and your assets are modest. I am still willing to embrace you. Xiao Yan said earnestly. Nalan Yinran's face turned crimson with indignation. Do you even speak human words? All right, I was merely jesting. You are quite lovely. I still feel a twinge of regret over our broken engagement. Xiao Yan consoled her. Nalan Yinran's expression improved slightly, yet for reasons unknown, a deeper sense of loss settled in her heart. What formidable background does the girl who has supplanted me possess? Strangely, she found herself harboring a tinge of jealousy towards the one who had taken her place. Although your chest is indeed quite small. Xiao Yan's next remark plunged her into a state of indignation. The two fell silent, sitting quietly by the lake, watching as the black and white flames gradually consumed the colorful illusory essence, ultimately transforming it into a vibrant liquid. At that moment, the door to the master bedroom swung open, revealing Yafei, who emerged in a fresh outfit. Awake? Xiao Yan glanced at her. Yes, Yafei replied, gracefully sauntering to the lakeside, where she spotted Nalan Yinran beside Xiao Yan. Stretching languidly, her white qipao accentuated her exquisite figure, revealing a devilish curve that sparked a sudden envy within Nalan Yinran. Yinran, dear sister, Yafei purred, her elongated, beautiful eyes locking onto Nalan Yinran. Her voice laced with a hint of languor, reminiscent of a kitten just roused from slumber. Hello, Sister Yafei, Nalan Yinran greeted politely, casting a glance at Yafei before lowering her gaze to herself. It does seem a tad small, she thought, a wave of self-doubt washing over her. Sensing the heightened aura of emanating from Yafei, more potent than at the auction yesterday, Nalan Yinran could not help but inquire softly, Sister Yafei, what level are you now? 4 stars, I presume? Yafei chuckled lightly. Indeed, a 4-star, she confirmed, leaving Nalan Yinran feeling further disheartened. Yinran, why does your complexion appear so off? Are you unwell? No, I'm fine, Nalan Yinran replied, clutching her chest. Oh, I'll fetch some tea. Yafei said with a gentle smile, swaying her figure in a manner that deepened Nalan Yinran's sense of inadequacy as she departed. Life felt devoid of meaning to Nalan Yinran at that moment. Just then, Xiao Yan completed the refinement of the colorful illusory essence. He produced a dim white orb from seemingly nowhere. Though still dull, it shone brighter than it had 3 days prior when it was first extracted from the soul stone. Thank you, little girl, an ancient voice echoed in Nalan Yinran's ears. In the next instant, she watched as Xiao Yan cast the orb into the yin-yang sacred flame. As the orb was engulfed by the flames, the once black and white fire suddenly split, transforming into a pair of yin and yang fish. The black yin fish opened its mouth, consuming the soul of Yun Petion, while the white yang fish devoured the extract of the colorful illusory essence. The two fish then began to swim in an extraordinary manner. As the yin fish approached Nalan Yinran, she felt a chill in her heart, and her gaze towards Xiao Yan became notably calm. As the yang fish drew near, an unexpected warmth surged within her heart, akin to the arrival of spring. At that moment, images of her time with Xiao Yan flashed through her mind. This strange fire possessed an enigmatic quality. Nalan Yinran could not help but take a few steps back, ensuring that the effects of the yin-yang dual flames did not interfere with her. Such extraordinary fires possessed unique powers. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as the yang fish continued to swim. Gradually, the distinctive medicinal essence within the 7-colored illusory nectar began to meld into the white light. When the sun dipped below the horizon, a wave of formidable spiritual energy emanated from the yang fish. Moments later, an ethereal elder emerged from the fish, expressing gratitude with a respectful bow toward Xiao Yan. Thank you, young friend, for saving my life. Chapter 108, The Breakthrough of Yunshan. It's nothing, I merely lent a helping hand. You ought to extend your gratitude to the descendants of the Yunlan sect, Xiao Yan remarked, casting a glance at Nalan Yinran. Indeed, we owe our thanks to this young lady. The elder, drifting in the air, acknowledged Nalan Yinran with a grateful look. Although the final rescue was accomplished by the young man in black, without this girl as assistance, he feared he would not have endured for 3 more years. How has the Yunlan sect fared over the years? Yun Petion inquired softly, clearly concerned about the sect he had painstakingly established. Upon mentioning the Yunlan sect, Nalan Yinran's expression dimmed slightly. Ever since the disappearance of the ancestor, the Yunlan sect has gradually fallen into decline. Now, only the old sect master and my teacher, both Do Huang strongholds, remain. Upon hearing this, Yun Petion paused momentarily, then a bitter smile crept across his lips. It's my fault, indeed. Had I not kept the Tian Yun Pekong-ju with me at all times back then, the Yunlan sect would not have reached such a dire state. Old man, stop lamenting about the past. Your sect's descendant just saved your life. Don't you have anything to offer? Xiao Yan, who had been observing quietly, suddenly interjected. Yun Petion's expression froze for a moment. Then he replied with a smile. Naturally, I have something in mind. Young lady, upon your return, I shall prioritize your training. His face radiated warmth. Thank you, ancestor. As long as you return, I believe the Yunlan sect will surely see the day it regains its former glory. Nalan Yan replied politely. However, Xiao Yan was less inclined to be courteous. Old man, you've been revived. Doesn't that warrant a reward for me? Without me, you would soon dissipate into nothingness. Yun Pation's expression stiffened, but he quickly responded with a smile. As long as Xiao Yan speaks, I shall gladly offer anything I possess. I have no interest in your trinkets, Xiao Yan retorted dismissively. Why not be straightforward? After you return, send all the female disciples of the Yunlan sect to me. Brother Xiao Yan, Nalan Yan suddenly gazed at him intently. What is it, Sister Yanran? Can you not misbehave? Nalan Yanran finally articulated her innermost thoughts. Moments later, Yun Podi's spirit returned to the Yunlan sect with her, leaving Xiao Yan with nothing but a set of advanced Earth-level cultivation techniques and corresponding combat skills. The advanced Earth-level technique was named Tian Yun Pakong Ju, and the advanced Earth-level combat skill was Tian Yun Pakong Jian. This set of techniques and skills complemented each other harmoniously, and when perfectly merged, could even unleash the might of quasi-sky level combat skills. As a Douzun expert, Yun Podi possessed considerable depth. However, Xiao Yan pondered the utility of such gifts. He shook his head. He lacked for nothing in terms of Earth-level techniques. Should he later take in Yun and her disciples, this set of techniques would be rendered unsellable. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan's regrets, Nalan Yanran had already accompanied Yun Podi back to the Yunlan sect. Though she now existed merely as a soul, Yun Podi's strength was still comparable to that of a newly ascended Douzong expert. However, upon their arrival at the Yunlan sect, the mountain peaks began to tremble slightly. What is happening? Nalan Yanran's delicate face changed. Do not worry, Yun Podi replied, a look of surprise crossing his features. To my astonishment, upon our return, a descendant has broken through to Douzong. As his words fell, the tremors of the Yunlan sect intensified, culminating in a colossal surge of energy erupting from a small hill overrun with weeds. With a resounding roar, a massive pillar of Dou Qi shot skyward, its powerful presence enveloping the entire Yunlan sect. Countless disciples trembled beneath this aura, which remained undiminished even as it spread to the imperial capital. Figures with wings of Dou Qi soared from the city. What is happening? This aura surpasses that of a Dou Huang. It belongs to a Douzong expert. My heavens! Another Douzong expert has emerged. The changes in the Gamma Empire are occurring at an alarming pace. Wait, do you not find this aura somewhat familiar? Now that you mention it, this presence emanates from the direction of the Yunlan sect. Could it be? Deep within the palace, Jia Xingtian gazed intently toward the Yunlan sect, unable to suppress a gentle sigh. Old fellow, I never expected you to truly endure this trial. As the towering light column dissipated, a stooped elderly figure appeared above the Yunlan sect. Who is he? Is this person from our Yunlan sect? Many disciples exchanged puzzled glances, but the elders above them were overcome with emotion and knelt. We welcome the former sect master for breaking through to Douzong. We welcome the former sect master for breaking through to Douzong. The voices of numerous Dou Wang and Dou Ling resonated throughout the Yunlan sect, and the young disciples bore expressions of shock. This individual was none other than the long-absent former sect master. In the sky, Yin Shan remained stooped, yet his murky old eyes had regained clarity. His body hovered in the air, and with each step he took, he felt himself rejuvenating. After 7 steps, he transformed from a frail old man into one with white hair, yet a youthful visage. At that moment, a streak of light flashed by, and Yun Shan slowly turned his head, only to find his esteemed disciple, Yun, standing before him. Master, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the Douzong. Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yun'er, had it not been for you, I might have truly perished in that cave, Yin Shan said, gazing at his disciple with a mix of affection and gratitude, tinged with a barely perceptible nuance. Congratulations to the esteemed sect leader on your emergence. At this juncture, several elders of the Yunlan sect, all at the Dou Wang level, flew over to extend their congratulations. Congratulations, esteemed sect leader, on your breakthrough to Douzong. Another voice chimed in, and Yun Shan glanced at the middle-aged man before him. Guhi, your efforts in alchemy over the years for Yunlan sect have indeed been commendable, Yun Shan remarked with a smile directed at Guhi. Nay, it is merely my duty to repay the kindness you showed me years ago, esteemed sect leader. Guhi humbly shook his head. Yun Shan chuckled but offered no further comment, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Indeed, it is remarkable. Yunlan sect has gained another Douzong powerhouse. A voice, weathered and profound, echoed through the air, causing the faces of the Yunlan sect's powerful members to change dramatically, including Yun Shan. whose expression shifted as an ethereal figure materialized before them. Who might you be? An elder was about to inquire when a gasp erupted from the crowd. Master Yun Petion. With the utterance of his name, a brief silence enveloped the surroundings, even causing the newly emerged Yun Shan to display a trace of astonishment. You are truly the Master Yun Petion, he exclaimed, his countenance serious, yet laced with excitement. Indeed. Yun Petion smiled gently. I have been trapped within the soulbound stone for over 5 centuries. It is thanks to your disciples and their descendants that I have been afforded this opportunity to escape. After speaking, he turned to Yun and the still-grounded Nalan Yinran. Now that I have returned to Yunlan Sect, I shall restore all the lost techniques and precious secrets from yesteryears, and the sect shall reclaim its former glory. Upon hearing these words, both Yun and Yun Shan, along with many elders of Yunlan Sect, revealed expressions of exhilaration. Our Yunlan Sect shall rise again. The corners of Yun Shan's mouth curled upward, soon breaking into a broad smile. Yunlan Sect rise. Yunlan Sect rise. Several elders became flushed with excitement. Yunlan Sect rise. At the foot of the mountain, Nalan Yinran clenched her small fists in fervor. What kind of madness and excitement engulfed Yunlan Sect was unknown to Xiao Yan, for he had already departed from the Mittel family and arrived at the imperial palace. In contrast to the Mittel family's understated elegance, the decor of the imperial palace exuded solemn grandeur. Mr. Xiao Yan, you have finally arrived. As the black-clad youth arrived at the royal palace, a statuesque lady with an enchanting smile gazed at Xiao Yan. I never anticipated that it would be Princess Yao Yi herself who came to welcome me, he mused, admiring the beauty before him. Dressed in a fitted black court gown adorned with exquisite gems, Yao Yi's tall figure radiated an air of noble elegance. Her captivating visage exuded a distinct aura, starkly different from that of Yafei. If Yafei embodied the essence of a mature and alluring career woman, then Yao Yi resembled a general temporarily retreating from the battlefield, subtly infused with the essence of a queen. If Yao Yi were to ascend as the empress of the Jiamar Empire, would it not evoke a tale worthy of a dragon robe? Various whimsical thoughts flitted through Xiao Yan's mind. Who could be more suitable than me to receive such an esteemed guest as Mr. Xiao Yan? Yao Yi's elongated, beautiful eyes fixated on him, hinting at an intriguing undercurrent. As they walked side by side, Xiao Yan caught a delicate fragrance wafting from her, one he found rather pleasant. Simultaneously, Yao Yi detected a unique scent emanating from Xiao Yan, causing their gazes to meet momentarily. You are quite charming. An unspoken resonance echoed in their minds, leading them to continue forward in harmonious silence. The imperial palace of the Jiamar Empire was expansive. After navigating through the intricate corridors, Xiao Yan finally arrived at an open terrace where Jia Xingtian awaited him. Mr. Xiao Yan, you have finally arrived. Jia Xingtian greeted him with a warm smile. Haha, you are far too courteous, Jia, Xiao Yan replied, surveying the lavish spread of fine wines and delicacies laid out before him, clearly the most precious ingredients the empire had to offer. If I had Huanqin here, I fear I would burst from indulgence. Please, take a seat, Mr. Xiao Yan, Jia Xingtian urged, while Yao Yi graciously poured wine for him. All three were seasoned veterans of conversation. Rather than diving straight into business, they engaged in light banter before shifting the topic to the Yunlan Sect. Mr. Xiao Yan. Today the old master of the Yunlan Sect, Yun Shan, successfully ascended to the Dou Zone realm. Thanks to your influence, Yao Yi inquired casually, a hint of alluring blush gracing her cheeks after a few rounds of wine. Ah, the main event has arrived, Xiao Yan smiled subtly. Indeed. Yun Shan's breakthrough was facilitated by a breaking realm pill that I provided. Upon hearing this, he noted a slight tremor in the wine cup held by Jia Xingtian. Perceiving the reaction, Xiao Yan merely smiled and gently tapped his fingers on the table, causing a palm-sized icy jade box to materialize before them. Jia, we both know the purpose of tonight's banquet, so I shall not beat about the bush. This is a breaking realm pill. Given your long-standing foundation at the pinnacle of Dou Huang, I believe it should provide a chance for a breakthrough. At this, Jia Xingtian's body involuntarily quivered with anticipation. Mr. Xiao Yan, so generous, does he not have any requests? Having lived for so many years, he naturally does not believe in fortuitous blessings from the heavens. Requests? A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as his gaze swept over Yao Yi. Under such scrutiny, even Yao Yi, known for her composure, could not help but blush slightly. Indeed, I have a few requests, or rather proposals. Xiao Yan chuckled, and Yao Yi appeared somewhat unsettled. I hope to establish an alliance that encompasses not only the Jiama Empire, but also the surrounding empires. His voice resonated, eliciting a flicker of astonishment on the faces of Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi. An alliance? Indeed. Xiao Yan nodded and continued, Jia Lao, do you not think that the Jiama Empire and the neighboring imperial forces are rather feeble? Feeble? Jia Xingtian paused, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. These empires, sects, and even the distant Serpent tribe possess strengths that barely reach the Dou zone level. In the Jiama Empire, a Dou Huang can stride with authority. Such a handful of minor powers would be insignificant when faced with truly formidable forces. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, both Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi displayed a hint of embarrassment. To refer to those at the pinnacle of an empire, the Dou zone and Dou Huang, as mere minor players would surely provoke a strong reaction from the Dou Huang experts if they were to hear it. He Jialao. Regardless of whether you agree with this decision, this broken sect elixir is my gift to the Jiama Empire. Xiao Yan presented the icy jade box to Jia Xingtian, adding, however, I must remind you that in the future, not only will the Yunlan sect, the Mittel family, and the Nalan family see Dou zone experts emerge, but the neighboring Serpent tribe will too. With a hint of dominance in his demeanor, Xiao Yan stated, I shall establish a new force on this land, one that will alter the entire landscape of the northwestern continent. To others, his words might seem like a fanciful dream. Yet for the two present who understood Xiao Yan's capabilities, it was indeed a plausible reality. Gazing at the youthful face of Xiao Yan, imbued with authority and confidence, a subtle glimmer sparked in Yao Yi's beautiful eyes. Jia Xingtian spoke less, seemingly contemplating Xiao Yan's declaration, while Yao Yi maintained her usual composure. Mr. Xiao Yan, as the evening grows late, why not visit Yao Yi's quarters? I have several sets of Dou techniques that I would like to seek your guidance on. After the banquet, Yao Yi smiled at Xiao Yan. Does this lady wish to seduce me? A thought stirred within Xiao Yan. I, the young master, so pure and noble. How could a mere princess of an insignificant empire entice me? With a cold chuckle within, he displayed a warm smile on his face. Very well. Chapter 110. I wish to charge into battle for Her Royal Highness the Princess. The palace was deep and serene, and after traversing the intricate corridors, the two arrived at a tranquil and elegant palace. The Starry Night Palace? Xiao Yan beheld the palace before him. The name is indeed exquisite. With her crimson lips gently pursed and a smile adorning her face, Yao Yi led Xiao Yan into the palace. Your Highness, two maidservants greeted at the entrance, their eyes widening in surprise as they regarded the man accompanying Yao Yi. It was the first time the princess had brought a male companion to her royal abode. You may withdraw for now. I have important matters to discuss with Mr. Xiao Yan. Yao Yi waved her hand, and though the maidservants appeared even more astonished, they obediently exited. Mr. Xiao Yan, let us proceed inside. Yao Yi turned back, a flicker of anxiety fleeting through her beautiful eyes, yet her demeanor remained composed. Are we not to discuss combat techniques? Xiao Yan inquired, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Yao Yi revealed a hint of indignation before adopting a tone reminiscent of playful reproach. Look at my attire. Is it suitable for practicing combat techniques? Oh. Xiao Yan nodded contemplatively, acknowledging her point. He then followed Yao Yi into the palace. As a royal princess, Yao Yi's chamber was even more exquisite than that of Yafei, imbued with a subtle elegance and fragrant allure. Please sit here and recover from your inebriation. I shall change into suitable attire shortly. Yao Yi prepared a cup of hot tea for Xiao Yan before gracefully departing from the parlor. A moment later, the sound of water splashing resounded, stirring an involuntary reaction within Xiao Yan. Indeed, the royal family knows how to indulge, he mused inwardly. The sound of bathing continued until the warmth of the tea in Xiao Yan's hands gradually diminished, finally ceasing, accompanied by the flickering candlelight. A captivating beauty wrapped in a bathrobe emerged from the side chamber. Princess Yao Yi, why haven't you changed into your training attire? Dressed like this, how can you practice combat techniques? Xiao Yan questioned, bewildered. How can I possibly practice in this state? Yao Yi's cheeks flushed, yet she resolutely approached him, her fair skin radiating a mysterious allure beneath the candlelight. Oh, without practicing combat techniques, can I truly leave? Xiao Yan replied, feigning innocence as he gazed at Yao Yi. Suddenly, the bathrobe enveloping Yao Yi slipped to the floor. What are you doing? Xiao Yan quickly covered his face with his hands, though his eyes remained uncovered. Stop pretending. Mr. Xiao Yan, Yao Yi's face turned crimson, her body trembling slightly. If you had no ulterior motives, why would you come here with me? As a mere princess, what else could attract you? I came here considering you a friend. How could you think so of me? I am a man of virtue, Xiao Yan protested. Please do not belittle me. Yao Yi's voice quivered, and Xiao Yan discerned the mix of embarrassment and sorrow in her tone. This stirred the compassionate heart within Xiao Yan. Known for his appreciation of beauty, he lowered his hands, standing up with a gentle smile. Princess Yao Yi, you truly have an astute perception. Yao Yi ceased her words, slowly closing her beautiful eyes. In the dim light, she felt herself being lifted by a pair of strong arms. On that night, the palace was illuminated by a constellation of stars, yet inexplicably, among the celestial radiance, there seemed to linger a breath of spring. The sun had ascended to its zenith. Am I not rather base? A faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the room, as Xiao Yan, adorned in a splendid new court gown, rested her chin on her hand. Gazing vacantly at Xiao Yan, "Why do you resemble Yifei?" Xiao Yan pondered the ailment afflicting her. The hearts of women are perpetually inscrutable, and even Xiao Yan found himself perplexed at times. "Am I not actively enticing you? Do you men not find it rather frivolous when a woman takes the initiative?" Xiao Yan observed Xiao Yan intently. "No, I am not an ordinary man," Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. "I prefer the bold." He silently added to himself, "Do you not think I have ulterior motives for acting this way?" Xiao Yan inquired, her expression a tapestry of complexity. "Indeed, I understand. You covet the formidable power that lies behind me, seeking to forge a connection through this relationship." Xiao Yan sipped his tea and remarked blandly, "If I were not drawn to your form, could you truly entice me?" Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the thoughts of this scion from a grand lineage seemed somewhat unconventional. Yet, for some reason, Xiao Yan's words brought her a sense of comfort. "Do not dwell on such matters. Simply be like Yifei and obediently serve as my paramour, and all shall be well." Xiao Yan took another sip of tea and added, "However, I find your court attire lacking in elegance. It would be preferable for you to don the garb of an empress henceforth, as that might endear you to me even more." At his words, Xiao Yan's delicate form shivered, and her once tumultuous eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. "Oh, this regal lady seems to relish the allure of authority," Xiao Yan mused internally, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Nevertheless, nurturing an empress surely brings greater satisfaction," he thought, rising to pat the princess's backside, saying, "Next time, wear your battle armor. I wish to charge into battle on behalf of the princess." Xiao Yan's fair countenance instantly flushed crimson. "I never anticipated you to be of such a disposition. I humbly confess, I am indeed fond of charging into the fray," Xiao Yan chuckled, sprouting wings of fighting spirit and soaring into the sky. It was only after his figure vanished into the horizon that Xiao Yan slowly returned to her chamber. "How weary I am." The usually dignified and aloof imperial princess collapsed onto the soft bed with a soft thud, gently closing her eyes, seemingly releasing the fatigue that had long burdened her. I have unexpectedly advanced a star in my cultivation overnight." A smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips as she drifted into a deep slumber. Upon returning to the Mittel family, Xiao Yan found Yifei seated in a small pavilion, playfully engaging with Huanxin. "What does this character pronounce? Sugar. And this one? Vinegar. What about the last two? Pork tenderloin. Well done, well done. You've learned 4 characters today." Huanxin stood proudly with her back straight. "You managed to learn 4 characters in a single day." Xiao Yan observed his disciple with a hint of astonishment. "Is merely 4 characters truly capable of challenging me?" Hun-Xian scoffed dismissively. "Look at how capable you are." Xiao Yan lightly poked her forehead with his finger, causing Hun-Xian to plop down on the ground. "Humph." Hun-Xian crossed her arms, sulking and ignoring Xiao Yan, instead turning to Yifei with a smile that sought her favor. "Sister Yifei, may I have another serving of sweet and sour pork tonight?" "Of course." Yifei replied with a gentle smile. "Xiao Chui, please take Hun-Xian downstairs. Let her have an extra meal tonight." "Thank you, sister." Hun-Xian's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly leading her to kneel before Yifei in gratitude. "All you think about is food." Watching the little girl bounce away, Xiao Yan helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Oh, so Lord Xiao Yan is still willing to return." As Xiao Yan approached her, Yifei attempted to shift her position, but he seized her wrist. "How does it feel to be a princess?" Yifei shot him a teasing glance. "What princess? I was discussing state affairs last night." Xiao Yan replied with a serious expression. "Was it a heart-to-heart on the bed?" Yifei huffed lightly. "Hee," Xiao Yan chuckled, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. "Quite delightful." Chapter 111. You have changed. "In that case, why not seek the princess for another heart-to-heart tonight?" Seeing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Yifei turned her head slightly. "I wouldn't want to leave you alone in an empty room," Xiao Yan said earnestly. "You may act as you wish," Yifei retorted, pouting as she produced an envelope and handed it to Xiao Yan. "This is an invitation from the Cloud Sect. You are now a benefactor to them. It is said they wish to hold a grand feast in your honor and even consider erecting a statue of you at the Cloud Sect." "A statue?" Xiao Yan was taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. "The Cloud Sect certainly knows how to plan. If they were to erect a statue for me, my relationship with them would indeed be irrevocably linked." Xiao Yan had no intention of binding himself to this sect. He merely wished to forge a connection with that exquisite master-student duo. "The invitation has been delivered. The rest depends on your attitude," Yifei observed quietly as she regarded Xiao Yan. "As for the statue, let us put that aside. However, I shall indeed attend the invitation." Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. "I knew you would say that. 3 days hence, Nalan Yan Ran will come to invite you," Yifei said, a hint of disappointment flickering across her features. "You don't appear particularly happy," Xiao Yan noted, glancing at her. "How could I dare?" Yifei feigned innocence as she gazed at him. I have noticed your growing boldness. Tonight, I shall teach you a lesson, Xiao Yan chuckled, teasing her until her face flushed crimson. In contrast to the lightheartedness surrounding Xiao Yan, the Yunlan sect was currently filled with revelry. Patriarch, esteemed old sect leader. With both of you returning simultaneously, our sect is poised for a resurgence. The current second elder of the Yunlan sect, his face flushed from drink, was brimming with excitement. With a hint of laughter, I acknowledge that managing alone poses considerable challenges. However, with the return of our esteemed ancestor and the legacy he has brought forth, it is indeed time for the Yunlan sect to rise. At this moment, Yunshan wears a smile, having recently achieved a breakthrough to the Dozong level, which has greatly uplifted his spirits. The unexpected return of Yun Patian brings further joy. Yunshan is acutely aware that with a Dozong expert providing direct guidance, the strength of the sect's upper echelons will soon experience a significant enhancement. Had he received such guidance in his earlier years, perhaps he would have already attained the Dozong status. Nonetheless, this feels like a double blessing. Master, what level of techniques does our Yunlan sect currently possess? At the banquet, Yun Patian floated ethereally at the head of the table. Since your disappearance, the highest tier techniques of the Yunlan sect have unfortunately been lost. Presently, the most advanced technique remaining is merely the low-grade earth tier Yunlan scroll of heavenly arts. Yunshan replied softly. Only a low-grade earth tier technique remains? No wonder the sect has fallen to such depths, Yun Patian remarked with a hint of self-mockery. However, now that I have returned, the Yunlan sect shall certainly reclaim its former glory. Suddenly, he laughed heartily, declaring, tomorrow, I shall impart new techniques to you all. His gaze swept over Yun and her apprentice. I owe my escape to the two of you. Indeed, Yun'er and little Yanran are our Yunlan sect's fortunate stars. Yunshan concurred, although a flicker of unease flashed in his eyes. By the way, where's Yunling? I haven't seen him lately. Yunshan suddenly realized a familiar face was missing. Master, the Grand Elder was severely injured by Xiao Yan a few days ago and is still recuperating. Yun stood, her countenance revealing a hint of discomfort. Severely injured by Master Xiao Yan? What transpired? Did Yunling provoke him? Yunshan furrowed his brow. I doubt that. I'm unsure why he acted so suddenly. Yun shook her head. Very well. Yunshan's brow relaxed slightly, though his thoughts remained clouded. After the banquet concluded, he turned to Nalan Yanran and instructed, Yanran, please invite Master Xiao Yan to the banquet in 3 days. You must ensure he comes. He is a great benefactor to our Yunlan sect. Understood, Master. Nalan Yanran nodded, though an air of unease lingered on her face. She wondered if Master was being overly enthusiastic regarding Xiao Yan. If you accomplish this, you will have rendered a significant service to our Yunlan sect, Yunshan said with a smile. With your aptitude, it won't be long before you reach the great Dou Master level, and at that time, you shall be the future leader of our sect. Thank you, Master, Nalan Yanran replied with a slight nod, her expression calm. In the past, the prospect of becoming the sect's future leader would have thrilled her, but for reasons unknown, she now felt a disquieting absence of emotion. Go and rest now, Yunshan replied. Then turned to Yun, saying, Yun'er, please accompany me for a moment. Yes, Master, she responded. Yun's delicate face displayed a hint of confusion, yet she chose to follow Yunshan as they departed. Once everyone had left, Yun Patian gazed in the direction where Yunshan and Yun had vanished, a bemused expression gracing his features. This descendant seems rather overly pragmatic. However, a mysterious smile emerged on his face as he transformed into a wisp of ethereal spirit, drifting away from the spot. What? Master, you wish for me to seduce that Xiao Yan? In the grand hall prepared for Yunshan, Yun looked at him in disbelief. Yun'er, with your beauty, how can it be termed a seduction? It is merely that Xiao Yan has shown interest in you, and you should seize the opportunity, he replied. Master, but Xiao Yan already has a fiancée. One of the reasons for his visit to the imperial capital is to seek a divorce from Yanran. You want me to seduce him? I cannot do such a thing, Yun replied with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Haha, if he has a legitimate wife, would it not be acceptable for you to be a concubine? Facing the atmosphere exuded by Yunshan remained unfazed. A concubine? Yun's brows furrowed even deeper. Master, I acknowledge that I owe Xiao Yan a great deal, and I will find a way to repay him in the future. However, to serve as a concubine or to actively seduce him, such actions are beyond my capacity. Yunshan's voice suddenly took on a heavier tone. Repay? Do you truly believe you can repay the debt of gratitude you owe him? Moreover, what harm is there in being a concubine? You must know by now how powerful Xiao Yan's backing is. If you could win his favor, your path to becoming a Dozong or even a Dozun would encounter far less resistance. Our Yunlan sect would also rise accordingly. The opportunities Xiao Yan could bring far exceed the resurrection of the ancient ancestor Patian. Do you understand? Yunshan spoke earnestly. Master, A hint of sadness crossed Yun Yun's face. You have changed. You are no longer the spirited Yun Shan of yore. In the past, no matter how formidable the opponent, you would never bow your back. But look at you now. You have resorted to flattering others. You are no longer the revered mentor I once admired. I have changed. Yun Shan paused for a moment, a peculiar expression crossing his face. You are right. I indeed have changed. Chapter 112, Dream. As he spoke, his visage twisted with a more menacing grimace. You have never truly grasped the feeling of impending doom. When your life hangs by a thread, and death draws ever nearer. Only then do you understand how helpless and insignificant you truly are. Before life and death, what pride or integrity holds any value? When your life extinguishes, everything becomes naught. By the end of his words, Yun Shan was nearly roaring. After a brief moment, his expression calmed, and he looked at Yun Yun with a gentle yet resolute demeanor. Xiao Yan is an individual I must cultivate a relationship with. If I miss this opportunity, it may be difficult to encounter another like it in the future. I understand that you find it hard to accept this outcome now. I shall grant you time to consider, but do not make me wait too long. Yun Yun said nothing further and, with a sorrowful countenance, left the grand hall. The gentle evening breeze caressed her flowing white dress, causing her long hair to dance gracefully. Yun Yun gazed at the half-moon suspended in the sky, her eyes reflecting a tranquil depth. This was a vast and desolate world, infinitely broader than the continent of Dou Qi, part of a boundless universe. The setting sun bathed the land in a crimson hue, revealing that the world itself bore the color of blood. Corpses littered the ground, a macabre tapestry of humanity, magical beasts, and other strange beings. Their blood staining the earth a deep red, even the sea glimmering with a faint sanguine tint. As Xiao Yan looked up, he beheld towering figures, some standing proud, others fallen. The nearest corpse was that of Xiao Yan, the Dou Emperor, whose once mighty form was now cracked and drenched in blood. Xiao Yan, survive. A weak voice emerged from Xiao Yan, whose gaze gradually dimmed. What has transpired? A look of bewilderment spread across Xiao Yan's face. Yenner, you must endure. You are our last hope. A familiar voice reached him, and he saw Sure Hao, no longer the chubby boy, but a striking young man, though etched with an unusual weariness. After uttering those words, he resolutely turned away and walked into the distance. Suddenly, an ominous black mist spread across the horizon, engulfing the world, countless crimson eyes peering through the fog, fixated on Xiao Yan and Sure Hao. Come back. Xiao Yan opened his mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged. Yenner, I have truly become the unparalleled powerhouse you described. Sure Hao smiled back at him, and then a blinding radiance erupted from his form, revealing a colossal avatar towering above the heavens. I am the one destined to rise, and naturally, I must face my demise. As he spoke, an overwhelming power surged forth, shaking the very fabric of the world. Boom! An infinite brightness enveloped the cosmos, blinding Xiao Yan. By the heavens! Xiao Yan jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, a hint of panic on his face. What is it? A delicate arm wrapped around his waist, and Yafei, sitting beside him, whispered softly. It's nothing, just a dream. Feeling the warmth behind him, Xiao Yan's heart settled slightly. It had been a long time since he had dreamt. Not since he had reached the rank of Dou Wang at 12. Yet tonight, he had inexplicably fallen into a peculiar slumber, experiencing a bizarre dream. Yet at Xiao Yan's level, how could he be plagued by nightmares for no reason? Moreover, this dream felt unervingly vivid. Did it foreshadow events to come? For reasons unknown. A sense of inexplicable anxiety gripped Xiao Yan. Perhaps he had become too complacent and comfortable over the years, but deep within, an unsettling feeling lingered. Unbidden, he recalled the mysterious contamination sealed by the yin-yang evil saint and the creature with crimson fur. This force seemed foreign to the Dou Qi continent. Could it be that? Xiao Yan gazed up at the ceiling, contemplating the possibility that if everything were indeed predetermined, then there must exist a grander world beyond the Dou Qi continent. If that were the case, the so-called malevolent extraterrestrial races could also be a reality, which would elucidate the evil force that led to the fall of the Dou Emperor as witnessed by the yin-yang evil saint. However, what was the significance of that red-haired figure, and what of the chubby little fellow, Sure Hao? Initially, Xiao Yan had merely taken an interest in him due to the amusing nature of his name, yet now he found himself entwined in such dreams. Could it be that he was truly one destined to face calamity? Rubbing his temples, Xiao Yan suddenly experienced a long-lost sense of crisis. Within the palace, Yao Yi observed the diminutive figure before her with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Are you certain this is Xiao Yan's disciple? Your Highness, it is indeed true, replied her maid, who was previously a close attendant to Yafei, named Xiao Chui. Very well, Yao Yi said, gently massaging her forehead. Little sister, what is your name? Hun Xian mumbled indistinctly, her mouth stuffed with food. Eat slowly, or you might choke, Yao Yi remarked. perplexed as to why Xiao Yan would take this child as a disciple. Lacking any aura of Dou Qi and seemingly not very bright, she appeared to possess no remarkable qualities aside from her voracious appetite. However, as a princess with aspirations of becoming a queen, she was indifferent to such trivialities. Doesn't your master, with such high cultivation, teach you how to cultivate Dou Qi? He does, but I cannot learn, Hun Xian replied matter-of-factly. Why not? Because I cannot read, she stated innocently. But you can learn even without knowing how to read, Yao Yi gently suggested. Shall I teach you, dear sister? Hun Xian was initially inclined to refuse, but upon seeing the array of delicacies before her, she reluctantly agreed. Isn't the little girl rather endearing? Yao Yi chuckled softly. After a considerable time had passed, Yao Yi found herself exasperated. How can there be such a foolish child in this world? She mused, noticing the faint blue veins surfacing on her fair forehead. Your Highness, perhaps it would be best not to teach her, Xiao Chui said with a sympathetic glance at Yao Yi. No, I refuse to yield, Yao Yi declared resolutely. Yet another stretch of time passed, and Yao Yi sat there, feeling utterly disheartened. Hun Xian, now on her third meal, wiped the grease from her chubby hands and stuffed 2 chicken legs into her burlap pocket. Aren't you full yet? Yao Yi inquired, observing the little girl. I am. But Master and Sister Yafei have not eaten yet, Hun Xian replied earnestly. With a thud, one of the chicken legs fell to the floor. Hun Xian hurriedly picked it up and stuffed it back into her pocket. That chicken leg is dirty, Yao Yi remarked, looking at the little one. It's all right. If it's dirty, I'll give it to Master, Hun Xian replied with a look of filial piety. Ha, Yao Yi forced a smile, feeling utterly drained as she leaned on the table after Hun Xian departed the palace. Dealing with a disciple proved to be far more exhausting than managing a master. Sol Xian was unaware of Yao Yi's thoughts at that moment, as she joyfully skipped back to the doorstep of the Mittel family. Along the way, she had dropped her chicken drumstick twice, but she managed to pick it up each time, eager to share the local delicacies with her master. However, upon reaching the entrance, she suddenly spotted a tall and strikingly beautiful young woman. Londo, what brings you here? Sol Xian's eyes sparkled at the sight of this enchanting figure. Yet, the young woman paid her no mind and continued on her way. Londo. Noticing the girl's persistence, Sol Xian scampered over and hugged her leg. As she walked, Nalan Yinran furrowed her brow and glanced down at the little girl, having failed to notice her presence until now. Ah, it's little Sol Xian. Nalan Yinran smiled at the adorable child, finding her quite endearing. Londo, what brings you here? Sol Xian blinked her large eyes in curiosity. Londo? Nalan Yinran was momentarily taken aback, only realizing after a while that the child was indeed addressing her. Little one, you should call me Nalan Jiejia, understood? Nalan Yinran patiently explained. Understood, Londo Jiejia. Do you still have the candies you brought last time? Sol Xian's face lit up with eagerness. Yes, indeed. Nalan Yinran had encountered Sol Xian a few times and was aware of the girl's insatiable sweet tooth. Thus, she casually retrieved a small pouch from her spatial ring, filled with candies and preserved fruits. Here, it's all yours. Nalan Yinran chuckled as she ruffled the girl's hair. Thank you, Londo Jiejia. Sol Xian beamed with delight. Remember, it's Nalan. Do you understand? Understood, Londo Jiejia. Nalan Yinran's expression darkened slightly. I want to bring you candies next time. Why not, Nalan Jiejia? Do you not like me anymore? Sol Xian's face instantly wore a look of hurt. It seemed that the child was not as foolish as she appeared. Nalan Yinran was momentarily speechless. After a brief moment, she stepped into the courtyard and spotted Xiao Yan, who was unusually not surrounded by women. At that moment, he sat serenely in a pavilion, quietly cultivating. Streams of fighting energy, almost tangible, swirled around him like wisps of white vapor. Nalan Yinran was once again astonished by his rate of cultivation, having trained alongside Yin Yun for many years. She understood well that with Xiao Yan's pace, he could likely advance in mere months. This time, Xiao Yan was not using any exotic flames or engaging in dual cultivation. He was simply employing the most straightforward and unadorned method of practice, yet he progressed with the speed of a rocket. Typically, it would take a Dou Huang decades to achieve even a single star-level enhancement, yet Xiao Yan managed to do so with remarkable ease. At this moment, Nalan Yinran found herself genuinely impressed. Recalling the grand proclamations made beneath the setting sun that afternoon, a hint of crimson crept onto her delicate face. It seemed that my earlier words were as inconsequential as mere flatulence. Nalan Yinran, filled with embarrassment, lowered her gaze. Suddenly reminded of Xiao Yan's remark from that day. Engaging in dual cultivation with me will accelerate your progress. How despicable of me to entertain such shameless thoughts. Nalan Yinran wished she could deliver herself a resounding slap. Master, Huan Xin exclaimed, charging towards Xiao Yan like a small tank. A long, slender hand pressed down on her head. And no matter how hard she struggled, she could not advance another step. Wipe the grease off your mouth, Xiao Yan said disdainfully, casting her a sidelong glance. Huanxin, unbothered, wiped her mouth with her sleeve and then produced a dark, succulent chicken leg from her pocket. I brought back 2 chicken legs from Sister Yao Yi. This one is for you, Huanxin said with an earnest expression. Heh, you should keep it for yourself, Xiao Yan replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. No, you eat it, Huanxin insisted. Xiao Yan chose to ignore her and turned his attention back to Nalan Yinran. Yinran, you've come. Brother Xiao Yan. Nalan Yinran said softly, nodding gently. The sect has sent me to invite you to a banquet. Very well, Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. Let us proceed. With that, he stepped forward to embrace Nalan Yinran. What are you doing? Nalan Yinran retreated a couple of steps. Aren't we heading to Yunlan's sect? Are we to walk back? Xiao Yan asked, puzzled. Walking is not out of the question, Nalan Yinran murmured. Walking is too slow. Perhaps I shall forego the invitation. Xiao Yan shook his head. You! Nalan Yinran exclaimed in frustration. If Xiao Yan chose not to attend, the esteemed members of Yunlan's sect would have prepared in vain. The thought of returning alone, witnessing the disappointment on everyone's faces, was disheartening. Well? Xiao Yan opened his arms. Nalan Yinran hesitated for a moment, then obediently approached and wrapped her arms around his waist. You mustn't behave as you did last time, Nalan Yinran said, her cheeks flushed, still slightly dizzy from the scent of him. What do you mean by last time, Yinran? I am a gentleman, do you not understand? Do not perceive me in such a sordid light, Xiao Yan said earnestly, placing a firm hand on her slender waist, his fighting spirit suddenly flaring. Boom. Nalan Yinran felt herself lifted off the ground once more. Instinctively, she clung tighter to Xiao Yan's waist, yet felt something grasping at her backside. You don't seem well. Are you feeling unwell? The infatuated Xiao Yan asked with concern. Sighing, Nalan Yinran fell silent. Within the grand hall of Yunlan's sect, Yunling gazed excitedly at the elder before him. Elder Sectmaster, have you broken through to Dou Zone? Indeed, Yunling, during my years of seclusion. I owe much to your assistance in managing the sect alongside Yuner, Yunshan said with a serene smile. It was my duty, Yunling replied, lying on the bed. Recalling how Xiao Yan's blow had not only shattered one side of his face, but had also severely injured his meridians. To achieve a swift recovery, one would require at least a 6th grade elixir. Clearly, the Yunlan sect is reluctant to part with such resources, nor is Yunlong willing to do so. Yunlong, do you harbor some enmity towards that Mr. Xiao Yan? Yunshan inquired softly. Old Sectmaster, please refrain from mentioning that scoundrel. The mere thought of him ignites a desire for vengeance within me, Yunlong exclaimed, his face aflame with fury. He could not fathom why Xiao Yan had turned against him with such ferocity. Yunlong, Mr. Xiao Yan is now a benefactor of our Yunlan sect. I implore you to release your grievances against him, Yunshan observed with a smile. To relinquish my grievances, there must be some justification, do you not think? As the esteemed Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, I cannot allow this impudent youth to trample upon my dignity, Yunlong retorted, his agitation mounting. Hee, Yunshan chuckled, suddenly patting him on the shoulder. Throughout these years, you have rendered considerable service to our sect. You flatter me, old Sectmaster, Yunlong replied, momentarily brightening at the compliment, only to hear Yunshan continue. However, you must also acknowledge that you have embezzled your fair share during your tenure at the Yunlan sect. Yun prefers to avoid meddling in affairs, allowing you to quietly undermine her authority alongside a few others. Am I mistaken? The expression on Yunlong's face shifted to one of terror. You are still the distinguished Grand Elder of our Yunlan sect. Even in death, Yunshan maintained his smile. But Yunlong discerned the murderous intent lurking in his eyes. Old Sectmaster, you cannot kill me. You simply cannot. Before he could finish his plea, Yunshan's hand had already descended upon his forehead. A torrent of fighting spirit obliterated his mind and subsequently annihilated his internal organs. Yunlong's eyes widened in shock, and then silence enveloped him. Yunlong, this marks your final contribution to the sect. Fear not, for within the annals of the Yunlan sect, you shall remain an esteemed elder. I shall ensure the well-being of your family, descendants, and disciples, Yunshan remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips. In his heart, he recognized that Xiao Yan was a figure that he and the Yunlan sect must curry favor with, as it pertained to their future trajectory. Anyone who jeopardized this objective would be dealt with accordingly. Calculating the time, Xiao Yan should be arriving shortly. Yan, I hope you do not disappoint me. Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer to refrain from employing underhanded tactics, he said, before his figure vanished from the room. In the annals of the Yunlan sect's history, the 29th Grand Elder, Yunlong, was credited with remarkable contributions, yet ultimately perished in his chambers due to a misstep in his cultivation. The sect's plaza, situated midway up a colossal mountain, was where Yun Patian now lingered, reminiscing as he gazed upon the square. It was he who had, with the power of Dou Zun, leveled the ground to establish it. Now, nearly a millennium later, the plaza remained unchanged while he had become a mere specter. At that moment, a figure with wings of fighting spirit swept across the sky, causing Yun Pation's eyes to brighten. Young Xiao Yan has arrived. Yun Pation floated over gracefully. You, Yunlan sect, have personally invited this young master. I must show some respect. Xiao Yan descended lightly. Setting down Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran's face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Yan, this rogue, was even bolder than last time, his hands wandering indiscriminately, even daring to pinch her twice. As the two landed, two other figures abruptly appeared in the square. Mr. Xiao Yan, you have finally arrived. I have eagerly awaited your presence, Yun Shan said with a hearty laugh. This old fellow, despite his age, is quite sycophantic, Xiao Yan thought, glancing at Yun Shan. Nodding with a smile, but saying little, then turning to the enchanting lady beside him. Sect Master Yun, it has been several days since we last met. Have you missed me? Yun was adorned in her customary noble elegance, exuding a unique charm. However, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, her delicate face turned slightly red. Mr. Xiao Yan, this is a public setting. Please maintain decorum. Decorum? Given our relationship, is it necessary to maintain decorum? Xiao Yan replied, his confidence as sturdy as a city wall. Haha, now that Mr. Xiao Yan has arrived, the banquet may commence. Everyone, please take your seats, Yun Shan said, his smile unwavering despite the slight frown he cast upon noticing Yun's reaction. Once everyone was seated, Xiao Yan nearly burst into laughter. He noticed that Yun Pation had a table to himself, yet in his ethereal state, he was unable to eat or drink, merely floating vacantly at his spiritual seat. Below him were Yun Shan and Yun, who had seemingly been strategically placed by Yun Shan on either side of Xiao Yan. Though the old man possessed power, he still showed some awareness. Xiao Yan regarded Yun Shan with satisfaction. Not far from the group, a pair of alchemist master and apprentice were pulling long faces. Master, that scoundrel Lu Ling is teasing Nalan Yanran, the apprentice said, their fists clenched in frustration. Patience. A small grievance can disrupt great plans, Guhi replied calmly. However, upon seeing Xiao Yan start to flirt with Yun again, his fists tightened instantly. That scoundrel. Guhi felt as if he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. As the foremost sect of the empire, the Yunlan sect's banquet was indeed grand. The elders present were uncertain of the full extent of Xiao Yan's formidable identity. But seeing the old sect master's eager demeanor made it clear that Xiao Yan was someone they needed to curry favor with. Thus, they all wore smiles of sycophancy as they observed Xiao Yan. For a moment, Gu He and his apprentice appeared to be an anomaly among the crowd. Mr. Xiao Yan, you have greatly benefited our Yunlan sect. I wish to erect a statue in your honor. Would you be amenable to that? Yun Shan inquired with a smile. A statue is unnecessary. This young master is indifferent to fame and fortune and has no interest in such things, Xiao Yan replied. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he set his wine cup down on Yun's table. Yun shot him a playful glare, yet refrained from retorting, instead dutifully pouring him more wine. Not far away, Gui clenched his fists tighter at this sight. It was a dream for him to have Yun serve him wine, and yet this Xiao Yan dared to act so brazenly towards his goddess. Indeed, a barely perceptible disappointment flickered across Yun Shan's face. If he could erect a statue in honor of Xiao Yan, the Yunlan sect could bask in borrowed glory henceforth. What a pity. However, the sect leader of Yun Shan suddenly interjected, Young master, I have been idly pondering the establishment of a coalition-type force. I wonder if your esteemed sect has any thoughts on this matter? Xiao Yan, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, a coalition force? I must say, I thought you would presume I looked down upon the Yunlan sect. Instead, it appears you are eager to bring it under your banner. Indeed, Xiao Yan affirmed, I aim to create a force capable of transforming the entire landscape of the northwestern continent. Should the Yunlan sect join sooner rather than later, it may very well become one of the original stakeholders. Unexpectedly, an expression of intrigue crossed Yun Pation's face. As a Dozong powerhouse, he was well aware of the formidable might of the Xiao clan. Although the full extent of their power remained a mystery, he understood that such an ancient clan was indifferent to territorial claims. No, I merely aspire to establish a force that can support a harem, Xiao Yan silently mused. In the future, with so many women in the northwestern continent, he certainly could not allow discord among them. Thus, fostering a community of mutual interests was imperative to unite the harem factions. In his mind, he was already meticulously planning a Northwestern Harem League alongside a Central Harem League. To ensure his ladies lived well, the young master of the Xiao clan was indeed putting forth considerable effort. Of course, these two factions must never clash, otherwise, it would be the young master who would bear the burden of such turmoil. Xiao Yan's proposal cast Yun Pation and Yun Shan into a brief silence. Unfazed, Xiao Yan continued to elaborate. The alliance I intend to establish will undoubtedly host no fewer than 10 Dou Zone powerhouses. At this proclamation, astonishment spread across the faces of all present. 10 Dou Zone powerhouses? How many Dou Zone powerhouses existed across the entire northwestern continent? Ignoring the crowd's bewilderment, Xiao Yan turned to Yun Patian, who was seated at his spiritual position, and smiled gently. Old Yun, would you consider becoming the first esteemed elder of this alliance? Me? Yun Patian sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head. In my current condition, I can only muster the strength of a Dou Zong at best. How could I even entertain the notion of being an esteemed elder? Even if the Yunlan sect were to join, I could merely assist in guiding some disciples. Haha. Xiao Yan smiled lightly, gently swirling his wine cup as he said, what if I could truly restore you to life? Chapter 115. What level? Compare my alchemy skills. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire banquet fell into an abrupt silence, soon followed by a chorus of hurried breaths. Mr. Xiao Yan, is what you said truly the case? Before Yun Patian could utter a word, Yun Shan had already inquired eagerly. If it were possible to completely revive Yun Patian, it would signify the emergence of a genuine Dou Zun powerhouse. Just the presence of such a Dou Zun would be sufficient to restore the Yunlan sect to its former glory as a top-tier force in the northwestern continent. Though it may pose some challenges at present, I am confident that within 3 years, I will have the means to genuinely resurrect the old Yun, Xiao Yan mused thoughtfully. In 3 years, he would undoubtedly have acquired the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire and the Fallen Heart Flame, and perhaps even several other types of. Alongside the consumption of these, his strength would inevitably surge, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he could ascend to the status of a Dou Zun himself by then. According to the records of the burning technique, possessing more than 3 types of would grant one various astonishing abilities, one of which included the power to aid in resurrection. In fact, even disregarding his personal prowess, the Xiao clan's profound heritage offered numerous methods for bringing individuals back to life, albeit lacking the seamless fusion of soul and body. Perhaps at this very moment, the Yinyang evil saint was being revived with the aid of the Xiao clan's patriarch. If you, young friend Xiao Yan, can assist me in my bodily resurrection, I would be eternally grateful. My life, Yun Patian, would belong to you, Yun Patian declared, floating above his spiritual seat, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yan. Witnessing this scene, many elders of the Yunlan sect rose in unison, also bowing in gratitude to Xiao Yan. Should Xiao Yan succeed in fully reviving Yun Patian, it was likely that all of them would ascend alongside him. The transformation of their backing from Dou Huang to Dou Zun was a delightful prospect indeed. Xiao Yan remained silent, merely turning to glance at Yun Yun and her disciples beside him. Just as Yun Yun was about to express her gratitude, Xiao Yan subtly restrained her. Let us keep it practical, his voice whispered into her ear. What do you mean by practical? Yun Yun inquired, a hint of awkwardness in her tone. Shouldn't he, the sect leader, be offering her affections and gratitude? Mr. Xiao Yan, your kindness is beyond my ability to repay, but... Before Yun Yun could finish her thought, Xiao Yan suddenly released her hand. Now, let the music play on, let the dance continue. Xiao Yan chuckled heartily, and the Yunlan sect resumed its joyous festivities. However, the atmosphere in the hall was palpably more fervent. All present were elders and elite disciples of the Yunlan sect, well aware that their future paths were set to be infinitely bright. The only ones feeling discontent were Gu He and his disciple. Master, I can hardly bear it anymore. Lu Ling gritted her teeth, glaring at Xiao Yan, who was surrounded by beautiful companions. Gu He remained silent, sitting quietly. Yet, moments later, when Xiao Yan took Yun Yun's delicate hand, he could no longer contain himself. Mr. Xiao Yan, do you not think this is a bit excessive? The voice of Gu He, calm yet imbued with suppressed fury, resonated softly across the square, bringing the previously vibrant atmosphere to an abrupt silence. Mr. Xiao Yan, Gu He is a great benefactor to our Yunlan sect. I urge you to choose your words wisely. A glint of coldness flickered in Yun Shan's eyes. Gu He, nurtured by him, had risen to become a master alchemist. Recognizing Gu He's promising talent, he had welcomed him into the Yunlan sect. Through the resources provided by the sect, Gu He ascended to the position of chief alchemist of the Gamma Empire, contributing significantly over the years. Historically, Yun Shan had regarded Gu He with considerable favor. However, times had changed. Even if Gu He acted recklessly, it was imperative to recognize the consequences, particularly in the presence of Xiao Yan, whose displeasure would not be taken lightly. Upon hearing Yun Shan's reprimand, Gu He's expression shifted slightly. Yet, upon witnessing the way Xiao Yan toyed with Yun Yun, the cultivated tranquility he had maintained for years was overwhelmed by a surge of indignation. Mr. Xiao Yan, I acknowledge your status as a benefactor to the Yunlan sect. Yet I implore you to show some respect to Sect Master Yun. Ignoring Yun Shan's admonishment, Gu He fixed his gaze firmly on Xiao Yan. Who are you? Xiao Yan inquired, bewildered by the audacity of the middle-aged man addressing him so boldly. "I am Gu He, the chief alchemist of the Yunlan sect. It seems unnecessary for a gentleman like you, Mr. Xiao Yan, to entangle yourself with sect master Yun in such a manner." Gu He felt a knot of tension as he observed the disrespectful treatment of his beloved, anger boiling within him. His identity as a sixth-tier alchemist was the only distinction he could present, even though it appeared trivial before this youth. "Oh, so you are Gu He?" Xiao Yan remarked, casting a glance at him. "So, you are simply the devoted admirer of Yun Yun." A cold laugh escaped him as he continued. "I am no gentleman, Gu He. In fact, I have taken quite an interest in your sect master. Do you have a problem with that?" "You." Gu He was taken aback, anger surging within him. "If you were a man, you would not dare to coerce a woman in such a way. What I do is of no concern to you, a mere sixth-tier alchemist. I advise you to sit down and behave, Mr. Gu He." Xiao Yan smirked nonchalantly. "A mere sixth-tier alchemist? Perhaps you are talented, Mr. Xiao Yan. But you seem to underestimate our alchemists." Gu He's face flushed with indignation. He knew this reaction was irrational, yet it was rare for him to show such stubbornness. Given his past status, there were few women in the Gamma Empire who would reject him. Yet he could never forget the young woman he had encountered upon first joining the Yunlan sect. Over the years, her image had become an obsession in his heart. "Enough, Gu He." Yun Shan rose, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Should Gu He jeopardize his grand scheme, he would show no mercy. Regardless of their past camaraderie, is being a sixth-tier alchemist truly impressive? At your age, you are still merely a sixth tier. I have already achieved the seventh. Xiao Yan remarked coolly. As these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the arena once more. Countless spectators gazed at Xiao Yan as if he were a peculiar creature. The fact that he had achieved the rank of Dou Huang was no longer a secret, well known among those of stature within the imperial capital. Yet, the revelation that he was also a seventh-tier alchemist was unfathomable. A mere 16 years old and already a seventh-tier alchemist. How could this be possible? Slap, slap. Many could not resist the urge to deliver themselves a resounding smack to awaken from what they presumed to be a dream, yet after several attempts, they realized they were indeed awake. The spectacle before them was almost surreal. They had only just come to terms with the extraordinary fact of a 16-year-old youth being a Dou Huang, when they were confronted with the astonishing truth that he was also a seventh-tier alchemist. Impossible. Unbelievable. I refuse to accept this. Gu He was on the verge of losing his composure. How could someone of your age attain the status of a seventh-tier alchemist? You must be lying. Reason dictated to Gu He that Xiao Yan had no need to deceive him. However, the notion of a 16-year-old seventh-tier alchemist defied rationality. Dare you challenge me in alchemy? Gu He roared, clutching at what seemed to be a last lifeline. What rank are you to compare your alchemy with that of the young master? Just as Xiao Yan was about to speak, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the expressions of Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran, causing him to pause. It appeared that he was resolutely intent on granting the young master an opportunity to shine before others. Xiao Yan feigned a reluctant shake of his head. Since you are so eager to lose, I shall oblige. Chapter 116, Heavenly Thunderbody Refining Pill. As Xiao Yan's languid tone lingered in the air, Gu He felt his breath catch. Could it be that he truly possessed the prowess of a seventh-tier alchemist? Gazing upon Xiao Yan's remarkably youthful visage, disbelief still lingered within him, yet he found himself cornered with no retreat. Very well, regardless of the outcome, I must engage in battle today, Gu He silently vowed, waving his hand to summon an ancient, azure-purple alchemical cauldron before him. Gu He, irrespective of the result today, your insolence shall be met with severe punishment by our sect. Yun Shan declared, his countenance dark and foreboding. After this contest, Gu He would submit to whatever punishment the elder would decree. Despite Yun Shan's grim demeanor, Gu He clenched his teeth and replied in a low voice, this child is as stubborn as a mule. Yun Pation, seated in his spiritual position, shook his head in resignation. Having faced true life and death experiences, he felt little emotional upheaval. Rather, it was Xiao Yan's prodigious talent that left him with a sense of dreamy awe. In his own youthful days, when he roamed through the central plains at the Dozun level, he had visited the Alchemist Guild. Yet the most extraordinary individuals he encountered at that age had only reached the 5th tier. Even so, that was far beyond the imagination of those from the northwestern continent. Thus, the notion of a 7th-tier alchemist was indeed otherworldly. Did he truly possess the abilities of a 7th-tier alchemist? Behind Xiao Yan, Yun Yun stared at him in rapt fascination, though she had not yet reached the point of harboring feelings for him. The boy's audacious demeanor and repeatedly astonishing talent left a more profound impression than his background ever could. Today, I shall unveil to you the true essence of alchemy. In the face of Gu He's challenge, Xiao Yan wore a carefree smile as the medicinal cauldron materialized before him. At this moment, he was not only clad in a resplendent white robe, exuding charm and elegance, but also possessed an unparalleled confidence. Such a smile instantly stirred the hearts of many female disciples of the Yunlan sect, igniting youthful infatuation. Even Nalan Yinran, who stood behind Xiao Yan, found her beautiful eyes shimmering. She could not deny that Xiao Yan radiated an undeniable allure in this moment. No matter how proud a young maiden may be, she was truly captivated by Xiao Yan. How splendid it would have been had he come to fulfill their betrothal. A peculiar thought flickered in Nalan Yinran's mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. After all, this Xiao Yan was merely a rogue. What merit could such a scoundrel possess? Nalan Yinran chided herself internally. Yet her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the two occasions when Xiao Yan had embraced her in flight, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Yinran, my beloved Yinran. Lu Ling, standing beside Gu He, felt a pang of anguish at the sight. Clearly, Nalan Yinran had already developed feelings for that lad named Xiao Yan. However, Lu Ling felt utterly powerless. This youth was younger than himself, possessed a more formidable background, and most dishearteningly, his strength surpassed even that of their master. Confronted with such a rival, Lu Ling did not dare to entertain thoughts of challenge. Master, you must uphold your honor. Lu Ling silently encouraged Gu He. As two high-ranking alchemists prepared to compete, the onlookers, though sensing the tension in the air, widened their eyes in anticipation. Such a spectacle was rare, especially for the alchemists atop the alchemy peak, who were utterly engrossed, recognizing this as a unique opportunity to learn. Observing the calm smile on Xiao Yan's face, Gu He suppressed a flicker of unease within himself. With a flick of his finger, numerous medicinal materials materialized before him, among which stood out an ancient golden vine. The Royal Extreme Celestial Vine? Is this old sycophant attempting to concoct the Royal Extreme Pill? Xiao Yan chuckled and shook his head at the unfolding scene. Half a year ago, Gu He was competent, but now, he was merely floundering. You may go first, Xiao Yan said with nonchalance, eliciting gleaming eyes from countless young maidens of the Yunlan sect. A 16-year-old youth, handsome and poised, with the strength to overshadow the elder generation, he was the very embodiment of a dream lover. Humph, I see you are merely feigning composure. Gu He, suppressing his inner turmoil, exhaled forcefully as a ball of azure flame descended into the cauldron. What a pitiful beast flame. Xiao Yan cast a glance at Gu He, now tinged with a hint of pity. Judging by the intensity of the blue flame, it could barely be classified as a 6th-tier magical beast flame. And it was even possible that it was merely a stronger variant of a 5th-tier magical beastess flame. Truly impoverished, Xiao Yan lamented, shaking his head in resignation. In the Xiao clan, even the alchemists among the descendants receive a spark of beast fire on their very first day as alchemists. Those who attain the 5th or 6th rank are eligible to apply for the beast fire of 7th or even 8th-tier magical beasts. Looking across the central plains, the youth Xiao Yan encountered at the Pill Tower all wielded beast fire of at least the 6th tier. Yet here was Gu He, already a 6th-tier alchemist, who could only utilize this level of beast fire. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for him. However, it was understandable, despite his esteemed rank. Gu He hardly knew any Dozong experts, and thus lacked the support to acquire 7th-tier beast fire. Why does this fellow look at me so oddly? Gu He sensed Xiao Yan's gaze, and felt a pang of confusion. He must be trying to disturb me. This brat is feeling insecure. Gu He reassured himself. Once his mind was settled, he began his alchemical process. Nevertheless, this inferior beast fire significantly hampered the efficacy of his refinement, not to mention the quality. Merely the time taken to refine the elixirs was considerably longer than Xiao Yan's. How infuriatingly slow. Observing Gu He's sluggish pace, Xiao Yan stifled a yawn out of boredom and ultimately settled into a meditative state on his seat. This fellow has such a commendable mindset. Yun and her disciple exchanged helpless glances at Xiao Yan. Fortunately, everyone present had at least the cultivation of a dosher, capable of enduring a few sleepless nights. They were willing to stay awake to witness the live alchemical process of two high-ranking alchemists. Thus, Xiao Yan gradually immersed himself in his training until 2 days later. A crisp sound of a pill's resonance jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a shimmering golden elixir floating before Gu He. Many onlookers revealed expressions of excitement at this scene. Mr. Xiao Yan, it's your turn. Gu He, with bloodshot eyes yet spirited demeanor, was eager to redeem some face before his beloved. What is so impressive about a Huangji pill? Xiao Yan scoffed, rising to approach the cauldron. With a flick of his finger, over 100 precious herbs floated before the cauldron. Gazing at these ingredients, many alchemists, including Gu He, felt their pupils constrict. For among these herbs were several primary materials for 7th-tier elixirs, Tianlei Xiangua, Jiuling Chui Tian, and the core of a 6th-tier thunder attribute magical beast. The elixir Xiao Yan intended to concoct was named Tianlei Chui Tidan. This pill could harness the power of heavenly thunder to assist in body refinement. allowing one to cultivate their physique to withstand encounters with a Dou Huang if paired with appropriate body refinement techniques. It's my turn. Noticing Gu He's unnatural expression, Xiao Yan smiled slightly, and a flame of black and white erupted from his fingertips. As this flame ascended, the faces of the alchemists present changed dramatically. Chapter 117. The Pill King Spits Blood. It is. Countless whispers rippled among the alchemists. Ancient River gazed solemnly at Xiao Yan, recognizing the name of the extraordinary flame before him. It was the 21st ranked flame on the list of extraordinary fires, the Yinyang Dual Flames. Alas, this is what it means to be a true scion of a great clan. Even extraordinary flames are within his grasp. In the distance, the ethereal figure of Yun Patian could not help but sigh. Such a rare phenomenon as extraordinary flames is a treasure even for powerful Dou Zun practitioners. Yet this young man possesses one. With such a flame, his alchemical prowess must surely be at least 5th tier. As Ancient River pondered this, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from Xiao Yan's being. Though this soul power did not envelop the area, even the slightest fluctuation caused some weaker disciples to pale in fear. This soul power indeed reached the 7th tier, and it was not just an entry-level proficiency. Ancient River's complexion turned ashen. How could it be? How could someone of such tender age possess 7th tier soul power? At this moment, he began to believe that this young man might truly be capable of concocting 7th tier pills. 7th tier elixirs cannot be so effortlessly produced. I refuse to believe he has 100% certainty in his ability to create them. A small voice within Ancient River raged in disbelief. But Xiao Yan no longer paid attention to the expression on his face. Crafting a 7th tier elixir is not a simple endeavor, even for him. Thus, Xiao Yan adopted a serious demeanor, casting aside any distractions, including the presence of beautiful women. He flicked his fingers, and the black and white flames descended into the cauldron, where they exploded into a maelstrom of fire. The next step involved the refinement of the ingredients. Xiao Yan gently enveloped a silver thunder attribute magic core in his soul power and cast it into the fiery abyss. As soon as the silver core touched the flames, it was engulfed and devoured by the surging fire. The core emitted a resistance, accompanied by arcs of lightning that crackled and dispersed. Among various attributes, thunder attribute cores are notoriously ferocious. Unfortunately, before the lightning could escape the fiery sea, it was annihilated by the terrifying temperature of the Yin-Yang sacred flame. In just 1 hour, this extraordinarily violent 6th tier magic core was refined into a silvery paste by the Yin-Yang sacred flame. Witnessing this scene, both Ancient River and the numerous alchemists present displayed expressions of envy. Many of them would likely exhaust their Dou Qi and still struggle to refine a 6th tier magic core. Even Ancient River took an entire day to accomplish this feat, yet Xiao Yan, harnessing the fearsome power of the extraordinary flame, completed the refinement in a mere hour. Subsequently, Xiao Yan replicated the process, transforming the most challenging ingredients, the heavenly thunder mystic fruit and another blood-red demon vine, into a silvery powder and a drop of crimson liquid. Once the 3 primary components were successfully refined, Xiao Yan turned to Ancient River, whose face had turned pale, and a mischievous smile crept across his lips. With a single wave of his hand, over 30 medicinal herbs soared into the air, subsequently enveloped by a sea of flames. At that moment, the sacred Yangyin flame had detached from the cauldron, commencing the alchemical process directly from above. In an instant, more than 30 black and white fireballs began to burn slowly in the air, illuminating the faces of all the members of the Yunlan sect. The ability to simultaneously refine such a multitude of herbs was nothing short of terrifying. This esteemed master Xiao Yan was indeed formidable. Many alchemists displayed expressions of disbelief, which swiftly transformed into admiration and even reverence. Some even knelt down, tears streaming down their faces as they beheld the magnificent spectacle before them. As a 3rd-tier alchemist, he had never imagined witnessing a 7th-tier alchemist practicing alchemy right in front of him, and the grandeur of the scene sent shivers through his very soul. This was the essence of true alchemy. Tears of warmth cascaded from the corners of his eyes. To witness such a moment, he felt a sense of fulfillment devoid of regrets for this lifetime. Several elderly alchemists could not help but express their sentiments. For the alchemists present, this was a miracle. Many were moved to tears. Although the elders and disciples of the Yunlan sect did not fully grasp the significance of Xiao Yan's alchemical prowess, they could discern his exceptional skill through the expressions of the alchemists. Incredible, thought a few of the less educated elders and disciples. Despite his seemingly contemptible nature, he truly shone brightly. Nalan Yenran gazed at Xiao Yan, feeling an inexplicable pang in her heart, more poignant than ever before. Meanwhile, Yun watched Xiao Yan with a complex expression, acknowledging that this young man was indeed remarkable. After a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, one fireball after another extinguished abruptly. Following their extinguishment, The already refined herbs descended like a well-organized procession into the prepared vials. Xiao Yan remained composed, waving his hand once more, causing another 30 herbs to rise and ignite. Over 100 herbs were divided into 3 batches for layered refinement. At this moment, Xiao Yan had set aside the cauldron, his hand movements resembling those of a conductor leading an orchestra. The herbs, akin to obedient soldiers, were meticulously refined and subsequently placed into the jade vials. Artistry. This was artistry. The art of alchemy. An elderly man exclaimed with fervor, observing Xiao Yan's fluid operations. Guhi turned pale, his body swaying as if on the brink of collapse. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? He realized that from the moment Xiao Yan refined over 30 herbs simultaneously, he had already lost. In fact, this session of alchemy had imparted a wealth of knowledge to him, nearly igniting a desire to seek Xiao Yan as his mentor. Once all the herbs were refined, Xiao Yan waved his hands, as if orchestrating the conclusion of a grand performance. A multitude of medicinal substances was swiftly poured into the cauldron, where they were meticulously combined in a predetermined sequence. After the passage of an hour, a silver orb, roughly the size of a fist, emerged from the depths of the cauldron. At this juncture in the alchemical process, Xiao Yan began to feel the weight of fatigue. However, this was a trivial concern. He deftly altered the seals of his palm, and the yin-yang sacred flame transformed into 2 ethereal fish, gracefully encircling the nascent elixir. A humming sound resonated as the 2 yin-yang fish emanated waves of natural essence, slowly refining the orb at the center. Another hour passed, and the fledgling elixir had metamorphosed into a silver pill, now the size of a longan. The elixir was complete. Numerous alchemists wore expressions of exhilaration, poised to witness the birth of a 7th-tier elixir. Yet, as the yin-yang fish gradually dissipated, the silver pill remained utterly still, devoid of any fluctuation. Had it failed? The countenances of several alchemists stiffened in disbelief. Facing Xiao Yan, Guhi regarded the silver pill with a complex expression. Should this elixir prove to be a failure, despite the apparent victory, he would still emerge as the victor. Yet, as an alchemist, he could not suppress his fervent anticipation for the elixir's successful emergence. Suddenly, the previously clear skies above the Yunlan sect darkened ominously as dense black clouds enveloped the entire sect. Danlei, it is Danlei, an elder alchemist exclaimed, overwhelmed by excitement to the point of fainting. Indeed, it was Danlei. Xiao Yan had genuinely succeeded in forging a 7th-tier elixir. Guhi's expression turned despondent, and he managed a bitter smile. With a sudden cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Teacher, Lu Ling, standing behind Guhi, cried out, his eyes nearly bursting with concern as he rushed to embrace Guhi. What is wrong, teacher? It is nothing, merely a surge of emotions, Guhi replied weakly, reclining against his disciple. In that moment, his gaze toward Xiao Yan was imbued with despair, as he truly recognized the chasm that lay between himself and this young man. Guhi's collapse elicited a myriad of complex expressions among the onlookers, yet soon their attention shifted to the ominous, bottomless black clouds above. They were about to witness a spectacle not seen in the Gamma Empire for a century. The Danlei, the dark sea of clouds, grew ever more expansive, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to weigh down upon the city, causing even Yunshan to alter his expression. However, amidst the gathered crowd, only Xiao Yan wore a visage of tranquility. The true essence of the thunder-cleansing pill did not lie in those so-called precious herbs, but rather in the thunder itself that loomed before him. With a resounding boom, as the pressure of the clouds intensified, a silver lightning bolt illuminated the darkened sky, striking towards the thunder-cleansing pill. Refine it for me, Xiao Yan commanded, as the seals in his hands shifted, causing the previously inert thunder-cleansing pill to surge directly toward the oncoming thunder. What is he doing, recklessly enduring the thunderbolts with a pill? Is he not courting destruction? A sense of urgency flashed across the faces of several alchemists. However, at the moment the silver pill collided with the heavenly lightning, the originally formidable thunderbolt abruptly vanished, while the pill began to emanate faint sparks of electricity. This pill astonishingly possessed the ability to absorb the heavenly lightning. Some alchemists felt their blood surge, their eyes wide with wonder. Had they not encountered Xiao Yan, they might have never realized that alchemy could be wielded in such a manner. Boom. Another series of thunderbolts crashed down relentlessly. Xiao Yan maintained a calm demeanor until a particularly fierce bolt descended, prompting even Yun to change her expression. It was then that he decided to act. Go. With a wave of his hand, the dual flames of yin and yang transformed into 2 Tinjiang-long fire dragons soaring into the air. Roar. The 2 fiery dragons enveloped the thunder-cleansing pill, both assisting in refining the power of the thunder while simultaneously resisting the terrifying force of the lightning. At this moment, The thunder had become so potent that even a Dou Huang would be daunted. Relying solely on the pill was indeed a formidable challenge. Boom. Another thunderbolt fell. Yet it was first weakened and refined by the sacred yin and yang flames, then transformed into nourishment for the thunder-cleansing pill. Incredible. To witness such alchemical prowess in this lifetime is worth dying for, thought the elder alchemists, satisfaction evident on their faces. The thunder roared, falling relentlessly, totaling a staggering 80 bolts. As the intensity escalated, by the time the 80th bolt descended, Yun Shan could sense an ominous aura. Yet Xiao Yan remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the impending danger of a mere bolt of lightning. Crack! The final bolt of heavenly thunder split through the air, and many adept practitioners could perceive the space rippling with cracks. If I were to endure this last bolt, I would likely be gravely injured if not killed. A profound sense of danger surged within Yun Shan, while fear was etched on the faces of the others. However, in the next moment, they beheld a white-robed youth soaring into the sky, charging directly towards the descending thunderbolt. He intends to withstand the heavenly lightning. Yun Yun's face paled. Does this boy not value his life? The same thought flickered in the minds of those whose powers surpassed the Dou Wang level. As for those below Dou Wang, they could not fathom the true terror of the last bolt of lightning. Get out of my way. A domineering voice resounded through the heavens. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, the youth clenched his right fist and struck fiercely at the terrifying thunderbolt. Boom. A deafening sound erupted, causing many to feel a painful throb in their eardrums. Yet in that moment, their eyes remained fixated on the figure in white against the sky. They witnessed the once fearsome bolt of thunder disintegrate into fine shards of lightning beneath the boy's punch, ultimately being enveloped by the otherworldly flames, refined into the pill. This scene left Yun Shan, and other experts unable to suppress their astonished gasps. A sudden shriek erupted from an unknown female disciple, triggering a chain reaction of similar cries. Howls of excitement resonated as youthful alchemists danced with fervor. In that moment, the figure of the young man against the sky became indelibly etched in their souls. The sheer audacity of his prowess, akin to shaking the heavens with bare hands, was a memory they would cherish for a lifetime. What a thrill! Aware of the adoration in the gazes surrounding him, Xiao Yan maintained an air of nonchalance, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. This serene demeanor further quickened the breaths of the female disciples from the Yunlan sect. How infuriating! Once again, he managed to outshine them. Nalan Yanran clenched her small fists, her enchanting eyes fixated on Xiao Yan. Is Yanran already on the verge of submission? A subtle smile played at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth as he turned to glance at Yun, who bore an expression of conflict and complexity in her beautiful eyes. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, Yun hastily lowered her head, her silken hair swaying with the breeze. Her heart had begun to waver, but it seemed that a little more effort was required. Xiao Yan understood. A mature woman like Yun would not be easily deceived like the younger Nalan Yanran, despite the latter being a standout among her peers. She remained ensnared by the whims of youthful affection. Such a mature woman, with her rationality often prevailing, would require a more nuanced approach. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan was confident that he could breach her defenses at the right moment. He gently rotated his palm, unleashing a formidable force that drew the heavenly thunder body refining pill into his grasp, which he then placed into a small jade bottle. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Applause erupted as the sycophantic Yun Shan gazed at Xiao Yan with an obsequious expression. As his applause resonated, enthusiastic clapping surged through the entire plaza like a tidal wave. Mr. Xiao Yan must be somewhat fatigued after refining a 7th-grade pill. Why not rest for a while at our Yunlan sect? Yun Shan proposed with a beaming smile. Why does this old fellow have such a lewd grin? Xiao Yan frowned, but when he noticed Yun Shan's gaze upon Yun, his eyes suddenly brightened. He chuckled to himself, thinking, could it be that this elder is arranging for me to have a personal attendant? How delightful. Thus, he nodded resolutely. Very well, I shall rest for a moment. Xiao Yan agreed. Yanran, please escort Mr. Xiao Yan to a suitable place to rest. Yun Shan instructed with a grin towards Nalan Yanran. Yes, Master Ancestor. Nalan Yanran obediently nodded. As she watched Xiao Yan open his arms, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. A gust of wind swept through, and as Nalan Yanran glanced down, she noticed the previously obedient female disciples of her sect now gazing at her with jealousy. This rascal always manages to steal the limelight. Nalan Yanran inwardly grumbled, but when she lifted her gaze to Xiao Yan's face, her own flushed with a rosy hue. Why is your face so red? A teasing voice reached Nalan Yanran's ears. Chapter 119, The Sect Master Seeks You. Who's blushing? As Nalan Yanran locked eyes with Xiao Yan's obsidian gaze, she instinctively turned her head away, as if struck by an electric jolt. Was she shy? Nalan Yanran remained silent. Xiao Yan chuckled. and with a gentle flutter of his battle wings, he vanished from the sky above the square. Amidst the scene, Lu Ling, who was still comforting her teacher, felt her vision darken and promptly collapsed to the ground. Once Xiao Yan had disappeared into the heavens, Yun Shan surveyed the square and commanded, "You may disperse." This time, the alchemist Mr. Xiao Yan is a rare treasure. I hope you all reflect on this experience. Yes, Grandmaster. The crowd responded hastily before gradually departing. Yun Shan then cast a cold glance at the fallen Gu He and his disciple, snorting, "I shall deal with you later." Observing Yun Shan's indifferent countenance, Gu He could only manage a wry smile. "Yun'er, come with me," Yun Shan instructed, glancing at Yun Yun. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Yun obediently followed him. Watching the departing figures, Yun Patian grasped his spiritual seat and floated away gracefully. Within another sacred hall of the Yunlan sect, known as the Spirit Hall, Yun Patian entered and placed his spiritual seat at the highest position, then quietly hovered above the hall. As time flowed, his disciples had become mere lifeless spiritual seats, while he remained steadfast at the pinnacle of the hall. Could Xiao Yan truly achieve the resurrection of the flesh? A flicker of fervent light emanated from Yun Patian's ethereal form. Yanran, turn back and look at me. I won't. There's a bit of bird droppings on my face. Could you help me wipe it off? Xiao Yan's voice reached her, compelling Nalan Yanran to glance back. However, his handsome visage was remarkably pristine, devoid of any such blemish. Just as Nalan Yanran was about to speak, she noticed Xiao Yan's face drawing ever closer. A wave of warmth brushed against her lips, causing her to widen her beautiful eyes in astonishment. She instinctively wished to resist, but soon felt herself lacking strength. The two gently descended before a side hall, and as Xiao Yan touched down, Nalan Yanran found her legs slightly trembling, struggling to maintain her balance. "You scoundrel!" Nalan Yanran's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she glared at Xiao Yan, attempting to leave with her unsteady legs. Yet, her delicate hand remained firmly grasped by Xiao Yan. "Let me go?" She exerted all her effort to break free, only to be pulled back into his embrace. "As the young master graces your esteemed sect, does the esteemed Nalan Yanran not wish to converse with me for a while?" Xiao Yan chuckled, leading her into the side hall. With a decisive click, the door closed behind them, and Nalan Yanran regarded Xiao Yan warily. "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Haha. Xiao Yan advanced step by step, cornering Nalan Yanran against the wall. "Xiao Yan Gidge, please don't do this." A tear suddenly rolled down Nalan Yanran's cheek. "I was merely joking with you. Why are you crying?" Upon witnessing her sorrowful visage, Xiao Yan felt a rare pang of compassion. Nalan Yanran remained silent, allowing tears to cascade from the corners of her eyes. After a moment, she suddenly threw herself into Xiao Yan's embrace, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. There. I shall no longer torment you," he murmured. Even with Xiao Yan's usual composure, he found himself at a loss, gently stroking her silky hair. Why did you come to my home that day to call off our engagement? Why is it no longer me?" Nalan Yanran's choked sobs revealed to Xiao Yan the source of her anguish. "Alas, this wretched charm of mine." He sighed softly, guiding her to a nearby seat. "Yanran, I reiterate, although your appearance is unremarkable and your figure modest, should you choose to join my harem, I might still consider granting you a place." Instantaneously, Nalan Yanran's tears ceased, her beautiful eyes fixated intently upon Xiao Yan. "How?" She suddenly grasped his arm and bit down fiercely. "What the? Are you a dog?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, startled. "I shall bite you to death, you scoundrel." Nalan Yanran declared angrily, her teeth sinking into his arm, yet Xiao Yan's skin, honed through rigorous training, proved far more resilient than leather. "You have a fiancé, yet you still pursue Ye Fei, and even dare to covet me," she muttered, her silver teeth posing no real threat to him. After a while, she lay weakly upon his arm. "Have you finished venting your anger?" Xiao Yan observed her quietly. Nalan Yanran remained silent, her stubbornness evident. Leaning down, he kissed her once more. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the sect, Yun Shan regarded his disciple with a contemplative gaze. The young woman before him, having blossomed into a stunning beauty, was the very girl he had nurtured from childhood. Time had flown, transforming the once innocent child into a formidable force within the Gamma Empire, and she had grown into such an enchanting figure. "Yun'er, have you given any thought to what I proposed?" Yun Shan inquired, suppressing his inner turmoil. "Master, I acknowledge that Xiao Yan is indeed remarkable, and his backing is immensely powerful. However, I am unwilling to engage in such despicable acts." Yun replied defiantly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She found herself at a loss regarding her feelings for Xiao Yan. Perhaps she harbored no aversion, yet the thought of serving him left her deeply reluctant. Observing the resolute expression on his disciple's delicate face, Yun Shan's eyes narrowed slightly. "I have stated before, you have no room for refusal in this matter. Xiao Yan must be won over. So, You intend for me to do so at the expense of my dignity? Yun Yun's countenance reflected a hint of melancholy. What shortcomings does Xiao Yan possess? Though he is indeed infatuated with many women, he treats you well, a sentiment you should surely recognize. Yunshan furrowed his brow. This may well be your greatest opportunity in life. Do not fail to cherish it. Indeed, Xiao Yan was a commendable individual. Yun Yun, with a melancholic smile, softly uttered. However, I am unwilling to debase myself in such a manner, master. Let us not speak of this matter any further. Let fate take its course. With that, she attempted to rise and depart. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a surge of fighting spirit erupted from behind her. Moments later, Yunshan, observing Yun Yun's countenance, which was now sealed of its power, revealed a faint smile. Yun heir, since you are so reluctant, do not blame your master. When you become a Dou Zong, or even a Dou Zun in the future, reflecting on today, you will be grateful to your master. As he spoke, he suddenly released a plume of smoke that enveloped Yun Yun's face. This is a monumental plan of the sect that cannot be disregarded. Yunshan remarked with a cold sneer before vanishing from the grand hall. Summon Mr. Xiao Yan. Inform him that the sect leader requires his presence. Yunshan instructed a female elder with an indifferent tone. Yes, elder master. Within a side hall, Xiao Yan gazed contentedly at Nalan Yanran. Unexpectedly, before my master could subdue me, his disciple has already been taken down. Humph, Nalan Yanran, casting a frosty glance at Xiao Yan, let out a cold huff, yet nestled her head further into his embrace. Mr. Xiao Yan, the sect leader requests your presence in the main hall, an elderly woman's voice echoed, prompting both Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran to lift their heads simultaneously. Understood. I shall attend shortly. Xiao Yan replied with a calm demeanor, though a smile betrayed his excitement. You scoundrel. Nalan Yanran, observing his expression, playfully twisted his waist. What are you doing? I must discuss serious matters with your master, Xiao Yan protested, casting a displeased glance at her. After all these years, you are the first girl bold enough to twist my waist. Humph, what serious matters could you possibly have? You are clearly enamored with my master, Nalan Yanran retorted, her gaze piercing into Xiao Yan. Heh, I am not only enamored with your master. I find you quite alluring as well, Xiao Yan chuckled, causing Nalan Yanran to blush anew. You rogue, meeting you has truly been my misfortune. Nalan Yanran sighed in exasperation. You are doomed. Once I take a liking to you, you shall not escape my grasp, Xiao Yan declared, planting a kiss on her cheek before rising to leave. Xiao Yan, Nalan Yanran's voice called out from behind him. What is it, my dear? Could you refrain from being so repugnant? She inwardly grumbled, yet felt a hint of sweetness lingering in her heart. Be a bit kinder to my master, she stammered, seemingly aware of Xiao Yan's intentions. Understood. I shall treat you well in the future, Xiao Yan replied with a mischievous grin as he turned to depart. That scoundrel. Once Xiao Yan had left, Nalan Yanran seethed, cursing under her breath. Her mind wandered through the myriad of memories shared with Xiao Yan over the past days. Unbeknownst to her, the image of that youth had already etched itself deep within her heart. Rogue. She cursed once more, though her rosy lips curled into a gentle smile. The grand hall of the sect was not too distant from the secluded chamber, and Xiao Yan swiftly arrived at this location, suppressing the yearning within. He gently knocked on the door. Master Yun. There was no response from within. Yun, my dear? He attempted to knock several more times, yet the silence persisted. Damn it, could she really be standing me up? With impatience, Xiao Yan pushed open the door to the hall. The grand hall was quite spacious, and utilizing his spiritual power, Xiao Yan quickly located Yun Yun's private quarters. The moment he opened the door, an odd expression crossed his face. Night had fallen, and the room was enveloped in fragrant aromas, illuminated by candlelight that cast a nostalgic golden hue over the space. Beside an elegantly antiquated bed sat a stunning beauty clad in a wedding gown. This enchanting figure wore a celebratory red bridal dress, her hair adorned with a phoenix crown, partially concealed by a red veil. Despite the gown, her alluring curves remained prominently visible. Is the Yun clan truly this playful? Xiao Yan could not help but swallow hard. A bridal gown? How enticing. He approached the bride in red, feigning shyness as he spoke. Yun, I did not anticipate such feelings from you. Oh, your appearance is quite moving. I truly appreciate it. As he spoke, he lifted the veil. Lift your veil. Let me behold your visage. He could not suppress a soft chuckle. As the veil was raised, an exquisite face emerged before him, none other than Yun herself, though her cheeks were flushed, and her breaths came in soft gasps. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, quickly discerning that Yun had been placed under a restraint, and to his alarm, she had also been drugged. Could this be the work of Yunshan? This old man certainly spares no effort to curry my favor. With a resigned shake of his head, he looked down to meet Yun's misty eyes. What is the purpose of remaining motionless? With a surge of fighting spirit, he instantly dispelled the restraints placed upon her. Gazing at the handsome young man before her, Yunyan's beautiful eyes glistened with moisture as she trembled, suppressing her inner turmoil. Do not act this way. What way? Xiao Yan quietly sat beside her. Do not come near. I do not wish for. A look of struggle flickered in Yunyan's eyes. Yunyun, you are dressed this way. Are you not waiting for me? Xiao Yan chuckled, pulling her into his embrace. You will inevitably face this day. As he spoke, he leaned in to kiss her, having just finished kissing his disciple. Yunyun's beautiful eyes widened, an uncontrollable sensation surging through her mind. I can hardly hold on. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed throughout the chamber. Xiao Yan, bewildered, touched his face, realizing that the woman had just given him a severe blow. Please, do not compel me. Yunyun's face revealed a hint of desolation. Understanding her plight, Xiao Yan sighed deeply, his expression turning solemn. Suddenly, a pale blue pill appeared in his hand, which he quickly placed into Yunyun's mouth. As the pill dissolved, her skin flushed, and beads of fragrant sweat began to form. Moments later, clarity returned to her eyes as she gazed blankly at the young man before her. I'm sorry, she murmured. I should be the one apologizing. My methods were too despicable. Xiao Yan shook his head, offering a faint smile as he stood up. From now on, I shall no longer entangle you. Everything concludes this very night. With that, his wings of fighting spirit unfurled behind him, and he vanished from the main hall in an instant. As Xiao Yan's figure disappeared, Yunyun whispered softly, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within her, as if something precious had been taken away. A profound sadness welled up inside her, causing tears to escape the corners of her eyes. In the deep of night, Yafei sat in her room, her alluring form enveloped in a qipao, illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. At that moment, she was meticulously reviewing the accounts before her. Suddenly, a shadow fell outside the window, startling Yafei from her task. With a creak, the door swung open, and Yafei felt a surge of nervousness. Yet, upon seeing the youthful face before her, she exhaled in relief. You scared me. Why are you back so late? Xiao Yan remained silent, merely smiling as he entered the room. Why does he seem a bit off? Yafei furrowed her brow slightly. Lord Xiao Yan has been at Yunlan sect for 3 days. It seems the allure of the sect master is quite significant, she remarked lightly. Indeed. The sect master's charm is undeniable, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. Observing his demeanor, Yafei became increasingly convinced that something was amiss. What is it? She asked, gently sitting on Xiao Yan's lap. Nothing, just missed you a bit, he responded, a smile returning to his face as he felt the softness beneath him. Oh, it's wonderful to have an understanding and caring lady. Is that so? Just how much do you miss me? Yafei teased, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to whisper in his ear. How much do I miss you? You can find out for yourself. Chapter 121. The Three Surnamed Servant, Hun Xin. In the early morning, Nalan Yinran quietly approached the main hall of the sect. I wonder how badly that scoundrel Xiao Yan has bullied my master. If he dares to go too far, I will not forgive him, she thought. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she reached the door. Initially intending to push the door open, she paused, recalling the awkwardness of their last encounter, and instead knocked gently. Master, are you there? She called out, but there was no response from within. The teacher, Nalan Yinran, gently rapped on the door once more. Oh no. I hope the teacher hasn't succumbed to faintness like Yafei did at the hands of Xiao Yan. Nalan Yinran's expression paled at the thought. But then she considered that perhaps one day she might find herself in a similar predicament, which made her complexion even more ashen. Yinran, come in. A weary voice echoed from within the grand hall. Truly, the teacher is a formidable figure, a Douhuang-level powerhouse, far beyond someone of Yafei's caliber. Hearing the voice, Nalan Yinran felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seems I must devote myself to training. I shall never allow myself to be overpowered by Xiao Yan. She resolved firmly, unaware that her aspirations had shifted from surpassing Xiao Yan to simply avoiding being overwhelmed by him. With a gentle push, she opened the door and gracefully stepped into Yunyun's chamber, half covering her eyes, feigning shyness. However, the room bore no peculiar odors or signs of oddity. Only a stunning beauty clad in a red bridal gown sat by the window. Teacher, did Xiao Yan not come to find you yesterday? Nalan Yinran blinked, her gaze drawn to the red gown adorning her teacher, suddenly reminded of something. This should have been mine to wear. What the teacher has done seems rather excessive. As she pondered this, she caught sight of Yunyun turning abruptly, her delicate features appearing significantly haggard overnight, her eyes slightly swollen. Teacher, what has happened to you? Nalan Yinran exclaimed in astonishment. Yinran, come sit beside me, Yunyun beckoned, gently leaning her shoulder against her disciple-ass. Do you think I have erred in some way? What? Are you planning to leave the Jiama Empire? Yafei, having just finished her morning preparations and attending to Xiao Yan, paused in disbelief. Yes. Xiao Yan replied with a gentle nod. Why? Is it not satisfactory here? Yufei bit her crimson lip, gazing at the young man who had altered the course of her fate. Everything is wonderful. With a beautiful companion, I am utterly content. Xiao Yan replied with a cheerful smile. Then why the haste to depart? It is not that I wish to leave in haste, but rather that the cultivation method I practice necessitates the search for to enhance my strength, Xiao Yan said, his gaze softening as he regarded her. If you leave, what shall become of me? Who will assist me in enhancing my own abilities? Yufei's beautiful eyes widened in protest. Xiao Yan opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. After I depart, I will arrange for several formidable individuals to reside in the Jiama Empire, aiding you in the preliminary planning for the Flame Alliance. As the little secretary to the boss, you must manage this aspect well. He sought to console her in any way possible. I refuse to listen, I refuse. Yufei vehemently shook her head. Just then, her delicate hands, previously engaged in tidying his clothes, suddenly shifted direction, beginning to unfasten them. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Yan asked, warily observing her movements. What am I doing? Do you intend to leave without a proper farewell? Before you depart, you must help me ascend to the great Dou Master, Yufei declared, unexpectedly settling herself upon Xiao Yan's lap. Greetings, dear sister. You have only just ascended to the rank of 5-star Dou Master. Even the most profound Yangyin sacred text cannot elevate one to the level of a great Dou Master in a mere moment. Xiao Yan crossed his arms protectively over his chest. Huh, without sufficient Dou Qi, you shall not leave the capital of Jiama. Yufei's lips curled into a beguiling smile. What? Nothing transpired between you and Xiao Yan? The next day, Yunshan regarded Yun with a stormy expression. Nothing, she replied, her eyes vacant as she shook her head. Scoundrel! Yunshan's fury surged, his hand raised high, gazing at the familiar figure of his former mentor. Yun managed a bittersweet smile before closing her eyes in silence. Witnessing Yun's desolation, Yunshan felt his anger wane, though his hand lingered in the air for a moment before it ultimately fell in resignation. Alas, he sighed, recognizing that Yun held a place in his heart far beyond that of mere trifles like Yunlong. After all, she was a disciple he had nurtured from childhood, and his feelings for her were akin to that of a parent. Yuner, do not blame your master. Very well, since you are so resolute. It is the fate of our Yunlan sect. What the future holds shall depend on our own fortunes. After a pause, Yunshan wearily gestured, you may return now. Rest well. Yes, master. Yun departed, her gaze still hollow, as though her very soul had been stripped away. 3 days later, Xiao Yan sat in a small pavilion, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. At this moment, he no longer yearned for the splendor of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. He sought only to unwind and return to nature. Master, master, a small figure scampered into the pavilion with exuberance. Do not bother me, Xiao Yan exclaimed, flicking his wrist and sending Hun Xian tumbling to the ground. Sister Yao Yi asked me to inquire when you would next visit the palace. Hun Xian blinked up at him with wide eyes. To the palace? Let me rest for the night before we discuss it, Xiao Yan replied, rubbing his waist. Sister Yao Yi said she would don her battle armor tonight to fight, and she wishes for you to charge into battle for her, Hun Xian declared, pulling out a piece of preserved plum candy from one of her 8 pockets, reminiscent of a beggar's 8 bags. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan recalled his previous words to Yao Yi. Let us wait a moment. First, I need to assist Yufei in breaking through to the great Dou Master level. Shaking his head in resignation, he suddenly turned to Hun Xian and asked, who provided you with all these snacks? I won't tell you, Hun Xian retorted defiantly, hands on her hips and head held high. You won't tell me? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, raising his hand to unleash a powerful force that sent all the snacks from Hun Xian's pockets flying into his grasp. With a thud, Hun Xian knelt before him. Master, I was wrong. I shall never do it again. Xiao Yan shook his head. Who gave you these? It was Sister Yufei, Sister Yao Yi, and Sister Landona. Why did they give you so much to eat? Because I am the cherished disciple of my master. Hun Xian gazed at Xiao Yan with a pitiable expression. Heh, so you are a servant of 3 surnames. Xiao Yan scoffed, returning a handful of snacks to Hun Xian. Thank you, master. I bow to you. Hun Xian's face instantly lit up with joy. Look at your meager achievements. Having you as a disciple adds a decade to my life. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. Crack. In the dim crevice of space, Xiao Wu held a long whip, coldly observing the elder of the Soul Clan before him. Tell me, how many remnants of the Soul Clan are left? Chapter 122. Is the clan leader a traitor? I did not know that the elder's soul was bound to a pitch-black iron pillar, her body restrained by chains made of a special metal. These were once the methods of the Soul Palace, now turned against the members of the Soul Clan. Don't know? Xiao Wu sneered, striking the elder fiercely with the soul whip. If you cannot provide answers today, I shall ensure your soul is scattered. I truly do not know. The elder cried out. When the Soul Clan was defeated, I was gravely injured by a saint of the Xiao clan. I only survived by relying on the Realm Soul Stone. And who could have known that upon emerging, I would encounter your half-saint of the Xiao clan? Half-saint. Xiao Wu's eyes narrowed, delivering another lash. I misspoke. I meant to say saint. A saint. The elder quickly corrected herself, which eased the tension on Xiao Wu's face. What of Yun Petit? When I fled, I deliberately concealed the Realm Soul Stone within a rock. Later, when Yun Petit was wandering through Zhongzhou, he discovered that the stone was unusual and collected it. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he was grievously injured and ultimately meditated upon that stone, where he recognized the stone's uniqueness before his demise. His soul fell into the Realm Soul Stone. The elder's voice was frail. So that is how it is. Xiao Wu nodded. The young master has been entangled with that small sect too frequently. As a guardian, he must pay attention to this minor sect. Therefore, do you truly have no knowledge of the remnants of the Soul Clan? You must consider carefully. Once you lose your value, should I take you back to the Xiao clan, you will only serve as nourishment for the Soul Cultivation Ground. Upon hearing the term Soul Cultivation Ground, the elder's expression shifted. As a member of the Soul Clan, how could she be unaware of its purpose? To become nourishment for the Soul Cultivation Ground signified imminent soul scattering. Amidst her changing countenance, she finally divulged a piece of information. In the past, a young saint from your Xiao clan had an affair with a saintess of the Soul Clan. During the Great War between the Xiao and Soul clans, that mighty fighter secretly sheltered the saintess and her closest kin, aiding their escape. Oh, Xiao Wu's expression changed, astonished to discover that the Xiao clan harbored a traitor. Where are those remnants of the Soul Clan now? A glimmer of excitement appeared on his face. If the Soul Clan's saintess had not perished, she would likely have become a formidable fighter by now. A remnant of the Soul Clan, possessing the prowess of a battle saint, found that merely providing information was a commendable feat in itself. I remain unaware, the old woman sighed ruefully, stating that shortly after the saintess had fled, she was grievously injured and had since remained trapped within the Soul Stone, unable to escape. Useless, Xiao Wu scoffed, his eyes darting with intrigue before he could contain his curiosity any longer. Do you know the name of that saint from the Xiao clan? If you divulge it, I may spare your life. Is this truly the case? The old woman's expression brightened. You currently possess no bargaining power, Xiao Wu replied coolly. Very well. The old woman grimaced. That saint was quite notable among the battle saints of your Xiao clan. I believe his name was Xiao Xiaobei, assuming he has not fallen. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Wu's countenance shifted dramatically. Silence. The old woman recoiled at his sharp rebuke. Is this a secret I am meant to hear? At that moment, Xiao Wu wished he could erase all memories of this knowledge. The clan leader had released the saintess of the Soul Clan. Was this a secret he was meant to know? What benefit could such knowledge bestow upon him? Would he return to his clan only to be silenced by the leader? Or would he warn his kin, exclaiming, "Brothers, flee. The clan leader is a traitor." Regardless of the scenario, the consequences seemed far beyond his capacity to bear. No, this secret could not reside solely with him. His rank was too low. Xiao Wu shook his head. This matter must be communicated to the crown prince, who has the privilege to meet the clan's ancestor directly. It was likely that only the ancestor could suppress the clan leader across the continent. Suddenly, a headache began to creep upon him. Deep within the imperial palace, the enchanting and alluring princess donned a finely tailored suit of silver armor as she galloped gracefully. Though for reasons unbeknownst to her, a peculiar flush adorned her cheeks. After a while, the princess dismounted wearily, and Xiao Yan rose to approach her. Your Highness, I am about to charge into battle. Are you prepared? Yao Yi remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Following a night of bloody conflict, the princess nestled within her knight's embrace. I hear you shall depart from the imperial capital in a few days? Indeed, Xiao Yan replied with a slight nod. The alliance matters must be given thorough consideration by your royal family. This coalition shall undoubtedly emerge as the dominant force in the northwest continent. During my absence, skilled individuals will assist you and Yafei in managing these affairs. I hope that upon my return, I may address you as your majesty. Xiao Yan smiled. You have crafted a clever scheme. Not only will you establish a faction of your own, but you will also have the means to indulge in your whims. Yao Yi chuckled softly, a glint of mischief sparkling in her beautiful eyes. Your Highness, it is not always advantageous for a woman to be overly astute. Xiao Yan playfully pinched her cheek, responding lightly. You and your two elder sisters must take good care of Yanran. In the future, she will be the one to speak on behalf of the Yunlan sect. Lord Xiao Yan has skillfully navigated the complexities of romance, having ended an engagement only to win over the heart of another. Yao Yi suddenly recalled something and remarked, surely, your affections extend beyond Nalan Yanran, do they not? With your capabilities, how could you not have won over that esteemed Yun sect leader? Let us not speak of this matter, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. Noting the expression on Xiao Yan's face, Yao Yi exhibited a hint of surprise. Could it be that the Yun sect leader was truly so transcendent? Whether she is transcendent or not is of little consequence. I simply find it tiresome to chase after someone who is indifferent. Xiao Yan stated with a shake of his head. He was not the type to fawn over someone, for to him, regardless of how divine a woman may appear, if she remains unattainable, she is no different from an ordinary woman on the street. You say you are difficult to pursue? Then I shall block you, he mused. Oh, I never expected you to encounter setbacks. Yao Yi chuckled softly, suddenly wrapping herself around Xiao Yan's waist. What are you doing? He inquired. Has Ye Fei become a Grand Dou Master? Will you not fight for me once more? The enchanting voice of Yao Yi reached Xiao Yan's ears. Boldly. Do you take me for a mere beast of burden? Xiao Yan admonished as Yao Yi playfully pushed him onto the bed. The sounds of playful antics echoed from the bed. 3 days later, Xiao Yan sat atop the rooftop of the Starry Night Hall, a contemplative expression on his face. At this rate, I shall become a furnace, he sighed, cradling his waist. Suddenly, he grasped the essence of the notion that form is emptiness. With a crack, the sky above the imperial capital split open, revealing a gaping rift in space that caught the attention of many powerful figures. Only Xiao Yan wore a smile as he beheld the figure of Xiao when appearing in the heavens, accompanied by numerous youths. Chapter 123, The Impending Departure. With the arrival of these individuals, the experts of the Jiama Empire displayed expressions of incredulity. They could distinctly sense that the youths trailing behind the elder possessed cultivation levels that were no less than that of Grand Dou Masters. Among the youthful cohort, even the most exceptional, Nalan Yenran, had only recently reached the Dou Master level, yet within this group of youths, she was merely the weakest. Little Yen, are you having fun here? A hearty laugh resonated through the air. A tall young man clad in white robes descended gracefully. It was Xiao Yan's elder brother, Xiaoli, another Dou Zone powerhouse. And so young, the experts of the capital had grown somewhat numb to such spectacles. First, a 15 or 16-year-old 8-star Dou Huang appeared, and now, a Dou Zone who appeared to be under 30. However, upon seeing the young boy emerging from the Jiama Palace, they understood the connections at play. Oh, so he is of the same lineage as Xiao Yan. No wonder, no wonder. With a sense of familiarity, they all returned to their homes. That night, a grand banquet was held in a magnificent mansion that Ye Fei had preemptively acquired and meticulously arranged, attended by a gathering of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan, are all of these your kin? Ye Fei and Yao Ye gazed vacantly at the young individuals before them. Such a formidable force could almost sweep through the Gama Empire and its neighboring nations. Yet, among them, the eldest was scarcely 30. Indeed, these are my kin. And this is my second brother, Xiao Yan introduced Xiaoli. Ha ha ha. You have a discerning eye, lad. Your sisters-in-law are indeed lovely, Xiaoli laughed heartily, causing the two women to blush slightly. Xiao Yan, who is this beautiful sister? Xiao Mei inquired, pouring wine for Xiao Yan. Her eyes sparkling with a hint of provocation as she regarded Nalan Yenran. A mere Dou Master dared to compete with her. The other two women could be excused. But she was lacking in assets compared to herself. This is your sister Yenran, as well as sisters Ye Fei and Yao Ye. You must get along well with them in the future, understand? Xiao Yan cast a glance at Xiao Mei. I understand. Let's drink, Xiao Mei sweetly smiled, bringing the wine glass to Xiao Yan's lips. Xiao Yan took a satisfying sip. Heavens, brother, we are drinking from the same cup. The sisters won't be angry, will they? Xiao Mei cast a pitiful glance at Xiao Yan and then at his companions. Sisters, you won't punish me, will you? Ye Fei and Yao Ye, both mature and poised, paid no heed to Xiao Mei's childish antics. They merely smiled softly, casually showcasing their alluring curves, rendering Xiao Mei momentarily speechless. Only Nalan Yenran, witnessing this scene, felt her face darken with anger. Humph, she huffed, pinching Xiao Yan's arm hard, then sulkingly turning her head away. Look, Sister Nalan is so fierce. She's left brother's arm bruised. Unlike Mayer, who only feels pity, Xiao Mei remarked in a teasing tone. All right, tone it down a bit. Xiao Yan gently patted her rear. As the weather warmed, it was indeed time for some green tea to cool off, though overly strong green tea could lead to discomfort. Yenner, several youths rushed over. It was Xiao Feng and his companions. Yenner, ever since you left, we've been thoroughly tormented by those old geezers, Xiao Feng lamented, his expression one of despair. Is that so? Xiao Yan, already aware that his absence would lead to trouble for these typically boisterous lads, feigned indignation. When I become a Dou Zun, I shall make them pay dearly. Yes, Yenner, we must teach them a lesson, Xiao Feng echoed, clearly incensed. My grandfather has an 8th grade magical beast core. Once you return, we'll sneak it out and use it as a ball. A phone. Has your grandfather been particularly harsh with you? Xiao Yan inquired. Oh, Yenner, you have no idea. Ever since you left, my grandfather hits me every time he sees me. I've been beaten into a great Dou Master. Xiao Feng displayed his aura, revealing that, indeed, over the past 6 months, he had been elevated from the peak of Dou Master to a 3-star Great Dou Master. If I were your grandfather, I would ensure you were utterly incapable of self-care. Xiao Yan inwardly scoffed, yet his visage remained adorned with an encouraging expression. Devote yourself to your training, and once you surpass your grandfather, you may strike back. Very well. At that time, I shall surely pluck his beard, he exclaimed, brimming with confidence as he clinked glasses with Xiao Feng. That night, the estate resonated with revelry. Although the portly Xiao Feng lacked prowess in cultivation, his passion for musical instruments was undeniable. He led a group of young people in playing exhilarating melodies. Xiao Yan, with a goblet of fine wine in one hand and the company of lovely maidens in the other, swayed his head beneath a pair of self-crafted flamboyant sunglasses. Xiao Yan observed from the side, quietly savoring his drink, indifferent to such festivities. However, his brother Xiao Wu was all smiles. He had requested Xiao Yan to assist him in crafting a pair of sunglasses. Despite being centuries old, he still donned flamboyant attire that night. Joining the young master in this merriment, I feel as though I have returned to the age of 18, he remarked, casting aside his wine cup with nonchalance and joining the throng in a lively dance. As the youth of the Xiao clan descended upon the Gamma Empire, they threatened to turn the imperial capital upside down. These young individuals generally possess strength ranging between great fighter and fighter spirit, while the slightly older Xiao Yu and a few others had already attained the rank of fighter king. The combat prowess of this group of children alone could outmatch all but the royal family and the Yunlan sect within the Gamma Empire. Upon encountering their contemporaries in the imperial capital, they resembled a pack of wild wolves infiltrating a flock of sheep. The once prominent second-generation cultivators quickly found themselves overwhelmed by this younger cohort. The entire imperial capital was thrown into chaos. Xiao Li, the elder, was at a loss for words regarding this youthful exuberance. How could they still engage in such childish games at this juncture? Thus, he personally challenged all the top 10 powerhouses present in the capital of the Gamma Empire. When he subdued Yinshan with a mere hand, he felt a sense of ennui. Xiao Yan, this Gamma Empire is exceedingly dull. What purpose do you have in bringing us here? Xiao Li lamented. In comparison to the Central Plains, this place was a veritable backwater, lagging far behind the Xiao clan. Second brother. Since you have little to occupy your time in the clan, why not come help me establish a new force? Are you suggesting you wish to create a new faction? Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His cultivation at the Dou Zone level placed him in a mediocre position within the Xiao clan. But should he establish a new power in this northwestern continent, he could wield significant influence. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded. Once I return from this journey and absorb 2 new types of, this faction shall be officially established. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's eyes glimmered anew. You have news of new? Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Alas, it is regrettable that we are parting ways just 3 days after our reunion. Xiao Li suddenly sighed. No worries. The acquisition of these 2 should not take too long. Xiao Yan cheerfully clinked cups with Xiao Li. After I depart, the capital of the Jiama Empire will rest upon your shoulders, my second brother. Chapter 124, Qingshan Town, Little Medical Fairy. Rest assured, these insignificant characters cannot stir up much trouble. Xiao Li waved his hand dismissively. Only then did Xiao Yan smile. The primary aim of mobilizing these clansmen to establish the Yen alliance in the Jiama Empire was not merely to bolster strength, but rather because these individuals were his kin. Sooner or later, his faction in the northwest would inevitably encounter the imperial court of Zhongzhou. When that day arrives, these clansmen would have already matured into the backbone of the Yen alliance, playing a significant buffering role. Xiao Yan initially contemplated bringing over a few lackeys from the Dan Tower, but upon recalling that Xiao Ying and Dan Shen were also in the Dan Tower, he abandoned the idea. The following morning, Xiao Yan bid farewell to his 3 consorts with heartfelt embraces. Behind them, numerous clansmen from the Xiao clan wore expressions of reluctance. Second brother, I am leaving. I entrust everything in the capital to you. Xiao Yan patted Xiao Li's shoulder, then glanced at the clansmen behind him. The purpose of these youngsters coming here was primarily for training. He wished for them not to indulge in mischief. I understand. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. These youths, bearing a trace of Dou Emperor bloodline, possessed terrifying strength, causing chaos throughout the capital. Were it not for Xiao Li's restraint, they might have resorted to forcefully abducting women. That is well. I shall return swiftly from this journey. Xiao Yan chuckled, his Dou-Chi wings unfurling behind him. And then he vanished into the sky amidst the reluctant gazes of the crowd. Once Xiao Yan completely disappeared from view, Xiao Li's demeanor shifted from his usual gentleness. Sisters-in-law, should you encounter any inconveniences in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Xiao Li was quite courteous towards the 3. Thank you, second brother. Ye Fei and Yao Ye's delicate faces flushed, while Nalan Yanran turned beet red, still a naive young girl. After sending off the 3, Xiao Li returned to the courtyard. his expression now exceedingly stern. This was the formidable teacher Li who instilled fear in the hearts of the youths from the Shaolin lineage. From this day forth, you will all keep a low profile. Do not bully the impoverished who lack resources just because of your bloodline. If I catch wind of such behavior, I will break your legs. Understood, Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng shuddered, forcing a ghastly smile. Understood, teacher Li. Good, Xiaoli nodded. For the time being, you will diligently cultivate here. The energy density of this place is less than 1/10 of that in the Xiao clan. Perfectly suited for you to experience the hardships of the common folk. What did Xiao Yan call it? Ah, yes, transformation. From today onward, I will ensure you all undergo a proper transformation. Xiao Li sneered coldly, while many of the youths displayed expressions of trepidation. You heir, from today on, you are responsible for keeping an eye on them. Should anyone fail to adhere to my regulations, inform me immediately. Xiao Li glanced at Xiao Yu, whose strength was only second to his own. Understood, second brotherly. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face, yet to the youth around, he seemed almost devilish. Just escaping from a tiger's den, he had now entered a wolf's lair. The expansive wings of fighting spirits swiftly tore through the air, and in merely half a day, Xiao Yan's figure had already reached the vicinity of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Upon his initial arrival at the Monster Beast Mountain Range, he had completely forgotten that there was a little beauty here. Xiao Yan lightly tapped his head. He had intended to head directly to the Tagore Desert in search of the green lotus earth heart flame, but unexpectedly recalled that he seemed to have unfinished business in the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Alas, Your Majesty, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly and descended towards the Monster Beast Mountain Range beneath him. In a secluded peak of the Yunlan sect, Yun sat in a daze, gazing at the mist-shrouded mountains before her. The hazy waves of smoke and the swirling sea of clouds lent a layer of ethereal beauty to the verdant mountains, as if draped in delicate gauze. Yet, at this moment, Yun had no inclination to appreciate such breathtaking scenery. Her thoughts often drifted back to that fateful night. Just then, a figure burst through the fog and appeared before her. Yun. Gu He's expression was scarcely better than Yun's. Having been soundly defeated by Xiao Yan, his mindset had yet to fully recover. Moreover, he had faced severe reprimand from Yinshan. Were it not for his status as a 6th-grade alchemist, which still held some value for the Yunlan sect, he might have already faced dire consequences at Yinshan's hands. What do you want? Yun's voice seemed devoid of its usual vitality. I come seeking your assistance. Observing her demeanor, Gu He managed a wry smile. It seemed that the young man had left an indelible mark upon her heart. Nevertheless, he still needed to seek her help for the sake of his alchemical aspirations. Qingshan Town lay at the foot of the Monster Beast Mountain Range and was often referred to as the Monster Beast Town due to its proximity. The town was predominantly filled with mercenaries who lived by the sword. However, today, an uninvited guest had arrived in this town. Xiao Yan strolled along the main street of Qingshan Town, hands stuffed in his pockets, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance akin to a foolish son of a wealthy landowner. Yet his attire, which appeared rather expensive, caught the envious eyes of many. His youthful and seemingly affluent appearance naturally attracted the attention of several unscrupulous individuals. You there? Young man, have you come here alone? A middle-aged man with a sharp face grinned as he looked at Xiao Yan. Indeed. May I ask if there is a girl named Xiaoxin here? Xiao Yan's gaze was naive and clear, causing the middle-aged man's eyes to brighten. This lad was merely a novice fresh to society. It seemed he could be easily taken advantage of. The middle-aged man chuckled slyly. With a sly smile, he remarked, So, you are here for the fame of the little medicine fairy. I am aware of when she will arrive, but nothing in this world comes without a price. Will you not offer me some benefit? Benefit? Xiao Yan's expression turned troubled as he gently brushed his hand over the ring on his finger, revealing a pouch the size of a palm in his grasp. Would 100 gold coins suffice? He asked, his tone filled with a sense of pleading. Certainly. The middle-aged man swallowed hard. 100 gold coins represented his earnings for 3 months. What truly captivated him, however, was the ring on the youth's hand. A spatial ring. What kind of background does this boy have to possess such an item at his age? In the Duki continent, even the most basic spatial ring is worth over 50,000 gold coins, an expense he could never afford in his lifetime. If he could extract more profit from this young man, he would be wealthy beyond his wildest dreams. A smile crept across the middle-aged man's face. Young master, follow me, he said, leading Xiao Yan onward until they halted before a pharmacy. This is the Wan Yao pharmacy, where the little medicine fairy works. If all goes well, she should return shortly. Look at these medicinal herbs. Their quality is exceptional. Are you not inclined to purchase some? He gazed at Xiao Yan with eager anticipation, knowing that if Xiao Yan bought medicine, he would receive a considerable commission. To his surprise, Xiao Yan seemed entirely uninterested in him. His gaze fixed expectantly in a particular direction. Moments later, A mercenary team gradually came into view, and among the bloodied figures, a flash of white caught Xiao Yan's attention, causing his eyes to brighten. Indeed. The mercenary group, reeking of blood, was comprised of many burly men, their faces etched with ferocity and fatigue. And the odor of sweat lingered in the air. Yet, amidst this gruesome assembly, there was a striking figure, a slender young woman, likely in her early 20s. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down to her waist, and her fair, delicate face exuded a gentle purity, akin to a white lotus amidst a sea of filth. I am fond of angelic girls. Xiao Yan recalled the words of a certain celebrity from his previous life, who often spoke while sewing. This girl did not possess the enchanting allure of Yafei or the dazzling brilliance of Yun and Nalan Yinran, but a mere glance at her was refreshing to the soul. She was indeed a rare beauty, and the ethereal aura surrounding her rendered her even more captivating. As the saying goes, she emerged untainted from the mire, untainted by the pure waters. Not merely a description of a lotus, but seemingly crafted just for her. Truly a rare beauty, Xiao Yan mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he couldn't help but steal another glance at the slender waist of the little medicine fairy. Alas, it was a tad lacking in fullness. He chuckled softly, but then a figure standing beside the girl caused his brow to furrow slightly. This sycophant seemed somewhat familiar. He pondered for a moment, but could not recall who it was. However, that was of little consequence, as it did not hinder his pursuit of romance. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the middle-aged man and the attendant from Wanyaozhai, Xiao Yan strode confidently towards the girl, who resembled a snow lotus. Hello. My name is Xiao Yan. May I have the pleasure of knowing you? The middle-aged man's expression turned to one of disbelief. He suddenly regretted accepting the boy's money. If this oblivious youth provoked young Master Mu Li, he would surely face dire consequences. The middle-aged man's face was a portrait of distress. The mercenaries, too, wore expressions of momentary bewilderment, but soon their faces contorted with anger directed at Xiao Yan. Little Physician had a unique position within this group. Some regarded her as a sister, while many others idolized her as a goddess. Yet now, a foolish youth dared to approach their goddess. In an instant, the crowd was eager to break this pretty boy's legs. Little Physician was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and revealed a gentle smile. You may call me Little Physician. What a lovely name. Xiao Yan responded with a warm smile. Such a girl reminded him of his first crush during his school days, a time when he admired her from afar. Much like the mercenaries did now. Yet, having lived a second life, Xiao Yan was no longer timid. He would seize what was valuable. Boy, what are your intentions towards Little Physician? A cold voice interrupted. A rather handsome young man emerged from among the mercenaries, flanked by several lackeys. He was the very one who had been fawning over her. It's nothing. I simply find this lady exceedingly beautiful and wish to make her acquaintance, Xiao Yan mused, lamenting the absence of a social media platform like WeChat in the Duki continent. Bah! How can a lad of merely 16 or 17 possess such audacity? The mercenaries felt an urge to spit on Xiao Yan. I advise you to keep your distance from Little Physician. The White Lotus of Qingshan Town is not someone you can covet, Mu Li sneered, adding, leave now, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you will soon learn how death feels. Slap. Before he could finish his taunt, a resounding slap landed on his face. Mu Li spun around thrice, disbelief and indignation coloring his features. You seek death, he roared, gathering his duki, ready to strike Xiao Yan down with a single blow. Another slap resounded, sending Mu Li flying, blood spattering from his mouth, mingled with a few shattered teeth. What are you, to speak to me in such a manner? Xiao Yan scoffed. The last person who dared to speak to him thus was a Dou Zun named Xiao Zhan, and he had proven to be no match. You scoundrel! Mu Li, never having encountered such arrogance before, was infuriated. In Qingshan Town, who would not show respect upon hearing the name of the young leader of the wolf-head mercenary group? Go ahead, deal with this brat. Mu Li commanded his subordinates, his words slurred. Several burly men brandished their large blades, grinning menacingly at Xiao Yan. Boy, daring to offend the wolf-head mercenary group means you shall not survive today. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan unleashed a flurry of powerful slaps, sending the mercenaries spinning like tops before they collapsed to the ground. Mu Li's gaze shifted from his incapacitated subordinates to Xiao Yan, his eyes filled with terror. Though these men banded together, even a formidable dome master would find it challenging to contend with them. Yet, this youth had dispatched them effortlessly. Impressive. A shift occurred in the onlookers' perception of Xiao Yan. In the Duki continent, strength was paramount. Despite being merely 15 or 16, this boy commanded respect through his prowess. Moreover, if he possessed such strength at this tender age, one could only speculate how formidable he might become in the future. Perhaps he was destined to be a future Dou King. I wish to join this mercenary group. Who is in favor, and who is against? Xiao Yan surveyed the crowd. The mercenaries dared not utter a word. Witnessing their reverent gazes, a satisfied smile crept upon Xiao Yan's face, and he turned to the startled little healer, offering her a gentle smile. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Did I frighten you? And no, she stammered, shaking her head gently, her eyes reflecting astonishment. How could someone so young incapacitate a group of fighters, all of whom were ranked at least 4 or 5 stars? This indicated that his strength had already reached the level of a Dou master. To achieve such prowess at his age was nothing short of extraordinary. The middle-aged man who had previously underestimated Xiao Yan trembled slightly. He had thought the boy harmless, akin to a domestic cat, but had underestimated him, realizing he was a ferocious tiger instead. "And my lord, here are your gold coins," he stammered, submissively returning the bag of coins he had previously been tricked into giving Xiao Yan. "Keep them, consider it a reward," Xiao Yan replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I should thank you for introducing me to such a lovely girl." He gestured for the man to leave. Thank you, my lord." The middle-aged man exhaled in relief, vanishing from sight as soon as he sensed Xiao Yan's indifference towards the money. However, the atmosphere among the mercenary group remained tense. They all sensed that this remarkably strong young man seemed particularly interested in the healer, causing unease to settle in their hearts. Chapter 126, A Gift for You. As night fell, the echoes of primate calls and eagle cries resonated from the Beast Mountain range, accompanied by the low growls of larger magical beasts. Yet, the group that had returned to Qingshan Town wore expressions of relief. The outskirts of the Warcraft Mountains are devoid of formidable magical beasts, while Qingshan Town is a haven for many skilled humans, rendering it largely devoid of danger. The mercenary team had just returned from an adventure and was now seeking a well-deserved respite. The moonlight, gentle as water, cast a silvery sheen upon the tables and chairs outside the Wuan Yao pharmacy, where the serene figure of the little medicine fairy sat, clad in a flowing white gown. Her beauty was accentuated by the moon's glow, revealing a delicate ankle that tempted one to grasp and admire it. The young man she encountered during the day had been truly formidable, leaving her to ponder what remarkable achievements he might one day attain. "Will such a meager meal suffice?" came a clear voice from behind. The little medicine fairy turned slightly to see a young man clad in black approaching through the moonlight. His attire, seemingly expensive, highlighted his refined demeanor, and the playful smirk on his handsome face conveyed a hint of mischief. For reasons she could not fathom, this charmingly roguish smile, paired with his distinguished aura, made her heart flutter unexpectedly. "Everything is fine. We girls must pay attention to our figure management," she replied with a gentle smile. "Have you eaten?" "I have," Xiao Yan replied with a casual smile as he settled at her table. "You don't seem to be from around these parts of the Warcraft Mountains," she remarked, observing his nonchalant demeanor. "I'm not. I hail from Wutan City," Xiao Yan responded, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Ah, so you come from a big city," the little medicine fairy replied with a smile. Although Wutan City ranks at the bottom of the great cities within the Jiamai Empire, it is still a significant place, far surpassing the humble Qingshan Town. In fact, the development of Qingshan Town is inextricably linked to Wutan City's business in magical herbs. "Wutan City isn't exactly a major city," Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. "Indeed, the son of a wealthy family has a discerning eye," the little medicine fairy remarked, pursing her lips. "What brings you to the Warcraft Mountains, young Master Xiao? Are you here to train? With your talents, your family must cherish you dearly. At such a young age, do they not worry? My family has only arranged for a couple of lowly half-saints to act as my bodyguards. There is nothing to worry about," Xiao Yan thought to himself, though he feigned profundity as he shook his head in response. "I am not here to train in the Warcraft Mountains." "Then what is your purpose? Are you in search of rare herbs? If so, I might be able to assist you," she said, idly toying with her silky hair. "I heard there is an exceptionally beautiful female physician in Qingshan Town, so I disregarded my family's objections to come here," Xiao Yan said with a slight smile, gazing at the astonished little medicine fairy. "Indeed, upon meeting you today, my heart is captivated." The little medicine fairy felt her cheeks flush. She had sensed earlier that this young man harbored some interest in her, but she had not anticipated his boldness in teasing her so directly. At such a tender age, one should not be led astray. How is it that so young a lad has already mastered the art of charming young ladies? The petite healer, with a sharp glare from her enchanting eyes, softly remarked, "You are far too young. I have no interest in someone as childish as you." With that, she blushed and turned away, ignoring Xiao Yan's flirtatious gaze. "Am I truly perceived as a mere child?" Observing her graceful silhouette as she departed, a subtle twitch graced the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Yet, it was indeed true that at his age, he often found himself mistaken for a juvenile. Nevertheless, he cared little, nonchalantly popping the uneaten fruit that the healer had left behind into his mouth. "You shall not escape the grasp of this young master," he chuckled wickedly. In the ensuing days, Xiao Yan engaged the healer in casual conversation, discussing both serious matters and more frivolous topics that often left her blushing. Some mercenaries watched this exchange with a desire to tear Xiao Yan apart, but upon recalling his formidable prowess, they reluctantly stifled their thoughts. On the morning of the third day, after a rotation of rest, the mercenary group once again set forth towards the Beast Mountain range. "Why do you keep your distance from me?" Xiao Yan inquired, noticing the healer maintaining a half-meter gap. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just not accustomed to walking too closely with the opposite sex," she replied nervously, for this young man was audacious, frequently uttering words that made her heart race. Yet, his overwhelming strength left the mercenaries powerless. "What are you afraid of?" "I want T-bite," Xiao Yan said, boldly reaching out to grasp her delicate wrist, drawing her closer. "Hey, could you refrain from such behavior? I have no interest in a little brat like you," the healer protested. Her cheeks tinged with pink as she gazed at him helplessly. "If you dare to call me a little brat again, I shall spank you," he threatened playfully. How audacious of a woman to address the heir of the Xiao clan in such a manner. The mercenaries seethed with anger, with one, Muli, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. However, the unfolding scene soon quelled their discontent. Suddenly, a second-tier blizzard magic ape charged into their ranks, a creature that could inflict significant harm upon the group. Yet, before it could wreak havoc, the mercenaries beheld an ominous shadow materialize before the beast. With a ferocious roar, the blizzard magic ape attempted to bellow, but before it could do so, a slender hand effortlessly struck its forehead. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the ape's head was smashed to smithereens, akin to tofu, while the shadowy figure remained unblemished, merely clutching a blood-stained magic core in hand. The mercenaries swallowed hard, their eyes wide with reverence as they regarded the young man in black. A second-tier beast, renowned for its immense strength, had been dispatched with such ease. Did this signify that the youth possessed the capability to vanquish even a Dome Master with a single blow? If that is the case, the strength of this young man is indeed formidable. I only require the magic core from this beast. The rest belongs to you. Please proceed with the dissection. Xiao Yan cast a fleeting glance at the mercenaries. Upon hearing his words, the mercenaries momentarily paused. Soon their eyes gleamed with fervor. The blizzard magic ape, being a second-tier beast, holds a magic core valued at several thousand gold coins, in addition to other parts of its carcass that are quite valuable as well. While the total may barely reach 1,000 gold coins, when divided among them, each person would receive 20 to 30 coins. Though this sum may seem modest, who could resist the delight of free gain? Disregarding the mercenaries' actions, Xiao Yan slowly approached the somewhat dazed little healer and gently cleaned the pristine magic core. "Here, this is for you." Chapter 127, The Cunning Xiao Yan. How infuriating. Once again, he has outsmarted me. Mu Li, observing the scene from a distance, felt his temper rising. But seeing his companion still recovering, he suppressed his murderous intent for the moment. This boy is simply too powerful. Even as a group, they cannot contend with him. "No, I don't want it." The little healer, glancing at the offered magic core, did not hesitate to kindly decline. "Woman, are you toying with me?" A crooked smile appeared on Xiao Yan's lips. "I have already stated that I do not fancy children. Why can't you comprehend this?" The little healer shook her head in exasperation, her beautiful eyes casting a helpless gaze at Xiao Yan. With a soft yet distinct sound, the little healer froze momentarily, her fair cheeks rapidly flushing crimson. "How dare he? Did I not warn you? If you continue to call me a child, I shall spank you. I told you. But you did not listen. Thus, do not blame me." Xiao Yan grinned mischievously at the little healer. "Are you not afraid that I might summon these mercenaries to tear you to shreds?" The little healer glared at him in indignation. This youth was nothing short of a rogue. "Are you not afraid that I might slay these mercenaries, and then?" Xiao Yan glanced at the mercenaries surrounding them, then back at the maiden, gesturing with his hand. Remembering Xiao Yan's earlier display of strength, the little healer's flushed face paled momentarily. This young man seems truly capable of such feats. What do you want?" She looked at Xiao Yan with a sense of helplessness. "I desire nothing but to spend a little more time with you. That is all." Xiao Yan's cheerful demeanor made the little healer wish to strike him. As the group continued onward, for reasons unknown, they encountered a greater number of magical beasts than in the past, 3 second-tier beasts, to be precise, which was nearly inconceivable. Under normal circumstances, a single second-tier beast would suffice to inflict severe casualties upon the team. Fortunately, there was an additional strong presence among them. The three-headed, second-tier magical beasts could not withstand a single strike from the young man in black, which filled the mercenaries, who had longed to tear Xiao Yan apart, with an increasing sense of reverence. However, witnessing the boy teasing the little medical fairy, whose face flushed with embarrassment, they could not help but clench their fists tightly. A piercing wolf howl echoed through the forest, causing the faces of the mercenaries to shift slightly. It was the Qingmu wolf. No, it was a pack of Qingmu wolves. Some seasoned mercenaries could not help but exclaim. One Qingmu wolf was not a significant threat. A 3-star fighter could contend with it. But a pack of wolves would prove far more formidable. A typical Qingmu wolf pack consists of around 100 wolves, along with a potential second-tier wolf king. Under normal circumstances, their first instinct would be to flee. However, today, they turned their gazes toward the young man standing beside the little medical fairy. If this young man intervened, perhaps this perilous situation could transform into a lucrative opportunity. After all, even without the most precious magic cores, a complete wolf pelt from a Qingmu wolf could be worth nearly 100 gold coins. Such a bounty could equate to the earnings from their usual endeavors. As the crowd regarded him with expectant eyes, Xiao Yan maintained a calm demeanor, feigning ignorance of their gaze. Observing this scene, a hint of disappointment flickered within the hearts of the crowd, and an unvoiced desire to retreat began to brew. "Can't you lend them a hand?" A timid voice whispered beside Xiao Yan. Turning his head, he saw the girl's delicate face adorned with a glimmer of hope. "Why should I help them?" Xiao Yan shook his head. "I have no interest in the magic cores of first-tier magical beasts. But if you don't act, people will die." The urgency in the little medical fairy's beautiful eyes was evident as she regarded Xiao Yan, who appeared indifferent. "Desperate, are we?" Xiao Yan chuckled. "Since a fair maiden has requested my assistance, I shall reluctantly lend a hand." The little medical fairy, initially displaying a tinge of anxiety, suddenly brightened, her face blossoming into a sweet smile, akin to a snow lotus in full bloom. "Thank you. Gratitude should be more tangible. Perhaps you could offer yourself in return." Xiao Yan quipped, flashing his signature mischievous grin. The little medical fairy fell silent. This young man had his merits, though he was undeniably infuriating. Was Xiao Yan a good person? The answer was, of course, negative. Otherwise, why would the number of magical beasts encountered on their journey increase upon his joining the team? Everything was part of the Emperor's scheme. Without such peril, how could a hero save a damsel in distress? Roars erupted, and soon, waves of deep blue-furred wolves emerged from the forest. As these Qingmu wolves charged frantically toward the mercenary team, Xiao Yan smiled slightly, casually picking up a stone and shaping it into numerous small projectiles. With a flick of his finger, each stone, infused with formidable fighting spirit, hurtled toward the wolf pack. Thud, thud, the sound of stone-piercing flesh echoed, and a crimson bloom erupted from the head of a bluewood wolf, which then collapsed helplessly to the ground. In an instant, over 20 bluewood wolves lay slain. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of fervor ignited in the eyes of some mercenaries. Yet their gaze toward Xiao Yan was imbued with even greater reverence. This young man was truly formidable. Just as the crowd could not suppress their pride, a fierce wind suddenly surged from behind the little medical sage. "Be careful." Several mercenaries' expressions changed dramatically, urgently warning the little medical sage, who also sensed a terrifying gale approaching from behind. Upon turning, she was met with the sight of a colossal wolf, more than 3 times the size of an ordinary bluewood wolf, looming before her. It was a second-tier magical beast, the Bluewood Wolf King. In an instant, every hair on her body stood on end, and her complexion drained of color. At that moment, evasion was utterly impossible. As the massive wolf drew nearer, the little medical sage, in despair, closed her eyes. Just then, a strong arm encircled her slender waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. With a howl, when the little medical sage opened her eyes again, she beheld the terrifying giant wolf now caught by a long, powerful hand gripping its neck. That elegant, pale hand squeezed with force, and a crack resounded as the wolf's vertebrae shattered. The Bluewood Wolf King convulsed a few times before its deep brown eyes dimmed, losing all vitality. "Are you all right?" A gentle voice murmured in her ear. She looked up to find a handsome face smiling at her, his dark eyes twinkling with warmth. I'm fine," she stammered, attempting to pull away but finding herself unable to escape. Her gaze locked with his ebony eyes, and an inexplicable tremor coursed through her heart. At that moment, the young man finally released her delicate waist and turned to launch a flurry of small stones, causing another 20 bluewood wolves to fall lifelessly. The remaining wolves, witnessing this spectacle, emitted terrified growls before darting away into the depths of the forest. "Thank you," the little medical sage softly said, brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead. "What is there to thank? Just consider it a token of your devotion to me." Xiao Yan replied with a cheerful grin, causing her fair face to flush crimson once more. "You should quickly deal with these bluewood wolf corpses. I have no interest in anything but the Wolf King's magic core." Xiao Yan turned gracefully to address the mercenaries. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries' eyes brightened with excitement. According to Xiao Yan's words, he was not even inclined to claim the ordinary bluewood wolf magic cores, which meant a windfall for them. Although not every bluewood wolf bore a magic core, once they had finished butchering the slain wolves, each of them could expect to gather approximately 300 to 400 gold coins. This sum was nearly equivalent to their earnings over an entire year. Under the guidance of Xiao Yan, The mercenary team swiftly commenced their arduous dismantling tasks. At that moment, many gazes directed toward Xiao Yan were stripped of hostility, even infused with a hint of admiration. Human nature is such, when one can provide ample benefits to others, former adversaries may transform into convivial friends, especially considering these individuals bore no previous animosity toward Xiao Yan. After this episode, numerous onlookers began to perceive that this young man was indeed deserving of the little medicine sage, unlike Mu Li, who relied solely on his father's name to assert dominance. His actions, often miserly. Once the busy dismantling work concluded, the group resumed their journey forward. Along the path, the little medicine sage hesitated for a moment before retrieving a shimmering fruit from her bosom and presenting it to Xiao Yan. "Thank you for earlier," she said. "As I mentioned, saving the girl I cherish is merely a natural deed, is it not?" Xiao Yan accepted the fruit with a grin. "If you continue this flirtatious behavior, I shall ignore you," the little medicine sage retorted, her cheeks flushed with color. "Alas, it seems my heroic rescue has borne little fruit," Xiao Yan lamented, waving his hand in resignation. "I have made it clear, I do not favor young men like you," she replied earnestly. Yet a flicker of melancholy passed through her eyes for reasons unbeknownst to her. "Perhaps it is you who fears to embrace affection for others," Xiao Yan remarked, his observation subtle yet profound. The little medicine sage shuddered, her gaze searching Xiao Yan's countenance in confusion. However, upon encountering his indifferent expression, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Xiao Yan took another bite of the fruit in his hand, a roguish smile spreading across his face. "So sweet, much like you," he jested. "Disgusting and cheesy," she shot back, though a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. "Xiao Yan, you are truly insufferable." Within the mercenary ranks, Mu Li watched the scene unfold, a tempest of envy and resentment swirling within him. "Do not grow too arrogant here. When the opportunity arises, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. What if you are a high-ranking Dou master?" Mu Li's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Under the assault of my divine artifact, even a grand Dou master caught unawares would meet their demise." Having traversed the ordeal with the Qingmu wolf, they encountered no formidable magical beasts on their journey. Occasionally, a weak creature would scurry past, hastily fleeing upon sighting the human contingent. "Ah, here lies a burning lotus," the little medicine sage exclaimed upon spotting a black lotus in a nearby pond, delicately plucking the largest and darkest leaf. The burning lotus is a treacherous poison. The sap extracted from its leaves, when simmered over low heat for 3 days and nights, is lethally toxic. A mere drop would sever the meridians of an ordinary person, rendering even a Dou master useless after a single cup. Waving the obsidian lotus leaf at Xiao Yan in a mock threat, she declared, "Should you dare to tease me again, I shall brew you a bowl of this." "Haha," Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, shaking his head in disregard. Though the burning lotus possesses a deadly poison, its lotus root serves as an antidote, capable of neutralizing the toxin with merely a couple of slices. Albeit it may induce a bout of diarrhea. "You have studied medicine?" A hint of surprise flickered across the little medical fairy's face. Ignoring her astonishment, Xiao Yan continued with a smile. "However, if the poison were concocted by you, even its most potent form would taste sweet upon my lips. I fail to comprehend how one of your age could be so knowledgeable, and your way with words must have deceived many a young girl." The little medical fairy shot him a glance. "Might my flowery speech ensnare you as well?" Xiao Yan chuckled. "Dream on," she retorted with a dismissive huff. Disregarding her response, Xiao Yan took the palm-sized, jet-black lotus leaf from her hand and remarked, "Indeed, the burning lotus is a toxic substance, yet all things are interdependent. When refined alongside the 9-poison herb and the green venom cicada, it can yield an exceptionally fine second-grade detoxification elixir, the detox pill. Furthermore, it can be used to create a variety of first and second-grade pills, most of which are beneficial and harmless. You possess knowledge of alchemy? Are you, perchance, an alchemist?" The little medical fairy's eyes widened in disbelief. "With my exceptional talent, I am undoubtedly an alchemist," Xiao Yan replied with a mysterious smile. "Would you care to learn? I could teach you." "Let it be," she smiled faintly, a shadow of melancholy crossing her lovely face. "I lack the suitable constitution for it, though it is my dream." "Is that so? Then perhaps becoming the partner of an alchemist would indirectly fulfill your dream," Xiao Yan suggested enticingly. "If you refrain from being lewd, we might still be friends." The little medical fairy cast him another disapproving glance before curiously inquiring, "What rank of alchemist are you?" "Merely a 7th grade," Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. "So you are merely boasting," she teased, playfully kicking him, only for Xiao Yan to seize her slender ankle. "I am not boasting. I truly am a 7th grade alchemist," he asserted with utmost seriousness. "Still boasting? At your age, reaching 1st grade would be impressive. Are there even any 7th grade alchemists in the entire Gamma Empire?" The little medical fairy scoffed, her cheeks suddenly flushing. "Why are you holding my foot? Let go at once." The sensation is quite pleasant, Xiao Yan grinned, relishing the delicate texture before releasing her ankle. Humph. The little medical fairy raised her chin and chose to ignore him thereafter. Xiao Yan, unperturbed, continued walking beside her. Observing the two from behind, some mercenaries exhibited a complex blend of envy in their gazes. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the forest, transforming into scattered golden rays that illuminated the pair, casting a beauty that seemed foreign to the mercenary group. The girl, adorned in a pristine white dress, remained unblemished even amidst the muddy mountain trails, while the boy, clad in striking black attire, exuded an aura of undeniable gallantry. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the hem of the girl's immaculate gown to sway delicately, while the boy's hair, falling to his eyes, danced in the wind, embodying a carefree elegance. For a fleeting moment, many spectators were struck by the notion of a handsome youth and a beautiful maiden. The group continued on their journey for over half an hour, eventually arriving near a precipice. Upon casting her gaze at the sheer cliff before them, the little healer's eyes flickered with a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. "Shall we rest here for a while?" she implored, looking up at Xiao Yan with an expression of vulnerability. "Of course, whatever my wife says goes," Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "You can go to hell." Chapter 129, What is poking me? The little healer shot Xiao Yan a fierce glare. Though her tone was laced with a playful affection, she paused for a moment, then stamped her foot in frustration. "Everyone, let us stop for a moment. We must be close to our medicinal herb gathering spot. After such a long trek, we deserve a break." The mercenaries, drenched in sweat, felt no trace of weariness in their gazes. The magical beasts along the way had been largely dispatched by the youth known as Xiao Yan. Their greatest toil lay in clearing the carcasses of those beasts. They had sustained no injuries, and, in fact, each stood to gain a handsome reward. Such profits hardly constituted a burden, and upon hearing the little healer's words, they were more than pleased to rest in the cool shade. After all, who would refuse comfort? Once everyone had settled, the little healer cast a discreet glance at Xiao Yan. "I'll go out to scout," she stated, though her words bore a hint of embarrassment, as if she harbored an unspoken concern. "The Beast Mountain range is treacherous. I should accompany you," Xiao Yan replied with a smile, puzzled by her demeanor. "What do you think a girl like me would be doing out there?" she retorted, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Xiao Yan mused to himself, bemused by her pretense, thinking that an observer might mistakenly believe she sought a moment of privacy. "Just be careful," he remarked lightly. "Understood," she nodded before turning to depart. "Hee. It seems we are about to delve into the exploration of the cave," Xiao Yan thought with a subtle smile. After the little healer had vanished for roughly the duration of an incense stick, he rose and made his way towards the precipice. Not long after he stepped forward, Muli approached with several of his bruised subordinates in tow. "Xiao Yan, no matter how many stars you hold as a Dou Master, daring to vie for a woman with me means you will find no resting place today," Muli sneered, a dark iron implement appearing in his grasp. Observing this, his lackeys also revealed weapons with ominous black handles from their cloaks. "Here it is." Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the edge of the cliff, suddenly halting as he came to a stop before a plant adorned with delicate white blossoms. This flora, blooming with pale petals, concealed within its tender embrace crimson fruits that flickered in and out of visibility, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. It was a herb of moderate rarity, yet he regarded it with indifference. Crouching before the plant, he remained silent, patiently awaiting an occurrence. Moments later, a hand as white as jade unexpectedly emerged from below the cliff, a sight that would startle any ordinary person. However, Xiao Yan boldly extended his own hand in response. Their hands clasped successfully. At the instant Xiao Yan grasped the delicate hand, it recoiled instinctively as if electrified, yet he firmly held on. A startled gasp escaped, and with a mischievous grin, Xiao Yan pulled the hand upwards with strength. A flash of white appeared as the little physician soared from the abyss, landing gracefully in Xiao Yan's embrace. "What are you doing?" the little physician exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm, resembling a startled fawn. "Nothing to worry about. I was just concerned since you took so long to return," Xiao Yan replied, feigning innocence. "You nearly scared me to death." The little physician inhaled deeply, pouting as she shot him an admonishing glare. "What were you doing down there?" Xiao Yan inquired, curiosity piqued. I went down to gather herbs," the little physician confessed, a hint of unease flitting across her features. "Oh, so you weren't going to explore the cave?" Xiao Yan remarked nonchalantly. No. What cave?" The little physician's expression shifted dramatically, her delicate hand tightening subtly. "Is there not a cave down there? Did you not wish to invite me to see it?" Xiao Yan teased. "I have the sedative prepared. Is this how you treat your flower guardian? Who exactly are you?" The little physician's complexion paled, a sensation of being thoroughly seen by Xiao Yan washing over her. "I am the flower guardian who has fallen at your feet," Xiao Yan smiled. I know nothing of any cave. Let us return. The little physician shook her head, attempting to turn back. Do you not desire the treasures within? His words caused her to pause momentarily. I have little interest in what lies inside, but I am rather intrigued by the prospect of adventuring alongside a beauty. What do you say? Allow me to accompany you, Xiao Yan suggested. A flicker of hesitation crossed the little physician's face. Having such a formidable companion would undoubtedly ensure her safety, yet there was something about him. After a moment, Xiao Yan wrapped his arm around her slender waist, guiding her along the rope until they reached the mouth of a dark cavern. The fragrant aroma emanating from her form stirred something within him. Rascal, what are you pressing against me? The little physician glared at Xiao Yan. I advise you not to inquire too deeply, Xiao Yan replied. A playful smile dancing upon his lips, a peculiar glint in his eyes. Upon witnessing the expression on Xiao Yan's face, the little medical fairy seemed to grasp the situation. Yet her cheeks soon flushed a deep crimson. You scoundrel, she uttered with fierce indignation, yet still obediently wrapped her arms around Xiao Yan's waist. With Xiao Yan's formidable strength, he effortlessly transported her to the entrance of the cave. May I be released now? The little medical fairy's face was aflame, though her gaze remained coldly fixed upon Xiao Yan. Just a little longer, Xiao Yan replied with a playful smile. Go to hell. Unable to contain herself any longer, the little medical fairy raised her foot and fiercely kicked at Xiao Yan. Moments later, her hands found themselves pinned against the wall by him. Am I mistaken? Xiao Yan gazed intently into her clear eyes. She softly turned her head away. If you do not admit your fault, I shall kiss you. Xiao Yan's lips were nearly brushing against her face. I was wrong. The little medical fairy's complexion shifted dramatically. Observing this, Xiao Yan revealed a hint of regret on his face and gradually released her delicate hands. You wicked brat. She was about to unleash another tirade when a foul wind gusted forth from the cave. It's the rock serpent, she exclaimed, her expression changing upon seeing the blood-red triangular eyes emerging from the cave. However, upon noticing Xiao Yan beside her, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It's a first-tier magical beast. It should pose no challenge for you, right? Before she could finish her sentence, she watched as Xiao Yan vanished from her sight. Bang! The sound of shattering stones echoed as Xiao Yan casually discarded the carcass of a long serpent over the cliff. That was astonishingly swift. Even the little medical fairy found herself momentarily speechless. The pair continued onward, igniting a torch along the way. There is a stone door here. Let me ponder a solution. The little medical fairy observed the stone door before her. No need for that. Step back a bit, Xiao Yan instructed, gently pulling her backward by the hand. Are you merely going to watch? A surge of irritation flared within the little medical fairy's mind. Before she could voice her thoughts, she witnessed Xiao Yan's fist collide with the stone door. Crack! The sound of splintering echoed as the door shattered into a multitude of fragments, leaving the little medical fairy agape. Chapter 130. I do not cultivate such things in my garden. All right, all done. Xiao Yan casually dusted off his hands and smiled at the little medical fairy. Shall we enter? This brute is utterly violent. The little medical fairy silently thought to herself. Of course, warrior. Let us proceed. Xiao Yan suddenly took her hand once more. Hey, can you not be so forward? The little medical fairy struggled briefly, but found herself unable to break free. Thus she was led inside by Xiao Yan. Moments later, a spacious and bright hall unfolded before them. You may release me now. The little medical fairy gritted her teeth, reluctant to raise her voice against Xiao Yan. This man is simply too terrifying, possessing an aura that seems capable of crushing all. Oh, do you think I wish to hold your hand? Xiao Yan promptly let go. The little healer let out a cold snort, subsequently captivated by the treasures within the cave. Above, 3 luminous night pearls adorned the ceiling, casting a gentle glow upon the dark hall, making it rather conspicuous. To her surprise, even with her tranquil and composed demeanor, the sight within the cave elicited a sense of excitement. The purple-blue leaves, white spirit ginseng fruit, and snow lotus seeds brought a delightful flush to her cheeks. These were indeed some exceedingly precious herbs. Additionally, a towering mound of gold coins loomed within the cave, appearing to amount to hundreds of thousands. Yet none could rival the exhilaration these rare herbs stirred within her. Are these treasures truly so remarkable? Xiao Yan observed the little healer's exuberance. Of course they are. Are you not a pharmacist? Do you not comprehend the worth of these items? The little healer bestowed a plethora of disdainful glances upon Xiao Yan, more so than she had in the past year. Precisely because I am a pharmacist, I find little value in such items, Xiao Yan retorted with a dismissive sneer. In the Xiao clan, only the most rudimentary medicinal fields would cultivate such herbs. To put it bluntly, any plant plucked from his family garden would be more precious than these. After a fleeting moment of excitement, the little healer paused and cast a discreet glance at Xiao Yan, suggesting, why don't you choose first? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan regarded her with an unusual expression. Did you not express a fondness for these items? Why then would you allow me to choose first? Have you perhaps developed feelings for me? I merely fear that young Master Xiao might be displeased, and in a fit of anger, act improperly towards a mere girl like me. The little healer was already weary of Xiao Yan's audacity. Do not say such things. Even if I were satisfied, I would still harbor ulterior motives towards you. Xiao Yan replied, his smile somewhat mischievous, yet he generously added, quickly gather these treasures to consider it a small gift from this young master to a lovely lady. Well, although you are lecherous and shameless, you are indeed quite generous. The little healer could not help but smile sweetly at Xiao Yan, who appeared to genuinely disregard the worth of these items. A sharp clap resonated as Xiao Yan looked at her earnestly, stating, should you dare to speak of me so again, be wary of my retribution. You scoundrel! The little healer exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she set about harvesting her beloved herbs. Hey, she called after finishing her task, casting a glance at Xiao Yan. I am not Hey, I am Xiao Yan. He turned to her and inquired, what is it? There is an ice flame spirit herb over there. I shall leave it for you. She pointed to a crystal blue herb in the center of the flower bed. Is this ice flame spirit herb not the most precious among these? Are you certain you wish to gift it to me? Xiao Yan regarded her thoughtfully. We are friends, are we not? Moreover, without you, I doubt I would have acquired these treasures, the little healer asserted earnestly. Friends will not suffice. I believe we could be more than that. Xiao Yan declared with utmost seriousness, instinctively reaching to pat her rear. The young healer seemed to have anticipated the situation, swiftly dodging Xiao Yan's movements. In a fit of irritation, she lightly tapped her delicate fist against his arm. Could you be a bit more serious? She chided. I have always been serious. Xiao Yan replied, casually plucking the glistening ice flame spirit grass from the flower bed. Could you be a little gentler? Upon witnessing his rather coarse demeanor, a flicker of compassion crossed the young healer's eyes. What tenderness can be expected from a mere weed? We use this at home to brew iced red tea. Xiao Yan remarked nonchalantly. Oh, do keep boasting, she scoffed, her curiosity piqued. What is iced red tea? It's just a type of cool beverage. Xiao Yan replied with a grin. Why don't you come home with me to try it? At his words, a complex expression briefly flitted across the young healer's face, followed by another gentle punch to Xiao Yan. You irreverent fellow. Xiao Yan chose not to respond, merely smiling as he watched her continue her search for treasures within the cave. The ice flame spirit grass was merely a slightly valuable crop to the Xiao clan. In fact, Xiao Feng's grandfather had cultivated over 10 acres of it. Later, as Xiao Yan grew older and delved into alchemy, he whimsically decided to brew iced red tea from the ice flame spirit grass, enlisting a group of followers to strip Xiao Feng's grandfather's fields clean overnight. As a result, Xiao Feng received a thorough beating from his grandfather. Fortunately, Xiao Yan successfully brewed the iced red tea, which was well received by the elders, although Xiao Feng's grandfather remained sullen. After collecting the herbs, Xiao Yan and the young healer found the key from the skeleton and opened the 3 boxes before them. However, the contents were merely techniques and skills of the mysterious rank, which Xiao Yan deemed beneath his notice. He carelessly pried apart the old corpse's bones and extracted a small scroll. This scroll was, in fact, a fragment of the map to the Pure Lotus demonic fire left behind by the Pure Lotus demon saint. Little did he know that after his demise, the Pure Lotus demonic fire was subdued by Xiao Xian with overwhelming Dou Emperor strength. The latter's work, Chronicles of the Pure Lotus demon saint, had become a topic of conversation among many prominent figures of the Xiao clan. One could surmise that even if the Pure Lotus demon saint were to resurrect, he would face social demise. I'll take this small scroll. You may have everything else, Xiao Yan said, waving his hand dismissively. Really? The young healer cast a wary yet delighted glance at him. What scheme are you concocting now? How could I concern myself with material possessions when I adore you so? Xiao Yan replied with a cheerful smile. I don't believe you, she said, though her lips betrayed a hint of softness. What is that scroll? She inquired curiously. It holds a significant secret, one you cannot grasp. What you can grasp now is the man before you. Dear woman, I advise you to act wisely. It would be far better to embrace the moment. Xiao Yan opened his arms, yet he found himself waiting in vain for the little medicine fairy to reciprocate. With a resigned gesture, he deliberately reached into a stone box and retrieved a vividly colored scroll. The 7-colored poison manual, he pronounced with intent. Return it. A delicate hand suddenly reached out. Chapter 131. A strange change or no change. Xiao Yan did not resist, but allowed the little medicine fairy to reclaim the 7-colored poison manual. What do you need this manual for? It is a tome of poisons. He inquired with feigned curiosity. I am merely a humble healer. Naturally, I require some poisons for self-defense, the little medicine fairy replied, a flicker of darkness passing through her eyes. Do you assume everyone possesses your formidable strength? Should you become my partner, I shall protect you. Xiao Yan resumed his playful banter. The little medicine fairy glanced at him, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. I advise you to abandon such hopes. I shall likely never marry in this lifetime, she said with a light laugh, though a trace of sorrow lingered on her countenance. What is this? Have you been hurt by a scoundrel? Xiao Yan remarked nonchalantly. Not at all, but I fear being hurt by a rogue like you, she retorted, her bright smile returning. Ah, dear lady, are you attempting to ensnare me with a game of feigned indifference? A crooked smile spread across Xiao Yan's lips as he regarded her. There is no woman I have set my sights on who can escape my grasp. You are infuriating. When you are not acting so erratically, you are quite handsome. Promise me, do not be so foolish, the little medicine fairy said earnestly. How dare you speak to me, the young master, in such a manner? You are courting disaster. Xiao Yan thought with a light internal scoff, then lazily smiled. Keep these items. You should store them away quickly. That is unnecessary. I only need these herbs and the 7-colored poison manual. I am not as wealthy as the esteemed young master Xiao, who possesses a spatial ring, she replied with resignation. Here, I have prepared a spatial ring for you. Xiao Yan suddenly produced an exquisitely crafted white ring. The little medicine fairy was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. I am but an ordinary girl from Qingshan town. Do you truly think it worthwhile to bestow such precious gifts upon me? The relics within this cave alone would be enough to entice even a Dou Wang level expert, and the white ring he offered was undoubtedly of considerable value. It is worthwhile. I believe you are indeed worth it, Xiao Yan said with a smile, reaching out to take her delicate hand, intending to place the ring upon her finger. The little medicine fairy's expression stiffened, and as she gazed at the youth's handsome visage, a single tear fell from her ethereal eyes. Leave. Just go? She suddenly struggled to withdraw her hand, her eyes reddening as she looked at Xiao Yan. I do not need your affection. I am perfectly fine on my own. Please do not disturb me again. Her voice no longer possessed the tenderness of yore. Instead, it brimmed with anguish and despair. It appeared that the sinister affliction had rendered her existence agonizing. Xiao Yan stood before her, impassive, yet a flicker of intrigue glimmered in his eyes. The intensity of her emotions before me suggested that she harbored some feelings for this young master. He chuckled inwardly. If he could further alleviate her mental burdens, this enchanting beauty would soon be within his grasp. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his formidable spiritual power sensed the approach of someone outside the cave. Is it Mu Li? How audacious of him to seek trouble here. A hint of surprise crossed Xiao Yan's face. Surely, Mu Li must be aware of his own capabilities. Did he truly intend to court death by coming here? Just then, Mu Li's voice echoed within the cavern, accompanied by a muffled, sinister chuckle. A dozen figures gradually emerged from the shadows. Xiao Yan, today is your day of reckoning, came the murmured proclamation from the cave's entrance. It was Mu Li. The petite healer's countenance shifted dramatically, and her tears ceased. She was, after all, a decisive woman, quickly regaining her composure. Thanks to those two bringing meat. The others were able to find this place. Mu Li spoke, his voice still slurred, his swollen lips impeding his articulation. Nevertheless, it did not diminish his greedy gaze fixed upon the stone chamber. You all dare to come here, Xiao Yan remarked with a smile, devoid of any tension. Xiao Yan, I know you are formidable, but today you shall meet your demise. Mu Li sneered, barking orders. Brawny ones, arm yourselves. With that, he and his lackeys brandished peculiar weapons. A strange sound, alien to the Duki continent, resonated through the air. Xiao Yan's previously tranquil pupils abruptly constricted. It had been ages since he had heard such a sound. Indeed, he never anticipated encountering such an object after arriving in this world. Xiao Yan shook his head in disbelief, only to behold Mu Li and his cohorts wielding black iron tubes with grips. They were handguns. How could such weapons exist on the Duki continent? A glimmer of agitation flickered in Xiao Yan's gaze. Brawny ones, eliminate this brat, but do not harm my little healer. Mu Li commanded, his voice still slurred, yet his gaze was filled with murderous intent as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Yan. Following his order, his men simultaneously pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The dark muzzles belched flames, and the cacophony of gunfire compelled the little healer to cover her ears. Her face paling as she witnessed bullets striking Xiao Yan. Mu Li and his gang spared no effort, emptying their magazines as if determined to turn Xiao Yan into a sieve. Smoke billowed around them, and Mu Li sneered, "You are still too green to challenge me." As he spoke, his eyes pierced through the haze, widening in astonishment. There stood Xiao Yan, unscathed, with not a single mark upon him, while a pile of spent bullet casings lay at his feet. How is this possible? A look of terror etched itself upon Mu Li's face. He was acutely aware of the weapon's formidable power. Once, a formidable fighter had attempted to confront him, but with a mere squeeze of the trigger. A gaping hole had appeared in the fighter's skull, causing him to collapse lifelessly. Yet now, this youth stood unscathed amidst a barrage of attacks. You cunning rascal. Mu Li was thoroughly panicked. Xiao Yan paid no heed to his distress. Although the handgun boasted immense power, it could generally be deflected by the battle armor of a grand fighter. However, under the onslaught of so many bullets, even a typical grand fighter would struggle to endure. Yet for someone of Xiao Yan's true prowess, at the level of an 8-star Dou Huang, even a direct hit from a rocket launcher would likely leave him unscathed. At this moment, though, Xiao Yan had no time to contemplate such matters. Instead, he approached Mu Li with a glimmer of hope and gently patted his shoulder. "Please, spare me." Mu Li trembled with fear. "Brother," Xiao Yan began slowly, in a tone that was both cautious and probing. "Does the peculiar change imply a constant? What transformation remains unchanged?" Mu Li gazed at the youth before him with dread. "Did you not traverse from Earth?" Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. "What Earth?" Mu Li's expression remained blank. At his words, a hint of disappointment flickered in Xiao Yan's gaze, which soon shifted from anticipation to a cold indifference. "Where did you procure these strange weapons?" Since Mu Li was evidently not a traveler from Earth, Xiao Yan's concern for his fate waned, redirecting his focus to the handgun in Mu Li's possession. From Xiao Yan's understanding, in a world where Dou Qi had reached its zenith, firearms such as these should not exist. Even if some nations had developed rudimentary weaponry, the sophistication of this handgun was unparalleled. Moreover, its resemblance to the firearms from his previous life was striking. This was acquired by my father. I am unaware of the specifics," Mu Li stammered. He gleaned from Xiao Yan's expression that the mysterious weapon held significant importance to him, even sparking a sense of concern. However, at that moment, Mu Li's foremost worry was his own life. "Take me to your father." Xiao Yan's gaze bore into Mu Li with unwavering intensity. Yes. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything." Mu Li replied obediently. Xiao Yan nodded and then turned to Xiao Yixian, saying, "I will escort you home first." Upon discovering the handgun in this world, he found himself devoid of any desire to pursue romantic endeavors. Despite living a life at the pinnacle of this realm, he longed for the azure planet he once called home. "Oh," Xiao Yixian quickly nodded. Moving to stand beside Xiao Yan, he grasped Mu Li as one might a pet, while his other hand held Xiao Yixian's as they made their way toward the cave's entrance. Sensing the slight urgency within Xiao Yan's heart, the little healer could do nothing but allow him to grasp her hand. Mu Li, observing this scene, dared not release even a whisper, for the might of that weapon was such that even his father could not withstand a single blow. Yet, here stood Xiao Yan, unscathed amidst a barrage of attacks. Mu Li was convinced that this young man could single-handedly annihilate the Wolf-Head mercenary corps. However, as Xiao Yan approached the cave entrance, a pair of magnificent, expansive wings of battle energy unfurled from his back, leaving all onlookers in a state of stunned silence. A battle king? Mu Li and several mercenaries wore expressions as if turned to stone, and even the little healer beside Xiao Yan wore a rigid expression of disbelief. How could it be possible for someone so young to attain the status of a battle king? Everyone was engulfed in a surreal sensation. Regrettably, Xiao Yan was too preoccupied with seeking the origin of the pistol to notice their astonished gazes. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have relished the moment. Without further ado, he embraced the little healer, whose face was etched with shock, and with his other hand, took Mu Li and departed the cave. The wind swept through the little healer's hair, yet it failed to rouse her from her state of astonishment. How could someone of his age possibly become a battle king? The little healer gazed up at his handsome visage, but at that moment, Xiao Yan had no inclination to tease the beauty in his arms. Soon, he returned to the resting place of the mercenaries. "Look, what is that?" The mercenaries, lounging in the camp, exhibited a flicker of surprise, which quickly transformed into excitement. It was a person, and behind him, he bore wings of battle energy. "My heavens, a battle king!" exclaimed one, his face alight with fervor. A battle king was a figure of considerable stature throughout the Jiamat Empire, and they might encounter such an individual only a few times in their lifetimes. Today, this battle king was flying toward them. "Is the battle king coming to us?" one mercenary exclaimed, his countenance brimming with exhilaration. However, as the figure drew nearer, the expressions of the crowd shifted from excitement to astonishment, ultimately settling into a state of disbelief. "Is that Xiao Yan?" One mercenary's face betrayed an expression of incredulity. With a whoosh, the battle wings stirred a gust of wind that sent fallen leaves swirling. Xiao Yan landed gracefully on the ground. "Everyone, please take care of the little healer. Upon my return, I shall reward you handsomely," he proclaimed, gently placing the little healer on the ground. He cast her a glance before lifting Mu Li into the air. "Take me to the Wolf-Head mercenary corps." His voice was cold, causing Mu Li, suspended in midair, to tremble slightly. Once Xiao Yan had soared away, a mercenary finally regained his senses from the earlier spectacle. He turned to find everyone wearing a look of bewilderment, which confirmed to him that he was not dreaming. "Little healer, was that person just now Xiao Yan?" He could not help but inquire. "It should be, yes." Xiao Yixian stood there in a state of bewilderment. My heavens! Xiao Yan is indeed a formidable Dou Wang. After a brief moment of silence, a mercenary finally exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, how could there be such a young Dou Wang in this world? Another person, equally incredulous, echoed this sentiment. Xiao Yan, it seems that Xiao Yan has taken quite an interest in you. Perhaps he harbors feelings for you. You must seize this rare opportunity, urged one elder mercenary with a sigh. Such an opportunity is nearly impossible to encounter again. It is remarkable for someone so young to achieve the rank of Dou Wang. This youth's current and future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass our imaginations. Humanity is a curious creature. When one is merely slightly stronger than others, they evoke jealousy and resentment. Yet, when one stands at a level that inspires awe and seems unfathomable to others, they are revered and exalted as a deity, sacred and untouchable. Xiao Yan stood dazed, her expression shifting as memories of the brief days spent with that young man flooded her mind. Undeniably, he was extraordinary, surpassing others' expectations in every conceivable way. However, as a girl like me, what man would dare to marry me once he learns of the secrets I harbor? Perhaps recalling something. Xiao Yan glanced at the seven-colored poison classic tightly clutched in her hands, a bittersweet smile gracing her delicate features. Over there, yes, just ahead. In the sky, Mu Li's face was buffeted by the fierce winds, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Having never traversed such heights before, he felt a surge of fear while directing others from this lofty elevation. Shortly, the two arrived before a rather rudimentary mountain stronghold. At that moment, the stronghold was permeated with the scent of alcohol, and the faces of several stationed mercenaries paled instantly upon seeing a figure appear in the sky. A Dou Wang. They had no time to sound the alarm before witnessing the Dou Wang descend, holding the young leader Mu Li in his grasp. Mu Shi, come out and meet me. The youth's voice resonated throughout the stronghold, infused with a powerful aura. Chapter 133, The Soul Clan? The clear voice, intermingled with robust Dou Qi, reverberated across the entire stronghold. Within a rather opulent small building, several high-ranking members of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group were indulging in drink when they were startled by the voice, their expressions shifting dramatically. Brother, this is bad. The one who spoke possesses strength far beyond ours. What should we do? A scar-faced man, previously inebriated, was instantly sober, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Bring the weapons, and remain vigilant. If this person bears no ill will, we should avoid conflict. However, if he harbors animosity towards us, even a Grand Dome Master will not return unscathed. A one-eyed man at the head of the table spoke gravely. The individual before us is none other than the leader of the Hammer Mercenary Corps, Mu Shi. He slowly rose, astonishingly retrieving a pitch-black firearm from beneath him. It was unmistakably a submachine gun. Moments later, a group emerged from the small building, each member concealing a submachine gun. However, the scene before them compelled them to abandon any thoughts of confronting their adversary with such weapons. For at the heart of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps stronghold stood a formidable figure, adorned with a pair of battle aura wings. This indicated that he was at least a Dou Wang-level powerhouse. Faced with such strength, even possessing unparalleled artifacts would render them utterly helpless. My lord, may I inquire about your purpose in visiting our Wolf Head Mercenary Corps? Mu Shi swallowed hard, discreetly concealing the submachine gun hidden behind him. He pondered to himself how his humble Wolf Head Mercenary Corps could dare to provoke a Dou Wang-level expert. Yet, as he approached Xiao Yan accompanied by several subordinates, his astonishment grew. The countenance of this formidable individual was remarkably youthful. He was clearly just a boy, yet had already attained the level of Dou Wang. However, upon noticing the Mu Li that Xiao Yan held, his expression shifted drastically. Could it be that Mu Li had offended this esteemed figure? Mu Shi swallowed again. If Mu Li had indeed crossed this powerful being, the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps would surely face annihilation. Against such strength, their unparalleled artifacts would be of no consequence. I have matters to inquire of you. Should your answers satisfy me, I shall reward you handsomely. However, if I am displeased, the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps shall meet its end today. Xiao Yan fixed a serious gaze upon Mu Shi and declared, Odd changes do not alter. What did you say, my lord? Mu Shi's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Odd changes do not alter, Xiao Yan reiterated. Mu Shi shook his head in bewilderment and nervously replied, My lord, I truly do not understand. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger? Xiao Yan remained somewhat undeterred. Mu Shi continued to shake his head in confusion. Fool, Xiao Yan snorted coldly, causing Mu Shi to shudder. He coldly extracted a black handgun from Mu Li and tossed it before Mu Shi. Tell me, where did this come from? Upon seeing the black handgun before him, Mu Shi's expression transformed dramatically, only to be replaced by a look of relief. Such an artifact, which required neither battle aura nor energy, and could even be wielded by an ordinary person to slay a Dou Shi, would understandably entice a Dou Wang-level expert. After all, If this item could be mass-produced, it could swiftly establish a medium-sized force. My lord, I found this, Mushi exhaled softly, complying obediently. Found it. A hint of astonishment flickered across Xiao Yan's face. Before him, an immense force of soul energy swiftly enveloped the entire encampment of the Wolf-Head mercenary group. Moments later, an array of black handguns, submachine guns, and even an automatic rifle materialized before Xiao Yan. The weapons in the hands of Mu Shi and several of his subordinates were effortlessly wrested from their grasp. This spectacle instilled a palpable fear in the eyes of many within the mercenary group. It was evident that the prowess of this young man surpassed their wildest imaginations. Should he harbor any sinister intentions, it seemed that not a single member of the Wolf-Head mercenary group would survive. Where did you procure these weapons? Xiao Yan mused, having surmised that there were no signs of any otherworldly travelers in this vicinity, indicating that the appearance of these arms within the Wolf-Head mercenary group was indeed an unforeseen event. Yet, since Mushi was aware, he felt compelled to investigate further. To the rear mountain of the Wolf-Head mercenary group, a flicker of hesitation crossed Mushi's eyes, but upon witnessing the guns before Xiao Yan, which resembled mere scrap metal, he dared not entertain any further thoughts. Lead me there, Xiao Yan commanded with a calm demeanor. Yes, Mushi obediently nodded, suppressing any dissent. Soon, he guided Xiao Yan to a cave nestled in the rear mountain. This cave was rather damp, and as Xiao Yan stepped inside, he beheld a skeletal remains. My lord, I discovered this skeleton a decade ago. At that time, this person had likely just recently departed from this world. I found a storage ring on him, which contained not only some treasures, but also those enigmatic weapons, Mushi recounted, dutifully producing the storage ring. He then stammered, I have squandered most of the elixirs and riches within. That is of no consequence. I hold no interest in such trivialities. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, reaching for the storage ring to probe its contents with his soul energy. The space within the ring was not particularly vast, totaling perhaps 3 or 4 cubic meters. Now, it housed nothing of worth, merely some inconsequential trinkets that Mu Shi could not discern. However, upon spotting a token nestled in the corner, Xiao Yan's pupils involuntarily constricted. With a mere thought, the black iron token appeared in his hand. Hunan. The sight of this name evoked a flicker of suspicion on Xiao Yan's countenance. He immediately summoned the dual sages, who emerged silently from the ether, startling Mu Shi, who was already on edge. Old Man Wuan, is there any way to ascertain this individual's connection to the Soul Clan? Xiao Yan inquired, glancing at the erudite Xiao Wan. Young master, do you suspect this corpse is linked to the Soul Clan? Xiao Wan responded, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Indeed. It would be advantageous if we could determine his identity. Xiao Yan nodded affirmatively. Ah, it shall be done, Xiao Wan replied with a faint smile, gesturing to Xiao Wu, who understood immediately and retrieved a jade vial from his robes, preparing to unveil its contents. Upon the opening of the jade vial, a peculiar black mist surged forth, transforming into an elderly woman. As soon as she emerged from the vessel, she attempted to flee. However, with a swift motion, Xiao Wu grasped her, causing her to let out a piercing scream as she shrank to the size of a palm, landing helplessly in his grasp. Should you dare entertain thoughts of escape again, I shall ensure your complete annihilation. Xiao Wu cackled with sinister delight. Beside him, Mushi was utterly terrified, his heart pounding in fear at the sight of these 3 formidable figures. Ignoring the terrified Mu Shi, Xiao Yan turned his gaze to the elderly woman and inquired coolly. Tell me, is this person of your Soul Clan? I do not know, the old woman stammered, her eyes betraying a flicker of surprise at the sight of the bones before her, though her expression remained one of pitiable helplessness. Unaware, are we? Xiao Wu chuckled darkly. This is quite simple. The soul bone technique of your clan has been thoroughly studied by my Xiao clan. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the old woman's countenance shifted dramatically. I said, but before she could finish, Xiao Wu unleashed his fighting energy, which materialized into a long needle that pierced her soul. Ah! The old woman shrieked in agony, immediately losing much of her strength. Xiao Wu's soul bone technique involved extracting a fragment of the soul's essence from a member of the soul clan, which could then be utilized to ascertain whether others were connected to the clan. He directed a strand of glowing light into the air, forming several seals. And then that strand transformed into a beam that penetrated the white bones. As the glow entered, the previously desiccated and dull bones appeared to rejuvenate, shimmering with newfound vitality. Young master, this individual indeed possesses Soul Clan blood. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Yan nodded in confirmation. However, this person's power in life was likely not formidable, at most. They were at the level of a grand fighter or doling, certainly not a Dou Wang. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before speaking. Understood, Xiao Yan replied, furrowing his brow and examining the black iron token in his hand with great scrutiny. Is there a way to discern the whereabouts of the Soul Clan from this token? Xiao Yan examined the token thoroughly, but ultimately shook his head in frustration. This token seems to possess the ability to store a fragment of soul power. However, with the demise of its owner, the soul power within has long since dissipated. Is that so? Xiao Yan lamented, shaking his head in disappointment, though his frown deepened. A remnant of the Soul Clan at the level of a grand fighter or doling was hardly worthy of their concern. As long as Xiao Xian remained on the Duqi continent, the Soul Clan could not rise again. What truly astonished Xiao Yan and occupied his thoughts was the revelation that this member of the Soul Clan possessed a cache of firearms from Earth. What did this imply? It suggested the likelihood of another traveler, or perhaps a group of travelers, existing on the Duqi continent, and that these other travelers had already established a connection with the Soul Clan. The extent of the influence a time traveler has on the Soul Clan remains unclear to Xiao Yan. However, he is aware that he has had some minor impact on the Xiao clan. Could it be that fate has arranged for me a formidable adversary? A sense of unease surged within Xiao Yan, as countless narratives flickered through his mind. Yet, this individual is not present in Wutan City. After much contemplation, the only person who came to mind was Xian. However, this girl seemed only proficient in gluttony and had yet to recognize any threat posed to herself. If that were the case, where might this antagonist be? Xiao Yan's thoughts were now a tangled web of confusion. The Soul Clan now possessed the weaponry of a time traveler. What kind of plot was unfolding? Nonetheless, the sole comfort in this moment was that he had confirmed the likelihood, if not the certainty, of another time traveler in this world, one who likely remained unaware of their own status. This would surely become an exhilarating and thrilling game of werewolf. As for whether this individual would prove to be friend or foe, all would depend on uncovering their true identity before making any plans. Xiao Yan had silently resolved to act accordingly. Should this time traveler find themselves aligned with him, he might consider a fruitful collaboration. However, if they were to stand in opposition, he would strike preemptively. As the saying goes, better to eliminate a friend than allow a foe to live. The mere fact that this individual could manufacture firearms indicated one unmistakable truth. Their education surpassed his own. This was indeed a daunting realization. Alas, it was time to return. Xiao Yan gestured, and the two sages, Wuan and Wu, nodded before vanishing quietly into the ether. Gulps echoed as Mu Shi could not help but swallow nervously. The origins of this youth were no longer worth pondering. He simply recognized that a single thought from him could spell death for himself or even the entire Wolf-Head mercenary corps. My lord, is there anything else you require? Mu Shi obediently inquired, fully prepared to comply with even the most extreme of demands. Xiao Yan cast a casual glance in his direction, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. All is well. He tossed 2 chi gathering pills to Mu Shi. You have provided me with valuable intelligence. Consider this your reward. However, those mysterious weapons are beyond your reach. Possessing them would only bring you endless calamity. I shall take them back. Very well, my lord, you may keep them. Mu Shi acquiesced. Indeed. Xiao Yan nodded, stating coolly, from now on, do not let me catch you engaging in any nefarious activities, or I shall return to obliterate the Wolf-Head mercenary corps. Yes, my lord, rest assured. From this day forward, I shall practice virtue and refrain from indulgence. Mu Shi replied, nodding like a chick. That may be an overstatement. With matters nearing conclusion, Xiao Yan lost interest in further conversation with Mu Shi, even dismissing him entirely. With a powerful flap of his Dou Qi wings, he departed from the Wolf-Head mercenary corps. He arrived gently and departed softly, waving his sleeve to whisk away a cache of weaponry. This place prohibits any form of cheating. As he gazed upon Xiao Yan's departing silhouette, Mu Shi's eyes shimmered with awe, prompting him to hastily return to the Wolf-Head mercenary group to issue commands. From now on, the Wolf-Head mercenary group is forbidden from engaging in any nefarious activities. Do you understand? He addressed his subordinates with authority. The stronghold of the Wolf-Head mercenary group was not overly distant from the medicinal gathering team. With Xiao Yan's swiftness, he quickly rejoined the group, only to discover that the figure of the little medicinal sage had vanished upon his arrival. Where is the little medicinal sage? Xiao Yan inquired of an elderly mercenary before him. The old mercenary stammered, She has. Where did she go? Xiao Yan's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger crossing his face. His mood, already heavy due to the issues with the Soul Clan and firearms, darkened further at the realization that the little medicinal sage had gone missing after just a short span of 2 hours. After you left, we advised the little medicinal sage to follow you instead, but she suddenly appeared quite distressed, and shortly thereafter, she rode off on a blue eagle. The mercenary stuttered, clearly awed by Xiao Yan's displayed prowess. She rode off on a blue eagle? Xiao Yan's brow slightly knitted, but soon a spark of understanding ignited in his mind. I see now. His expression softened somewhat, and after a brief glance at the mercenaries, he casually tossed out several magical cores he had previously acquired from slaying second-tier magical beasts. Consider these magical cores a reward for you. I trust you will distribute them wisely and not provoke my displeasure." With that, he soared into the distance amidst the astonished and eager gazes of those around him. Chapter 135, The Calamity Poison Body. Only after Xiao Yan had departed did the mercenaries approach the magical cores scattered on the ground with fervent eyes. "We struck it rich," someone exclaimed, and excitement flickered in their eyes. A second-tier magical beast's magical core typically sells for between 5,000 to 20,000 gold coins. Collectively, these 4 cores were worth nearly 50,000 gold coins, meaning each of them could pocket over 1,000 coins, coupled with their previous earnings. This venture would suffice to fund 3 years of indulgent living, and if they were frugal, they might even prepare to retire comfortably. And all of this transpired simply because a young lad wished to win the heart of the little medicinal sage. "Wealthy lord," they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. At that very moment, the wealthy lord soared rapidly through the sky, his formidable 7th-tier spiritual energy unfurling, allowing him to traverse the surrounding mountains in a mere half-day. Ultimately, Xiao Yan discovered a concealed basin. If all goes as anticipated, this should be the place. Xiao Yan could distinctly sense that the energy within the basin was considerably denser than that of the outside world. "Young master, this place seems somewhat peculiar." The voices of Wuan and Wu echoed, causing Xiao Yan to furrow his brow slightly. What peculiarity could exist in such a place? Xiao Yan slowly descended onto a small hill at the edge of the basin. This basin, while not particularly vast, bears a resemblance in size to the one guarded by the Xiao clan's Qixing village. We have yet to ascertain its full significance, but it is likely that this place is steeped in the remnants of ancient warriors who have perished here. Xiao Yan's voice echoed once more, eliciting a flicker of surprise on Xiao Yan's face. To his astonishment, this locale appears to hold ties to formidable beings from antiquity. Standing atop a small hill, he gazed into the distance and noted an intriguing aspect, the absence of numerous magical beasts in this vicinity. However, as a scion of the illustrious Xiao clan, he remained largely indifferent to the legends of so-called ancient champions. Even the mightiest among them, the Dou Sheng, would be of little concern. If they were any weaker, they might not even rival the likes of the dual saints, should they somehow return. At this moment, his thoughts were predominantly focused on the little medicine sage. He sensed a vast surge of spiritual energy enveloping the entire basin, swiftly leading him to a small thatched cottage nestled within a tranquil plain. The cottage stood as a serene refuge, reminiscent of a utopian paradise sheltered from the clamor of the world, exuding an air of tranquility and peace. Within this haven, a girl clad in white leaned gently against a majestic eagle adorned with azure feathers, cradling a vividly colored scroll in her hands. It became evident to her that she was indeed afflicted with the fabled poison body. A melancholic smile graced her lips as she leaned wearily against the azure eagle. "My lifelong aspiration has been to become a respected alchemist, if not that, at least a physician. Yet, why must I bear such a cursed constitution?" Tears of crystalline sorrow welled in the corners of her eyes. The poison body is a fearsome affliction, compelling its host to crave toxins uncontrollably. Each ingestion enhances one's strength, but it also leads to uncontrollable outbursts. As one grows in power, so too does the potency of the toxins, ultimately invading the mind and transforming the host into a vessel of toxic devastation. Wherever they tread, not a blade of grass survives. Each incarnation of the poison body brings calamity to the continent before their demise. Upon reading these words in the colorful scroll, the little medicine sage's heart nearly shattered. "My existence is but a harbinger of disaster." With a bitter smile, she recalled a mischievous young face that inexplicably surfaced in her mind. What man would dare to desire a woman like me? Just then, a teasing laugh echoed from behind her, causing her previously despondent expression to freeze in shock as she swiftly turned around. There stood a young man clad in black, leaning against the doorway with a roguish grin, silently observing her. The sunlight bathed half of his face, casting a golden hue upon his dark hair, creating an indescribable aura. The little healer was unsure of the emotion that enveloped her, yet she recognized that this moment would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. "What do you want?" She was momentarily taken aback, her delicate visage swiftly transforming into an expression of icy disdain, as if she harbored a profound aversion for Xiao Yan. "What do I want? Did I not instruct you to remain where you are and not wander?" Xiao Yan appeared unfazed by her demeanor, his tone laced with an air of dominance. With a cold chuckle, the little healer retorted, "I have made it clear that I do not harbor any affection for you. In fact, I find you quite detestable. Now, kindly vanish from my sight." "Hee, your words alone do not hold sway," Xiao Yan replied with a mischievous grin, gradually closing the distance between them. What are you intending to do?" It was now the little healer who felt a surge of panic. "What am I intending to do?" As Xiao Yan drew nearer, she could almost discern the warmth of his body. "Did I not mention that you cannot escape my grasp?" He chuckled ominously. Xiao Yan, please stop this. The little healer suddenly paused, her gaze regaining a semblance of tranquility. We are truly incompatible. I am not deceiving you. A person like me is not someone any man would dare to take home. That is of no consequence. You would make a fine concubine for me. Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, inching closer still. Do not jest further. Do you not realize who I am? Before she could finish her thought, Xiao Yan's voice drifted into her ear. Are you aware that you are an affliction poison body? The little healer's countenance shifted to one of astonishment as she asked. You know about it? A mere affliction poison body cannot possibly trouble me. Xiao Yan responded with a light laugh, reaching out to clasp her delicate hand. Once you submit to me, what is the affliction poison body to me? You are simply boasting. She shot him a sidelong glance, though a flicker of intrigue danced in her beautiful eyes. Do you comprehend the terror of the affliction poison body? Indeed, but it poses no threat to me, he replied, waving his hand dismissively. The affliction poison body, a peculiar toxin that could rapidly enhance one's strength by consuming toxins, was identifiable by a slender, colorful thread that emerged from the lower abdomen, which would extend in accordance with the concentration of poison within. Xiao Yan observed the little healer's pale complexion and offered a grin that bore a hint of intimidation. When the colorful thread reaches the heart, it signifies the affliction poison body at its zenith, but it also inflicts excruciating pain from a multitude of toxins. In that moment, you shall lose your sanity, becoming a vessel for lethal poison, ultimately transforming into a torment for living beings, succumbing to madness and death. Am I correct? The little healer's face paled further, her beautiful eyes filled with intense trepidation. Observing her state, Xiao Yan suddenly chuckled, gently pulling her stiff form into his embrace and soothingly patting her back. The ominous poison indeed possesses a certain dreadfulness, yet it largely depends on the individual one encounters. My dear girl, you are fortunate. You have crossed paths with me. To be frank, I happen to possess a method to dissolve the vile poison. The little medical sage suddenly raised her head, her gaze reflecting disbelief. Is what you say truly genuine? Her voice quivered slightly, revealing her struggle to contain the tumult of emotions within her. Of course, Xiao Yan replied with a sly grin, his expression softening. Rest assured, I would never allow you to endure such suffering. Once I cure you of this affliction, not only will you be able to control the poison within, but you will also harness it to rapidly enhance your strength. The little medical sage felt her body weaken, as if robbed of vitality, collapsing into Xiao Yan's embrace. Why are you so kind to me? She murmured, her lips barely forming the words. Did I not mention it? I have taken a liking to you. Did you think I was jesting? Xiao Yan chuckled, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. What must you do to resolve the issue of the ominous poison? Even the mighty Dou Zong cannot tackle such a problem, the little medical sage inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she lifted her gaze. Is the Dou Zong truly that formidable? Xiao Yan scoffed lightly. In less than half a year, I shall ascend to the realm of Dou Zong. You must be jesting, she shot back, casting him a disbelieving glance. You ignorant village girl. I am currently an 8-star Dou Huang. Do you comprehend what that entails? He retorted, exasperated by her skepticism. I refuse to believe it, she replied, shaking her head. Dismissing his playful jab, Xiao Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared essential for him to swiftly break through to the Dou Zong realm, as the mountain folk of the northwest only recognized him as a Dou Huang. This realization left his restless spirit somewhat disheartened. If you do not believe I am a Dou Huang, how can you trust that I can cure your ominous poison? He questioned, gazing upon her ethereal and delicate features. Truthfully, I am uncertain whether you can indeed cure this ailment. However, even if you are deceiving me, I believe it is worthwhile if someone is willing to take such risks to fool me, she said, a playful glimmer of understanding dancing across her face. Rest assured, Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile. The challenges that confound the Dou Zong do not imply that the Dou Zun cannot surmount them, and should the Dou Zun fail, there are always the Dou Sheng to rely upon. If all else fails, we can even summon a Dou Di to intervene. He silently added to himself. Such levels of Dou Zun and Dou Sheng are far beyond my reach. The little medical sage sighed, shaking her head. Regardless of whether your claims are true or false, if you ever witness me losing control, please do not hesitate to end my life. She concluded with a sorrowful shake of her head, her expression hauntingly beautiful. I do not wish to find myself stained with the blood of the innocent in the end. What nonsense is this? Xiao Yan exclaimed, playfully smacking her backside, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. What do you see? Suddenly, a swirling flame of black and white materialized in his palm. The essence of fighting energy transformed into fire. You truly are an alchemist. The little healer gazed at the flames in Xiao Yan's hand, her eyes brimming with curiosity and delight. A hint of helplessness flickered in Xiao Yan's gaze. This is, do you understand? Upon hearing this, the little healer's face displayed a look of astonishment, followed by a shake of her head. Huh. I'm trying to impress. Could you not be so uncooperative? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan's yin-yang flames morphed into two fish, one black and one white, gracefully swimming through the air. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan finally perceived a glimmer of astonishment in the little healer's eyes. This is a rare phenomenon born of heaven and earth, and the very essence sought after by all alchemists. A sense of satisfaction emerged on Xiao Yan's face. Such a phenomenon embodies the utmost purity and strength. Once I find a few more, I shall assist you in controlling your poisoned body. At his words, the little healer's gaze softened as she looked at Xiao Yan. Thank you. Why the formalities? Xiao Yan chuckled, casting her a glance. You belong to me now, so I ought to treat you well. You rogue, who belongs to you? The little healer huffed, her cheeks suddenly flushed as she pecked Xiao Yan's cheek. Do it again, I didn't feel it the first time. Xiao Yan feigned ignorance. Gazing at her, you wish. A sweet smile adorned her face as she seemed to consider escaping from his embrace. Yet, how many could truly take advantage of Xiao Yan? His strong arms firmly encircled her slender waist, causing the little healer to look up in panic, only to find his handsome face mere inches away. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. After a while, Xiao Yan smacked his lips, still craving more, while the little healer lay blushing against his shoulder. You scoundrel, she murmured weakly. Scoundrel? Xiao Yan shot her a glance, a devilish smile gracing his lips. What are you doing? The little healer grasped his mischievous hand, looking at him reproachfully. What am I doing? Today, I shall make you my girlfriend, Xiao Yan said with a playful grin. No. The little healer clung tightly to his hand. Ultimately, Xiao Yan refrained from going too far, allowing the little healer a reprieve. After all, she was an innocent girl. Such directness might overwhelm her. Yet, having taken the first step, the subsequent ones would not be far behind. A little poisoned body. Just wait until I give you acupuncture to test for toxins. Xiao Yan laughed as he stepped out the door, his fighting energy wings unfurling as he soared into the sky. Though he had initially captured her heart, he knew it was too early to depart. This budding relationship needed further nurturing. When the time was ripe, Xiao Yan planned to bring the little healer back to the grand harem of the Flame Alliance. With thoughts swirling in his mind, he spread his wings in a display of defiance and circled the basin, contemplating a temporary place for training. According to his calculations, once he reached the level of a 9-star Dou Huang, it would be time to depart from the monster beast mountain range. At that juncture, he intended to venture into the Tegel Desert to seek out the beautiful queen of the Serpent People for a mutual cultivation, both aiming to break through to Dou Zone, and subsequently establish a harmonious family within the Yin Alliance. Everything was meticulously orchestrated under Xiao Yan's perfect control. Yet, a realization struck him. He seemed to have forgotten something crucial. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Xiao Yan slapped his forehead, lamenting how a dignified Dou Huang could be so absorbed in indulgence that he overlooked such an important matter. Xiao Yan, how can you be so unreliable? From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. He inwardly chided himself. However, his thoughts were abruptly halted as he found himself on a low hill. Old man Wuan, is this the place you spoke of that holds peculiarities? Xiao Yan inquired, glancing back at Xiao Wan, who emerged from the spatial realm. Indeed, young master. If I am not mistaken, beneath this peak lies the remains of at least a 7th-grade monster beast, and more likely, it could be an 8th-grade beast, Xiao Wan replied. Is that so? A hint of astonishment flickered across Xiao Yan's face. He had not anticipated that beneath this seemingly insignificant basin lay the remnants of an 8th-grade beast. If true, this added a layer of excitement to his treasure hunting. The tomb of the owner of the 7-colored poison scripture was of little appeal to him. He could easily concoct a royal extreme pill, worth far more than the entire tomb itself. However, the remnants of an 8th-grade monster, while not exceedingly precious, piqued his interest nonetheless. At such a level, the secrets occasionally unearthed could entice even a Dou Saint. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan, guided by Xiao Wan, discovered an unremarkable spot on the low hill and delivered a powerful punch to the mountainside. Boom! His fist struck, creating a massive hole in the hill, causing the entire structure to tremble violently, making the basin quiver. Inside a nearby thatched cottage, the little medical fairy, just recovering from her first kiss, was startled by the commotion. Stepping outside, she was taken aback to see a portion of the low hill had collapsed. What a terrifying fellow, she muttered, knowing it was Xiao Yan's doing. Yet, inexplicably, a smile crept upon her lips. Dismissing the fallen hill, she hummed a sweet tune and returned to her cottage, gradually preparing a meal. Before the low hill, Xiao Yan gazed curiously at the exposed cave before him, then stepped inside. It was a winding, deep passage that sloped downward, and after traversing over 100 meters through the narrow tunnel, he finally emerged into a vast space. This area, he realized, had been artificially excavated, spanning several dozen meters in diameter. In the center of this expanse lay a pitch-black lotus pond, measuring about a meter across. In the center of the lotus pond, a stone platform jutted out, cradling a skeletal structure of pure white. Although this was a human skeleton, Xiao Yan could distinctly sense an untamed aura emanating from it, one that was decidedly unhuman. Indeed, this beast had once possessed the formidable strength of an 8th-tier creature. Xiao Yan, standing beside Xiao Yan, nodded in acknowledgement as he observed the bones. Judging by their appearance, they had likely perished over a millennium ago, if not longer, yet they still emanated a faint luminescence, suggesting that the essence of the beast had not entirely dissipated. What piqued Xiao Yan's interest, however, was not the skeleton itself, but rather the two palm-sized, multicolored scales nestled within the right hand of the bones. Additionally, the dark waters of the lotus pond, along with the black lotus flowers, were exceedingly rare medicinal materials. The seemingly aqueous substance in the pond was, in fact, blood, with its unique properties. Xiao Yan could ascertain the true identity of the skeletal remains, the blood of an 8th-tier beast, the netherworld serpent. This blood was colorless and tasteless, yet it harbored immense chilling energy and was a precious material capable of nourishing various soul-related treasures. It was precisely for this reason that such blood could foster the legendary netherworld black lotus. This treasure was exceedingly rare even among 8th-tier medicinal materials. A single lotus seed could rival the value of a 7th-grade elixir. To his astonishment, it was the netherworld serpent. A hint of surprise flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, as this beast had become nearly extinct in most regions of the continent, with only a few remaining within the 9 Nether-Earth Serpent clan, a relatively powerful branch of the lineage. Old one, those 2 scales in your hands look somewhat familiar, Xiao Yan remarked, furrowing his brow at the sight of the colorful scales. Young master, if I am not mistaken, these should belong to the ancient beast, the 7-colored devouring python. Xiao Yan chuckled, yet his response rendered Xiao Yan's expression less than natural. Scales of the 7-colored devouring python? Indeed. The aura radiating from the scales indicated that they belonged to a saint-level 7-colored devouring python. Xiao Yan sighed. Since ancient times, for nearly 10,000 years, sightings of the 7-colored devouring python have become exceedingly rare, particularly in recent millennia. There have been no reports of their existence. Xiao Yan remained silent, his gaze intensely fixated on the 2 scales. Never mind, let us first collect this netherworld magic lotus, he decided, shifting his focus to the 2 hauntingly dark black lotuses in the pond. The blood of the netherworld serpent in this black lotus pond had likely lost much of its energy after millennia, yet it still contained a terrifying chill. Even so, it was not of great concern to Xiao Yan. He slowly extended his hand toward the nearest black lotus. Bubbles began to rise in the pond. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Chapter 137, The Inheritance of the 7-Colored Demon Saint. A sphere radiating a dark luminescence burst forth from the water's surface, swiftly darting toward Xiao Yan with the speed of lightning. Observing this, a cold smirk graced Xiao Yan's lips as he retreated several paces. As if sensing his rapid withdrawal, the black sphere emitted a wave of emotions reminiscent of mockery. Then, with a sudden sound, an aged hand emerged, grasping it firmly. Buzz! The black orb spun rapidly. Yet it could not escape the clutch of that ancient hand. It quivered restlessly before finally exuding a wave of sheer terror. I had wondered where the magical core of this beast had gone, only to discover it concealed within this blood pool. Gazing at the struggling black sphere in Xiao Yan's hand, which exhibited no means of resistance, a playful smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. After a brief struggle, a soul belonging to a middle-aged man clad in black surged forth from within. Who are you? How could such a place harbor a half-saint powerhouse? He exclaimed, his expression laden with fear as he looked upon the 3 individuals before him. He had presumed the youth's strength to be merely that of a Dou Huang, not anticipating the terrifying prowess of the 2 elders behind him. What we are is beyond your qualification to know, Xiao Wu retorted coldly, intending to extinguish his soul. The soul of a mere 8th-tier magical beast bore little value. Wait, Wu Lao, Xiao Yan suddenly interjected, stepping forward to confront the middle-aged man. Tell me, from where did you acquire these 2 scales of the 7-colored sky-devouring python? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such knowledge? The dark underworld serpent had just displayed a hint of disdain when it was struck sharply by a pitch-black soul whip. Turning around, it was startled to find the imposing elder regarding it with a frigid gaze. How dare a mere 8th-tier magical beast speak so to our clan's young master? You are treading a path to your demise. Young master? The dark underworld serpent felt utterly bewildered. Who was this youth that even a half-saint regarded him as such? I shall grant you one more chance. Confess the source of these scales from the 7-colored sky-devouring python, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall face utter obliteration. Xiao Yan cast a disinterested glance at the middle-aged man. Were it not for his interest in the news regarding the 7-colored sky-devouring python, he would hardly concern himself with the remnants of an 8th-tier magical beast soul. If I reveal it, will you truly let me go? The black-clad man exhibited a tinge of hesitation. The power of the two elders before him was overwhelmingly formidable. Even at his peak, he would not have matched them. Let alone now, reduced to a mere wisp of a soul. The youth before him emanated an aura of danger as well. You have no choice. My patience is limited. I shall grant you 3 breaths' time. Speak, or you shall perish, Xiao Yan declared, utterly disinterested in this pitiful creature. You, the middle-aged man, feeling belittled by the youth's demeanor, exhibited a flicker of anger in his eyes. However, upon noticing the 2 elderly figures, he soon found a measure of relief. The background of this young man appeared to rival that of the esteemed 9 Nether Underworld Python clan. Yet it remained a mystery as to why such a formidable force had suddenly arrived at the Beast Mountain range. Never mind, he sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, these 2 scales belong to the 7-colored devouring python, specifically those of the last 9th-tier 7-colored devouring python on the continent, the fabled scales of the 7-colored demon sage. Upon hearing this, not only did a look of astonishment cross Xiao Yan's face, but even the 2 revered saints, Wuan and Wu, displayed expressions of solemnity. The 7-colored demon sage was a powerhouse from millennia ago, possibly older than Xiao Xian. His strength was formidable, with records indicating that during his last appearance, he had attained the level of a 5-star Dou Saint. Such prowess could certainly be deemed extraordinary even within the ranks of the Xiao clan of that era. Most importantly, he was the last of the 7-colored devouring pythons to reach the saintly tier in the Duki continent. And it was rumored that he possessed secrets regarding the decline of his clan. This piqued Xiao Yan's interest, especially given his aspirations concerning the queen of the Serpent People. From where did you acquire these 2 scales? Xiao Yan inquired, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man. I learned of them from my grandfather, who was once a follower of the 7-colored demon sage. Following the sage's demise, he led our Yuming magic serpent clan to ally with the current 9 Nether Underworld Python clan, the middle-aged man divulged, laying bare his lineage. So, this young man is also a 2nd-generation heir, Xiao Yan pondered, nodding thoughtfully. What is your purpose in collecting these scales? The 7-colored demon sage has long since fallen. Even the fabled reverse scales would hold little value for you now. The middle-aged man hesitated momentarily before speaking up. If I reveal this secret, would you be willing to return me to the Yuming magic serpent clan? Audacious. What gives you the right to negotiate with our clan's young master? At this, Xiao Wu's expression darkened, raising his soul whip high, poised to strike. Master Wu, Xiao Yan interjected, coldly regarding the middle-aged man. The power to decide lies with me now. You will obediently disclose everything you know, and perhaps I shall consider your request, should you provoke my ire. Are you aware that the Soul Clan possesses a unique soul-searching technique? You are from the Soul Clan. The middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically at Xiao Yan's assertion. The Soul Clan was one of the most formidable powers during his lifetime, even surpassing the 9 Nether Underworld Python clan at its zenith. We are not the Soul Clan, but the Xiao Clan. However, the Soul Clan has been eradicated by us, and all that belonged to them now rightfully belongs to the Xiao Clan. Witnessing the astonished expression on the man's face, a mischievous smile crept onto Xiao Wu's lips. The Xiao Clan. The middle-aged man's face first displayed shock, and upon hearing that the Soul Clan had been annihilated by the Xiao Clan, an expression of disbelief overtook him. How could it be possible? The Soul Clan was so formidable. How could they be extinguished? He shook his head in disbelief. There is nothing impossible, should you provoke our clan's young master. The next to face destruction would be the Underworld Serpent Clan. When our clan's experts make their move, let us see if the diminutive 9 Nether Serpent Clan dares to protect you, Xiao Wu scoffed. This youth was actually the young master of the Xiao Clan. It was no wonder he was accompanied by 2 half-saints. The middle-aged man cast a contemplative glance at Xiao Yan. In the next moment, a humble and respectful smile graced his face. Rest assured, young master, I shall speak. This abrupt change in demeanor left Xiao Yan and his companions somewhat taken aback. Please observe, young master. The middle-aged man slowly summoned 2 iridescent scales before Xiao Yan. According to my grandfather, the legendary iridescent demon sage possessed 7 innate reverse scales, and gathering all 7 would unlock the inheritance of the iridescent demon sage. Upon hearing this, even Xiao Yan's expression revealed a flicker of emotion. If these iridescent scales were united, they could indeed unlock the inheritance of the iridescent demon sage. It is worth noting that this sage was a 5-star Dou Saint. Prior to Xiao Yan's ascension as the heir of the Xiao clan, the mention of a 5-star Dou Saint's inheritance would have made him green with envy. Such a powerful figure is regarded as a true authority within the Xiao clan, and on the Dou Qi continent, they represent the pinnacle of existence. Even now, Xiao Yan felt a strong allure toward the inheritance of the iridescent demon sage. After all, although he held the esteemed title of the Xiao clan's heir, Many privileges and treasures were still beyond his reach, given his current strength and status, which paled in comparison to that of a 5-star Dou Saint. The legacy of a 5-star Dou Saint warranted significant attention, particularly because the inheritance of the iridescent sky-devouring python might aid his forthcoming journey to the Tegel Desert. Once he became a companion of Xiao Yan, he would need to begin serpent keeping, for the sake of his yet-to-be-met wife and the children yet to come. Xiao Yan developed a keen interest in the inheritance of the iridescent sky-devouring python. "Young master," the underworld serpent interjected, noticing Xiao Yan lost in thought. "It appears there is a peculiar flame within the inheritance of the iridescent demon sage." At this revelation, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. What kind of peculiar flame could it be? If all goes well, it should be the beast spirit flame. The underworld serpent was surprised at how significant his casual remark had become to the young master of the Xiao clan. The beast spirit flame? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. While its rank on the list of extraordinary flames is not particularly high, having it is certainly better than not having it at all. Indeed, young master. The underworld serpent seemed to find the rapid shift in his own attitude quite natural. Gently, he remarked, "The formation of the spirit fire of all beasts is a result of the amalgamation of the primal fire from a 9th-tier magical beast and the innate fires of various 8th-tier beasts, along with the essence of myriad mid to high-tier magical creatures. The 7-colored demon saint, who was once the apex of beasts in the southwestern continent thousands of years ago, ruled over a time when the Beast Mountain range was not as desolate as it is now. Even 8th-tier beasts were a common sight." Observing Xiao Yan's evident interest in the matter, the nether serpent continued, "According to my grandfather's accounts, the 7-colored demon saint encountered a formidable adversary, and that battle nearly shattered the Beast Mountain range, resulting in the demise of many once mighty high-tier beasts. It was after that confrontation that the decline of the Beast Mountain range commenced. Could the Beast Mountain range truly harbor such a history?" Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. "You possess merely 2 reverse scales. Where, then, are the remaining 5? In response to the young master, "I can only disclose the locations of the other 2 reverse scales." A flicker of resentment flashed in the nether serpent's eyes. The current beast sovereign of the Beast Mountain range possesses 2 reverse scales. Beast sovereign? Xiao Yan's brow furrowed deeper. Indeed, following the ancient battle, only a few 8th-tier beasts remained in the Beast Mountain range, and as this place declined, those few 8th-tier beasts gradually departed. My grandfather was one of them. However, as time passed, one of the previously weak 7th-tier beasts evolved into an 8th-tier beast, now reigning supreme over the current Beast Mountain range. This beast covets the legacy of the 7-colored demon saint, aspiring to inherit it and become the next demon saint. A glimmer of hatred crossed the nether serpent's eyes. Back then, I was grievously wounded in the struggle for the 7-colored demon saint's legacy against that beast sovereign, ultimately surrounded by his subordinates. In desperation, I resorted to a secret method to shield the surrounding space, leading to my physical demise here. After sharing this, he cunningly added, "Young master, that beast sovereign is a mirage purple thunder eagle. Whether for alchemical purposes or as a mount, it is an excellent choice. And it holds 2 reverse scales of the 7-colored demon saint. These matters do not require your concern." Xiao Yan cast a disinterested glance at him, prompting the nether serpent to obediently acquiesce. "Even so, there are only 4 reverse scales thus far. How shall we seek the remaining 3? At this moment, Xiao Yan had already resolved that the legacy of the demon saint was an item he must possess. "Young master," observe, "the reverse scales have a mutual attraction." Though the nether serpent's essence was restrained by Xiao Yan, it could still channel some spiritual energy to manipulate the 2 7-colored reverse scales. 2 scales began to levitate, slowly drawn together and swirling in unison. The greater the number of reverse scales, the stronger the resonance. Once the quantity exceeds 5, they can sense the locations of other scales within 100 miles. Furthermore, if 6 scales are gathered, they can detect the positions of scales within 1,000 miles. When the 7 scales of the reverse dragon gather in unison, they will automatically lead to the legacy space of the 7-colored demon saint within the Beast Mountain range. The nether serpent obediently explained. "I see." Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully. "Do you have anything else to say?" "No, nothing more. I have conveyed all that I know to the young master." The nether serpent no longer displayed the arrogance it had when first meeting Xiao Yan. "Very well. Though you have just offended me, I shall spare your life today, considering the valuable information you have provided," Xiao Yan replied, his satisfaction evident as he nodded. "Thank you, young master. Your magnanimity knows no bounds, and your future is limitless. You truly possess the demeanor of a Dou Emperor." The nether serpent expressed with reverence and admiration. This little serpent certainly knows how to flatter, Xiao Yan thought to himself, feeling a surge of delight. "If I pass by the 9 nether serpent clan in the future, I will allow you to return to your kin. Long live the young master. Long live, long live." The Nether Serpent nearly bowed in gratitude. Honestly, I believe you are somewhat underappreciated among the Nether Serpent clan. Why not pledge your allegiance to my Xiao clan and serve as a guardian beast? Xiao Yan suddenly found a newfound appreciation for this 8th-tier magical beast. Thank you for this opportunity, young master. I, UMO, will dedicate myself entirely to the Xiao clan in gratitude for your great kindness, the Nether Serpent proclaimed, almost bowing down in reverence. All right, enough flattery, Xiao Yan interjected, feeling quite satisfied, and gestured for Xiao Wu to take the Nether Serpent into custody. Understanding the cue, Xiao Wu waved his hand, and the entire blood pool before them was swiftly collected. Thus, both the precious Nether Magic Lotus and the hidden Nether Serpent UMO were completely secured. The outcome of this venture exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Initially, he had merely sought to pursue a romantic interest. Yet he unexpectedly acquired these treasures and the news of the 7-colored demon saint's legacy. Xiao Yan felt elated and gradually settled in a cave suitable for cultivation after his fortuitous discoveries. Beast Sovereign, he recalled the words of the Nether Serpent, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Just an 8th-tier magical beast. I hope you know your place. Lost in thought, Xiao Yan suddenly noticed smoke rising from a distant thatched cottage. Cooking? A smile crept into Xiao Yan's eyes, yet he chose not to return to the cottage. Instead, he closed his eyes and entered into his cultivation. Daily practice was indispensable. True powerhouses, regardless of their realm, never forget the importance of honing their skills. From the very first day in this world, Xiao Yan understood clearly that wealth and power are but illusions. The only true determinant of one's status is strength. When one possesses overwhelming power, these other facets of life will naturally gravitate towards them. The same holds true for women. Had Xiao Yan been merely a lowly fighter, even if he garnered the affection of women, it would have been difficult to retain their loyalty. More likely, he would have been overlooked like a passerby. Thus, he quickly calmed his mind, quietly feeling the fighting energy flowing steadily within him. The night was slightly cool, with twinkling stars above. In the distance, the wind swept into the basin, causing the lush flowers and grasses to undulate in a vibrant wave of colors. The air was infused with a refreshing vitality that swirled throughout the basin. The little healer sat dazed on her small bed, her snow-white chin gently resting on her knees, silently gazing at a bowl of porridge placed on a small table not far away. A gentle breeze wafted into the room, lightly brushing against her skin, bringing with it a sense of coolness intermingled with the fragrant essence of flowers and grass. Where on earth is that rascal? I've prepared a meal for him. Then again, he is a Dou Huang. Perhaps he no longer requires food. She wrinkled her delicate nose in annoyance and then turned her gaze towards the distant mountains outside the window. That must be where Xiao Yan was in seclusion. As she quietly watched, a hint of drowsiness gradually enveloped her, and she eventually laid down on her small bed, succumbing to sleep. Even in her dreams, a faint smile graced her lips. Time passed, and the chirping of birds roused her from her slumber, the morning air entering her lungs with a touch of coolness and moisture. The little healer felt as if she were draped in a delicate layer of gauze, light yet warm. Awakening from her slumber, she could not help but stretch languidly, then slowly opened her beautiful eyes. As her long lashes fluttered upward, a handsome face adorned with a gentle smile appeared before her. When did you arrive? The little healer exclaimed in surprise, her first instinct to sit up and check her attire. Thankfully, that rogue had not taken advantage of her. Yet, her heart stirred as a black robe was gently draped over her shoulders. Awake? Xiao Yan smiled slightly. The little healer nodded, instinctively wrapping the black robe around herself. It was warm and quite comfortable. You even made me dinner last night. It seems you genuinely value this young lady, don't you? Xiao Yan suddenly revealed his trademark, mischievous grin. Who made you dinner? I merely happened to make too much. The little healer huffed lightly. You're rather proud, aren't you? Xiao Yan couldn't help but shake his head. Get up and have breakfast. Breakfast? But there's nothing prepared. The little healer replied with a puzzled look. Just then, she noticed a table behind Xiao Yan laden with a sumptuous spread. All of this was made by you. A hint of surprise crossed the little healer's face. Is there a problem? Hurry up and appreciate this young master's culinary skills, Xiao Yan chuckled. Why didn't I hear any noise? A 7th-tier alchemist used exotic flames to prepare your meal. Woman, you should feel fortunate. Ultimately, the little healer settled at the table, eyeing the abundant food before her. She picked up a piece and gently took a bite. She could not help but take a gentle bite once more. Moments later, as she gazed at the remnants of the meal she had devoured on the table, a blush crept across her cheeks as she glanced at Xiao Yan. To her surprise, he could eat quite heartily. Xiao Yan smiled at her with a twinkle in his eye. You're insufferable, she retorted. And just as she reached out to playfully hit him, a burp escaped her lips, deepening her embarrassment. Nonetheless, one must admit, his culinary skills were indeed commendable. After finishing breakfast, the two stepped out of the thatched cottage and strolled amidst the sprawling sea of grass. At this moment, the sun began to rise steadily, casting golden rays across the basin and illuminating their faces. It's truly beautiful. Even Xiao Yan, with his composed demeanor, could not help but marvel at the splendor of nature. Indeed, it is splendid. The little healer chimed in softly. They wandered in a world filled with fragrant flowers and melodious birds, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Days passed, and they lived in a harmonious rhythm, although at times, the little healer found herself blushing from his playful teasing. In a cave at the edge of the basin, Xiao Yan sat serenely at the entrance, the pure moonlight casting a delicate silver sheen upon the ground, illuminating him softly. He closed his eyes in relaxation, and with each breath, the energy of heaven and earth flowed around him like gentle currents. Calculating the time, he realized he had been away from the capital of Gamma for a full month. This month, along with the accumulation from his previous dual cultivation, had significantly enhanced his strength, bringing him to the pinnacle of the 8-star Dou Huan. The next step was to break through to 9-star Dou Huan. Suddenly, Xiao Yan opened his eyes. Boom! 2 flames, one black and one white, surged forth from the cave, twisting into a dragon-like form as they began to spiral. Instantly, the energy within the entire basin began to simmer. The black and white dragons spun faster, drawing the energy from the surroundings toward Xiao Yan, and soon a vortex of energy, several yards in diameter, formed before him. After being refined by the yin-yang sacred flame, this energy vortex quickly transformed into an exceedingly pure energy that flowed into Xiao Yan's body. The previously calm Dou Qi within him surged with vigor, and as more energy poured in, his Dou Qi became increasingly abundant. Eventually, when this Dou Qi reached a certain threshold, a sound, audible only to Xiao Yan, shattered the silence within him. Boom! The once congested Dou Qi, which had been flowing sluggishly, now burst forth like a wild stallion, racing forward with the might of a raging river. A beam of light erupted from the crown of Xiao Yan's head, piercing through the rock above him and creating an unfathomable pit, ultimately breaking through the mountain and soaring into the sky. Rumbling, the entire mountain trembled violently, causing a slight quake throughout the basin. In the distance, the little healer residing in the thatched cottage witnessed this scene, feeling the tremors emanating from the earth. She gently bit her rosy lips, reflecting on the challenge of pursuing you. With a soft sigh, she retrieved a small pouch of black medicinal powder from her bosom. Chapter 140, Testing the Poison. A formidable aura swept across the entire basin, only to retract moments later. Within the cave, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he sensed his strength returning to the level of a 9-star Dou Huan. Since leaving the Xiao clan, he had spent 9 months in the outside world, during which he had once again reached the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Huan. To elevate one's rank by a star within a month at such a level was an extraordinary feat, even among the Xiao clan. Though his current burning art remained at an intermediate level of the Xian tier, and his Dou Qi had only just entered the realm of 9-star Dou Huan, the power of the yin-yang sacred flame positioned him in a state of invincibility compared to his former self. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his current soul power, he could easily vanquish his past self. After a brief evaluation of his capabilities, Xiao Yan unfurled his Dou Qi wings and soared towards the little healer's cottage. A month had not only allowed him to ascend to 9-star Dou Huan, but it also marked a crucial moment for the little healer to break through as well. A smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. Inside the cottage, the little healer sat solemnly on her bed. However, her once clear, dark eyes had turned gray, and her rosy lips were now a deep black. She was quietly biting her silver teeth while supporting herself against the window, waves of dizziness washing over her mind. Suddenly, a figure fell from the window ledge with a thud. Upon sensing the presence of this figure, the little healer's tranquil face abruptly changed, prompting her to hastily wrap herself in the blanket. The sound of Xiao Yan's voice made her even more reluctant to reveal herself, yet the footsteps drew ever closer. "Why are you hiding under the blanket? Are you tired? You should at least show your head," he teased gently. The little healer remained silent. Xiao Yan scanned the room and eventually spotted a bag of black powder on the windowsill. A sudden understanding dawned upon him. He slowly settled by the window and softly inquired, "Did you consume poison?" The frail silhouette beneath the blanket did not respond, merely quivering slightly. "You are a poison body. Isn't it quite normal for you to ingest poison? Show your head. What is there to fear?" Xiao Yan reassured her, gently patting her. "No, I don't want you to see me like this." The girl's muffled voice emerged from the blanket. "Consuming poison won't turn you into a hideous creature. What are you afraid of?" Xiao Yan continued to comfort her. The little healer remained silent, her gentle sobs still resonating. This girl, Xiao Yan thought. Shaking his head in helplessness, he reached out and, with a gentle motion, lifted the delicate blanket. As the quilt was lifted, a delicate face, enchanting yet slightly bewitching, appeared before him. Do I look very unappealing in this state? The small healer's gray eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Her once rosy and healthy lips now turned a deep shade of black. Who says you are unattractive? I find you possess a unique kind of beauty at this moment. Xiao Yan said with a gentle smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Really? The small healer gradually ceased her sobbing, gazing at Xiao Yan with tear-streaked eyes. Indeed. But I am currently infused with potent toxins. Anyone who touches me will perish. A trace of melancholy lingered in her beautiful eyes. Damn it. Do you still wish for others to touch you? The esteemed prince felt a surge of anger upon hearing her words. No, that's not what I meant. The small healer stammered, panic flickering across her face as she took note of Xiao Yan's expression. However, before she could fully comprehend, Xiao Yan's face was already mere inches from hers. Observing her lips, dark as ink yet exuding an otherworldly allure, Xiao Yan lowered his head gently. There's a slight tingling sensation. Indeed, it is toxic, he mused internally, continuing to assess the poison. After a while, the small healer's previously pale complexion bloomed with color. I understand your concerns, but do I appear to be in distress? Xiao Yan softly caressed her cheek, his tone soothing. I believe you are in trouble. The small healer replied, her face flushed, but worry etched in her eyes as she regarded Xiao Yan's slightly darkened lips. To attempt to inflict toxins upon me. You are rather naive. Xiao Yan smirked, the sacred flames of yin and yang within him swirling as he refined the lingering poison into oblivion. His lips regained their healthy hue. See, I am perfectly fine, he said, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Tonight, allow me to test the poison on you and discover the true horror of the fabled calamity, poison body. What do you mean by testing the poison? The small healer's mind was in a haze, unable to grasp Xiao Yan's words. But as his hand slipped beneath the quilt, realization dawned upon her. No. She bit her lip, casting a pitiful glance at Xiao Yan, unwittingly stoking the flames of his desire. Suddenly, Xiao Yan threw aside the quilt and enveloped her slender form in his embrace. Do not resist, she struggled momentarily but found it futile. Small healer. Xiao Yan abruptly halted, locking his gaze onto hers. Do you not understand my intentions toward you? I do, but my body. The small healer shook her head, looking at Xiao Yan. I have long assured you that I can heal your calamity poison body, Xiao Yan murmured softly. Others may fear it, but not I. After tonight, you shall be my confidant, and I will remain by your side until the end of time, until we grow old together. At this juncture, Xiao Yan would not let slip the opportunity that had come so close. His charming words enveloped the small healer in a daze. Do you not harbor any feelings for me? He questioned, gazing at the girl whose fate had been fraught with adversity in his arms. Gazing into Xiao Yan's eyes, the little healer timidly confessed her feelings. It was only natural for any sensible girl to feel a flicker of affection towards such an admirable young man who was willing to do so much for her. Since she harbored these feelings, she resolved to yield to him tonight. Xiao Yan pressed his forehead gently against hers, causing her body to tremble slightly, her enchanting gray eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Why are you so kind to me? I am merely an ordinary girl, burdened with the troublesome cursed body. A girl like me does not deserve such devotion. No. Xiao Yan gently shook his head and placed a soft kiss upon her smooth forehead. As he beheld her delicate, gentle face, his thoughts drifted to another tale of a girl whose fate was far more tumultuous. That unfortunate beauty evoked a sense of longing in many hearts. You are worthy, truly worthy. A warm and tender smile graced his lips. Upon hearing his words, the little healer shivered slightly, raising her gaze to his handsome face. Emotions swirling within her heart, she gracefully lifted her slender neck, leaning in towards him. Feeling her initiative, Xiao Yan was inexplicably filled with a sense of fulfillment. The radiant full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the mountains and vegetation of the valley, cloaking the earth in a tranquil silver frost, and casting a glow upon the modest little cottage. For reasons unknown, the moonlit night seemed to be imbued with a captivating springtime essence. Chapter 141. The Resurgence of Yun Yun. The cursed body, terrifying indeed. Xiao Yan lay on the bed, watching the little healer peacefully asleep beside him. Last night, when his silver needle pierced her skin, it had turned black, but fortunately, due to his formidable physique, cultivation, and the power of the toxins could not harm him. After refining the poison with the sacred yin-yang flame, he had successfully reduced it to nothingness. Overall, last night's endeavor to test the poison was quite successful. Thanks to Xiao Yan's acupuncture, the little healer was able to transform the effects of the toxins into more rapidly, and her cultivation progressed further during their shared experience. At this moment, her face was flushed as she lay beside him, her long eyelashes fluttering gently with her slumber, evoking a sense of tender affection. Time passed, and suddenly, she let out a soft whimper, slowly opening her dazed eyes. A handsome face smiled down at her, and she felt an unfamiliar warmth against her skin. "Ah!" she exclaimed, nearly jumping out of the covers, only to realize abruptly that she seemed to be without clothing. Her previously rosy cheeks turned crimson, and she buried her head beneath the covers, resembling an ostrich. "What are you so shy about?" Xiao Yan chuckled, pulling the blanket over himself and resting his forehead against hers. Within the confines of the quilt, darkness enveloped them, shielding the outside light and shyness, leaving only the soft sound of their breaths, a warm current against each other's faces. "What transpired last night?" came the timid voice of the little medical fairy. "Nothing much, just the incessant calling of brother." Xiao Yan's voice remained flat, yet the little medical fairy felt her cheeks ablaze. "You should get up and go out first," she murmured softly. "What did you say?" "I can't hear you," Xiao Yan teased deliberately. "Please, step outside. I need to get dressed." Her voice carried a hint of indignation. "Get dressed? Let's try the poison again," he responded, pulling the quilt over him and rising amidst her delicate protests. After a brief morning exercise, they finally tidied themselves up. "My clothes are wrinkled." The little medical fairy, now donned in a simple white gown, seemed to have grown accustomed to the nuances of life, gently smoothing out the creases on Xiao Yan's attire. "Not bad, not bad. You are increasingly embodying the essence of a virtuous wife," Xiao Yan remarked, a proud smile gracing his lips as he observed her. "How could I ever qualify as the esteemed wife of young Master Xiao Yan? It's better for me to be a humble concubine," she replied, rolling her eyes at his arrogance. Such awareness. Xiao Yan found himself unexpectedly impressed by her magnanimity. He had already confided in her about his relationships with multiple women, believing it prudent to set her expectations rather than face potential fallout later. Fortunately, in this world, the concept of a man having several wives was deemed entirely normal. Although the little medical fairy had initially fallen silent upon learning this, Xiao Yan's sweet words had eventually won her over. "Though I cannot offer you the title of primary wife at this moment, my concern for you will remain unwavering," he said, gently grasping her small hand while gazing at her with tenderness. Were this scene to be witnessed by women from his past life, they might have responded with a resounding slap. Yet, in the Douchi continent, such expressions of affection were commonplace, even sincere. No need for that. She gently shook her head and leaned against his shoulder, intertwining her arm with his. "These things no longer matter to me, as long as you never come to despise me." With that, she lifted her gaze to meet his, her clear eyes shimmering with hope. "In the future, I shall endeavor to get along with them. Yet, if harmony eludes me, I shall retreat to this little valley, leading a life of simplicity, or return to Qingshan town as a humble physician, waiting for you to remember me, your little concubine. Would that be all right?" Xiao Yan remained silent. "Would it be all right?" The girl batted her large eyes, nuzzling against his shoulder in a playful manner. In that moment, Xiao Yan felt a flicker of guilt within him. Even a heart as hardened as his began to show signs of softening. "Very well." He affectionately brushed his fingers through the little medical fairy's hair. The gentle and obedient demeanor of the little healer nearly extinguished Xiao Yan's yearning for Her Majesty the Queen, as he found himself immersed in the joy of testing poisons each day. It was not until a fortnight later, when the aura of a Dou Emperor briefly manifested above the basin, that Xiao Yan was roused from his tender reverie. "What brings her here?" he pondered, a slight furrow forming on his brow, suddenly recalling that there were still some romantic encounters he had yet to experience in the Beast Mountain range. "Humph, such an ungrateful woman. Perhaps I shall forego her," he internally mused, though a flicker of thought crossed his mind, prompting him to frown slightly once more. At that moment, the door of the thatched cottage was gently pushed open, and the little healer entered, carrying a flower basket. Her delicate face radiated excitement, evidently having just gathered a few rare medicinal herbs. While these herbs were merely materials for crafting a first-tier pill, the joy reflected in her countenance silenced any inclination Xiao Yan had to comment. Such pursuits were devoid of greed or romantic entanglements. They were simply a manifestation of one's purest passion. A person's charm lies in their ability to discover what they love and to invest themselves in it wholeheartedly, yielding the simplest yet most genuine joy. However, Xiao Yan contemplated enhancing the basin's surroundings, aspiring to cultivate even more precious herbs or perhaps raise some rare magical beasts. "I suddenly have matters to attend to and may be away for a few days," he said gently, gazing at her lovely face. In addition to the affairs concerning Yun, he needed to seek out the so-called Beast Sovereign of the Beast Mountain range, hoping to unlock the inheritance of the seven-colored demon saint before venturing into the Tegel Desert. Should he acquire the legacy of this five-star Dou Saint, the benefits would rival those gleaned from the Yin-Yang Evil Saint's relics. "Are you leaving?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a hint of sorrow crossed the little healer's face. Given his talent and prowess, it was inevitable that he could not remain by her side forever. "Just for 2 days. I shall return once I have taken care of everything," he reassured her, gently holding her hand. Understood. The little healer's expression shifted to one of serene tranquility as she tidied his garments, resembling a devoted wife as she admonished him, "Be safe. Rest assured. Who in the Beast Mountain range could pose a threat to me?" Xiao Yan chuckled, placing a tender peck on her smooth forehead before rising to depart. With a gentle flutter of his Dou Qi wings, he pursued the direction of the aura that had stirred him. And after the passage of a brief incense stick-s time, a powerful wave of energy surged within his perception. Chapter 142. Take action. In the distance, the horizon was awash with hues of azure and crimson. Even the clouds at the edge of the sky were tinted by the colors of those two energies. Xiao Yan approached silently, his presence undetected by the two combatants, both of whom were Dou Huang-level fighters. With his current prowess, if he were to unleash his full strength, even a Dou Zong expert below 4 stars would find it challenging to escape unscathed. In the distance, azure and crimson energies clashed, emanating from a human woman and a massive magical beast. The beast, an imposing 7 to 8 meters in length, was adorned with a layer of purple crystalline substance that glittered under the sunlight, radiating a dazzling, almost blinding brilliance. As expected, she had come to confront the crystal-winged Lion King. Xiao Yan cast a glance at the colossal beast, then at the woman opposing the crystal-winged Lion King. The woman in the sky was clad in a simple yet elegant dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure, wielding a peculiar long sword that emanated a soft azure glow. Her hair was elegantly styled into a regal phoenix ornament, and her enchanting visage was serene and composed. Who else could it be but Yun? Yet, for reasons unknown, her usually resplendent countenance bore a subtle hint of weariness. After a brief exchange, it seemed that the woman and the beast had reached an impasse, leading to a swift resurgence of hostilities. Xiao Yan understood well that this discord was likely due to the so-called purple spirit crystal. However, with his current state, he found little interest in the trivial matter concerning the crystal-winged Lion King. Instead, upon observing Yun's graceful figure, a mischievous thought suddenly crossed his mind. "This shall be your final opportunity, my lady. I hope you do not squander it," he mused silently as he beheld her captivating azure form. Following the failed negotiation, Yun quickly re-engaged in combat with the crystal-winged Lion King. It was nearing the moment for him to intervene. Xiao Yan gradually made his way to the battlefield. As the intensity of the clash escalated, causing nearby magical beasts to tremble in fear. Moments later, a violet beam erupted from the maw of the crystal-winged Lion King. Purple crystal seal. The violet beam, with devastating force, effortlessly pierced through the layers of wind shields Yun had erected before her, ultimately penetrating her body. Just as the beam struck home, a massive paw descended upon Yun. Extreme wind destruction. She severed the sharp horn atop the crystal-winged Lion King's head with her sword, but was unable to evade the impending claw. Should that claw land upon her, even with her protective inner armor, she would likely sustain severe injuries, if not face her demise. At that critical moment, a slender, fair hand emerged from an unknown source, intercepting the massive paw of the crystal-winged Lion King. With a resounding crash, the beast was sent tumbling nearly 100 feet back, its expression shifting to one of fear as it beheld the slowly materializing figure of a youth clad in black. "Thank you for your timely assistance." Yun turned to the young man, her expression tinged with gratitude. However, upon laying her eyes upon his youthful visage, she was instantly struck dumb. "Xiao Yan." Yun's body trembled, and for reasons unknown, a solitary tear escaped her eye. It had been quite some time since they last met. A familiar, teasing smile graced the youthful visage before her. "Is it truly you?" Yun seemed compelled to reach out and caress that unreal face. But the energy within her began to retract sharply. In the next instant, the wings of her fighting spirit vanished, and her form plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Yet, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, they remained fixed on the young man clad in black. Suddenly, a strong arm materialized from thin air, encircling her waist. "Xiao Yan." Yun murmured softly, a sensation of weakness from the seal washing over her, before she succumbed to unconsciousness. "You foul woman," Xiao Yan scoffed, casting a glance at the tense figure of the amethyst-winged Lion King, before his fighting spirit wings flickered and disappeared from sight. It was not until approximately a quarter of an hour later that the amethyst-winged Lion King exhaled a sigh of relief, extending its massive paw to stroke its now bald head, releasing a slow breath. "This human is truly terrifying. I hope he does not return to kill again." Upon regaining consciousness, Yun found herself within a cavern, illuminated by 2 crystal lamps fashioned from magic cores, which dispelled the darkness of the cave. "You are awake." She heard a voice and turned to see a youthful face before her. "Xiao Yan." Recognition flooded her voice with excitement. She attempted to rise, but discovered her body was devoid of strength, rendering her immobile. Xiao Yan, expressionless, approached her and began to gently unfasten her garments. Seeing him in such a manner, a blush crept across Yun's face, yet as if recalling something, an expression of relief washed over her. Slowly, she closed her eyes, allowing the young man to continue his actions. What is this woman doing? Xiao Yan felt a peculiar sensation arise within him, but seemed to understand something. Continuing with his task. Moments later, Yun felt a warmth touch her skin, beginning to move across her body. She shivered, a flush rising to her cheeks, yet kept her eyes shut, permitting him to proceed. I'm sorry. Her trembling voice resonated within the cavern, but no reply came. Ultimately, after tracing a strange pattern upon her skin, his fingers withdrew, and she felt her garments restored. Anxiously, she opened her eyes, only to find the young man calmly dressing her before slowly standing and turning to leave. Xiao Yan. Yun struggled to sit up, suddenly realizing that the fighting spirit once frozen within her had begun to thaw, granting her a modicum of strength. Upon hearing her call, the young man's movement paused, and he slightly turned his sharply defined face toward her. The seal I have lifted for you, in no more than half an hour. Your fighting spirit will be fully restored. Master Yun, this is a favor I grant you for Yinran's sake. Such an opportunity may not come again. Take heed of your actions. With that, he turned away, continuing his path without a glance back. In that moment, Yun felt as though something deep within her heart had shattered. Once, this young man had not been so indifferent towards her. Yet now, he only deigned to rescue her out of consideration for his disciple. An indescribable sorrow welled up from her heart as she struggled to rise, her senses returning, and she stumbled forward. Don't go. In that instant, she seemed to summon all her strength to embrace this young man. To deal with such a woman, one must rely on the art of seduction. A barely perceptible smirk crept across Xiao Yan's face before he reverted to his aloof demeanor. Slowly he turned, gently grasping the beautiful sect master's delicate chin, and with a cold chuckle, he remarked, Master Yun, do you take me for some mere plaything, summoned at your whim? What kind of woman do you think I cannot have? You ought to reflect on your actions. With that, he attempted to turn away once more. That's not how it is. Yun clung to him, unwilling to let go. I simply do not wish to be treated like a commodity, bought and sold. Ever since that night, I have found it impossible to forget you. She stammered, struggling to articulate her feelings. What do you mean? Xiao Yan turned back. I've realized that I have fallen for you. In the end, Yun mustered her courage. There are many women who adore me, Master Yun. Before Xiao Yan could finish his sentence, he felt a soft touch on his lips. What do you take me for? Am I such a frivolous person? As he spoke, he began to undress. Regardless of what lies ahead, let this be my compensation to you. With a flushed face, Yun pushed Xiao Yan down. Compensation? Then I would appreciate a display of genuine sincerity from Master Yun. Xiao Yan's cold demeanor softened slightly, igniting a glimmer of hope in Yun's eyes. What kind of compensation do you desire? Her face was flushed, nearly crimson, yet her gaze remained resolute. Come and sit on top, do it yourself. The sun had yet to set, spring had passed, yet within the dim cave, the warmth of spring seemed to awaken. Chapter 143, The Movement of Scales. I feel as though I might perish. In the dim cave, two magic crystal lamps emitted a gentle glow. Wrapped in a pristine white robe, Yun concealed her graceful form. Strands of hair, damp with fragrant sweat, clung softly to her delicate face. Is this all you can manage? The young lord remarked, expressing that this Dou Huang expert was not as formidable as Yufei. Where do you find such ferocity upon arrival? Yun shot him a playful glare. I have significantly enhanced your cultivation this night. You, my dear, are quite the opportunist. Xiao Yan remained vibrant and full of life. The effects of dual cultivation with the Dou Huang were truly remarkable, due to the unparalleled benefits of their first union. His cultivation level surged directly to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Huang in just one night. At this moment, should he consume a breaking sect pill or obtain some other assistance, his breakthrough to Dou Zone would be imminent. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yun's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she could distinctly feel a tangible enhancement in her own cultivation, having ascended from a 3-star Dou Huang to a 4-star Dou Huang level overnight. Since we have ample time, let me help elevate your cultivation further, Xiao Yan said with a cheerful grin. That's unnecessary. Yun gently shook her head. Noticing Xiao Yan's unsatisfied expression, she let out a soft sigh and lowered her gaze, pondering. Did you seek the purple crystal winged lion king for the purple spirit crystal because of Guhi? Xiao Yan casually initiated a topic. Yes, Yun replied vaguely, suddenly lifting her head with concern etched across her face. You aren't angry, are you? Seeing the worry reflected in her beautiful eyes, a gentle smile, long awaited by her, finally graced Xiao Yan's face. Not at all. Once dawn breaks, we shall seek the purple crystal winged lion king for a purple spirit crystal. However, when you return, make sure to inform Guhi that you are now under my protection, understood? Even without your reminder, I would tell him, Yun said, gazing at Xiao Yan with a soft yet resolute expression. This time, I won't let you leave me again. Poor Gu He, played with like a pawn. A humorous thought crossed Xiao Yan's mind, and he closed his eyes to relish the moment. A curious sound echoed within the cave. As the golden sunlight once again illuminated the entire monster beast mountain range, the two had already cleaned themselves and donned fresh attire by a nearby clear pond. You haven't wiped the corner of your mouth clean, Xiao Yan pointed out. Upon hearing his words, Yun hurriedly reached out her delicate hand to dab at her mouth, only to find nothing there. You are truly incorrigible. She shot him a fierce glance with her enchanting eyes, only to be met with a playful kiss from him. After some teasing, they unfurled their Dou Qi wings and soared towards the den of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. The mood of the purple crystal-winged Lion King had soured since yesterday. The sudden appearance of the human youth instilled a profound sense of crisis within it, leaving it somewhat apprehensive. Although morning had arrived, it remained vigilant, gazing warily at the distant horizon. At that moment, two dark figures appeared in the sky. As the shapes grew larger, the pupils of the purple crystal-winged Lion King suddenly constricted. For those two dark figures were none other than the humans from yesterday. The girl clad in a flowing green dress was one thing, but the youth in black attire sent a chill down its spine. As two figures drew closer, a pair that resembled celestial lovers finally appeared before the amethyst-winged Lion King. The male figure was strikingly handsome, clad in black attire that exuded an aura of charm and dominance. The female, adorned in a flowing azure gown that accentuated her voluptuous and graceful physique, had her lustrous hair elegantly secured by a golden phoenix crown. Her noble demeanor left the amethyst-winged Lion King astounded, especially as it sensed a significant surge in her power within the span of a single night. Had she leveled up? A voice of confusion arose within the amethyst-winged Lion King's mind. Before it could voice its thoughts, the young man in black spoke slowly, "Little lion, present a purple spirit crystal obediently, and this young master may spare your life, even allowing you to join my flame alliance as a watchdog. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Daring human, do you presume to insult me? If you desire the purple spirit crystal, you must first tread over my body." The amethyst-winged Lion King roared, soaring into the sky. Although it did not comprehend the term watchdog, it understood that dog seemed to carry a derogatory connotation among humans. It was one thing for this human to attempt to forcibly seize the purple spirit crystal, but to insult it, a dignified sixth-tier magical beast, the sovereign of the magical beast mountains, was utterly intolerable. Oh, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of exasperation. You fail to cherish the opportunity before you. This is a chance for a grand future in the southwestern continent. Observing the amethyst-winged Lion King's obstinacy, Xiao Yan grew weary of further dialogue. Since that is the case, do not blame this young master for being impolite. His voice, though calm, elicited a hearty laugh from the amethyst-winged Lion King. To think you would have me serve as a dog, even a Dozong expert would find that impossible. The Amethyst clan only stands tall. We do not kneel to perish. Before it could finish speaking, the young man's figure flickered mysteriously, and, in the next instant, he appeared right before it. The amethyst-winged Lion King had yet to utter a word when a powerful strike descended upon it. Bang! This blow, infused with the profound might of a peak 9-star Dou Huang, was supplemented by a portion of terrifying physical strength. With a single strike, the amethyst-winged Lion King felt its mind clouding, its body propelled downward like a cannonball. Thud! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust, and as it settled, a gaping pit over 10 yards in diameter was revealed. Within the crater, the amethyst-winged Lion King's form seemed embedded in the earth, its massive head slightly concaved, and the once formidable amethyst defenses shattered to pieces. Whimpering weakly, it lay in the pit, devoid of strength to rise, barely clinging to life. What level dares to bark at this young master? Xiao Yan scoffed, taking hold of the stunned Yun's delicate hand as they soared toward the direction of the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair. As the two approached, the magical beasts stationed at the entrance of the amethyst-winged Lion King's cave scattered in panic like startled birds. What a joke! If even the king could not withstand such an overwhelming presence, then these insignificant beasts would surely have their cores shattered. You are truly terrifying, Yun remarked softly, gazing at Xiao Yan. In what sense do you find me terrifying? Xiao Yan suddenly turned and flashed her a mischievous smile. You rascal! Can you be a bit more serious? Yun playfully punched him, only to recall how exhausted she had been the previous night. Hee. Xiao Yan said nothing further, merely pulling her closer as they continued their exploration deeper into the cave. Aside from the usual foul odor associated with magical beasts, the cave was strewn with treasures of gold and silver and other items that would make any ordinary fighter envious. However, these were not the focus of Xiao Yan's attention. As they ventured further, two colorful reverse scales, which had been quietly resting in Xiao Yan's storage ring, began to levitate in the air, gently rotating and emitting a wave of energy. Sensing the disturbance from within the ring, Xiao Yan's previously calm pupils suddenly constricted. What's wrong? Yun, whose hand was still held by Xiao Yan, felt him tighten his grip. It's nothing. Xiao Yan shook his head lightly, smiling softly. It appears that the treasures we may find here are far more abundant than I had anticipated. What do you mean? Noticing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Hee, there might be treasures in this cave that are countless times more precious than the amethyst spirit crystal. Even I find myself tempted by their value. Xiao Yan smiled as he continued to lead her forward. Is it a treasure that even you find tempting? Yun's curiosity deepened. What kind of treasure could stir Xiao Yan's interest? In her mind, treasures like the broken sect pill or even 7th grade pills seemed trivial to him. Suddenly, a growl echoed through the cave, making Yun's expression shift in alarm. Could there be another amethyst-winged lion king dwelling within? However, recalling the man beside her, her anxiety eased considerably. Hearing the lion's roar, Xiao Yan's expression turned peculiar. As they drew closer, a purple magical beast, standing about 10 feet tall, appeared before them. This is gazing at the smaller version of the amethyst-winged lion king before her. A mixture of shock and delight crossed Yun's face. She had not expected to find a juvenile amethyst-winged lion king within the cave. Awoo! The young amethyst-winged lion king emitted a series of threatening growls as it sensed the might of the approaching humans, clearly aware that their strength far surpassed its own. However, its low growl had no effect on the two humans, who continued to advance as if they were oblivious to its presence. As the two humans drew closer, the small amethyst-winged lion king tensed its muscles, lightly scraping its hind legs against the ground, preparing to strike. A fierce roar escaped its jaws once more. Suddenly, a mighty slap came crashing down, and the small lion king felt a sharp pain across its face, followed by a wave of dizziness as it was sent crashing against the wall. Little one, go and suckle somewhere else, Xiao Yan remarked, glancing at the lion king, half embedded in the wall. With a chuckle, Yun couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Yan's expression. Why are you so wicked? Am I wicked? Xiao Yan turned to her, delivering a playful slap to her cheek. However, this time it landed on the full moon. I shall ignore you, Yun said, her face flushed as she turned away. Noticing her reaction, Xiao Yan chose to disregard her and took her hand, continuing onward. Before long, a radiant purple light illuminated the entire cave, and as they approached, they were astonished to find a towering pile of amethyst crystals, emitting an enchanting glow that brightened the cavern. Is this the amethyst crystal? Yun asked, gazing at the mountainous heap before her, somewhat speechless. There were likely dozens of these, yet the amethyst-winged lion king had refused to part with even a single piece. The thought processes of magical beasts differ somewhat from those of humans. Xiao Yan smiled gently. Although magical beasts of the 5th rank and above possess intellect comparable to that of humans, intelligence does not equate to wisdom. Humans benefit from a plethora of books and the teachings of their predecessors from a young age, allowing for more flexible thinking. Conversely, many magical beasts lack such notions. An ancient saying from the Xiao clan states that the wise are distinguished from the ordinary, and evidently, the amethyst-winged lion king had yet to reach the level of the wise, while the infernal serpent had indeed attained such a level, and remarkably so. With the mountain of amethyst crystals before him, Xiao Yan felt no tremor of emotion within him. With a casual wave of his hand, he transferred all the amethyst crystals to Yun. Then, amidst her astonished gaze, he retrieved 2 iridescent scales from his spatial ring. What beautiful scales! Yun exclaimed, captivated by the shimmering brilliance of the scales. Are they beautiful? Once I bring you back a sister, you will surely find her equally enchanting, Xiao Yan mused, contemplating some mischievous plans as the 2 colorful scales spun slowly in his hand. A soft vibration emanated from a nearby pile of treasures. These items, deemed treasures, were only significant to those at the Dou Master and Dou Spirit levels. In reality, they paled in comparison to a single amethyst crystal. Their presence here was purely due to the hoarding tendencies of the amethyst-winged lion king. Yet, amidst this collection, as Xiao Yan gathered the items, a vibrant scale slowly emerged from the pile. The illustrious core reverse scale of the 9th-tier demon sage lay carelessly discarded amidst a heap of debris, tossed aside by a mere 6th-tier magical beast. As 3 vibrant reverse scales gradually converged, their rotational velocity surged dramatically, and Xiao Yan sensed an unusual wave of energy emanating from them. Congratulations, young master, on acquiring the 3rd vibrant reverse scale. With your destined prowess, gathering all 7 demon sage reverse scales to unlock the inheritance is surely imminent, echoed the voice of Yumo from within the spatial ring, eliciting a faint smile of satisfaction from Xiao Yan. Behold, such is the brilliance of a prodigy. After retrieving the 3 vibrant reverse scales into the ring, he proceeded to scour the remaining treasures in the cave, finally directing his gaze to the solitary stone pedestal that remained. Atop it rested a purple orb, the size of a human head, brimming with substantial energy. In truth, the accompanying purple crystal source held little significance for someone of his caliber. Yet adhering to the principle of frugality and resourcefulness, Xiao Yan resolved not to overlook this crystal source. A feeble and fearful sound emanated from behind them. Xiao Yan slowly turned his head, only to find the little Lion King had somehow dislodged itself from the wall. At this moment, one side of the cub's face was swollen, yet it still bared its teeth defiantly at Xiao Yan. "Look at me again, and I'll stew you." Xiao Yan glared, his eyes glinting with menacing intent. The little Lion King emitted a series of whimpers, casting a pitiful glance at Xiao Yan, its eyes reflecting an almost human-like plea. This little lion was certainly more astute than its elder counterpart, though regrettably lacking in value. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan transformed his right hand into a blade. Effortlessly slicing through the stone pedestal, and before the wide-eyed little Lion King, he secured the accompanying purple crystal source within his possession. A mere 6th-tier magical beast held no worth in the Xiao clan, insufficient even to serve as a guard dog. It could only aspire to be a king among the villagers of distant clans, devoid of any official standing. However, just because the Xiao clan had no use for it did not imply that the Flame Alliance would share the same sentiment. "I shall grant you one last chance. Once you recover, report to the Gamma Empire. Otherwise, when the Flame Alliance is established, you shall be the first to be trained as cannon fodder," Xiao Yan declared, casting a glance at the ailing elder lion before turning away, leading Yun Yun out of the cave. Chapter 145. I fear Xiao Yan may misunderstand. Once the two had taken flight, the little Lion King slowly emerged from the cave, its figure descending beside its injured father, whining pitifully. Witnessing his son's swollen visage and the plaintive sounds of beastly lament, the purple crystal-winged Lion King's eyes blazed with fury and murderous intent. It was one thing to have been struck itself, but to think that this wretched human had even dared to snatch away the cub's milk. Yet, it was evident that it could not take revenge on such a formidable human alone. "Once I regain my strength, I shall summon my brother for assistance to eliminate this detestable human," mused the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Should the netherworld serpent become aware of its current thoughts, it would undoubtedly chastise, "Foolish beast, you tread the path of self-destruction." However, for the amethyst-winged Lion King, a mere 6th-tier magical beast, such concepts were beyond its comprehension. Its mind was solely consumed by thoughts of vengeance. The night in the Beast Mountain range was never tranquil. The low growls of various beasts echoed throughout the valleys, and shadows flitted through the dense jungle. Whenever these figures passed by a cave, they would tremble and hastily retreat, instinctively sensing the presence of something they could not provoke. The moonlight scattered across the starry sky, with bright stars adorning the dark fabric of night, like exquisite jewels embedded in fine black satin. Within the cave, a campfire crackled, filling the air with its lively sounds. Over the fire, 2 fish were roasting to a golden hue, occasionally releasing glistening drips of oil that fell into the flames, sparking a flurry of embers. "Try this," Xiao Yan exclaimed, handing a golden roasted fish to Yun Yun. Surprised, she remarked, "I didn't know young Master Xiao could cook fish." As she gazed at the golden delicacy in her hand, a soft smile graced her lovely face. "This is no ordinary fish. It was cooked with the extraordinary fire of a 7th-tier alchemist," Xiao Yan corrected her. "Thank you, Lord Xiao," Yun Yun replied, her playful smile rare but delightful, as she took a gentle bite of the golden fish. The moment the succulent fish touched her palate, a wave of fragrance enveloped her mouth, leaving a lingering taste. Ultimately, under Xiao Yan's amused gaze, Yun Yun shyly consumed the entire fish. "Stop laughing," she said, a hint of annoyance mingling with her embarrassment as she noticed his constant smile. "All right, I shall refrain from laughter," Xiao Yan replied, leaning against the wall with his hands behind his head, observing her. The campfire blazed, casting a warm golden light that illuminated the cave, perfectly enhancing Yun Yun's beauty. The fiery glow danced across her porcelain-like face, accentuating her delicate features, her full, rosy lips, elegantly sculpted nose, and sparkling yet innocent eyes. Her dark hair cascaded loosely around her ears, partially covering her forehead and adding a touch of allure to her graceful demeanor. The golden light not only highlighted her radiant features, but also imbued certain softer areas with an air of mystery. Her curvaceous figure was cloaked in a hazy beauty. As the flames flickered, the golden light created subtle, yet captivating movements in her ethereal charm. "What are you staring at?" Yun Yun asked softly, gazing at Xiao Yan. "You are truly beautiful," he murmured in admiration. "What beauty?" Yun Yun's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her spirits were lifted. "At this moment, you resemble a breathtaking painting." Or perhaps a canvas infused with spirit, radiating a misty beauty. If only I were a better artist, I would capture this scene before me, Xiao Yan said, chuckling as he positioned himself beside her. With your innate talent, it won't take long for you to learn painting. Then you can indulge in it every day. Yunyan's lips curled into a gentle smile. Indeed, once I find the time, I shall devote myself to studying the art of painting. Xiao Yan chuckled as he loosened her belt. What are you doing? She shot a reproachful glance at Xiao Yan, but made no effort to resist. Are we returning to the Jiama Empire tomorrow? Xiao Yan continued their conversation while maintaining his actions. Do you wish to hasten my departure? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yunyan's body stiffened momentarily. It's not about rushing you off. Rather, I have numerous matters to attend to in the near future, and I may not have the mental space to care for you. Moreover, I suggest you focus on building the Yan alliance properly. You are not only the leader of the Yunlan sect, but also my partner now. Xiao Yan's voice was gentle, yet he had completed his task. Admiring the exquisite artistry before him, as the garments were discarded, her ivory-like body emerged as a masterpiece of nature, though the specific details elude description. Is this how you treat the canvas of your heart? With her hands delicately shielding the crucial parts, Yun gazed at Xiao Yan with a dreamy expression. Whether it be a canvas or a work of art, it must be savored. The flames continued to rise, illuminating their sculptural forms and casting a mysterious silhouette upon the cavern walls, akin to an ancient mural, revealing the primal secrets of existence in its ever-shifting reflection. I must take my leave. Remember to return to the Jiama Empire promptly. The following morning, Yun cast a reluctant glance at Xiao Yan. Understood. Once I secure the queen, I shall return. Xiao Yan thought to himself, gently kissing her smooth forehead. Stay safe. He offered a soft admonition. Watching as the beautiful sect leader took flight, not exhaling until her figure vanished from his spiritual perception. He snapped his fingers, and a deep black lotus appeared before him, within which lay a serpent the length of his finger. Young master, do you require my assistance? At the sight of Xiao Yan, the serpent swiftly transformed into the visage of a middle-aged man. Take me to find the beast sovereign. Xiao Yan smiled at Yuming, realizing it was time to seek the legacy of the seven-colored demon saint. Yes, young master. Upon hearing this, Yumo's face broke into a gleeful smile. Hee, beast sovereign. You probably never imagined that I would trouble you again after a millennium of my physical demise. He chuckled inwardly and began to provide Xiao Yan with information. 3 nights later, at the main hall of the Yunlan sect, Gu He's figure appeared outside the hall. Sectmaster, I thank you for the matter regarding the purple spirit crystal. Gu He had obtained the coveted purple spirit crystal the previous day, yet he still sought Yun for additional matters. Not long ago, whispers of a peculiar flame emerged from the Tager Desert, igniting a fervor within Gu He. Unfortunately, the Tager Desert lay within the territory of the Serpent clan, rendering even a Dou Wang like him somewhat vulnerable. Consequently, he summoned numerous friends and contemplated inviting Yun as a formidable backup. Do not stand on ceremony. Yun's cool voice resonated from the grand hall, imbued with an unexpected vitality. Master, aside from the matter concerning the purple spirit crystal, I have another request for your assistance, Gu He implored. Upon hearing the hint of irritation in Yun's tone, a flicker of joy crossed Gu He's face. Since Xiao Yan's departure, this was the first time Yun had displayed any emotional fluctuation, and it was directed at him. Clearing his throat, he prepared to broach the subject of the strange flame, but before he could, Yun's voice rang out once more. Brother Gu He, unless there is an urgent matter of utmost importance, I would appreciate it if you refrain from seeking me out in the future. Gu He opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. Why? Have I troubled you too much lately? Or are you simply exhausted? He managed a wry smile. Neither. Yun's voice, though cool, carried a hint of regret. I fear it may lead to misunderstandings with Xiao Yan. You fear? Gu He felt as if he had been turned to stone. Her melodious words pierced his heart like a dagger. In that moment, he thought he could hear the sound of his own heart shattering. For Gu He, that night was destined to be one of sorrow. Atop the medicine peak, a solitary cold plum stood proud, yet it could not express the sadness dwelling within a certain alchemist's heart. Master, what troubles you? Lu Ling inquired. Concern etched upon her face as she observed Gu He's despondent demeanor. She could almost guess that he had encountered yet another setback with the sect leader. Though he had faced failures in the past, he had never before exhibited such deep dejection. This time, Gu He seemed utterly lost. It's nothing. Gu He waved his hand absent-mindedly, then turned to his disciple with a faint glimmer of interest. Have you advanced to the 4th rank? Indeed, master. Lu Ling beamed with pride at Gu He's words. Achieving the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist at such a young age would have marked one as the most promising youth in the Jiama Empire. However, since Xiao Yan's emergence, Lu Ling had become a seemingly dispensable figure in the eyes of many factions. Very well, you may leave. Gu He was clearly in no mood to engage further. Has Master become so fragile since being defeated by Xiao Yan? Lu Ling thought to herself, gently shaking her head as she exited the room. Poor Master, toyed with by Xiao Yan, but I shall not be the same. Lu Ling descended the medicine peak, making her way to another mountain, eager to share her breakthrough with her junior sister, Yan Ran. She also wanted to convey her thoughts. Xiao Yan is a scoundrel. He merely wishes to play with you. I, however, am sincere. Soon, she arrived at the side hall where Nalan Yan Ran resided. Junior sister, Yan Ran. Lu Ling gently tapped on the door. Who is it? The cold voice of Nalan Yan Ran reached my ears. It's me, I'm Lu Ling. I have broken through to the 4th rank. However, before Lu Ling could finish his words, he heard Nalan Yan Ran's indifferent tone once more. Senior brother Lu Ling. Please do not seek me out again. Sister Yan Ran, I was just about to speak. I fear that Xiao Yan may misunderstand. The frigid voice pierced Lu Ling's ears. Crack. Although it was clearly summer, Lu Ling felt as if he were in the depths of winter. He opened his mouth but uttered no sound, his body stiffening as he trudged back to Medicine Peak. Why have you returned? Gui sat at the threshold of the grand hall, resting his chin on his hand, bloodshot eyes fixed on his disciple's return. Master, save me a spot. Lu Ling plopped down beside Gui. The two masters exchanged glances before quickly turning away. Alas, though it was July, Medicine Peak was enveloped in an atmosphere akin to winter, a solitary plum blossom quietly blooming beside the alchemy hall. What thoughts occupied the minds of this master and disciple? Xiao Yan could not discern as he soared towards the heart of the monster beast mountain range. Roar! As he ventured deeper, the frequency of high-level magical beasts increased. Yet, upon sensing the aura of the twin saints, these beasts fell silent in an instant. Soon, a towering solitary peak loomed before Xiao Yan. This peak, steep and inclined, its cliffs almost vertical, radiated danger with a mere glance. A person suffering from acrophobia would likely feel an immediate sense of anxiety. Atop this solitary peak, enormous eagles with wingspans of dozens of feet circled, their presence exuding an aura surpassing that of the amethyst-winged Lion King. This was the Wanren Peak, the most perilous mountain within the monster beast mountain range, and the dwelling of the current beast sovereign. This sovereign was a magnificent illusory light purple lightning eagle, a paragon among flying magical beasts, a rarity in the current Duki continent. In a hall resembling a bird's nest atop the peak, a tall, bald elder with an aquiline nose sat in the foremost seat. Over a dozen guests occupied the hall, though they bore human forms. Certain features of their bodies revealed their magical beast lineage. Congratulations to the ancestor on breaking through to the 5-star Dou Zun level once more. Given the ancestor's accomplishments, attaining saint status is just around the corner. A middle-aged man beneath the aquiline-nosed elder raised his cup in celebration. As he stood, the others followed suit, lifting their glasses in toast. Congratulations to the Beast Sovereign on achieving 5-star Dou Zun. With the prowess of the Beast Sovereign, you could very well become the leader of magical beasts in the Northwest continent. Several 7th-tier magical beasts stood, eager to flatter. Heh! A smile flickered across the face of the aquiline-nosed elder, who then remarked, my friends, a mere 5-star Dou Zun is hardly anything to boast about. The Duki continent is teeming with experts. Such a level is only commendable in the Northwest. Upon finishing his words, he narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly spoke. In the days to come, I fervently hope that everyone can expedite the search for the reverse scale of the 7-colored demon saint. When the inheritance of the demon saint is unlocked, I shall possess the potential to ascend to sanctity. Furthermore, with my assistance, you shall all enter the 8th tier. As soon as he uttered these words, the powerful beasts present displayed expressions of yearning. Yet, the elusive reverse scale of the 7-colored demon saint posed a significant challenge. Just as the conversation continued, a robust man with the visage of a lion rose slowly. Beast Sovereign, I have a gift for you today, he declared, producing a brilliantly colored scale from his bosom, which instantly hushed the once bustling hall. The 3rd reverse scale. Observing the vibrant scale in the man's hand, the Beast Sovereign sprang to his feet, his gaze fervently fixed upon the scale. Excellent, Golden Lion, you have achieved great merit this time. When I ascend to sanctity, I shall be the first to assist you in entering the 8th tier. A satisfied smile graced the Beast Sovereign's face. It is my honor to aid you. Esteemed Beast Sovereign, Golden Lion obediently extended the vibrant scale. In that moment, many gazes turned toward him, imbued with envy and jealousy. This young man, it seemed, had stumbled upon a reverse scale of the demon saint, and was likely to be favored by the Beast Sovereign henceforth. As the crowd pondered this, they witnessed the vibrant scale merging with the 2 scales held by the Beast Sovereign, beginning to rotate rapidly. A wave of energy emanated from the trio of scales, instilling a palpable pressure that caused many powerful beasts to change countenance. However, The beast sovereign's expression shifted dramatically, soon replaced by unrestrained joy. The fourth reverse scale is nearby. No, there are even more reverse scales appearing. The vibrant scale gradually detached from his grasp, soaring towards the outside world. Indeed, the reverse scale was as wondrous as the legends foretold, possessing the ability to autonomously seek out other reverse scales. The beast sovereign took a deep breath, disregarding the astonished gazes of the many beasts, and followed the scale as it flew forth. Old scoundrel, come forth. An intangible wave of spiritual energy resonated within the hall, leaving many powerful beasts momentarily bewildered. Who possessed such audacity to insult the esteemed beast sovereign? Only the beast sovereign himself squinted slightly. Ah, it is you. Humph. You choose the path of hell when the way to heaven is open. Chapter 147. The renowned might of the profound emperor. With a single step, he departed from the location, and in the next moment, his figure appeared 1,000 feet above in the sky. The towering Mount Wanjun reached great heights, nearing the heavens. Shrouded in swirling clouds, occasionally buffeted by gales powerful enough to sweep away combatants of the spirit realm. Above, strange lightning occasionally streaked across the sky. This was the natural habitat of the illusionary light purple thunder eagle, a beast that, upon birth, already possessed third-tier power and could reach fifth or even sixth tier upon maturity, making it one of the most elite bloodlines within the Beast Mountains. Not far away, a spectral figure of a middle-aged man clad in black stood with an air of arrogance amidst the void, coldly observing the beast sovereign. Beside him hovered a youthful human, a boy of modest stature. A mere human Dou Huang dares to cause a commotion on my Wanren Peak? The beast sovereign's eyes narrowed slightly. Logically, it was nearly impossible for a human Dou Huang to reach this place. The peril posed by the 6th and 7th tier magical beasts along the way was enough to spell doom for any Dou Huang. Jia, scruffy bird. I never imagined that after a millennium, your cultivation has only advanced by 2 stars. At this rate, you might not even reach the 9th tier before you wither away. Upon the arrival of the beast sovereign, Yumo displayed no fear. Instead, he mocked him, even enticing the adversary with his magical core floating within him. I wondered who had the audacity to come here. It turns out to be you, a defeated foe. Have you forgotten the sensation of your flesh being torn apart by me? Reflecting on it, your snake gall was indeed the finest delicacy I have savored in the past millennium. The beast sovereign scoffed, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Yumo. He found it perplexing that a frail soul like Yumo would dare to disturb him. Was it perhaps due to the presence of the diminutive human Dou Huang at his side? Hearing the beast sovereign's derision, a flicker of rage crossed Yumo's face. After all, he had suffered greatly at the hands of this old adversary. However, emboldened by newfound support, Yumo's demeanor had transformed. With a cold smile, he retorted, "Scruffy bird, no matter how powerful you once were in this magical beast mountain range. Upon encountering my young master today, I advise you to obediently surrender the demonic saint's reverse scale you possess and serve as a mount for my young master. Otherwise, I shall take your magical core today to serve as alchemical material for him." This scene was witnessed by the beast sovereign's subordinates who had flown in behind him, inciting their fury. Hold! A mere remnant of a soul dares to bark so. The 7th tier magical beasts erupted in outrage, eager to rend Yumo's spirit asunder. Yet none dared to take the first move. Who could ascertain what hidden cards this fellow held? The assembled were all ancient magical beasts, each having lived for centuries. And none were fools. Only one elder, diminutive in stature and adorned with silver speckles on his face, discreetly retreated to the back of the ranks upon catching sight of Xiao Yan beside Yumo. The beast sovereign squinted, gesturing subtly for his subordinates to quiet down, then directed his gaze toward Xiao Yan. In his heart, he had formed a preliminary judgment. Yumo's audacity today was likely due to this human youth. Yet, what formidable power could this seemingly insignificant boy possess to instill such confidence in Yumo to confront him? Though achieving Dou Huang status at such a young age was indeed remarkable, against a Douzun powerhouse, a Dou Huang could never hope to turn the tide. My young friend, have you come here alongside this Yumo? As an ancient fox spirit who has lived for over a millennium, the beast sovereign is distinctly different from the amethyst wing lion king, possessing a cunning that far surpasses that of ordinary humans. Indeed, observing his probing demeanor, Xiao Yan slowly began to speak. I have no desire to engage in futile conversation with you. Simply hand over the 7-colored demonic saint's reverse scale, and I shall cease my disturbances. Xiao Yan stated with a placid expression. Arrogance, roared a beast beside the beast sovereign. I have lived for centuries and have never encountered such a brazen human. Ah, well, today you have, Xiao Yan retorted, spreading his hands in a defiant gesture, tilting his head in a manner that invited irritation. Young master? The beast sovereign, despite the brashness of Xiao Yan's words, remained composed. As a seasoned beast, He was aware that hidden in the continent's obscure corners existed formidable, unknown clans. Among these clans, there may be those with the bloodline of the Dou Emperor. Perhaps even a Dou Saint residing within their ranks. Thus, he opted to cautiously probe into Xiao Yan's background, wishing to avoid enmity with these ancient families unless absolutely necessary. After all, achieving the status of Dou Huang at such a young age surely indicated a significant standing within his clan. My young friend, are you perhaps of an ancient race? If so, which clan do you hail from? Observing the beast sovereign's unexpectedly courteous demeanor, his subordinates looked on in astonishment. When had the beast sovereign ever shown such respect to a Dou Huang? Only the diminutive elder among them revealed a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. The Xiao clan. Xiao Yan did not conceal his identity. It would be foolish to disregard such a prestigious background. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, the beast sovereign's expression shifted dramatically. The Xiao clan. Are you a descendant of the Xian Emperor of Zhongzhou? The ascension of Xiao Xian to emperor occurred a millennium ago. Yet at the moment of his elevation, all living beings in the realm comprehended that a sovereign had emerged in their midst. 1,000 years later, most of those who witnessed that extraordinary era had long since turned to dust, yet many venerable powerful beings remained resiliently alive. At this level, even though he was merely the local sovereign of the Beast Mountain range, he was aware of the events in Zhongzhou. That was the sole Dou Emperor in the present world, signifying the existence of the one true sovereign. The sheer power of such a being and the might of their clan were unfathomable, even to the beast sovereign, who realized he had now entered a predicament from which there was no escape. My young friend, you must know that I have awaited the inheritance of the seven-colored demonic saint for over 1,000 years. Perhaps we could negotiate a different item or condition. I assure you, whatever I am capable of, I will gladly assist you. The beast sovereign forced a smile onto his aged face. That will not suffice. Xiao Yan gently shook his head, replying with a calm demeanor. To be candid, I have come specifically for the inheritance of the seven-colored demonic saint. I must possess that reverse scale. Upon hearing this, the beast sovereign's formerly smiling countenance gradually darkened. It seems, my young friend, that there is nothing left to discuss? Xiao Yan nodded nonchalantly. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's demeanor, the beast sovereign felt a surge of fury within. A young man should not be overly exuberant. Is it even fitting to call one a youth if they lack such zeal? Observing Xiao Yan's unwavering stance, the beast sovereign's face betrayed a flicker of murderous intent. Regardless of the might of the Xiao clan behind you, today you stand merely as a lowly Dou Huang. And the reverse scale of the seven-colored demon saint is a treasure I have awaited for a millennium. How dare a mere child assert his claim? Since you refused the offered wine, do not blame me for the consequences. The expanse of the Beast Mountain range is vast. I am confident that the Xiao clan will not uncover your demise at my hands. With that, the clouds behind him surged as if boiling. And with a mere flick of his finger, a colossal purple lightning bolt, nearly 100 feet long, materialized from the void. Its passage tore through space, creating terrifying fissures. This lightning was potent enough to obliterate even high-ranking Dou Zone, yet what unsettled him was the utter lack of reaction on the boy's face. Even the Yomi demon serpent beside him displayed a gloating expression. How audacious! A terrifying voice reverberated from the space behind the cloaked youth, and the once fearsome purple lightning was shattered into a cascade of violet light. Two elders emerged slowly from the void behind the boy, regarding him with indifference. Witnessing this, the beast sovereign's previously calm eyes widened in shock. Chapter 148, Capturing the Beast Sovereign. The two elders appeared side by side behind the youth, traversing the void with an air of cold authority as they fixed their gaze upon the beast sovereign. Old fool, do you understand the grave offense of attacking the young master of the Xiao clan? Despite the beast sovereign's evident trepidation, Xiao Wu coldly inquired. The beast sovereign's countenance shifted from pale to green, ultimately forcing a strained smile. Hee, my esteemed sirs, it is all a misunderstanding. The moment he had launched his attack, he sensed that the strength of these two elders was undoubtedly on par with his own. In a confrontation, victory was far from assured. Even should he prevail by some stroke of luck, capturing both would be impossible. If these two reported back to the Xiao clan, he would likely find himself fleeing across the entire Dou Qi continent, perhaps even pursued by Dou Sheng-level experts. A misunderstanding? Xiao Wu scoffed, looking down his nose at the beast sovereign's aged face. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, then you should promptly apologize to our young master. Did he not specifically demand you present the reverse scale of the seven-colored demon saint? You. The beast sovereign's face darkened. What difference does this make from outright robbery? At that moment, the cadre of seventh-tier magical beasts behind him exchanged bewildered glances. Where did these humans come from, to be so brazen? Yet the beast sovereign seemed deeply apprehensive of them, which only heightened the curiosity of the beasts regarding the youth's identity. We made no claims to the contrary. Xiao Wu's face broke into a bandit-like grin. Ever since departing from the Xiao clan, he had grown increasingly fond of this feeling of dominating the weak. During his time in the Xiao clan, there were countless formidable opponents ahead of him. However, upon emerging, he found himself in a state of unparalleled invincibility, reveling in the exhilaration of vanquishing weaker foes. You have gone too far. The beast sovereign scoffed at the arrogant smile on Xiao Wu's face. Zhao Mao bird, at this juncture, I advise you to cease your prattling and obediently hand over the demon saint's reverse scale to our young master. Otherwise, I shall extract your magic core for alchemical purposes today. At this moment, Yumo, with a sneer, interjected. The beast sovereign's ire was further inflamed by Yumo's contemptible demeanor. You, a disgrace to the beast realm, should know that the inheritance of the demon saint ought to belong to our kind. Yet, you have chosen to betray us and become a lackey of humanity. Yumo retorted nonchalantly, show some respect. I am now the guardian spirit beast of the Xiao clan, far superior to a mere wild beast like you. With no trace of remorse, Yumo continued, if you willingly present the treasure, perhaps our young master might graciously grant you a position as a guardian spirit beast. Fool, do you think anyone would willingly settle for the role of a gatekeeper? The beast sovereign scoffed, proud as the sky overlord, the unyielding illusory radiance purple lightning eagle, who would never deign to serve as a mere sentinel. If I cannot confront you, I refuse to believe I cannot evade you. A myriad of schemes flickered in the beast sovereign's eyes. Since you have forced my hand, do not blame me for being unkind. He roared, and the clouds behind him darkened to an inky hue. Illusory radiance purple thunder. His voice thundered, and countless violet flashes erupted from the cloud sea. The Rank-7 magical beasts accompanying him were struck with dread at the sight, scattering in panic. For this was the beast sovereign's renowned technique. Any single bolt of lightning could spell their doom. The thunderous roar echoed atop the towering peak, and in an instant, a torrent of massive purple lightning surged toward Xiao Yan and his companions. Young master, I shall retreat. Yumo swiftly transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, vanishing into Xiao Yan's ring as the onslaught approached. A mere parlor trick. Xiao Wu scoffed at the impending cataclysm of relentless thunder. With a subtle lift of his palm, the energy in the atmosphere boiled as if heated to a rolling boil, rapidly coalescing into an immense reservoir of fire attribute energy. With a commanding shout, a cataclysmic blaze erupted in the void, effortlessly repelling the violet thunder waves and incinerating them into nothingness. In that instant, the temperature atop the peak surged to a terrifying level, with heat waves disrupting the ecological balance within a 100-mile radius. A fearsome eagle's shriek pierced the air, its resonant waves slicing through the surrounding rocks like a blade. A colossal purple eagle, its wings spanning over 100 zhong, manifested atop the towering peak of Mount Wanren, its vast wings nearly obscuring the sun. The beast sovereign was enraged, revealing its true form. A number of 7th-tier magical beasts hid at a distance, observing the unfolding scene. As the power exhibited by the elderly figure seemed extraordinarily formidable, compelling even the beast sovereign to unveil its essence. The enormous eagle unfurled its wings, its feathers bristling, suddenly transforming into thousands of sharp blades that hurtled towards Xiao Yan and his companions. Each one possessed an alarming penetrative force. Do you dare to flaunt such trivial tricks before me? Scoffed Xiao Wu. A tempest of flames coalesced into a massive hand, hundreds of zhong in size, which effortlessly swept away the multitude of feathers, incinerating them in an instant. However, as the fiery inferno dissipated, the enormous eagle had already turned to flee. Attempting to escape? Xiao Wu chuckled coldly. Meanwhile, the group of magical beasts in the distance was left in shock. They had anticipated a cataclysmic battle following the beast sovereign's fury, but instead, they realized it was merely a ruse. The final king of the magical beast mountains was harboring thoughts of retreat. Humans. The legacy of the rainbow demon saint is incredibly precious. It cannot be seized so easily. With a flap of its wings, the purple eagle vanished from sight. Its piercing gaze held a hint of disdain. Even if your power is comparable to mine, or perhaps even superior, your speed cannot surpass mine. The lineage of the illusory light purple lightning eagle is innately swift. Although I am merely a 5-star dozun, even an 8-star dozun may struggle to catch me. As he pondered this, he sensed a disturbance in the space behind him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A flicker of shock coursed through him as he attempted to accelerate once more. At that moment, 9 water columns coalesced into a massive dragon, suddenly blocking his path. Before he could react, the elderly figure behind him conjured 9 fire dragons that ensnared him. Get away from me. The eagle's wings sliced through the air like blades, attempting to sever the energy dragons, but was swiftly rebuffed. 18 energy dragons entwined around its body, and no matter how it struggled, it was futile. Ultimately, these dragons merged, forming a circular cage of several hundred zhang in diameter in the void. Within the cage, the enormous purple eagle writhed violently, its eyes betraying a glimmer of despair. You are not Dozun. You are half-saints. Chapter 149, Recruitment. Half-saints. Half-saints. Hearing the beast sovereign refer to them in such a manner, Xiao Wu concentrated and conjured a Tinzhong-sized energy hand that struck the beast sovereign's forehead with considerable force multiple times. It was then that the beast sovereign, who had once dominated the magical beast mountains, finally comprehended the gravity of the situation and hastily amended its words. I did not expect you to be saints. Upon hearing this, a semblance of satisfaction graced Xiao Wu's countenance. He and Xiao Yan subtly gestured, causing the towering cage to rapidly diminish in size, ultimately shrinking to a mere few zhang, with the illusory light purple lightning eagle within now reduced to the size of a single zhang. Young master, we have successfully captured this little bird. Shall we now take its magical core? Xiao Wu inquired indifferently while presenting the beast sovereign before Xiao Yan. These words, once spoken, sent the great eagle into a state of heightened tension, its feathers bristling. Initially, it believed that the youth from the Xiao clan, accompanied by 2 Dozun powerhouses, was already an extraordinary feat. However, it was astonished to discover that the Xiao clans might extended to such formidable heights, with 2 semi-saint level warriors by his side. Semi-saints. How could such powerful beings serve merely as protectors? Even with the beast sovereign's strength and status, it could not help but curse under its breath. As a 5-star Dozun, it was considered a dominant force in the northwest continent, and a true powerhouse across the Duki continent. Yet, it could not fathom any mere Do Huang being followed by 2 semi-saints. Not yet. Xiao Yan gently waved his hand and turned his gaze towards the great eagle in the cage, offering a faint smile. I shall grant you one last opportunity. In light of your arduous millennium of cultivation, surrender the reverse scale of the 7-colored demon saint, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, this final 8th-tier magical beast of the Beast Mountain shall perish here. I will surrender it. I will surrender it. The beast sovereign transformed into a tall elder with an eagle-like hooked nose, increasingly resembling the mountain eagle from Xiao Yan's past memories. Obediently, he raised his hands, presenting 3 resplendent and colorful scales. As these 3 scales appeared, Xiao Yan's storage ring began to tremble uncontrollably. Maintaining his composure, he focused his thoughts, and the 3 scales within his ring swiftly flew out, merging seamlessly with the 3 presented before him. Boom! As the 6 scales converged, an intense brilliance erupted, so dazzling that Xiao Yan could scarcely keep his eyes open. A colossal illusion of a 7-colored giant python, stretching 1,000 feet, suddenly manifested in the sky. Although this illusion bore no genuine energy, its formidable presence compelled countless magical beasts to prostrate in submission. The 7-colored devouring sky python is among the most elite magical beast bloodlines of the continent. Even the illusory lightning purple electric eagle tensed at the sight of this apparition. Had Xiao Yan not witnessed the terrifying prowess of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Xiaobei, he would have been profoundly awed by this spectacle. Evidently, the 6 scales had accumulated a great deal of spiritual essence. After spiraling through an intricate trajectory, they materialized in Xiao Yan's hand. Having imprinted his soul mark onto these 6 scales, Xiao Yan gently closed his eyes, sensing a subtle guidance emanating from them, directing him towards a specific location, the direction of the 7th reverse scale. Once the 7 reverse scales are gathered, it shall be the moment to unlock the legacy of the 7-colored demon saint. Young master of the Xiao clan, young master of the Xiao clan, I have entrusted this demon saint reverse scale to you. Might you spare my old eagle's life? Spare your life? Xiao Yan cast a glance at the illusory light purple electric eagle, effortlessly subdued by the 2 saints of literature and martial arts, and offered a gentle smile without uttering a word. Instead, his gaze shifted towards the distant 7th-tier magical beasts who were desperately attempting to flee. Come here, Xiao Yan's voice, infused with fighting spirit, resonated in the ears of all the magical beasts, causing them to freeze momentarily. At that moment, a silver light swiftly transformed into a streak and materialized before Xiao Yan. As the silver light dissipated, an elderly figure, diminutive in stature and marked with silver bumps on his face, appeared before him. Master, do you require anything from us? The elder inquired first. Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance at the old man, a hint of amusement gracing his features. So it is you. I did not expect you to be a subordinate of this old eagle. Yes, my lord. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to command us. However, I implore you to spare the beast sovereign, the elder said, his expression laden with hope as he regarded Xiao Yan, betting on the notion that the young man was not one to indulge in slaughter. Should his gamble succeed, he would secure a magnificent future and earn the favor of 2 formidable figures. Conversely, should he fail, and this youth be resolute in his pursuit of all the magical cores, escape would be futile. You are quite adept at navigating such matters, Xiao Yan remarked with a smirk. The elderly figure was none other than the peak 7th-tier magical beast, the deep spirit silver frog, whom Xiao Yan had encountered upon his arrival in the northwest continent. Not daring, not daring, the deep spirit silver frog said, lowering its head while glancing back at the group of magical beasts. Why are you all not coming over quickly? Upon hearing the summons, the magical beasts, filled with trepidation, hastily flew toward him, their gazes filled with awe for the two saints of literature and martial arts behind Xiao Yan. These two old fellows were simply too powerful. Even the beast sovereign could not escape their grasp and was now confined like a pet bird in a cage. To find oneself in their position would render one as vulnerable as a mere mosquito. What is your name? Xiao Yan inquired, directing his attention to the deep spirit silver frog. Reporting to you, my lord, this old man is named Chen. The deep spirit silver frog replied obediently. You are quite perceptive. This is a reward from this young master. Xiao Yan casually waved his hand, producing a fragrant pill that materialized in the hand of the deep spirit silver frog. This is a transformation pill. At the sight of the pill, many magical beasts' eyes widened in astonishment. Although they had reached the 7th tier long ago, they still lacked the complete transformation, which could only be achieved at the 8th tier. Given the vast isolation of the magical beast mountain range from the outside world and the scarcity of 7th tier alchemists in the northwest continent, many magical beasts had yet to undergo a full transformation. Thus, when the transformation pill emerged, a fervent gleam sparked in the eyes of many magical beasts. Thank you, my lord, the deep spirit silver frog expressed, a look of surprise illuminating its face as it bowed deeply to Xiao Yan. That will suffice. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively and exchanged a knowing glance with the saints of literature and martial arts. Receiving the signal, they retracted the energy cage. Do you harbor any grievances against this young master? Xiao Yan inquired coolly, casting a calm gaze at the beast sovereign. Not daring, not daring. The beast sovereign suppressed a flicker of anger in his eyes, yet wore a face of utmost respect. He was acutely aware that as long as the two elders behind Xiao Yan intervened, escape would be utterly impossible. Allow me to be candid. I, the young lord, aspire to establish a formidable force and will soon incorporate you into it. I wish to know if you are willing to join me. Xiao Yan remarked with a faint smile, yet the beast sovereign and the magical beasts behind him changed their expressions drastically. In response to Xiao Yan's proposition of incorporation, the magical beasts fell into a contemplative silence. Having lived for many years, they understood all too well what incorporation entailed. However, having grown accustomed to the freedom of the Beast Mountain range, they were unwilling to serve as mere subordinates. Such an arrangement felt akin to becoming someone's guard dog. Perceiving their reluctance, a subtle smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. I understand that many of you are currently resistant to my authority and reluctant to become my subordinates. But this is not a pressing issue, as I have no immediate need for you. Upon hearing his words, the magical beasts collectively let out a quiet sigh of relief. If this human youth were to force them, they would truly be at a loss, especially given the overwhelming terror posed by the two semi-saint experts behind him. They would rather accept subjugation than face death. However, Xiao Yan continued, directing his gaze at the magical beasts, saying, in no more than 3 years, the power I command will reach a level that will astonish the northwestern continent. At that time, if you desire, you may still choose to align yourselves under my banner. The magical beasts exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their thoughts. No matter how formidable this human's power may be, what relevance would it hold for them? Besides, 3 years is but a fleeting moment. Many among them could slumber for far longer than that. Especially you, the lesser minions. While a 5-star Dozun may still possess some value for me to recruit, old fellow, ponder your decision carefully. Xiao Yan cast a knowing glance at the beast sovereign. While the expressions of the 7th tier magical beasts grew awkward, realizing that they were deemed insignificant in his eyes. This sparked their curiosity about the magnitude of the force the young lord intended to build. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the beast sovereign displayed an inscrutable expression, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. May I take some time to consider? Certainly, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, as the true formation of the Flame Alliance would require some time. And he was in no rush. Young lord, I am willing to join. One of the elder magical beasts suddenly declared as Xiao Yan prepared to turn away. Indeed, it is Wei Junjia, the West-West beast. Xiao Yan acknowledged with satisfaction, looking at the serene silver frog and adding, as the first magical beast to pledge allegiance to me, I shall endeavor to assist you in attaining the 8th tier swiftly. At this proclamation, the formerly timid magical beasts revealed expressions of fervent aspiration. Thank you, young lord. The face of the silver frog of the deep spirit revealed a flicker of ecstatic joy. Initially, He merely contemplated the notion of seeking refuge under a great tree in his twilight years, yet he never anticipated that this young man would wield such significant influence. The promise made by a young master of a prominent clan, protected by two semi-saints, carries far more weight than the empty assurances offered by the beast sovereign. A 5-star dozone. You shall report to the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire by tomorrow. Once there, seek out a young man named Xiao Li. He will arrange your tasks, he instructed. Xiao Yan glanced at the 6 colorful scales in his hand. This young master is destined to pursue the legacy of the demon saint. He then cast a nonchalant glance at the beast sovereign, whose expression had shifted dramatically, and said, "This old man is now under my command. Should you dare to harm him, I shall take your life." With that, he disregarded the complex emotions of awe and envy displayed by the beasts and took flight, following the direction indicated by the demon saint's reverse scale. Shortly after Xiao Yan's departure, the beast sovereign let out a resigned sigh. "My lord, it seems we should disperse. This youth is not someone we can afford to provoke." The beast sovereign shook his head helplessly and turned to the silver frog of the deep spirit, offering a nod of gratitude. "Thank you for interceding on my behalf earlier. It is only fitting that I assist you, given the favor you have shown me," the silver frog replied, demonstrating his cunning nature as one of the oldest among these beasts. Once most of the beasts had departed, the beast sovereign's gaze turned toward the direction where the silver frog had vanished, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "What shall we do, my lord?" inquired a trusted subordinate, observing the towering elder. "What can we do?" the beast sovereign lamented, suppressing the surge of rage and murderous intent within him. "We must endure. This human youth is beyond our reach. Should he extend another invitation in the future, you may contemplate joining him if you wish." The faces of several subordinates reflected shock. When had the beast sovereign become so accommodating? Only the central figure among them harbored a bitter understanding, for he was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by the Xiao clan that stood behind the youth. A Dou Huang traveling with 2 semi-saints as bodyguards, what level of prestige is that? If anything were to befall that young man, the entire Beast Mountain range could very well be razed. The Golden Lion, the embodiment of an ancient golden lion, bore traces of the bloodline of the mythical 9-headed lion. His late-stage 7th-tier power positioned him as the leader of the lion lineage within the Beast Mountain range. Today, however, his mood was exceptionally foul. The demon saint's reverse scale, which he had painstakingly acquired to present to the beast sovereign for substantial benefits, was snatched away by that human youth. Now, he dared not utter a word to the irritable beast sovereign. Ironically, the old toad he had often looked down upon had now garnered the favor of the human young master, reportedly even receiving assistance to evolve to the 8th tier. 8th tier, when would he ever attain that level? The ancestral benefits bestowed upon the golden ancient lion have been thoroughly explored, and the prospect of further advancement seems exceedingly arduous. With a heavy heart, he returns to his lair, only to find a violet lion with wings perched at his entrance. "Ah, it's little purple. What brings you here?" The golden lion casts a disinterested glance at the amethyst-winged lion king. "Why is your face so swollen?" Big brother, big brother." The amethyst-winged lion king immediately prostrates before the golden lion upon seeing him. "You must stand up for me. What has transpired?" The golden lion's brow furrows slightly. "I was bullied by a human. Not only did he beat me and rob me of all my belongings, but he also seized my son's accompanying amethyst source." The amethyst-winged lion king looks at the golden lion with a sense of grievance. Oh, what kind of human would commit such an atrocious act? Even stealing from a child? A glint of murderous intent flashes in the golden lion's eyes. Having just suffered a setback at the hands of humans, he is now eager to exact revenge on one. It was a human youth, probably possessing the strength of a peak battle emperor. The amethyst-winged lion king's face brightens with excitement at the prospect of retribution from his elder brother. A human youth? The golden lion's heart suddenly skips a beat for reasons unbeknownst to him. What does he look like? Black hair, black eyes, dressed in black. The amethyst-winged lion king gestures with his claws, struggling to describe the human's appearance with his limited vocabulary. Is this what he looks like? The golden lion gently touches the surface of the water by his lair, and the image of a handsome youth in black materializes. Yes, that's him, that wretched one. Before the amethyst-winged lion king can finish his sentence, he suddenly feels a sharp slap on his unblemished right cheek. "You fool, if you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you." Chapter 151, The 7th Reverse Scale. The tremendous force instantly leaves the amethyst-winged lion king's right cheek swollen as he stands in stunned silence for a moment. "Boss, why did you hit me?" The amethyst-winged lion king looks at the golden lion with a plaintive expression. "Because you deserved it." The golden lion shoots him a cold glare. "Do you not realize that behind that youth stand 2 formidable experts capable of instilling fear?" "I truly had no knowledge of that," the amethyst-winged lion king replies, looking genuinely aggrieved. "Ah, Right, I forgot. You are of a level that does not warrant the attention of those two elders. The golden lion takes a deep breath. What two elders? There is only a human woman beside that youth. The amethyst-winged lion king's mind is somewhat befuddled. Are you capable of perceiving the hidden half-saints within the folds of space? The golden lion feels the urge to slap him again. Half-saints? The amethyst-winged lion king pauses, then inquires, what is a half-saint? You. The golden lion chokes momentarily, but relenting due to the amethyst-winged lion king's years of loyalty, he explains. It refers to an extraordinary expert who is just one step away from entering the realm of the battle sage. As he spoke, he disregarded the astonished expression in the eyes of the amethyst-winged lion king and coldly stated, that young man is accompanied by two extraordinary powerhouses of this caliber. Even the beast sovereign was effortlessly captured by them. Do you truly believe I can provoke such a youth? The notion that the beast sovereign had been captured left the amethyst-winged lion king in a state of bewilderment. The beast sovereign is the ruler of the monster beast mountains, the elder brother of his elder brother. It was unimaginable that such a formidable figure could be subdued so easily. Reflecting on the smiling, handsome visage of Xiao Yan sent a shiver down the spine of the amethyst-winged lion king. Wait, I recall him mentioning something about inviting me to the capital of Gamma to join his faction. The amethyst-winged lion king's eyes suddenly brightened. Boss, that human said he wanted to recruit me as a spirit beast for his alliance. This could indeed be a promising opportunity. At that moment, he noticed that his elder brother was regarding him with a renewed expression of hostility. Boss, what's the matter? The amethyst-winged lion king asked weakly. What level are you at, that you could be recruited to serve as a spirit beast alongside me? The amethyst-winged lion king felt a sense of indignation. As the beasts of the monster beast mountains entertained various thoughts due to Xiao Yan, his figure had already appeared at the northern edge of the mountains, accompanied by 6 colorful scales, having flown nearly 10,000 miles. With each flap of his wings, the 6 reverse scales emitted increasingly intense vibrations. Almost there, it's close, Xiao Yan thought, feeling the slight tremors of the demon saint's reverse scales, a glimmer of anticipation spreading across his face. Soon, an ancient city came into view beneath him. The city was not large, roughly comparable to Wutan City, and was currently hosting an auction. Ladies and gentlemen, this colorful snake scale was seized from a noble during a battle between the Empire and the Cloud Empire by one of our generals. Its current functions remain unknown, but its hardness is such that even a full-force strike from a Dou Ling expert would leave it unscathed. Preliminary assessments indicate it belongs to a 7th-tier magical beast. While it may lack special abilities, it serves as an excellent material for armor. We will begin the auction with a starting price of 5,000 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 100. A voluptuous auctioneer stood on the platform, smiling down at the audience. It's merely a scale from a magical beast. Even a legendary 7th-tier beast shouldn't command such a price, a woman remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, there are plenty of materials on the Douqi continent that can withstand Dou Ling experts. Selling a single scale at such a high price is indeed unwarranted. A group of spectators below shook their heads in agreement. I bid 5,500 gold coins. A young girl suddenly rose to her feet. Daughter, it's just a worthless scale. It's not worth that much, a middle-aged man beside her said, attempting to dissuade her. Father, the girl pouted, playfully shaking his arm. But I think this scale is beautiful. Please buy it for me. The middle-aged man remained silent. Is it good? Is it good? The young girl persistently shook her head. All right. There's really no way to deal with you, my dear girl. The middle-aged man sighed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Thank you, father, the girl exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. After the auction concluded, someone from behind the scenes swiftly handed the iridescent scale to the middle-aged man. Patriarch G, this is what you requested, a servant said respectfully. Thank you. The patriarch accepted the scale and tossed it to his daughter. My dear, your father still needs to save up for your chi gathering powder. We must be frugal from now on, he said, casting a helpless glance at her. However, considering that his daughter was not yet 15 and was on the verge of becoming a combatant, he could not bring himself to scold her. This precious daughter was not only his hope, but also that of the entire family. Thank you, father. The girl beamed sweetly, but suddenly felt the scale in her hand tremble. In the next moment, a dazzling array of colors erupted from it. Wow, father, look. Weave struck gold. She exclaimed in astonishment. Could it truly be a treasure? A hint of shock appeared on the middle-aged man's face as well. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, crashing through the auction house's ceiling and landing before them, accompanied by an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. A Douwang strongman. The attendees of the auction were paralyzed with fear as they beheld the young figure adorned with wings of fighting spirit. Just as the patriarch wished to speak, he noticed the iridescent scale involuntarily flying from his daughter's hand into the youth's grasp. With a thunderous roar, as the 7 scales merged, the silhouette of a colossal, Multicolored serpent, several thousand zhang long, manifested above the city. Thump, thump. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, whether human or magical beast, whether combatant or Dou Wang, all trembled and prostrated themselves upon witnessing this apparition, their eyes filled with terror. To the feeble, this colossal serpent seemed boundlessly immense. A miraculous sight for those who might never encounter a fifth-tier magical beast in their lifetime. The image of the seven-colored giant serpent vanished moments later. Yet the shock it left in the hearts of the onlookers would not easily dissipate. With the 7 reverse scales finally gathered, Xiao Yan gazed at the exquisitely floating scales before him, now resembling a lively, multicolored snake. The inheritance of the 7-colored demon sage is about to commence. Xiao Yan could sense a new direction through the 7 reverse scales, a place that might well be the location of the 7-colored demon sage's legacy. How much did you purchase these scales for? Suppressing a surge of excitement, Xiao Yan turned to the stunned father and daughter, who were rendered speechless by shock. 5,000 gold coins. The girl looked at the young man before her with awe, pondering how he could be so young. Such a question arose in her mind. 5,000 gold coins. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, and with a flicker of light from the ring on his finger, he casually tossed 3 pills into the young girl's hands. These were 3 chi-gathering pills. It would be best to leave this precious scale in my care. Having said that, he gently tucked away the 7 scales, and with a powerful flap of his battle wings, he vanished from the auction house. It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed since Xiao Yan's disappearance that the crowd regained their composure from the earlier shock. The little princess of the Ji family had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Who would have thought that this scale was such a precious item? Someone swallowed hard. Indeed, that terrifying phantom of the magical beast had darkened the skies. It was initially believed to be a scale from a 7th-tier beast, but it appeared the level was even higher. An experienced expert remarked, yet his understanding was limited, and he could not truly ascertain its worth. The spectacle they had witnessed had long surpassed their wildest imaginations, and they all understood that such treasures were beyond their reach. What truly stirred their envy were the 3 chi-gathering pills that the powerful figure had bestowed upon the Ji family princess. These 3 pills were likely worth over 500,000 gold coins, and the Ji family princess, in a moment of whimsy, had received a return exceeding 100-fold. Such fortune was indeed enviable. However, they could only covet it from afar, for the patriarch of the Ji family had already reached the pinnacle of the great fighter realm, ranking among the top 3 strongest in the city. Only the Ji family princess gazed at Xiao Yan's vanishing figure with a look imbued with inexplicable meaning. One day, I too shall become such a formidable strength, she murmured softly. The appearance of the 7-colored demon saint's phantom was far too distant for these minor figures. So distant that many dared not even imagine it. Yet, their hesitation did not reflect the thoughts of those at higher levels. Unlike previous apparitions in the magical beast mountain range that had predominantly affected the beasts themselves, this time the commotion reverberated through multiple empires and major forces in the northern part of the magical beast mountain range. In an instant, over 100 experts at the fighter king and emperor levels, along with nearly 10 rarely seen fighter zone powerhouses, appeared in the sky, all heading towards Xiao Yan's direction. The strength of this magical beast phantom in its prime likely reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier, perhaps even the 9th tier, if this were a legacy. It might offer a chance to elevate me to the fighter zone realm. A fighter zone who had not emerged for a century licked his lips in anticipation. Such a high-level magical beast phantom would undoubtedly attract many top-tier experts. Perhaps I could seize the opportunity to gain some benefits amidst the turmoil, thought another fighter king. The emergence of the super magical beast phantom could potentially lead to the dissemination of news regarding its legacy, spreading with terrifying swiftness throughout the northern magical beast mountain range. At this moment, Xiao Yan was following the path illuminated by the vibrant, multicolored scales. As the 7 reverse scales converged, they exuded an astonishing vitality, transforming into a lively little serpent that darted off in another direction. After soaring thousands of miles, the first formidable presence emerged. This was a warrior of the Dou Huang level, and upon catching sight of the animated 7-colored serpent, a flicker of greed crossed his face. However, he refrained from launching an attack, for the aura emanating from Xiao Yan instilled within him a sense of danger. Soon after, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th powerful figures appeared in succession. Most of these individuals possessed strength at the Dou Huang and Dou Wang levels. They dared only to follow from a distance, too intimidated to act. It wasn't until they had traveled several hundred miles that a middle-aged man, seemingly treading on the very air, materialized before Xiao Yan. Young friend, might you part with those 7 scales? I would be willing to exchange 1 imperial pill for them, he said, a smile on his face, though his gaze towards the 7-colored serpent brimmed with avarice. What are you, to speak to me in such a manner? Xiao Yan retorted coldly, regarding the middle-aged man with a mocking smile. What am I? The Dou expert's face registered shock, swiftly turning sullen as he glared at Xiao Yan. A mere Dou Huang dares to address me in such a way. Since you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for forcing you to drink a bitter cup. With that, he extended his hand, morphing it into a colossal energy hand that surged toward Xiao Yan. What arrogance, a mere 2-star Dou trying to intimidate me. Xiao Yan scoffed, having finally unleashed his full power since departing from Zhongzhou. Soul-shattering spike. An intangible soul attack instantly brought agony to the Dou warrior's visage, rendering his expression momentarily blank. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Xiao Yan appeared before his opponent in a flurry of afterimages. With a twist of his waist and a shift of his hips, he concentrated his Dou Qi into his fist, unleashing the terrifying strength of his crimson flame demon body in its entirety. Boom! With a single punch, the Dou warrior was sent flying like a cannonball, spewing forth an untold amount of blood. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself grievously injured, a deep imprint of a fist engraved upon his chest. Do you dare to obstruct my path with such meager strength? Xiao Yan sneered. Loosening his joints slightly, he transformed into a streak of light, trailing after the little serpent. Leaving behind a group of Dou Huang and Dou Wang warriors, their faces painted with shock. Did I see that correctly? A peak Dou Huang actually inflicted serious injury on a 2-star Dou with a single punch? They exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, several Dou Wang warriors wore expressions of hesitation. Let it be, let it be. This treasure is beyond our reach. Meddling would only lead to our demise by the residual waves. With that, they departed the scene. The remaining warriors exchanged glances, yet they all decided to follow suit. However, their speed was no match for the youth, and before they could soar over 100 miles, formidable opponents would obstruct their path, allowing only a few Dou Wang to barely keep pace. After Xiao Yan had flown 3,000 miles, he was trailed by over 100 Dou Wang and Dou Huang, their gazes towards him imbued with awe. All the powerful beings they had encountered along the way had succumbed to a single strike from this youth. Whether they were peak Dou Huang or novice Dou all were grievously injured by his punch. Even 2 malevolent Dou Huang had their heads crushed into a mist of blood by a mere slap. The boy's casual demeanor suggested he was merely smashing a watermelon. It was only when an elder, treading upon the void, made his appearance that the nonchalant expression on the youth's face shifted, and he temporarily stored the colorful serpents within a spatial ring. This elder's prowess was astonishingly that of a 4-star Dou. Chapter 153, Full Force Unleashed, Part 1. Young man, hand over what you possess, the elder said, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Xiao Yan. Yet, Xiao Yan merely chuckled, unperturbed. A 4-star Dou, you say? He cast a fleeting glance at the elder, a glimmer of excitement sparking in his eyes. Since departing from the Xiao clan, he had longed for a thrilling battle. Old fellow, if you desire what I have, you must first defeat me, Xiao Yan proclaimed. Soaring in the sky, a grin upon his face as he began to leisurely stretch his muscles. Defeat me? The elder appeared momentarily taken aback before a peculiar smile crept across his face. Young man, no matter how extraordinary you may be, you remain but a Dou Huang. Surely, you understand the vast chasm between us. Haha, a sandbag delivered to my doorstep. It would be remiss not to strike. Xiao Yan's provocative demeanor instantly darkened the elder's expression. Could it be that after so long in seclusion, even a mere Dou Huang dares to challenge me? With that, the elder stepped forward. Traversing 100 feet in an instant, his cold gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan. Since you are so audacious, do not blame this old man for being merciless. Just you? Xiao Yan replied with a cold laugh. I hope you can provide me with a truly exhilarating fight. With that, he tore open his black robe, revealing a robust physique. My heavens, that elder must be the former patriarch of the Yuan Zone. It is said he has not emerged from seclusion for decades. And now he has reached 4-star Dou. The onlooking warriors displayed expressions of shock. Despite the youth's formidable talents, facing this 4-star Dou seemed to ensure his demise. Many wondered where the boy derived his confidence to confront such an established Dou. However, recalling that he had once grievously injured a 2-star Dou with a single punch, a flicker of anticipation crossed their faces. This battle was destined to be nothing short of spectacular. Youngster, you are drinking the fine wine only to receive the bitter. Observing Xiao Yan's unyielding stance, the elder snorted coldly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared right before Xiao Yan. Before him lay the withered, aged palm enveloped in a veil of mist, concealing a formidable power capable of shattering a mountain with ease, as it surged violently towards Xiao Yan. Should this hand strike an ordinary Dou Huang, it would surely spell doom for them. Yet, Xiao Yan erupted into hearty laughter, retaliating with a powerful punch that collided with the elder's palm. A thunderous shockwave rippled through the air, causing the surrounding experts to shift uneasily. After their clash, the elder remained steadfast. while Xiao Yan was forced to retreat several dozen paces. Young man, you possess commendable strength, but you are no match for me. Surrender your possessions, and I may spare your life. The elder remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Xiao Yan with indifference. Ha ha, I have already stated that you are fit only to be my punching bag. Xiao Yan's sudden laughter left those around him momentarily speechless, bewildered by the source of his confidence. Yet, it soon became evident as Xiao Yan's hand formed intricate seals, and the 3 fiery tattoos upon his back seemed to come alive. Indeed, 3 flames now adorned him, 1 rare fire and 2 8th-tier beast fires. Boom. The first flame, a blend of black and white, ignited, causing Xiao Yan's stature to surge upward, his physique becoming remarkably robust, brimming with explosive strength. The second tattoo of a cerulean lion flared to life, amplifying his aura further, causing the very fabric of space to ripple with the motion of his body. As the third eerie black serpent tattoo ignited, his power ascended yet another tier. This final tattoo emanated from the soul fire of the underworld serpent, a testament to Xiao Yan's clandestine cultivation during his time in the Valley of the Little Healing Fairy, where he had refined 3 tattoos from the Qi Lian Yin demon body. Old man, let us continue. Xiao Yan bellowed with glee, his foot barely grazing the ground as he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the elder. Physical combat techniques? The elder's expression grew grave as the white mist upon his palm began to coalesce once more, readying for another clash with Xiao Yan's fist. This time, Xiao Yan staggered back 3 steps, while the elder retreated by 1. What formidable physical strength! The elder noted, his gaze sharpening. Yet even so, you are still no match for me. His thoughts were interrupted as a fist, the size of a sandbag, barreled towards him once again. Your chatter is excessive, Xiao Yan retorted, delivering punch after punch. Though his strength was still slightly inferior to the elder's, the disparity had diminished considerably, and he was consumed by the desire to engage in a thrilling battle. Bang! The sounds of flesh colliding echoed persistently, and the elder's countenance grew increasingly grave. In terms of raw power, he indeed surpassed the youth, yet the boy's physical resilience was astonishing. The force of their exchanges was easily borne by Xiao Yan's formidable body. While the elder began to feel the strain, after a quarter of an hour, he sensed a tingling numbness in his frequently engaged limbs. In stark contrast, the young man appeared invigorated by the fight, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. Where on earth did this formidable creature emerge from? The elder's heart was already growing weary of such relentless combat. In a fleeting moment, he vanished, reappearing 100 feet away. Yet, just as he evaded, a robust figure materialized once more before him. How could a mere Dou Huang possess such swiftness? Startled, the elder found himself ensnared in a fierce struggle against Xiao Yan once again. The onlookers, comprising numerous Dou Kings and Dou Huangs, stood in stunned silence, witnessing the clash that seemed to rend the very fabric of space, leaving behind a multitude of tiny fissures. How could a peak Dou Huang contend with a 4-star Dou Zong to such an extent? The scene before them appeared to shatter their understanding of reality. Young man, I concede your strength, but I refuse to believe you can turn the tide any further. After delivering a fierce blow, the elder rubbed his numbed hand. While retreating, he began forming seals, seemingly preparing to unleash a formidable Dou technique. Observing this, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a faint smile as he swiftly began to form his own seals. This young lad was actually overpowering a 4-star Dou Zong? A glimmer of excitement flickered across the faces of the onlookers. However, it seemed this was the limit. The old sect master of Yuanzong was about to unleash his ultimate move. One Dou Huang couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. As the elder retreated, a colossal handprint, spanning dozens of feet, manifested in the sky. Earth-tier low-level Dou technique. Morning Yuan great handprint. The elder bellowed, the massive handprint surging towards Xiao Yan with terrifying force. Excellent. Xiao Yan's expression bore no hint of fear as he altered his hand seals, a palm-sized handprint, interwoven in black and white, emerged in the space before him. Earth-tier high-level Dou technique. Yin Yang's sacred fire seal. Boom. The black and white handprint appeared far less daunting than the enormous handprint, yet upon collision, a cataclysmic clash ensued. Instantly, an energy storm with a diameter of nearly 100 feet erupted, splintering the surrounding space with countless cracks. The dreadful shockwave caused the powerful observers in the distance to turn pale. Amidst the astonished gazes, a dimmed black and white handprint pierced through the storm, gently striking the elder's chest. Bang! The seemingly powerless palm print, upon landing on the elder's chest, despite his defensive Dou technique, bore down with such force that it left a profound imprint on his chest. A sound akin to a thunderous bell reverberated as the elder's form was propelled like a cannonball into the ground, creating a massive crater with a diameter of several dozen feet. As the dust settled, The old sect master of Yuanzhong was found half kneeling in the pit, blood spilling from his mouth. No, it's impossible. He gazed up at Xiao Yan in the sky, disbelief etched across his features, but ultimately, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Silence enveloped the scene. In the vast expanse of the sky, a multitude of powerful beings found themselves enveloped in a momentary silence. A formidable figure at the 4-star Dou zone level stood before them, and even their combined strength might falter against him. Yet, the youth before them, possessing only the cultivation of a peak Dou Huang, had effortlessly defeated this 4-star Dou zone, leaving them profoundly astounded. However, the young man, Xiao Yan, hovering in the air, did not display any semblance of pride. Instead, his gaze shifted towards a distant space. 3 of you, since you have arrived, there is no need to conceal yourselves any longer. As his words faded, a ripple emerged from the distant void, revealing 3 elderly figures clad in identical robes as they slowly stepped forth. It was the Purple Spirit Trio, all of whom were Dou Zone level experts, with their weakest member being a 2-star Dou Zone and the strongest a 4-star Dou Zone. Together, these 3 old men could even contend against a 5-star Dou Zone. The gathered powerful beings exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they recognized the 3 purple-robed elders. Little did they expect that just after the youth had vanquished the old master of the Yuan Zone, 3 Dou Zone level experts would also make their appearance. Young friend, your talent is indeed extraordinary, a rarity among geniuses. We harbor a deep appreciation for such talent. If you would relinquish that precious spirit item, we assure you we shall not trouble you. The eldest of the Purple Spirit Trio spoke with a jovial demeanor. Having witnessed the details of the earlier battle, they were acutely aware of the youth's hidden strengths at such a tender age, suspecting he was a peerless genius from a powerful faction. Had it not been for the exceptional value of that spirit item, they would never have considered provoking him. Trouble me? Xiao Yan's lips curled into a defiant smile. You 3 think you can challenge me? You. The expressions of the Purple Spirit Trio darkened instantaneously. After your recent battle with the old master of the Yuan Zone, your Dou Qi must be nearly depleted. Are you truly so confident that you can engage in another fight? Regardless of the youth's remarkable prowess, a single advanced Earth-level Dou technique would be sufficient to exhaust his energy. Depleted Dou Qi? A smile flickered on Xiao Yan's face as he spread his arms wide, summoning 2 colossal black and white fire dragons that emerged behind him. Who said I was out of Dou Qi? Boom. The black and white fire dragons began to swirl. And to everyone's astonishment, the energy of the heavens and earth was rapidly being refined by these dragons, transforming into pure Dou Qi that flowed back into Xiao Yan's body. In mere moments, the youth's aura ceased to wane, instead recovering at an astonishing pace. Exotic fire. This young man possesses exotic fire. The expressions of the Purple Spirit Trio shifted dramatically. Attack. Do not allow him to recover. As they spoke, the 3 swiftly moved into action. Heh. You 3 may not be faster than me. Xiao Yan sneered, his figure instantly becoming a blur. Damn it, this kid's agility is likely exceptional. The Purple Spirit Trio exchanged glances, split up, and pursue. The trio swiftly dispersed, forming 3 distinct positions in the sky, intent on obstructing Xiao Yan's advance. However, the moment they separated, a flicker of regret appeared on the faces of several individuals in the distance who had previously witnessed Xiao Yan's prowess. It seemed that the 3 elders of the Purple Spirit sect would struggle to contend with this young man. As anticipated, moments later, the weakest among the 3 elders, a 2-star Dou Zone, was the first to confront Xiao Yan. In your current state, you are no match for us. The elder huffed coldly. Yet pain quickly contorted his features. By the time he regained his senses, a formidable figure had already closed in on him. 8 extremes burst. Xiao Yan shouted, driving his elbow into the elder's chest. A sickening crack echoed, accompanied by the sound of internal injuries. The elder in the purple robe coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, plummeting towards the ground. Just as he was about to crash down, he hastily summoned spatial power to cushion his fall. Nonetheless, he still expelled another mouthful of blood. 3rd elder. Seeing this unfold, the other 2 elders gasped in alarm and charged at Xiao Yan once more. At their level of strength, unless their physical forms were utterly shattered, they would not perish. However, it was evident that they would struggle to harness their full power for a considerable time. Come at me. Xiao Yan welcomed the challenge. Alone against 2. Having lost the advantage of formation, while the 2 purple-robed elders could suppress Xiao Yan together, they were incapable of inflicting any substantial harm, only fueling Xiao Yan's exuberance. This is simply monstrous. Both the 2 purple-clad elders engaged in battle, and the onlookers could not help but swallow hard at the sight of Xiao Yan's escalating fervor. A peak Dou Huang was astonishingly holding his ground against a 3-star Dou Zone and a 4-star Dou Zone with such fervor. Having already grievously injured 2 Dou Zone experts, who would dare believe it? Yet, the scene before them was undeniable, with Xiao Yan's terrifying physical strength, elusive movement techniques, the searing heat of his, and his remarkable recovery abilities allowing him to face two opponents without much difficulty. At that moment, a blood-red spear materialized strangely behind Xiao Yan. In the midst of his exhilarating battle, he suddenly felt a chilling, prickling sensation, causing him to instinctively shift his body. His Dou Qi swiftly transformed into a small shield to deflect the blood-red spear. PFF. Though the small shield was hastily conjured, the spear's might was diminished by 80%, yet it still bore a formidable force that pierced Xiao Yan's chest. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's physique was incredibly resilient, resulting in only a shallow wound. Upon piercing Xiao Yan's body, an astonishing chill and sinister energy surged inward, but it was effortlessly refined by the yin-yang holy flame. Turning to face the source of the blood spear, Xiao Yan beheld a middle-aged man with crimson hair, grinning at him. The leader of the Blood Sea sect. The onlooking Dou Huangs exclaimed in shock. The Lord of Blood Sea is a formidable 3-star Dou Zong, a ruthless fiend who has honed his powers through the act of killing, with the lives he has claimed exceeding those of an entire city. Young man, surrender your treasures, and I shall grant you your freedom. The Lord of Blood Sea sneered at Xiao Yan. Is it just you? Xiao Yan remained unfazed, even allowing a disdainful smile to escape his lips. Of course not. We are joined by 2 others. A sinister voice echoed from the void. As a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe and an elderly woman entwined by a black serpent emerged from the shadows. It was the master of Jinding Pavilion and the elder of the Dark Serpent. The onlookers, who were Dou Huang experts, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. These 2 figures were indeed renowned top-tier experts. Their presence exuded the aura of 4-star Dou Zong. Heavens! 5 Dou Zong experts besieging a peak Dou Huang. What in the world is happening? The crowd watched in disbelief. These 5 were all seasoned, illustrious powers, standing at the pinnacle in a realm where Dou Zong experts were nearly extinct on the northwestern continent. Little brat, hand over your treasures. We acknowledge your strength. In a one-on-one fight, none of us here could contend with you. However, you are now surrounded by 5 well-established experts. If you persist in resistance, you may find yourself in grave danger, the master of Jinding Pavilion advised with a smile. Do you really think you pose a threat to me? Xiao Yan gazed at the master of Jinding Pavilion's feigned innocence, still wearing a scornful grin. At his words, impatience flared on the faces of the 5 experts. It seems you still refuse to relinquish your treasures at this juncture. I apologize, I misspoke. I did not mean to imply he is weak. Rather, I was referring to all of you present as weaklings, Xiao Yan remarked, pointing at the now grim-faced master of Jinding Pavilion. Huh, ignorant youth. I shall see if your prowess matches your bravado, came the chilling voice of the Lord of Blood Sea from a distance. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he replied with a faint smile, You are the first to ever dare to ambush me. In recognition of your courage, I have decided to take your life myself. His tone was arrogant, as if the act of slaying the Lord of Blood Sea were a privilege. If you are captured by my sect, I shall savor the taste of your extraordinary blood, the Lord of Blood Sea retorted with a sinister grin. Huh. Let us see if you possess the capability to capture me. Xiao Yan laughed heartily, conjuring a mysterious seal in his hands. 3 changes of heavenly fire. First change. As his voice echoed, the 5 experts were astonished to witness the surge of Dou Qi within Xiao Yan, revealing the terrifying power brought forth by the dual flames of yin and yang, comparable to bone spirit cold fire. Xiao Yan's aura surged dramatically, instantly breaking through the shackles of Dou Huang and ascending to the stage of Dou Zong. This formidable energy did not cease, gradually halting only at the mid-phase of 2-star Dou Zong. What kind of secret technique is this? The expressions of the 5 Dou Zong powerhouses shifted, yet the hand seals in Xiao Yan's possession remained unbroken. The transformation of heavenly fire, second change. The power of the blue lion demon flame reemerged. Although it could not rival the yin-yang twin flames, it was still an 8th-tier beast flame. With its activation, Xiao Yan's aura surged once more, reaching the initial phase of 3-star Dou Zong. Stop him. We cannot allow him to continue casting that secret technique. Seeing the relentless rise of Xiao Yan's aura, the elder of the underworld serpent cried out. At this moment, Xiao Yan could easily overpower any one of them, yet his energy continued to escalate. Stop me? A disdainful smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Yan's lips. Too late. Transformation of heavenly fire. Third change. Boom. His aura, now at the initial phase of 3-star Dou Zong, skyrocketed like a rocket until it peaked at the pinnacle of 3-star Dou Zong. Come at me together. I hope to enjoy a good fight. Xiao Yan laughed heartily, his long hair billowing without wind, his physique robust and athletic, illuminated by the glowing tattoos on his back, resembling a demonic deity. Altogether now, he is using a secret technique and cannot maintain it for long. The group wore expressions of trepidation, yet remained unwilling to abandon the alluring treasures at stake. Hee. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over them, and with a forceful step in the void, the space around him twisted and warped. 9 shadows of heavenly illusion, faced with the terrifying simultaneous assault of 5. Xiao Yan effortlessly dodged, and in the next moment, he appeared before the Blood Sea Sect Master. The Blood Sea Sect Master's expression changed drastically, hastily summoning a torrent of crimson Dou Qi for defense. However, Xiao Yan grinned menacingly and unleashed a straightforward punch. Bang! The fist, infused with the Yin-Yang holy flame, bore terrifying power that pierced through the blood-colored Dou Qi and crashed violently into the Blood Sea Sect Master's chest. Uffed! The Blood Sea Sect Master spat out a mouthful of blood, his ribs contorting as he was sent flying. Yet, before he could escape far, his body strangely twisted, attempting to transform into a blood shadow and flee. This young master has declared that dying at my hands is your honor. How dare you attempt to escape? A soul attack, akin to a sharp blade, pierced into the Blood Sea Sect Master's mind, causing his form to momentarily falter. When he recovered from the excruciating pain, Xiao Yan brandished a black and white spear. Since you dared to ambush me with a blood spear, I shall return the favor. A chilling smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. Yin-Yang Holy Fire Spear. The spear transformed into a streak of lightning, effortlessly piercing through the heart of the Blood Sea Sect Master. The Blood Sea Sect Master pointed at Xiao Yan, as flames of black and white ignited upon his chest. A fatal wound piercing the heart could merely be regarded as a grievous injury for a Dozong expert, still some distance from death. However, if it were to be tainted by foreign flames, the situation would be markedly different. Boom. The Master of the Blood Sea soon found himself engulfed in a conflagration of black and white flames, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Yet he remained unable to rid himself of this persistent foreign fire, akin to a parasite. He barely managed to escape before collapsing to the ground, rolling a few times before lying there in a state of utter exhaustion. A blood-red specter emerged from his body, seemingly attempting to flee, but soon enough, it too was engulfed in the black and white flames. Ultimately, the blood-red apparition emitted a silent scream, disintegrating into nothingness alongside the foreign fire, leaving behind a faint layer of human-shaped ashes as a testament to the fall of a 3-star Dozong. Meanwhile, in the sky, Xiao Yan had silently subdued the remaining 4 adversaries, possessing a physique comparable to a 4-star Dozong and peak Dou Qi of a 3-star Dozong. Coupled with an unending array of Dou techniques, even the 4-star Dozong were left in disarray. One of the 3-star Dozongs among the 3 elders of Ziling was severely wounded after a mere quarter of an hour of battle against Xiao Yan. Ha! Delightful indeed. Xiao Yan reveled in the sight of the 3 beleaguered 4-star Dozongs, stretching his limbs with abandon. At this juncture, the expressions of these 3 Dozong experts grew solemn. Young friend, your strength has earned our acknowledgement. You indeed possess remarkable prowess. Yet this treasure is far too precious for you to claim alone. The Master of the Golden Cauldron gazed intently at Xiao Yan, recognizing that his strength had garnered the respect of all present. What, do you think I cannot consume it? Can you? Xiao Yan retorted disdainfully, looking at the trio as if they were refuse. However, the 3 could no longer muster their anger. They understood well that this youth had yet to unleash his truly terrifying Dou techniques. Should he choose to do so, it was likely that 1 or 2 more would fall. Such strength was already deserving of their respect. Young friend, while your prowess indeed surpasses us, do you believe you can best the experts of this small portion of the northwestern continent? The Master of the Golden Cauldron continued to fixate on Xiao Yan. You may have bested us 4-star Dozongs, but 5-star Dozongs, 6-star Dozongs, and even Dozun experts will undoubtedly be drawn to this treasure. Are you truly capable of contending with the heroes of the entire northwestern continent? Xiao Yan stroked his chin, seemingly lost in contemplation. Observing his demeanor, a glimmer of hope lit upon the face of the Master of the Golden Cauldron. As long as you are willing to share this treasure, we can grant you priority. No. Xiao Yan suddenly shook his head gently. To contend with the heroes of the entire northwestern continent. Why not? His words resonated slowly in the ears of all present, rendering them momentarily speechless as they gazed at him in astonishment. How could this youth be so audacious, daring to challenge the champions of the entire northwestern continent? Since discussing this is futile, do not fault us for our lack of courtesy. The Master of the Golden Cauldron gazed at Xiao Yan, who remained impervious to persuasion, and could not help but grit his teeth. Everyone, come forth. As his voice resonated, nearly 10 figures emerged from various distant spaces. Young friend, we cannot bear to slay a prodigy such as yourself. It would be best if you graciously shared your treasures. Among them, the individual of the highest cultivation spoke slowly, his prowess already reaching the pinnacle of the 5-star Dozong. Share? Observing the complex and greedy expressions of these individuals, a mysterious smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. Is it possible that I, the young master, have been awaiting your full emergence? With these words, the countenance of the numerous formidable beings around him shifted slightly, and they hastily scanned their surroundings, only to find no hidden ambush. Hee, young man. I advise you to refrain from playing tricks, a middle-aged woman said with a smile, though a flicker of apprehension flashed in her eyes. The esteemed company present were all renowned powerhouses, each possessing an abundance of caution. They had long discerned the extraordinary nature of this youth. Achieving such a realm at such a young age was nothing short of astonishing, and coupled with his seemingly endless array of secret techniques and formidable soul power, it left even these venerable beings, who had lived for centuries, astounded. To attain such accomplishments and possess such profound depths at this age, it was evident that the young man must be backed by a significant force capable of nurturing such talent, likely supported by a Dou Zun stronghold. Yet, at their level, they had failed to detect any hidden experts nearby. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall lay it down here. If you wish to obtain that treasure, you must first defeat me. Xiao Yan regarded the group with a defiant expression, his fighting spirit at its peak, eager for a proper confrontation. Youth, do not be so arrogant. A middle-aged man stepped forward, casting a glance at Xiao Yan. No matter how extraordinary you are still merely a 9-star Dou Huang. I refuse to believe you can contend with all of us. Haha, with a bunch of rabble like you, do you truly think yourselves formidable? Xiao Yan deliberately provoked them, saying, come at me all at once. Arrogant. An irascible Dou Zone powerhouse could no longer contain himself, launching a colossal handprint toward Xiao Yan. Bring it on. Xiao Yan laughed heartily, delivering a punch against the massive handprint, shattering the attack of this 4-star Dou Zone with ease. Since you refuse to heed our warnings, do not blame us for our lack of civility. The remaining Dou Zone experts exchanged glances, joining the fray. In an instant, aside from the 2 5-star Dou Zone, everyone was embroiled in battle, transforming the space into chaos, with dark fissures appearing everywhere in their wake. Confronted by a dozen formidable Dou Zone warriors, Xiao Yan displayed not an ounce of trepidation on his countenance. Rather, he radiated an intense fervor for battle. He sensed that, following this confrontation, he would be but a single step away from attaining the rank of Dou Zone. With a thunderous roar, the assembled warriors unleashed their respective Dou techniques, each infused with vibrant and kaleidoscopic Dou Qi, hurtling towards Xiao Yan with great ferocity. Unfazed, Xiao Yan either deftly evaded their assaults or met them head-on, all the while finding the time to counterattack with his own techniques. Damn it, this kid's speed is astonishing. A 4-star Dou Zone glared at Xiao Yan, whose movements were as swift and unpredictable as lightning. It was evident to any discerning observer that he was employing a high-level Earth-tier movement technique. After all, even the most elite techniques possessed by his adversaries barely reached mid-tier Earth standards, while the majority of Dou Zone warriors wielded only low-tier Earth techniques. No sooner had he uttered his thoughts than a colossal beam of energy surged toward him, its formidable force sending a shiver down his spine. Flame-splitting wave ruler. 8 extremes collapse. Yin-Yang Sacred Spear. Azure Flame Lion S Fury. As Xiao Yan fought with increasing ferocity, one would expect an ordinary warrior, even a Dou Zone, to be drained of Dou Qi and fatigued after expending such a multitude of techniques. Yet, endowed with the terrifying endurance of the Yin-Yang Sacred Flame and possessing a formidable physique, he exhibited no signs of weariness despite his extravagant exertions. Even when he occasionally faced a momentary depletion of Dou Qi due to overconsumption, he effortlessly retrieved a high-grade pill from his possession under the envious gazes of numerous strong warriors. After entangled in battle for the duration of an incense stick, yet another 3-star Dou Zone fell victim to Xiao Yan's punch, severely wounded. How could a mere Dou Huang be such a formidable adversary? At this juncture, even the Dou Zone warriors cast glances at Xiao Yan that were tinged with fear. A 9-star Dou Huang, simultaneously besieged by over a dozen Dou Zone, had managed to eliminate several 3-star Dou Zone. Such power was indeed terrifying. If he were to break through to Dou Zone, would they not face complete annihilation today? A wave of astonishment washed over the Dou Zone warriors, while the Dou Huang and Dou Wang stood in stunned silence. This fellow is no mere human. Indeed, who has witnessed anyone capable of engaging so many powerful adversaries at such a level? A prodigy, he is nothing short of a prodigy. A prodigy? I believe even that term falls short. Perhaps a youthful Dou Emperor would not possess such might. This lad's future achievements may very well elevate him to the rank of a Dou Sage. Sighing, a Dou Huang lamented, why is there such a vast disparity among us? Even as fellow 9-star Dou Huangs, the ancestral figure from a certain empire suddenly felt as though he had lived a life unworthy of his stature. Young friend, that is enough. Just as Xiao Yan was embroiled in a tumultuous clash with the numerous Dou Zong, two even more powerful presences entered the fray. Evidently, the two 5-star Dou Zong who had been spectating could no longer remain passive. Come forth, Xiao Yan, as if possessed by madness, engaged in combat with these two 5-star Dou Zong warriors. However, upon the entrance of the two 5-star Dou Zong into the battlefield, Xiao Yan immediately found himself in a precarious position. With the strength of these two warriors, even a one-on-one confrontation would prove arduous for him, let alone facing both 5-star Dou Zong alongside nearly 10 4-star Dou Zong. Such a formidable force would compel even 6-star or 7-star Dou Zong experts to retreat. Boom. As Xiao Yan's fist collided with the peak 5-star Dou Zong expert, he was forced to retreat several dozen steps in the void, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Young friend, cease your futile resistance. If you are willing to share your treasures with us, we shall not make things difficult for you, the peak 5-star Dou Zong warrior remarked, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Share with you? What do you think that amounts to? Xiao Yan responded with a hearty laugh, eliciting a dark smile from the elder. Since you refuse, do not blame us for taking by force. As he spoke, a peculiar smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Now that you are all gathered, it is time for me to cast my net. With those words, an overwhelming sea of black and white flames erupted from within Xiao Yan, surging forth without restraint. Kid, yours is indeed impressive, but to think you can burn us to death with it is rather fanciful. One of the experts smiled derisively. I see you are at the end of your rope. Haha, you truly are a simpleton. Xiao Yan grinned as he formed hand seals. In the next moment, the raging sea of flames transformed into two colossal fire dragons, nearly 100 feet long, one black and one white, emanating both scorching heat and chilling cold. The terrifying energy contained within surprised even the two 5-star Dou Zong. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The two fire dragons began to whirl around, and in that instant, the onlookers felt as though the surrounding space had solidified, rendering their movement sluggish. As the dragons spun faster and faster, a terrifying pull emanated from them. By the time the experts realized what was happening, a massive black and white cauldron nearly 100 feet in diameter had materialized in the sky. Observing the grave expressions of the Dou Zong warriors, Xiao Yan's smile deepened, and he slowly uttered a phrase that caused their faces to change dramatically. Heavenly Class, Dou Technique, Yin Yang Reincarnation Cauldron. Chapter 157. Can you be my lackey? The enormous cauldron, nearly 100 feet in diameter, loomed in the sky, with two fire dragons, one black and one white, spiraling around its walls as if they were living beings. As the fire dragons rotated, a terrifying suction force was unleashed from within. The space beneath the cauldron, stretching 1,000 feet in diameter, seemed to freeze, making it exceedingly difficult for the powerful warriors to move. Heavenly Class, Dou Technique. How horrifying! The two fortunate warriors who had managed to evade the cauldron's grasp gazed in terror at the massive vessel, composed entirely of its emanating waves sending shivers down their spines. We shall no longer participate in this matter. Farewell. The two formidable Dou Zong warriors clasped their hands in a gesture of respect towards Xiao Yan before vanishing in a flash, swiftly retreating to a distance of 1,000 feet. Their figures flickered a few more times before disappearing from Xiao Yan's sight. This young man was indeed terrifying, revealing one hidden card after another. Now he even unleashed a quasi-heavenly tier Dou technique. Who could tell what other secrets he might possess? Even if he were to exhaust all his hidden strengths, these two individuals no longer wished to provoke him. As they observed the departing figures, a group of controlled Dou Zong, moving with great difficulty, turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan. Amidst their anxious expressions, Xiao Yan waved his right hand, causing the yin-yang twin dragons atop the massive cauldron to spin rapidly. A dreadful suction force suddenly emerged, destabilizing the positions of these Dou Zong warriors. How could this be? How could a mere 9-star Dou Huang possess such overwhelming strength? Despair etched itself upon the faces of these Dou Zong warriors. Although they could barely withstand the terrifying suction, the giant cauldron was steadily approaching them. As the yin-yang reincarnation cauldron drew nearer, one Dou Zong warrior could no longer resist the dreadful pull and was directly sucked into it. Young friend, we acknowledge your strength. We shall not covet this treasure any longer. Please spare us, the middle-aged woman implored through gritted teeth. Spare you? What gives you the audacity to plead for mercy from someone of my stature? Xiao Yan chuckled darkly as he accelerated the cauldron towards the group, soon engulfing the middle-aged woman as well. Your Dou technique is indeed fearsome, but overcoming me will still prove quite challenging. The elderly man at the peak of 5-star Dou Zong wore a grave expression. Everyone, let us strike together and shatter his Dou technique. The elder bellowed, launching a terrifying Dou technique. The others followed suit, unleashing their most formidable attacks against the cauldron. However, Apart from the strikes from the two 5-star Dou Zong that caused the cauldron to tremble slightly, the rest of their efforts yielded little to no effect. How could this be? How could the cauldron be so powerful? Despair washed over their faces. A group of renowned Dou Zong from the northwest continent was being subdued by a 9-star Dou Huang, and their imminent fate could very well be death. Meanwhile, the onlookers hovering in the sky bore expressions of shock, as a 9-star Dou Huang single-handedly subdued over a dozen seasoned Dou Zong, with the strongest among them reaching the pinnacle of 5-star Dou Zong. Who would dare to believe such a tale? Yet, this scene unfolded vividly before their eyes. They understood that this battle would surely echo throughout the entire northwest continent, and the name of this young man would resonate far and wide, even reaching other regions of the Dou Qi continent. After all, this spectacle was simply too surreal, just as various thoughts swirled in the minds of the onlookers. The previously tense expression of the old woman, the Ming snake, suddenly transformed into one of joy, as she shouted towards a certain direction in the sky. "Lord Governor, save me." As her voice resonated, a faint laughter echoed through the sky. How remarkable this young friend is, possessing the ability to suppress so many Dou Zong powerhouses with the prowess of a peak Dou Huang. With this proclamation, a handsome man clad in a blue robe emerged from the void, and at that moment, the astonished gasps of countless strong individuals filled the air. It is the Lord of the Sky Serpent House. My goodness, this treasure has even attracted the attention of the Lord of the Sky Serpent. He is truly a top-tier powerhouse of the northwest continent. His strength must have long since reached the level of a Dou Zun. Who would have thought that even Dou Zun experts would participate? Today has certainly broadened my horizons. Worth it, indeed. Are you the Lord of the Sky Serpent? Xiao Yan inquired, contemplating myriad thoughts as he gazed at the handsome figure before him. Indeed, the blue-robed man replied with a cheerful demeanor. Some Dou Zong lack the qualifications to share this treasure with you, but I wonder if this humble Dou Zun may be allowed to partake? His jesting tone instantly incited envy among the surrounding Dou Huang. How infuriating. When will I ever have a Dou Zun speak to me in such a manner? Just based on your stature, you might as well dream on. Xiao Yan scrutinized the Lord of the Sky Serpent before suddenly waving his hand, causing the enormous yin-yang cauldron in the sky to dissolve into wisps of flame. A throng of Dou Zong, previously ensnared, swiftly liberated themselves, while a middle-aged woman, her garments singed by the, hastily conjured an energy garment to cover her voluptuous form. Thank you, Lord, for saving our lives. The Dou Zong powerhouses bowed in gratitude to the Lord of the Sky Serpent. It appears, young friend, that you have consented to share the treasure with me? Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, the Lord of the Sky Serpent couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of relief within. From the various signs exhibited by this youth, it was evident that he had an even more powerful entity backing him. The Lord of the Sky Serpent was reluctant to resort to violence against such a young figure unless absolutely necessary. Just when everyone believed the situation was settled, Xiao Yan gently shook his head. With an earnest expression, he declared, "At present, I am in need of a subordinate. Although your cultivation is somewhat lacking, you could still prove useful to me. Would you consider being my lackey?" A gust of wind swept through, freezing the expressions of all present. It wasn't until several individuals audibly pinched their ears that they realized they had not misheard. What did he just say? Asking the Lord of the Sky Serpent to be his lackey? Slap. Why did you hit me? Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to ascertain whether I was dreaming. At that moment, even the expressions of the Dou Zong powerhouses displayed a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. Did this youth understand the gravity of his words? Asking a Dou Zun to be his subordinate? Surely, during the recent battle, no expert had struck his head. The Lord of the Sky Serpent was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately, he restored his nonchalant smile. Haha, young friend, you certainly have a knack for humor. It is delightful to encounter such an amusing youth after so many years. No, this is not a jest. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan gently shook his head, his expression remaining serious. Upon hearing this, the smile on the Tianqi Mansion Lord's face froze, gradually fading away, ultimately transforming into a sullen demeanor. Chapter 158, Let It Be Done. Silence enveloped the scene, with all present gazing at Xiao Yan in muted astonishment. After a moment, the Tianqi Mansion Lord slowly spoke. Interesting, indeed. I have traversed the northwestern continent for many years. Yet today is the first time a Dou Huang dares to speak to me in such a manner. Young man, I admire your courage. However, today, regardless of your background or strength, you shall learn the price of offending a Dou Zun powerhouse. In the face of the Dou Zun's intimidation, a flicker of trepidation crossed Xiao Yan's face. I am so frightened, he said mockingly. Gulp. Many could not help but swallow hard. This lad truly fears not for his life. Very well. Even the Tianqi Mansion Lord, with his temperament, could not resist taking a deep breath. He fixed a penetrating gaze on Xiao Yan, his palms stirring the air with spatial fluctuations as he slowly raised his hand. Wait. Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his hand. What? Are you having second thoughts? A hint of amusement danced across the Tianxi mansion lord's face. Yet, even if this youth were to kneel and plead for mercy, he would ensure he suffered for a while. If the forces behind him were not as formidable as his own, his smile had yet to fade when he noticed Xiao Yan looking behind him. Gentlemen, since you have arrived, do not hide any longer. Reveal yourselves, and I shall consider granting you two a position as my subordinates. At these words, the Tianxi mansion lord's expression shifted slightly, and he abruptly turned to look behind him. The previously tranquil space began to ripple once more, revealing a burly man and a rotund elder who materialized in the air. It was the lord of the Shimming sect and the esteemed fooding elder. As the two figures appeared, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. These two had both reached the level of 4-star Dou Zun, significantly surpassing the Tianxi mansion lord in strength. Yet, their personalities were starkly contrasting. One was righteous while the other was wicked. The lord of the Shimming sect, Shi Tian, was known for his greed and lust, leading a sect notorious as one of the top 3 malevolent forces on the northwestern continent. The several empires within hundreds of thousands of miles surrounding the Shimming sect had suffered greatly under its tyranny. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming strength of the Shimming sect, no one had been able to contend with it in recent years. On the other hand, the fooding elder was a genial old man who roamed the continent freely. Though his alchemical talent was merely average, he possessed a profound passion for the craft, boasting a terrifying strength as a 4-star Dou Zun, as well as the prowess of a quasi-8th grade alchemist. His reputation across the northwestern continent was relatively favorable, but due to his elusive nature, few powerful individuals truly knew him. Having been discovered by Xiao Yan, both individuals wore expressions of astonishment, yet their gazes towards him mirrored that of the lord of the heavenly serpent manor. Brat, hand over the treasure obediently, and I may spare your life. Lion Tian declared dominantly as he fixated on Xiao Yan, seemingly prepared to crush him at the slightest dissent. Meanwhile, the venerable Fu Ding observed Xiao Yan with an eager smile, as if he beheld a precious artifact. Little one, your talent astounds me. If you would deign to take me as your master and present that treasure, I would grant you a fraction of fortune and impart my lifelong alchemical knowledge to you, potentially nurturing you into an 8th grade alchemist. What say you? Upon hearing this, the expressions of several Dou Zong and Dou Huang transformed drastically, and even the 2 other Dou Zun were taken aback. Damn it, what kind of prodigy is this kid that has caught Fu Ding's eye? Many formidable figures cast envious glances at Xiao Yan. A 4-star Dou Zun and a quasi-8th grade alchemist willing to take on an apprentice was an unparalleled opportunity. The lord of the heavenly serpent and Lion Tian remained fixated on Xiao Yan, for Fu Ding's proposition was indeed enticing, even to them. Why are you so ordinary yet so confident? Xiao Yan glanced at Fu Ding with exasperation. Young friend, if you hand over the treasure to me, I can arrange for you to receive the heavenly serpent's baptism, the lord of the heavenly serpent urged, growing impatient. Brat, if you dare to surrender the treasure to those two, even if old Fu protects you, I will ensure your demise today. Lion Tian exclaimed, unsheathing his massive blade at the sight of the other 2 Dou Zun vying for Xiao Yan's allegiance. Hey, what do you 3 take me for? Xiao Yan sighed at the trio. Right now, I am the one considering you as my subordinates, not the other way around. Do you understand? His words swept through the air like a chilling breeze, and moments later, Lion Tian erupted into boisterous laughter. It has been ages since anyone spoke to me like that. Amusing. Today, I shall grant you a swift death, he declared, raising his great blade. The other powerful figures beneath the Dou Zun level turned pale at this sight and hastily considered fleeing. This fiend was known for his mercilessness, and accidental killings were commonplace for him. Observing Lion Tian's demeanor, Xiao Yan waved his hand helplessly. All right, Wu Lao, make your move. As his words fell, an invisible wave surged forth, and the 2 elders abruptly appeared behind Xiao Yan. The moment the 2 elders materialized, the 3 Dou Zun were visibly shaken, particularly Lion Tian, who turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Xiao Yan chuckled subtly, extending his right hand, which conjured a colossal hand several hundred feet long, exuding an ominous power akin to controlling the very elements. With a downward motion, the enormous hand descended towards Lion Tian with ferocity. You think capturing me will be so simple? Feeling the surrounding space had been sealed, Shi Tian let out a cold sneer, and with a swift motion, his mighty blade cleaved through the air, unleashing dozens of blade rays that stretched 100 feet long. However, upon striking against the enormous hand, these fearsome slashes merely left a few shallow imprints, as the colossal hand continued its descent with terrifying force. Thud! The hand descended upon Shi Tian as if swatting a fly, and the formidable Dou Zun was brutally smashed into the ground. Moments later, The two saints of literature and martial arts brought forth the three Dou Zun, whose fighting spirit had been suppressed, to stand before Xiao Yan. At that moment, the three Dou Zun gazed at Xiao Yan and his companions with blank expressions, no matter how knowledgeable or imaginative they were. They could not fathom that a mere young Dou Huang could have two semi-holy figures in his entourage. How many times had they encountered semi-holy beings in their lives? How could they dare not kneel before the young master of their clan? With a cold snort, Xiao Wu commanded them, and they promptly knelt before Xiao Yan with a thud. What did you just say to the young master? Xiao Yan approached Shi Tian, a smile playing on his lips as he patted his face. I said, esteemed young master, I hope you will spare my life, Shi Tian replied, grinning obsequiously. I still prefer your defiant demeanor. Xiao Yan chuckled, then inquired, which faction do you belong to, and what is your name? I am Shi Tian, the master of the Shi Ming sect. Shi Tian maintained his sycophantic smile, having already resolved that if Xiao Yan were to accept him as a subordinate, he would immediately bow in submission. Concepts of pride and dignity meant nothing in the face of such power. A Dou Huang guarded by two semi-holy beings. What kind of terrifying background must he possess? Aligning himself with such a figure would undoubtedly be advantageous. Shi Ming sect, Shi Tian? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. This individual appeared to be a villain. In the original narrative, he seemed to harbor designs on his queen. Individuals like you, who have committed numerous misdeeds and are duplicitous, I cannot accept as subordinates. With that, he waved his hand lightly. Wu Lao, dispose of him. Chapter 159. The alchemist who once knelt before me kill? You cannot kill me. Shi Tian's face displayed a mix of terror and confusion. Before he could utter another word, Xiao Wu's hand transformed into a blade and swiftly cut across his neck. Thud. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and a large head, wide-eyed in shock, suddenly fell to the ground. Oh no. The smiling Xiao Yan suddenly slapped his forehead. It seems I've rather severely damaged this corpse. I was hoping to use it to forge a body for Yun Patian. Why the rush, young master? There are still two individuals here, Xiao Wu replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. That is true. Xiao Yan glanced at the other two Dou Zun, who trembled involuntarily at the recent events. A four-star Dou Zun had just perished so easily? As they pondered this, a soul shadow erupted from Shi Tian's corpse, darting away like a streak of lightning toward the distant horizon. Kikik, trying to escape. With a peculiar chuckle, Xiao Wu waved his long sleeves, and two obsidian chains shot forth like venomous serpents, instantly elongating to a staggering length, effortlessly piercing through the soul of Shi Tian. A cry of agony escaped Shi Tian's spirit, yet it was swiftly ensnared by the dark chains, rendering it utterly powerless to struggle. Young master, how shall we deal with this fellow's soul? Xiao Wu inquired as he retrieved Shi Tian's spirit, then turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan. This one's soul holds little value. Let us consign it to the soul-nurturing grounds as mere fertilizer, Xiao Yan replied dismissively, casting a glance at the pleading spirit. Indeed, young master. Xiao Wu produced a pitch-black jade vial and captured Shi Tian's soul within it. Let us also collect the corpse. We must not waste it. The blood it has spilled can still be used for alchemy. A Dou Zun's body is a treasure trove, Xiao Yan remarked with a gleeful smile, resembling a frugal young heir. However, his words fell upon the ears of the lord of the heavenly serpent manor and the respected Fu Ding like whispers from a demon. Once Shi Tian's affairs were settled, Xiao Yan approached Fu Ding. You are a decent fellow. I shall spare your life. He observed Fu Ding's rotund form, akin to a glutinous rice ball. Thank you, young master, for your mercy. Fu Ding hastily expressed his gratitude. However, to seek me as your disciple. Why do you possess such confidence despite your ordinariness? Xiao Yan regarded him with disdain. Fu Ding opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. In the past, a 4-star Dou Zun and a quasi-8 grade alchemist seeking to take a 9-star Dou Huang as a disciple would have been deemed an extraordinary opportunity. Who could have imagined that the guards around this individual were two half-saints? I offer you an opportunity. Serve as my subordinate, and I shall cultivate you into an 8 grade alchemist. Xiao Yan cast a calm glance at Fu Ding. Though this man may appear as an average individual, he still holds significant utility. Being both formidable and skilled in alchemy, he is indeed a valuable tool. Serve as your subordinate? A flicker of hesitation crossed Fu Ding's face. Given that even half-saints were merely protectors beside this youth, his taking on the role of subordinate as a mere Dou Zun seemed far from disgraceful. Yet, having always lived a carefree life, he found the prospect of being subordinate to a mere youth to be somewhat disconcerting. Is there hesitation still? As Fu Ding wavered, Xiao Wu raised his hand threateningly. Elder Wu, do not be so impulsive, Xiao Yan interjected, redirecting his attention back to Fu Ding. Elder, have you heard of the revered alchemist Yao Chen? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a glimmer of recognition illuminated Fu Ding's countenance. I've heard of him. His alchemical skills are unparalleled across the entire Dou Qi continent. and every alchemist holds him in high esteem. Ah, that old fellow once knelt and wept, pleading for me to become his disciple, and I reluctantly acquiesced. Should you choose to align yourself with me, I can grant you the position of a privileged junior disciple. Xiao Yan's nonchalant words echoed in Fu Ding's ears like a fantastical dream. The young man's teacher turned out to be the legendary medicine sovereign, which explained why he felt so ordinary. Yet, it was astonishing that such a prominent figure would kneel and weep, pleading for a disciple. Initially skeptical, he chose to believe upon witnessing the two semi-saint figures behind Xiao Yan. Senior brother, from this day forth, I shall follow you, the obedient medicine sovereign stated. Indeed, that's the spirit, Xiao Yan replied, a hint of satisfaction gracing his visage. Talent is a rare commodity. It is easy to eliminate a few, merely requiring Xiao Wu's swift blade, but nurturing one is an arduous endeavor. A Dou powerhouse is not merely a common vegetable, even within the Xiao clan. Typically, a prodigy, even with the finest resources, may require a century to ascend to the status of Dou. After successfully recruiting the medicine sovereign, Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Manor. Do you now take my earlier words to heart? Indeed, indeed. The Lord of the Heavenly Serpent nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Are you now willing to pledge your allegiance to my cause? Xiao Yan inquired with a charming smile. Absolutely. The Lord of the Heavenly Serpent realized that in the face of mortality, the prestige of a Dou was not of paramount importance. Within the Heavenly Serpent Manor, he was not the sole Dou. However, even collectively, their strength paled in comparison to that of the semi-saint, and he harbored thoughts akin to those of Tian. That aligning himself with Xiao Yan was undoubtedly a fortuitous endeavor. Now that's more like it. Xiao Yan nodded approvingly at Xiao Wu. Receiving the silent command, Xiao Wu lifted the restrictions on both individuals. In that moment, as they beheld the remnants of Tian's blood upon the ground, an overwhelming sense of rebirth enveloped them. You too may return for now. When I require your services, I shall summon you with these communication jade slips. Xiao Yan casually tossed 2 jade slips to them, then cast a gentle glance at the multitude of strong figures around, who now appeared numbed by the events. A small, multicolored serpent darted from his spatial ring once more. With a subtle smile, he unfurled his wings of fighting spirit and pursued the trail of the vibrant serpent. Once Xiao Yan departed, the medicine sovereign and the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent exchanged glances. Sigh, sigh. They both sighed and glanced once more at the bloodstains on the ground. Fortunately, we survived. Indeed, we survived. A polite yet awkward smile adorned their faces as they surveyed the onlooking powerful figures. Their forms twisted oddly in space before vanishing from sight. After their departure, a cluster of onlookers, alongside those who had suffered defeat at the hands of the Dou, exchanged bewildered glances, their faces still etched with shock. What on earth is this young man's background? I don't know, but he is certainly not someone we can provoke. Did you not see a Dou powerhouse fall so easily? Indeed, a top-tier powerhouse from the northwestern continent has perished just like that. I heard their corpse and soul are to be used as fertilizer. It's truly surreal. Let us disperse, everyone. This matter is beyond our capacity to engage with. That young man was merely honing his skills on us. Alas, to be defeated by a 9-star Dou Emperor in such a manner is truly humiliating. Yet, one cannot express it so, for even Dou experts have become subservient to him. Is it not an honor to have been bested by such a formidable adversary? Oh, dear brother, your perspective is indeed intriguing. Life is fleeting. One ought to maintain a broader outlook. With the departure of numerous powerful beings, the exploits and legends of Xiao Yan began to gradually disseminate across the northwestern continent. Chapter 160, The Queen of Medusa. What? A 9-star Dou Emperor battling against a dozen Dou and managing to slay several while severely injuring others? Brother, surely you have lost your mind. I witnessed this with my own eyes. Why would I deceive you? If you doubt my words, inquire with your sect leader. He too was among those who suffered blows. Let it be. If this is indeed true, should I approach the sect leader, I might find myself silenced. Nevertheless, I find it hard to believe how a 9-star Dou Emperor could achieve such terrifying feats. But what I have shared with you is merely the first half. Within the tavern, 2 Dou kings were engaged in a toast, and the one recounting the tale chuckled as he spoke. Did you know that this treasure attracted even 3 Dou experts? The appearance of Dou experts raises the question, what manner of treasure could this be? I am uncertain, but guess the outcome. Did those 3 Dou experts fail to seize the youth? The other Dou king displayed an expression of disbelief. I knew your imagination would falter here. You see, behind that youth emerged 2 elders who subdued a Dou expert with but a single palm strike. The lord of the Tianxi mansion, the esteemed Fu Ding, and the leader of the Lion Ming sect were all captured in an instant. Brother, one should not exaggerate tales of bravado. I am not boasting. I witnessed the very moment the head of the Lion Ming sect fell to the ground, and the other two powerful figures subsequently pledged allegiance to that youth. The Lion Ming sect leader is dead? He was a notorious villain. If your rumor reaches ears, you would surely face dire consequences. I anticipated your skepticism, mark my words. Within days, the Lion Ming sect will undergo a cataclysmic transformation. The demise of a Dou Zun expert will undoubtedly send shockwaves across the northwestern continent. Could it be that he has truly perished? If so, how formidable must those two elders be, and what sort of force has that youth emerged from? My heavens! Such events reverberated throughout the various empires surrounding the monster beast mountain range, while the central figure of this tale, Xiao Yan, soared with an unusual expression towards a particular direction. After a series of twists and turns, he found himself returning to the Gamma Empire. Having traversed thousands of miles from the southern part of the monster beast mountain range to the north to collect 7 demon saint reverse scales, he now found himself once again near the Gamma Empire. At this moment, Xiao Yan was less than 1,000 miles from the capital of Gamma. Yet it appeared that the path of this colorful little serpent did not lead towards the capital itself. After flying for yet another 1,000 miles, Xiao Yan gradually sensed the air around him becoming increasingly arid, with a sea of yellow sand materializing before his eyes. To his astonishment, it was indeed here. Gazing down at the boundless desert beneath him, a bewildered expression crossed his face. The inheritance of the 7-colored demon saint was concealed within the Tegel Desert. Could there possibly be a connection to the so-called Serpent People? By this point, Xiao Yan had been in flight for 3 days, not due to a lack of speed on his part, but because the pace of the 7-colored serpent had initially been rather slow. However, as they drew closer to the Tegel Desert, the serpent's speed increased significantly, nearly matching Xiao Yan's own at present. Along the journey, he passed over numerous desert cities of varied architectural styles, some constructed by humans and others by the Serpent People. Occasionally, he spotted a few enchanting serpent women on the ground, which only intensified his admiration for the queen. After another half-day, the serpent finally came to a halt in a desolate area of the desert. As Xiao Yan surveyed the endless expanse of sand surrounding him, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind. Just then, the 7-colored serpent erupted with a dazzling radiance, and as the brilliance burst forth, the very fabric of space around them began to warp and shatter. Thunderous rumbles echoed as an ancient and grand architectural complex slowly emerged from the desert. In comparison to the ancient relic left by the Yinyang evil saint, the scale of this ruin was evidently far greater. In fact, it was nearly as expansive as the sacred Dan city in Xiao Yan's memory. This signified that, thousands of years ago, a remarkably illustrious power once thrived in this place. With the emergence of the ancient ruins, a luminous 7-colored pillar surged forth from the heart of the ancient city, piercing the heavens. The sheer force of it transformed the previously clear sky into a tapestry of vibrant hues. As this pillar ascended, all serpent-type magical beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles raised their heads, their previously indifferent vertical pupils now glimmering with a mix of yearning and reverence. They could sense a deep-rooted call from afar, as if something within their very blood was beckoning them forth. This sensation was not exclusive to the serpent beasts. It also resonated with the serpent people who had dwelled in the desert for generations. In that moment, the serpent people across the Tegel Desert turned their gazes toward the direction of the 7-colored pillar. Even those at a distance, unable to see the transformed sky, still felt an undeniable summons emanating from the depths of their lineage, a profound longing and stirring. The Serpent People's holy city served as the core metropolis for all serpentine beings within the Tegel Desert, inhabited by numerous powerful members of their race. At this moment, every inhabitant of the Serpent People's holy city turned their attention to the distant horizon, captivated by the extraordinary spectacle unfolding before them. In the heart of the city, a resplendent palace stood majestically, within which a mesmerizing serpent woman fixated her gaze upon the distant horizon. Draped in an opulent purple brocade robe that enveloped her alluringly voluptuous form, her flowing tresses cascaded down from her delicate shoulders, trailing to her slender, sinuous waist. Beneath the luxurious garment, a segment of a purple serpent tail was revealed, gently swaying with an alluring, untamed grace. This ominous call of ancient bloodlines. Could it be the emergence of a relic from the formidable ancestors of my serpent kin? As she sensed the pulsating energy emanating from afar, a flicker of excitement ignited in the serpent woman's elongated, enchanting eyes. At that moment, a multitude of powerful presences materialized outside the palace. Unmistakably strong members of the serpent clan. Your Majesty, the 4 elder serpents at the forefront voiced in unison. The exquisitely enchanting beauty before them was none other than Queen Medusa, renowned for her fierce reputation and captivating allure, echoing throughout the desert and neighboring empires alike. Upon hearing the calls from outside, Queen Medusa's expression shifted as she gracefully emerged from the palace, her captivating purple serpent tail trailing behind her. Elders, I did not expect even you to be stirred. Observing the formidable assembly outside, Queen Medusa slightly arched her delicate brows. Your Majesty, this call emanating from the depths of our bloodline can only be produced by an ancient superpower of our serpent clan or serpent attribute beasts. Based on my experience, this powerful entity must have reached at least the rank of battle sovereign in their lifetime. Should our serpent clan gain this being's legacy or assistance, it would herald a pivotal opportunity for our rise. Spoke an elder, a revered matriarch of the serpent clan. Elders, I fully comprehend the implications. This opportunity is one we must seize without hesitation, Queen Medusa replied, her elongated eyes narrowing in contemplation. There is no time to lose. I shall set forth immediately. Chapter 161, The Sea of Bones. Indeed, we must depart at once, for this matter pertains to the millennia-long ambitions of our serpent kin. The elders nodded in agreement, though their expressions remained somber. However, given the gravity of this situation, we must deliberate carefully. It is not prudent to deploy all our forces. No one can predict the dangers that may lie within this relic. Your words hold merit, Medusa acknowledged, casting a sweeping glance around. You may, Huaroer. Your presence alongside me will suffice. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The remaining leaders of the serpent clan looked alarmed. The potency of this summoning may attract even more formidable beings, and there could be peril inherent within the summoning itself. Words are unnecessary, Medusa gently shook her head. If the dangers prove too great, even additional numbers may not suffice. You should remain and guard the holy city. With that, she unfurled a pair of magnificent wings of battle aura. Your Majesty, if that is the case, allow this old one to accompany you. At this moment, one of the four esteemed elders spoke slowly. Very well, since Elder Neely is willing to accompany us, let us proceed together. Medusa lightly nodded her head and transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring towards the source of the summons. As her enchanting figure departed, two other striking serpent women and an elderly matron followed suit, leading two Dou Emperors and two Dou Kings in the same direction. Your Majesty, observing the graceful silhouette fade into the distance, several male serpent beings displayed anxious expressions, yet were halted by three formidable auras. You have your own duties to attend to. This is the Queen's command. Do you dare to resist? The three serpent elders coldly scrutinized the group of Dou Kings. Not at all. The Dou Kings exchanged glances and, in resignation, withdrew. The emergence of this towering beam of light attracted not only the serpent clan's powerful beings, but also summoned many strong individuals from miles around. However, the mightiest among them barely reached the level of Dou Emperor. Soon, the news of this luminescent column spread far and wide, inciting various factions surrounding the Tegel Desert to stir with anticipation. These individuals were unaware that the aura emanated from Xiao Yan. The news of his exploits in the northern Beast Mountain range would take months to reach this place. Meanwhile, powerful entities from the southern factions hastened towards the location upon receiving the report. Yet, Xiao Yan remained indifferent to the intense reactions incited by the light. His figure had already arrived within the ancient city. The city was vast, nearly 10 times the size of the Gamma Empire's capital, and walking across it would take an immeasurable amount of time. Thus, Xiao Yan opted to swiftly fly to the city's center. However, upon his arrival at the heart of the ancient city, even his seasoned perception could not suppress a shiver at the sight before him. The central area of this ancient colossal city was strewn with bones, creating a seemingly endless sea of white. At the very center of this pale ocean lay an enormous skeletal structure of a serpent, stretching 1,000 feet in length. Some bones were missing, while deep claw marks and scars from various attacks marred many areas. The most fearsome of these wounds nearly cleaved the skeleton in two. Despite the passage of several millennia, this enormous skeleton still emanated an ancient, desolate aura, and the scars hinted at a cataclysmic battle that had once raged here. Next to this skeleton lay countless carcasses of magical beasts, their bones carpeting the entire center of the city. Among them, the smallest measured several dozen feet, with some skeletal remains exceeding 100 feet in size. This indicated that these magical beasts had possessed power at least equivalent to a 7th rank, akin to that of a human dozone. The accumulation of these skeletal remains likely amounts to several hundred, with nearly 10 corpses of 8th-tier magical beasts among them. What transpired in this ancient city that led to the demise of so many formidable magical creatures? The colossal skeleton of the serpent may very well belong to the 7-colored demon saint. Witnessing this scene, even Xiao Yan and Xiao Wu felt a profound sense of shock. Hundreds of 7th-tier magical beasts, nearly 10 8th-tier beasts, and the corpse of a 5-star Dou saint. Such formidable power could easily rank among the upper echelons of the Xiao clan. Initially, he presumed that the 7-colored demon saint had perished naturally. However, He now realized that this illustrious figure and his followers had succumbed following an exceptionally brutal battle. UMO, what on earth is happening? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, snapping his fingers to summon a black lotus that materialized before him. As the black lotus gently spun, a man clad in black appeared before Xiao Yan. UMO, what is transpiring? Xiao Yan inquired, his brow still knitted in concern. Young master, what do you mean by what is happening? Upon seeing Xiao Yan, UMO initially wore a sycophantic smile, seemingly eager to offer a few flattering words. However, he soon sensed an unsettling aura behind him, a pressure emanating from the very depths of his soul. Casting a glance at Xiao Yan, he noticed the latter's expression, prompting him to look back. Yet, the moment he turned, his mind went blank. Thud! He fell to his knees atop the black lotus. Why, young master, is this? Could this be the seven-colored demon saint? UMO stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. The enormity of this skeleton could only belong to the seven-colored demon saint, as there were merely a handful of ninth-tier magical beasts across the northwestern continent. Xiao Yan spoke with an impassive demeanor. You previously told me that the seven-colored demon saint had fallen, yet you did not mention the nature of his demise. Given this scene, it is evident that the seven-colored demon saint must have endured a cataclysmic battle before his downfall. Young master, I do not know, UMO replied, shaking his head in confusion, his expression bordering on madness. The seven-colored demon saint was a being of immense strength. Could even such a powerhouse meet with a tragic end? If so, how formidable must his adversary have been? Noticing that UMO appeared genuinely unaware of these matters, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, perhaps only your grandfather knows what truly transpired back then. My grandfather passed away a millennium ago. UMO's gaze remained vacant. Xiao Yan wished to say something further, but found himself at a loss for words. Despite the demise of these once mighty magical beasts, the state of the ancient city and the preservation of these skeletons suggested that the legacy of the seven-colored demon saint remained intact. He lifted his gaze toward the massive skeleton. Atop the serpent's white skeletal head, a radiant orb of 7 colors flickered, emanating an aura of danger and mystery. Let us hope that the legacy of this demon saint still endures. He shook his head in resignation and walked towards the remains of the seven-colored demon saint. However, after taking only a few steps, it seemed as though he had encountered some enigmatic barrier. The once motionless skeletons of the magical beasts, which had stood there lifelessly for millennia, began to stir slightly in that moment. Chapter 162, The Daughter of the Seven-Colored Demon Saint. With a rumbling sound, alongside the subtle quivering of countless skeletal frames, a red glow emerged in the eyes of the long-silent magical beast remains. In an instant, hundreds of blood-red eyes appeared before Xiao Yan, a sight that even caused his expression to shift dramatically. Crack, crack. As these eyes illuminated, the skeletal forms of the magical beasts appeared to come to life, slowly advancing towards Xiao Yan and his companions. Master, please step back a bit. Xiao Wu proactively positioned himself in front of Xiao Yan to shield him. Be cautious, Wu Lao. Xiao Yan's demeanor had grown serious. These mere skeletal remains of magical beasts, even in their prime, would not have been my match. Unless the seven-colored demon saint is resurrected, they shall be reduced to dust before me, Xiao Wu remarked with a faint smile. No sooner had he spoken than a rumbling sound emanated from the previously motionless giant serpent skeleton. In the next instant, an eerie red light flickered in the hollow eyes of the serpent's skull. Curse my ill fortune. Seeing this scene unfold, Xiao Wu wished he could slap himself twice. Yet, it was too late to lament. The colossal, towering skeleton, resembling a bone dragon, began to animate further, its crimson eyes fixating on Xiao Yan and his group. At that moment, the once carefree expressions of the WN and W Saints shifted to one of grave seriousness as they stepped out of the Xiao clan. A 5-star Dou Saint-S remains, even after thousands of years of demise, should not be underestimated as long as it still possessed the ability to move. As they watched the increasingly agile skeletal magical beasts approach, the WN and W Saints finally ceased to withhold their strength. With a thunderous roar, their immense auras surged forth instantaneously, causing the surrounding space to tremble subtly. Just as they prepared to engage in a fierce battle with the demon saint's remains, an aura of equal caliber to a half-saint emanated from the ancient city's seven-colored demon saint's skull. To think there is yet another half-saint. The faces of the WN and W saints paled more severely. Wait, why does this half-saint's aura seem so peculiar and feeble? A hint of confusion crossed Xiao Yan's face. I never anticipated that this relic would attract the emergence of 2 half-saint level powers so swiftly. A faint, almost imperceptible chuckle echoed from the seven-colored demon saint's skull, and soon, a figure of an old woman appeared atop the skull. This old woman, with her white hair and parched skin, bore an uncanny resemblance to one who stood on the brink of the grave. From her aura and bone structure, it is evident that this individual was perhaps a striking beauty in her youth. With her arrival, a hint of astonishment flickered across the faces of Xiao Yan and his companions, for they had not anticipated encountering a living soul within this ancient city. However, upon observing her countenance, it was apparent that her days were numbered. After thousands of years, even the lifespan of a semi-saint is not boundless. It is she, the daughter of the seven-colored demon saint, Medusa. Just as the trio was enveloped in confusion, a voice emerged from the Black Lotus, belonging to UMO. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression transformed dramatically. Wasn't Medusa the queen of the serpent race? How could she appear here, now as an elderly woman? This was far from the enchanting maiden he had envisioned. She resembled more of a doting grandmother, seemingly having heard UMO's voice. The old woman's gaze passed over the two saints and focused directly on Xiao Yan and the Black Lotus before him. You mean demon serpent? You actually recognize me? No. Who is this specter to you? Her voice was calm as she narrowed her eyes at UMO. The specter is my grandfather. He remained concerned for you until his final breath. Yumo's expression bore a hint of excitement upon receiving her attention. It appeared she was the descendant of that coward. However, instead of exhibiting joy at the reunion, the old woman let out a cold laugh, her expression rife with disdain. Hearing her deride her grandfather incited a flicker of indignation on Yumo's face. Elder, my grandfather shared a bond with you and was a veteran who followed the seven-colored demon saint for many years. Is it right to mock him thus? Veteran? The old woman scoffed as if she had heard a ludicrous joke. The so-called veteran you speak of is the one who fled when my father faced great calamity in the Beast Mountain. Look at the countless corpses scattered about. These were once your grandfather's brothers, yet when disaster struck, he was the first to abandon them. UMO was momentarily taken aback, his face revealing a look of confusion as if recalling something unsettling. Ignoring his bewilderment, the old woman turned her gaze towards the two saints. If you seek my father's legacy, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. The inheritance of the seven-colored devouring sky python is not something your human race can cultivate, and I presume there is little else that would pique your interest. It became clear that this legacy was unattainable for humans. A faint laugh echoed from behind the two saints, prompting the old woman to raise an eyebrow and direct her attention to Xiao Yan. Upon scrutinizing Xiao Yan once more, a glimmer of astonishment emerged in her eyes. At such a tender age, you possess such profound cultivation. Young one, your talent is truly remarkable. Could it be that you are a descendant of these two semi-saints? Elder, please be cautious with your words. We do not possess such qualifications. He is the prince of my clan. Upon hearing the old woman's address, Xiao Yan promptly gestured dismissively and proceeded to explain to her. The imperial scion of your clan? The astonishment on the old woman's face was palpable upon hearing Xiao Yan's clarification. Is there still anyone in the Dou continent qualified to bear such a title? It has been nearly 10,000 years since the last Dou Emperor vanished. Yet, since you have attained such a title, it is likely that you hail from an ancient lineage. No wonder you possess such a formidable entourage. Indeed, you are correct. We are from the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan replied with a light chuckle. The Xiao clan? A glimmer of realization flashed across the old woman's features. So you are of the Xiao lineage. My father once had some dealings with a few formidable figures from the Xiao clan. However, even back then, the Xiao clan was already grappling with the issues of their bloodline's power. After all these years, it is likely that their bloodline has nearly run dry. I never imagined that they could still dispatch two half-saints as your guardians. Observing the old woman's musings, Xiao Wu could no longer contain himself. Our Xiao clan is blessed by the heavens. A new Dou Emperor emerged a millennium ago. Though this statement was delivered with a casual tone, it reverberated in the old woman's ears like a thunderclap. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a Dou Emperor possibly emerge in the current Dou continent? Chapter 163, News of the Spirit-Devouring Clan. As her incredulous voice echoed, Xiao Yan regarded her with a hint of surprise. Elder, do you perhaps know why? Since ancient times, no one has been able to ascend to the rank of Dou Emperor? The enigma surrounding the disappearance of ancient Dou Emperors remains largely unclear even to the present-day members of the ancient 8 clans. Xiao Yan himself only grasped that the primary reason no one could attain the title of Dou Emperor was due to the depletion of source energy. He had naively believed that the Dou Emperors had continuously ascended to higher realms, ultimately draining the source energy from the continent. In the absence of source energy, naturally, no one could rise to the imperial rank again. However, it now appeared that the reasons behind the disappearance of ancient Dou Emperors were likely more complex than mere ascensions. Although he lacked concrete evidence, he sensed that the situation was not so straightforward. I know a little, but not much. The old woman gently shook her head. Although your talent is extraordinary, you are still far from being privy to such matters. To delve into these secrets, one must at least attain the rank of Dou Saint. Our young master is destined to become a saint. What difference does it make to learn early? Xiao Wu retorted, a hint of disdain in his voice. Huh. Knowing too soon. Are you not afraid that your imperial scion will attract the bizarre and the ominous? The old woman smiled nonchalantly, yet the expressions of the three changed markedly. Elder, are you referring to a peculiar black mist that induces madness and causes one to sprout crimson hair? Xiao Yan inquired slowly. Indeed, you are aware of such a thing? A flicker of astonishment appeared in the old woman's eyes. Previously, I encountered it in another ancient site. The relic of the Yinyang evil saint, as Xiao Yan mentioned. As you continue to grow stronger, you may eventually uncover more about these matters. Only when you attain the strength of a 9-star Dou Saint, or even a Dou Emperor, will you be qualified to unveil this veil. The old woman shook her head and said, Young man, you should withdraw. It is not out of animosity towards you. But this inheritance is solely suited for the descendants of our lineage. Even if it were to be entrusted to you, you would have no means to wield it. Pursuing a path unsuitable for you would yield no benefit. As she spoke, she cast a wary glance at the two elders behind Xiao Yan, both half-saints, whom she was reluctant to offend. Should a fierce battle ensue, even if she were to emerge victorious by chance, this inheritance would suffer significant destruction. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan remained unfazed. Instead, he looked at the old woman and smiled. I just heard the netherworld serpent refer to you as Medusa. I wonder what connection you have with the current Medusa, queen of the serpent people in the desert. The serpent people of today are my descendants. And I am the original Medusa, the old woman replied slowly. A flicker of light danced in her eyes at Xiao Yan's question, and an unexpected thought crossed her mind. You are the original Medusa? The serpent people are descendants of the seven-colored devouring python? Xiao Yan initially displayed a look of bewilderment, which soon transformed into understanding. Indeed, if that were the case, the origin of the serpent people in the Tegel Desert would be elucidated. Observing Xiao Yan's dazed expression, the original Medusa revealed a slight smile. Young man, how about we strike a deal? Please, do go on, senior, Xiao Yan replied with a nod. He held the inheritance of the seven-colored demon saint in high regard. Now that the legacy of my seven-colored devouring python clan has resurfaced, it won't be long before this generation's Medusa comes seeking the inheritance, assuming she is still nearby. With a resigned sigh, she continued, I am now nearing the end of my lifespan and fear I cannot protect the new generation of Medusa as she grows, especially after she obtains the demon saint inheritance, which will inevitably attract the attention of countless powerful beings. I hope you can safeguard her for a time until she matures into a true formidable force. Revitalizing the serpent people. Is that even a question? We are destined to be one family. Xiao Yan thought to himself with a chuckle, but he promptly voiced his query. With your strength, senior, you could undoubtedly protect the serpent people as they flourish. If you were to safeguard the bloodline of the seven-colored devouring python, the serpent people would surely be regarded as a formidable force in the northwest continent. Why have you remained hidden here all this time? At Xiao Yan's words, a hint of melancholy graced the original Medusa's face. It is not that I do not wish to protect the serpent people, but rather that there was no way to do so back then. Now, I am bound to this ancient city. As she spoke, her gaze turned to Xiao Yan, and she smiled. Did you not notice any peculiarities in my aura? During that harrowing battle years ago, my father sustained grave injuries, and nearly all his subordinates perished, leaving only a few, like the Phantom, to escape. However, our clan's enemies did not all meet their demise. To preserve the last vestiges of the seven-colored sky-devouring python clan, my father concealed the entire space before his fall, and I became the final guardian, merging with this skeletal remains. To prevent those individuals from discovering the secret that the Serpent Man clan could inherit the legacy of the seven-colored clan, I long ago hid the majority of the secrets relating to the seven-colored sky-devouring python within the Serpent Man clan. This has led to the current weakness of the Serpent Man clan. Just how powerful were the adversaries of the seven-colored sky-devouring python clan to inflict such severe injuries upon the formidable seven-colored demon saint? A hint of confusion appeared on Xiao Yan's face, considering the strength of the seven-colored demon saint and his subordinates at that time. The forces capable of threatening them across the continent were exceedingly few. Even the weaker factions among the ancient 8 clans would have to pay a significant price to confront them. Such a formidable force ought to have been recorded in the annals of the Xiao clan. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's inquiry, the first Medusa revealed a trace of sorrow. They were not a singular clan, but comprised multiple races, with the 2 most powerful factions possessing the strength of ancient races. One was the fallen celestial phoenix, while the other was the devouring spirit clan. When Xiao Yan heard the first name, he merely furrowed his brow slightly, but upon hearing the second name, his expression underwent a dramatic change. The devouring spirit clan? Indeed, This clan was infamous across the continent in those days, having devoured many bloodlines of the Dou Emperor. The conflict of yesteryear was partly driven by this clan's desire for our seven-colored sky-devouring python bloodline. The first Medusa nodded gently, while Xiao Yan's brow furrowed deeply. He had heard of the fallen celestial phoenix, rumored to be a branch of the ancient celestial demon phoenix clan that underwent some incredible changes, leading to a frenzy within the entire branch. As for the devouring spirit clan, the higher-ups of the Xiao clan were all too familiar with them. Elder. The devouring spirit clan was annihilated by the soul clan over 1,000 years ago, Xiao Yan spoke slowly. Chapter 164, The Spiritual Fire of All Beasts. The devouring spirit clan has been eradicated? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the first Medusa displayed a look of disbelief. Indeed, that clan has been destroyed by the soul clan. Xiao Yan nodded gently, yet for some reason, he felt an inexplicable oddity upon hearing the name of the devouring spirit clan. The soul clan, was it? The original Medusa pondered briefly before nodding. So it is this clan. In the past, my father only knew that this mysterious and powerful lineage was not to be trifled with, yet he had no idea they could annihilate even the soul-devouring clan. No matter how formidable the soul clan may be, they were ultimately vanquished by my Xiao clan. At her words, Xiao Wu scoffed derisively. The soul clan was defeated, and it was still at your Xiao clan's hands? The original Medusa displayed a flicker of astonishment on her face, followed by a resigned sigh. If that is indeed the case, I might genuinely believe that your Xiao clan has produced a powerhouse of the Dou Emperor caliber. However, that seems rather improbable. Yet, upon hearing of the Xiao clan's remarkable strength, a smile crept onto her face. Young friend, if that is true, you could indeed easily protect the Serpent People. What do you say? Perhaps you might consider this transaction. Her tone softened, for an ancient race possessing a Dou Emperor was something even she, a formidable being from millennia past, had never encountered. Such a clan is undeniably powerful. One could surmise that even the resurrected colorful demon saint would not dare to flaunt before them. Very well, but since this is a transaction, what can you offer me? Esteemed elder? Xiao Yan inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, you will be thoroughly satisfied with this transaction, the original Medusa replied, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Once this generation of Medusa accepts the complete inheritance, there will be an opportunity to visit the ancient ruins of the Demon Emperor. Should you wish, you may also venture there. The secrets within the Demon Emperor's ruins may pique the interest of your Xiao clan. The Demon Emperor? Upon hearing this name, even Xiao Yan's expression shifted. Is the Demon Emperor you speak of also a powerhouse of the Dou Emperor caliber? Why not? The original Medusa replied with a confident smile. Though my colorful clan has fallen, it does not imply that our ancestors did not include Dou Emperors. Otherwise, how could we be considered a pinnacle bloodline among magical beasts? Although this Dou Emperor did not leave behind many practical artifacts, the secrets it holds might intrigue even the Dou Emperor who stands behind you. For within lies the reason for the ancient Dou Emperor's disappearance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression finally showed signs of intrigue. Aside from that, the remaining treasures here that you may utilize are likely limited to this. The original Medusa gently waved her hand, revealing a splendid, colorful flame emerging from the massive skeletal remains beneath her. It gradually transformed into a small, burning rainbow serpent that appeared in her hand. The appearance of the serpent unmistakably resembled that of the colorful devouring python. However, each flame flickering from its body conjured the phantom of a powerful magical beast. Young friend, with your vast knowledge, you should recognize the name of this flame, the original Medusa remarked, gazing at Xiao Yan with a smile. It is the spirit fire of all beasts. Gazing at the serpentine flames that danced and flickered, a glimmer of fervor ignited within Xiao Yan's eyes. Unlike other strange fires born of heaven and earth, the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts was a flame forged from the amalgamation of countless beastly fires. In other words, it was the most potent form of beast fire. The creation of this fire required the primal fire of a 9th-tier magical beast as its core, which would then merge with the fires of myriad high-tier magical beasts, ultimately drawing sustenance from the essence of magical beasts gathered in their domain each day. Consequently, the appearance of the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts was predominantly shaped by the primal fire of the 9th-tier magical beast, rendering each manifestation distinct. Much of my clan's heritage has long since vanished from this world, and the remaining legacy is ill-suited for you. The only treasure I can present is this spirit fire of 10,000 beasts. This spirit fire is precisely what I require. A surge of excitement coursed through Xiao Yan's heart, yet his gaze towards the original Medusa retained an air of mirth. In truth, I believe you possess something else that could be of great value to me. What might that be? The original Medusa furrowed her brow as she regarded Xiao Yan. It is none other than this generation's Queen Medusa, he replied with utmost seriousness. You impudent child, How utterly frivolous. The original Medusa could not help but chuckle in exasperation. I speak with sincerity. Should this generation's Queen Medusa become my wife or concubine, she would be embraced as a member of the Xiao clan, and we would naturally protect her with utmost diligence. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with intent as he observed the original Medusa. Ah well, we shall see if you possess the skill to win her over, young lad. I have no desire to meddle in the affairs of the youth. The original Medusa chuckled softly, shaking her head, though a flicker of intrigue danced in her gaze. If this generation's Medusa could receive the Xiao clan's backing, she might surpass even myself and her father. More importantly, have the enemies of the once mighty seven-colored sky-devouring serpent clan truly met their end? Very well, ancestor. Just wait and see. With his keen perception, Xiao Yan had already noted the subtle shifts in her expression. A proud descendant of the Dou Emperor and scion of a noble clan must maintain their dignity. The original Medusa remarked, unable to suppress her amusement at his demeanor. Understood. Esteemed elder, Xiao Yan replied with a bright smile. The original Medusa sighed in resignation, yet a smile graced her lips. You should refine this spirit fire of 10,000 beasts first. With my assistance, its impact on you will be considerably diminished. Given your strength as a 9-star Dou Huang, combined with suitable medicinal aids, the risks should be minimal. Furthermore, this generation's Medusa will require your aid in purifying her bloodline with the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts after she inherits the bloodline of the seven-colored sky-devouring serpent. See, an opportunity has presented itself. A smile graced Xiao Yan's face. Thank you, esteemed elder. The first generation of Medusa accepted Xiao Yan's flattery with an impassive expression. Yet the corners of her mouth hinted that after evolving into the seven-colored devouring serpent, she would experience a rebirth. At that moment, the soul of the devouring serpent within her would develop an affinity and dependence on the first person it beheld upon awakening. Rest assured, I shall take good care of this generation of Medusa, Xiao Yan said with a cheerful grin as he received the beast spirit flame before him. Just then, a formidable aura suddenly manifested outside the ancient city. Soon, numerous other presences emerged, the weakest among them being at the Dou Wang level, while the strongest was a Dou Zun powerhouse. Those little fellows outside should pose no challenge for you, right? Sensing the commotion beyond, the first generation of Medusa revealed a nonchalant smile. Leave it to me, she assured. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he replied. Chapter 165, The First Encounter with the Queen. When the three of them arrived outside the ancient city, they were met with a gathering of over a dozen formidable beings. Among them were both humans and magical beasts, with the most powerful being a colossal 8th-tier magical beast, a giant yellow serpent stretching 100 feet long, its enormous eyes radiating a terrifying aura. Upon seeing it, the surrounding individuals instinctively recoiled, as the giant serpent noticed Xiao Yan and the others approaching. Its previously calm gaze shifted slightly. Three of you. Is there an ancient legacy of my serpent clan within? It was unexpected that an 8th-tier beast was concealed in the Tegel Desert. Evidently, the experts of the Northwest continent were not as scarce as they appeared. Xiao Yan silently pondered this before addressing the yellow serpent with a casual tone. Indeed, within lies the legacy of the ancient powerhouse, the seven-colored demon saint. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a glimmer of excitement illuminated the serpent's eyes. I never anticipated that I would encounter the legacy of an ancient powerhouse while merely seeking to cultivate in the Tegel Desert. Ha ha ha. Young ones, you three should depart swiftly. Should I obtain the demon saint's legacy and be in a good mood, I may bestow some rewards upon you. The yellow serpent's eyes gleamed with delight, before it coldly surveyed the surrounding Dou Wang and Dou Huang, declaring, Why do you not hasten to leave? Do you wish to be kept as my meal? At these words, fear manifested in the eyes of the humans and magical beasts alike, and they retreated in earnest. In a place as desolate as the Northwest continent, a Dou Zun or 8th-tier magical beast could easily wield absolute power. Should they act, the fate of the onlookers would be sealed. Once the three of them departed, the yellow serpent regarded Xiao Yan and his companions with a smile. I must thank you for leading me to such a legacy. Before it could utter further words, the young human spoke with a grin. I ought to thank you for driving away those pests. You may leave now. The yellow serpent's eyes widened in astonishment, and its expression darkened as it glared at Xiao Yan. Young man, your arrogance knows no bounds. Am I truly arrogant? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and replied nonchalantly. If you do not depart now, you may find it impossible to leave. Ha ha ha. It has been ages since anyone spoke to me in such a manner. Since you three lack discernment, allow me to consume you. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the yellow giant serpent's eyes. Alas, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being merciless. Xiao Yan waved his hand lightly. Wu Lao, apprehend him. Yes, master. A playful smile graced Xiao Wu's lips as he extended his palm, conjuring a colossal hand that loomed hundreds of feet above. Upon witnessing this, the yellow giant serpent's pupils constricted, finally understanding the confidence of the three before him. It swiftly coiled its body, transforming into a streak of yellow light as it attempted to flee. Unfortunately, the space in this area had already been sealed, and it was effortlessly captured by the enormous hand before it could escape far. Spare me, the yellow giant serpent pleaded, resembling a small, earthy mud loach in Xiao Wu's grasp, creating a rather comical scene. Master, this little serpent hasn't even reached the rank of a 2-star Dozun. I suggest we eliminate it, Xiao Wu remarked, glancing at Xiao Yan. Not yet. Let it remain here for the time being. We are still waiting for someone. Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded slightly, maintaining the energy hand in midair. In the ensuing moments, more magical beasts and humans arrived. However, the strong individuals within the Tegel Desert were few, with the most formidable among them barely reaching the rank of Dou Huang. Upon seeing the terrifying energy hand in the sky, they quickly realized that this was not a place for them, and they retreated obediently. Where's this queen? Why has she not yet arrived? Xiao Yan remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene, a mix of anticipation and speculation flickering in his eyes. Such was the allure of the queen's renowned beauty. As he pondered, Xiao Yan suddenly spotted several figures emerging on the distant horizon, each possessing a human upper body and a serpent's tail. Even from afar, the leading figure's blurred silhouette evoked a curiosity to unravel its mystery. As the figures drew closer, Xiao Yan finally discerned the form of the leading woman. Even after encountering numerous beauties, he could not help but be momentarily astonished. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the alluring figure was adorned in an elegant purple brocade robe that accentuated her voluptuous and graceful physique, reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding a subtle allure. Silken tresses cascaded down to her slender waist, and beneath the robe, a glimpse of a purple serpent tail emerged, radiating a wild and seductive charm. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the nearly flawless figure, ultimately resting upon the exquisite and enchanting visage of the woman before him. Her beauty was so striking that even Xiao Yan found it to be a rare sight in his lifetime. If he were to create a ranking of dominant women, this queen would undoubtedly claim the top position. Compared to this Medusa queen, even the likes of Yafei, Yao Yi, or Chowing pale in comparison. In Xiao Yan's memory, aside from the fleeting glimpse of Gu Suner from the Xiao clan, no one else could rival her. Of course, even Gu Suner still had some way to go, as she was but a budding flower, yet to fully blossom. High above, the Medusa queen felt the increasing stirrings of her bloodline power within her. Her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked toward the ancient city that had mysteriously emerged from the desert. The three attendants behind her, Yu Mei and her companions, also displayed expressions of eager expectation. However, as the four drew nearer, they discovered that before the ancient city loomed a colossal energy hand, several hundred feet in size. As they approached, they saw that this massive hand grasped a gigantic, earth-colored serpent, an 8th-tier magical beast, the dusty ancient serpent. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the four shifted dramatically. This was a legendary 8th-tier beast, effortlessly held captive by that hand. What kind of terrifying being could command such power? Seeing this, the Medusa queen narrowed her elongated, beautiful eyes. If such a magical beast were to unleash its fury, it could easily obliterate the entire Tegel tribe of the Serpent People. Yet here it was, ensnared like a mere mudfish. Your Majesty, this place is exceedingly perilous. We must exercise utmost caution, spoke the elder of the Serpent People. His tone deliberate. Understood, the Medusa queen replied with a slight nod, her stunning face now tinged with a hint of wariness. There's no need for caution, my beautiful lady. Do come in quickly. Just as the four maintained their vigilance, a clear, resonant laughter echoed from within the ancient city. Upon hearing this voice, their faces did not relax. Instead, they became even more alert, for there was something subtly lewd about the tone of the voice. More concerning was the fact that the voice emanated from within the ancient city, suggesting that they were not the first to arrive. Now, they could only hope that the owner of that voice was not the same as the master of the colossal hand outside. If it were, the four of them might not even have the chance to escape. As they pondered this, 3 figures emerged from within the ancient city, and to their astonishment, the foremost was a youth. Yet, despite his youth, they dared not show even a hint of disdain, for even without considering the 2 elder figures behind him, the boy himself instilled them with a heightened sense of alertness. For the youth standing before them was, astonishingly, a peak Dou Huan. You must be the Medusa queen, he stated. Xiao Yan gazed with a smile at the enchanting figure of Queen Medusa, a sight that could stir the hearts of any man. He then shifted his attention to the 2 young serpent women behind her. One possessed a captivating beauty, while the other exuded a cold elegance. Although neither could rival the queen, they were certainly striking in their own right. The thought crossed Xiao Yan's mind that if they were to come They needn't bring along their attendant. He had not yet descended to the level of depravity that would lead him to regard the elderly serpent woman, whom he chose to overlook. Indeed, I am the Medusa you speak of. May I inquire your name? Medusa's elongated, beautiful eyes reflected a cautious demeanor as she scrutinized the young man before her, deliberately ignoring the fervent gaze he cast her way. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to such attention from men. Yu Mei and Hua Xier were similarly unfazed by the scene. Yet the elderly woman behind them exhibited a hint of concern. These three individuals were unlike the frivolous suitors the queen had previously encountered. They appeared to possess the strength to pursue their desires. If the young man were to take a liking to the queen, she could find herself in peril. My name is Xiao Yan. Though their thoughts diverged, Xiao Yan remained indifferent, turning with a soft chuckle. This place is the legacy of your serpent ancestors, harboring the power that could lead your kind to resurgence. Follow me. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the expressions of the four, who had been prepared for battle or flight, shifted to one of astonishment. Xiao Yan, do you not have a purpose for your visit? Medusa's alluring face reflected a hint of confusion, her eyes betraying a flicker of cautious skepticism. Was it truly possible for such fortuitous opportunities to exist? Given the commotion within the ruins, what had been unearthed was undoubtedly no trivial matter. Could these three be entirely unmoved by it? Do not call me brother. Refer to me as husband. Xiao Yan gently shook his head, admiring the queen's enchanting visage. What does husband mean? Medusa's face displayed perplexity. In the Dou-Chi continent, terms like Xiong Gong or Fu Jun were used for beloved ones, yet husband was absent from their lexicon. Husband is a term we use for friends in my homeland. Calling me so indicates that we share a bond of friendship. Xiao Yan replied earnestly. Very well, Xiao Yan husband. May I ask why the three of you are so willing to relinquish this inheritance? While you are not malevolent, it seems rather generous of you. In the presence of Xiao Yan and his companions, Medusa tempered her usual dominance and coldness. She recognized that one must exercise some decorum in front of such formidable individuals. How delightful! Xiao Yan secretly chuckled to himself, maintaining an earnest facade as he continued. Heh, does your majesty fear that I would bring you harm? To be frank, the benefits I seek have already been bestowed upon me by your serpent ancestors. Upon hearing the name of the ancestral figure of the serpent people, the four individuals, who had hitherto maintained a semblance of calm, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions swiftly transforming into fervent excitement. Could the serpent people as progenitor that Xiao Yan spoke of be the first Medusa queen? Is she still alive? At this moment, their breaths grew noticeably rapid, particularly that of the Medusa queen, whose fair visage was tinged with a faint blush, causing Xiao Yan to nearly anticipate her response eagerly. Indeed, I refer to the original Medusa queen, who has awaited here for millennia. For various reasons, she has yet to emerge from this ancient city. But you may approach her to inherit her legacy. Xiao Yan suppressed the unhealthy thoughts that surged in his mind, striving to maintain the dignity befitting the heir of the Xiao clan. Upon hearing his words, the four were evidently stirred. However, just as the Medusa began to step forward, the elderly matron behind her suddenly grasped her arm. Your Majesty, please exercise caution, the matron urged, her gaze still wary of Xiao Yan. You old crone. How petty you are. Assuming the worst of a gentleman, Xiao Yan managed to rein in his impudent demeanor, casting an unsatisfied glance at the four women. Wu Lao, lower that enormous catfish. He glanced at Xiao Wu. Yes, young master, Xiao Wu replied, gently gesturing. In the next moment, the magnificent hand that had loomed in the sky dissipated into a sphere of energy. As this energy dispersed, the formidable eighth-tier dust ancient serpent sought to flee. A soft hum echoed in its ear, causing its body to stiffen instantly. Ultimately, the dust ancient serpent obediently turned around, transforming into a robust man clad in yellow. Soaring before Xiao Yan. Three esteemed ones, spare my life, spare my life. You are to guard the entrance now. During my retreat, no one is permitted to enter. Should anyone attempt to breach, they shall be slain without exception. If anyone dares to flee, I shall brew a fine wine with your serpent gall. Do you understand? Xiao Yan regarded him coolly. Yes, rest assured, young master, I will not allow anyone to enter, the man replied submissively, having inferred the strength of the two elders. A realization that left him astounded, especially regarding the identity of the young master before him. What sort of family could afford such protection? If you carry out this task well, I shall spare your life, Xiao Yan remarked, nodding slightly, then turned his gaze to the four women, who were in a state of astonishment. Your Majesty, if I wish to harm you, would I need to deceive you? Come, allow me to escort you to meet the progenitor of your serpent people. With that, he took the queen's delicate hand. This action finally jolted Medusa from her stupor, and she discreetly withdrew her hand, suppressing her inner turmoil. In that case, I must express my gratitude to you, Xiao Yan. No need for thanks. It is my duty as your husband, Xiao Yan replied with a cheerful smile, leading the four women onward. Throughout the journey, Medusa swiftly regained her former tranquility, though she exhibited a heightened courtesy towards Xiao Yan. The elderly woman, after her initial shock, fell into a deep silence, her ancient eyes revealing a myriad of thoughts. Only Yu Mei and Hua Xier exchanged furtive glances, their expressions interwoven with excitement and astonishment. As the group advanced, the call of their bloodline powers surged within them, nearly overwhelming. Ultimately, an aged figure stood solemnly amidst the sea of bones, appearing before the queen. Chapter 167. The Bone Battle Array. Upon witnessing the expanse of bone before them, the four women were once again overtaken by an uncontrollable awe. After all, this scene had even momentarily stunned Xiao Yan upon his first encounter, let alone these four sheltered women. With the emergence of the first-generation Medusa, a force of ancestral pressure emanated from deep within their souls. Thud, thud. Except for Medusa, the other three immediately knelt upon the ground. It was the progenitor. Only the progenitor could bestow such potent bloodline pressure upon them. Although the elderly woman lay prostrate, tears streamed down her face, her heart racing with exhilaration. The discovery of the progenitor signified that the Serpent People would soon rise again. If so, she would die without regret. While Medusa remained unbowed beneath the weight of the ancestral pressure, her expression was one of heightened emotion. Her stunning visage adorned with a look of reverence as she performed the most ancient rite of the Serpent People. I pay homage to the progenitor, she uttered softly, and the three behind her, filled with excitement, gazed upon the aged figure with reverence. I pay homage to the progenitor. I pay homage to the progenitor. At that moment, though only 4 individuals stood, it felt as if hundreds were present in solemnity. Rise, the first-generation Medusa said with a faint smile at the sight of their fervent expressions, her gaze settling upon the enchanting figure before her. You must be the Medusa of this generation, she remarked, a hint of pity crossing her features. I did not expect this generation's Medusa to only possess the peak level of Dou Huan. My child, you have suffered. At her words, Medusa's graceful form quivered slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing her captivating face. Incompetent descendants, causing the progenitor to mock me. No, this is not your fault. Since the 3rd generation, each Medusa has faced insurmountable challenges in breaking through from Dou Huang to Dou Zong, the progenitor replied, a trace of guilt flickering in her eyes as she regarded her for descendants. What? The previously animated 4 women suddenly looked up. Disbelief etched across their faces as they gazed at the progenitor before them. Progenitor, why is this the case? Medusa's elongated, beautiful eyes reflected confusion, her voice trembling as she sought answers from her ancestor. With a resigned sigh, the Ancient One delicately pointed her finger, causing a shimmering spatial fluctuation to manifest above the head of the 7-colored demon saint. In the next moment, a diminutive spatial passage appeared above the head. Indeed, there existed a concealed Dou Saint space within this realm. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan's expression reflected a sense of anticipatory understanding. If even the Yinyang Evil Saint could carve out a spatial remnant containing a small city, it was only logical that the 7-colored demon saint, possessing far greater strength, would leave behind a Dou Saint space. It seems that the so-called inheritance of the demon saint lies within. Child, come with me. The secrets and legacies await you. Today, I shall reveal all that I can, she declared. Upon finishing her words, Medusa's body began to levitate effortlessly. She then turned her gaze towards the 3 companions who had followed her, and with a mere wave of her hand, 3 droplets of multicolored blood emerged from her fingertips, cascading into the bodies of the 3 individuals. You have endured much, she acknowledged, before shifting her attention back to Xiao Yan. Young friend, you should accompany us as well. Me too. A hint of surprise flickered across Xiao Yan's face. Isn't this the inheritance of your 7-colored sky-devouring serpent clan? Indeed. But since you aspire to become the protector of the 7-colored sky-devouring serpent clan, it poses no issue for you to witness it. However, those 2 friends may not be able to enter. Their cultivation levels are too high, and this inheritance space likely cannot withstand the presence of such formidable beings. The Ancient One smiled as she regarded Xiao Yan, her gaze suggesting an unspoken implication. As Xiao Yan observed the elderly lady's playful expressions, a realization dawned upon him. Hee. In that case, I shall not hold back. Be cautious, young master. After all, this is a realm of a saint's inheritance. Xiao Yan's voice suddenly interjected just as Xiao Yan prepared to soar into the space. At these words, the fervor within Xiao Yan dissipated abruptly, and a slight shock coursed through his heart. Indeed, he had perhaps been a tad too captivated, beguiled by beauty. Nonetheless, he turned to Xiao Wu and offered a faint smile. Thank you for the reminder, Elder One, but I cannot remain under your protection indefinitely. There are certain risks that I, as the young master, must face personally. My intentions are merely to urge caution before you act. Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile. Understood. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Although the ancient Medusa bore no apparent reason to harm him, it is wise to remain vigilant. Nevertheless, with resolute determination, he chose to enter the small space. With his Dou Qi wings unfurled, he soared to the side of the ancient one, joining the queen who also spread her Dou Qi wings, as they both ventured into the enchanting small space. Here lay a realm bathed in a kaleidoscope of luminous colors, where the myriad mists within the space occasionally coalesced into serpentine forms of vibrant hues. In the heart of the luminous mist, 7 small serpents, each adorned with colorful scales, gracefully swirled as if they were genuine snakes. Beneath these serpents lay a diminutive lake of blood, which, apart from its vivid crimson hue, emanated an ethereal, almost imperceptible, multi-hued glow. This blood lake represented the final remnants of my father's essence in life. Once you acquire the complete inheritance of the sky-devouring python, you shall be able to frequently refine your bloodline using this lake. By the time you fully harness the power contained within, you will likely have ascended to the realm of the Dozun. The original kindly gazed upon Medusa, who displayed a mixture of surprise and confusion in her beautiful eyes, and recounted, in the past, the bloodline power of our 7-colored sky-devouring python clan had already begun to wane. Our clan has many adversaries, and eventually, those foes came knocking at our door. My father, alongside his followers, managed to repel numerous enemies in a cataclysmic battle, but tragically, he sustained injuries that were impossible to recover from. At that time, in order to preserve the last vestiges of the sky-devouring python clan's strength, I was prepared to fuse my being with my father's remains, becoming the spirit of the bone battle formation. From that moment on, I would no longer possess the power to protect the serpent people, and even at my peak, I would be targeted by former foes. In such a scenario, not only would I be in peril, but I could also jeopardize the serpent people. Thus, before sealing myself away, I ensured that the bloodline of the sky-devouring python within the serpent people was sealed. Consequently, the clan was overlooked by our enemies, yet this also led to its decline. She recounted the past, while Xiao Yan, who stood beside her, displayed a hint of astonishment. The Bone Battle Formation? Chapter 168, The True Blood of the Demon Saint. You actually know of the Bone Battle Formation? The original gazed at Xiao Yan with a peculiar intensity, ultimately unable to suppress a soft sigh. The Xiao clan indeed deserves its esteemed position among the ancient races of the continent. Medusa, observing their exchange, grasped the words spoken but found their meaning elusive. Sensing her puzzlement, Xiao Yan smiled gently and explained, the Bone Battle Formation is a celestial-level array from ancient formation techniques, utilizing the bones of the deceased as weapons within the array, thus forming an army of bones. However, the cost of this formation necessitates not only a multitude of powerful corpses, but also the sacrifice of a strong individual soul to serve as the array spirit. Only with an array spirit can the formation maintain its formidable might. Yet, since the decline of ancient formation techniques, this array has nearly vanished from existence. At that moment, he comprehended why the original Medusa could not depart from the center of this ancient city. She had sacrificed herself to become the spirit of this grand formation. Although she retained her independent consciousness, even more potent than before, the price was her inability to leave easily. Indeed, had she chosen to exert her full strength to activate the Bone Battle Array, she could have departed effortlessly. However, each time she unleashed her full power, it would result not only in considerable wear on the skeletal beasts within the array, but also in a substantial depletion of her lifespan. So it is as such. Medusa mused, nodding gently, her gaze towards the progenitor now imbued with complexity. Thus, the ancestor had long ago sacrificed herself, transforming into a spirit of the array? Indeed. The progenitor sighed softly. The Bone Battle Array is the last formidable assault left by my kin, intended to confront the fallen races in the years to come. Fallen races? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's face bore a hint of confusion. Do you refer to the fallen Celestial Phoenix and the Devouring Spirit clan, among others? Correct. They have already succumbed, becoming thralls to the enigmatic source. As for more details, it is best to wait until you have attained the rank of Dozun. Knowing these matters now is not advantageous for you. Even your status within the Xiao clan may not guarantee your absolute safety, for among those scoundrels are several of Doshin caliber. The progenitor smiled faintly, turning her attention to Medusa. My child, a great calamity shall inevitably arrive. The future of the continent relies upon the burgeoning strength of you new generation. Go forth, accept the legacy of my kin, and transform into the true 7-colored devouring python. As she spoke, she pointed gently towards the blood lake, and in the next moment, a droplet of blood, shimmering with resplendent colors like a translucent gem, soared forth from the sanguine sea. This was the purest essence of demonic royal blood. By absorbing it, you shall evolve. Upon hearing this, Medusa subtly nodded her alabaster chin and flew towards the radiant blood. Ultimately, this vibrant droplet descended into the center of her forehead by the lake's edge. Soon, a flush of crimson and an expression of pain emerged upon the queen's visage. What has befallen her? Observing Medusa's once snow-white skin now tinged with red, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly. What? Even before becoming a member of my family, are you already so concerned for this child? Noticing Xiao Yan's anxious demeanor, a hint of playful mockery graced the progenitor's face. However, Xiao Yan felt no embarrassment. He boldly acknowledged, "It is only natural to care for my beloved." "Huh, you rascal." The progenitor replied with a hint of exasperation, then turned her gaze back to Queen Medusa. At this moment, not only was her skin flushed, but the veins of azure also surfaced against her fair skin, as if she were enduring immense agony. Her sharp nails had even pierced her palms, causing crimson droplets to seep from her long, delicate fingers. "Child, hold on. The process of evolution is always accompanied by a degree of suffering." A look of compassion crossed the progenitor's face as she waved her hand, a ray of seven-colored light descending upon Medusa's forehead. Upon receiving the radiant spectrum of colors, Medusa initially trembled and paused for a moment. However, the pain etched upon her face intensified thereafter. Moments later, beads of fragrant sweat began to glisten on her enchanting visage, dampening her opulent purple robe and perfectly showcasing her exquisite silhouette before Xiao Yan. How delightful! He gazed intently. At that juncture, an aged hand obscured his view. "Young man, do you presume to take advantage of my junior in front of me?" The first generation chuckled, her eyes fixed on Xiao Yan. "Such words. We are all family in due time. What harm is there in a mere glance?" Xiao Yan retorted, brushing her hand aside. Just then, a suppressed groan of agony escaped Medusa's throat. In the next moment, a torrent of vibrant energy surged forth from within her, shattering her purple robe to dust. As the particles settled, a figure of unparalleled femininity materialized before Xiao Yan. Even with his extensive experience, he could not help but stand tall. Had it not been for his elevated cultivation, he might have bled from his nose at the sight. After all, the woman before him was the epitome of allure he had ever encountered in both his past and present lives. Enough, enough. The first generation's aged hands once again shielded Xiao Yan's eyes. "This lad is simply too lecherous. Old thief, I advise you not to meddle." With the splendid view obstructed, Xiao Yan's tone shifted. "What did you say?" The first generation narrowed her eyes, the energy of the world within their small realm swiftly coalescing. Trouble brewed, as Xiao Yan suddenly recalled that the two elders were still outside. A smile crept across his face. "Ancestor, I am merely showing concern for her well-being." "Huh." A cold smile graced the first generation's face. "Shameless. Well, what use is modesty?" Xiao Yan chuckled awkwardly, discreetly shifting his gaze from the obstructed view. Unfortunately, as his eyes wandered, Medusa was enveloped in a brilliant spectrum of light, rendering her form a mere blurred silhouette. "That old rogue," Xiao Yan silently cursed, helplessly pouting. "Enough. Young man, do not act coy after having gained the advantage. The upcoming evolution will take several days. Since you have the time, you ought to refine the beast flame. In the future, aiding my descendants in purifying their bloodline requires the beast flame." "Understood, understood." Xiao Yan sighed in resignation. At that moment, the vibrant light flared once more in the distance, revealing a colossal purple serpent stretching dozens of feet long before their eyes.